The newly appointed little King Ruanruan, has transmigrated into a novel, becoming the contrast to the charming heroine, destined to be relegated to the cold palace as a mere cannon fodder. Armed with a gossip system, Ruanruan remains unfazed, opting instead to indulge in the unfolding drama. What? The left chancellor attends court without his undergarments, walking with legs crossed, exposing his derriere to the breeze? Chancellor? Perplexed by the wind. Oh! The delicate wife of the enemy envoy is staging a scene of usurpation on the dragon bed of our old emperor? How thrilling! Enemy envoy. Fleeing in tears. The capital's most handsome scholar is actually balding? The matchmaking frightened off a wealthy heiress? Ha ha ha. Scholar? Clutching his wig, the sky has fallen. The aloof and noble little imperial uncle is running a racket? How shocking. He must be pretending. Little imperial uncle. Alas, the sixth prince, seduced by the heroine, plots rebellion, ultimately becoming a puppet emperor, slain by the heroine's treachery. What a tragedy. Sixth prince. Unleash the hounds on the heroine. The entire court, trembling in fear. A thunderclap indeed. Ruanruan simultaneously sips milk and enjoys the gossip. She suddenly realizes that the once doomed Great Qian dynasty is transforming, and the once fated to die young has become the cherished darling of officials and scholars alike. Chapter 1. The Chancellor's Undergarment Mishap. Your Majesty, the birth of the ninth princess has heralded an ominous sign, a disruption of the nation's fortune. I, Minister Li Qing, implore you to confine the ninth princess and consort Chun to the cold palace. Left Chancellor Li Qing, accompanied by several trusted ministers, kneels outside the court. At that moment, the Qianqing Emperor cradles a newborn infant who is yet to open her eyes. This is the newly born ninth princess, his only daughter. She is but an infant. If the nation's fortune can truly be disturbed by a mere child, what distinguishes our Great Qian dynasty from paper? Ruanruan is the ninth princess of the Great Qian dynasty, my only daughter. As the sovereign, if I cannot protect my own daughter, how shall I safeguard the multitude of my subjects? Before Ruanruan's eyes stands a strikingly handsome man. Is this truly my chosen father? How dashing! Qianqing Emperor. He purses his lips, his gaze fervently searching for the source of the earlier voice. The ministers, kneeling and prepared to die for their counsel, stare in shock, their eyes wide as saucers. Surely, they cannot be hallucinating. That soft, tender voice bears an uncanny resemblance to the one in the emperor's arms. Congratulations, host. The gossip system has successfully reincarnated with you. The good news is, you finally have a father and mother, no longer the lonely little darling in the underworld. Ruanruan. So, does this imply there is bad news as well? System. Ahem. The bad news is that you have transmigrated into a novel as the contrast to the charming heroine, and you are soon to be regarded as a disaster, relegated to the cold palace, and destined to perish at the tender age of 3. Silence. Outside the grand hall, one could hear a pin drop. Transmigrated? What novel? A heavenly tome? Upon confirming that they could hear the ninth princess's innermost thoughts, the ministers dared not utter a word, fearing this was all a misunderstanding. As for the Qianqing Emperor, he clutched the ninth princess tightly, his ears perked up. Qianqing Emperor. The ministers? Ruanruan chuckled inwardly. Does this mean I can enjoy 3 years of gossip in the palace? Host, is that the crux of the matter? The key point is that you will not survive for 3 years. But I haven't died yet. Let's eat gossip first. In her previous life, Ruanruan was the newly appointed little king of hell. Having exhausted all gossip in the underworld, she ventured into the cycle of reincarnation, only to be kicked into the flow of reincarnation by an unknown force. Upon opening her eyes again, she became the only little princess of the Great Qian dynasty. System. Do explore if there are any explosive new gossips. Host, wait. I see a multitude of names floating above, each adorned with long vines bearing numerous fruits. Ha ha ha. Quickly, pick the largest fruit and slice it open. Ruanruan was so excited she nearly leaped up, but as she was merely a newborn, any vigorous movement transformed into tiny arms flailing in her swaddling. The Qianqing Emperor was amused by the sight, unable to suppress a smile. Just gossip. He understood that. Scandals. This was delightful. He too enjoyed hearing gossip. Host, here it comes. There's a big scandal involving someone named Li Qing. Li Qing? Yi Ruanruan's dark eyes darted around being a newborn. Her vision was still blurred, and she could only vaguely see 5 or 6 ministers kneeling.
Ah,
I do not see Li Qing, but I seem to see a chubby little mushroom squatting there. The system promptly identified the target of her gossip. Host, the chubby little mushroom you see is none other than the left chancellor, who just suggested to His Majesty that you be executed. Li Qing's complexion changed dramatically. He was nearly dumbfounded. NOA. Who is a chubby little mushroom? He was not fat, standing at 1.7 meters and weighing 70 kilograms. That was a well-proportioned physique, not chubby. The Qianqing Emperor was already irked by Li Qing's proposal to execute Ruanruan, and now, hearing her discuss Li Qing's physique with the so-called system, his attention was entirely diverted to the gossip. Indeed, this was not considered fat. This was plump. The other ministers exchanged furtive glances at Li Qing, bowing their heads and stifling laughter. The dialogue between the little princess and the system was utterly amusing. The system even mentioned Li Qing's scandal. They now dared not move, eager to hear what gossip surrounded Li Qing. That rascal. In dying to hear his scandal. Spill it. Qianqing Emperor. Yes, yes, spill it quickly, I want to hear too. The Vice Minister of Justice, the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat, as well as the Vice Minister of Rights and the Governor all leaned in, straining to listen. As the system collected information, Ruanruan could no longer contain herself, having already glimpsed the juicy details about Li Qing on the system's panel. Hiss, the left Chancellor attends court without wearing undergarments. Qianqing Emperor. Hiss, this cannot be laughed at. Wait, the description of Li Qing here states he is a second-rank official, a neat freak, and loves cleanliness. How could he attend court without wearing undergarments in this weather? Nearing winter. Is he not exposing himself to the cold? The system replied, certainly, he is exposed to the cold, however. While kneeling there, you have no idea, he walks with his legs crossed, feeling the chill. More critically, the Vice Minister of Rights, who is also kneeling beside him, has gifted Li Qing several pairs of thermal trousers. The Vice Minister believed that Li Qing walked with his legs crossed due to the cold, fearing he would develop chronic leg pain, so he sent him a whole bag of thermal trousers. Guess what happened next? Li Qing wouldn't have discarded them, would he? The system continued to divulge the gossip. No. Li Qing gifted them to his little lover.
wow.
Li Qing is so plump and has a little lover? I must see who this little lover is. Yi Ruanruan rubbed her little fingers together, bursting with excitement. She adored such scandalous tales of infidelity. Oh, I found it. Hiss. Li Qing's little lover is. Who is it?
Who could it be?
Chapter 2. The white moonlight becomes the old moonlight, Your Majesty. Li Qing spoke, his complexion slightly pale, nearly rendered speechless. The Qianqing Emperor cast a piercing glance his way. Dare to utter another word, and you shall see. Li Qing trembled in fear. The Minister of Rights and Lord Xuanfu each grasped one of Li Qing's arms, while the Chancellor stepped forward to cover Li Qing's mouth. Anxious to the point of near despair, Li Qing thought to himself, I am the left Chancellor. How dare they? The Chancellor continued to muffle him, reminding him, and what of being the left Chancellor? Above us stands none other than His Majesty the Emperor, the virtuous consort. The mention of the virtuous consort rendered the Qianqing Emperor completely stunned. His ears perked up, and he felt a strange discomfort. Li Qing was dumbfounded. This was the end for him. The 4 ministers exchanged glances, astonished that the left Chancellor's little lover was actually the Emperor's favored consort. The system chimed in. Indeed, host. The virtuous consort is no ordinary woman. She has been the Emperor's treasured gem for the past year, rising swiftly through the ranks of the harem. It is precisely because she is favored that she has ascended from a mere concubine to one of the 4 consorts in such a short span of time. His Majesty is quite fond of her. Father dotes on the virtuous consort so much. How could she betray him? Surely. His favored consort is far more dignified than that rotund little lover of hers. Besides, my father is undeniably more handsome than that fat fellow. In terms of looks and status, my father triumphs. Exactly. The 4 ministers wholeheartedly concurred with the young princess's sentiments. Meanwhile, the Qianqing Emperor's mind was consumed with thoughts of betrayal. He had been cuckolded. The system slowly elaborated. Before entering the palace, during a serendipitous encounter, the virtuous consort received assistance from Li Qing when she was merely 15 years old. At that tender age, she viewed him as her hero. To her, Li Qing symbolized her white moonlight. Li Qing is over 50. How can he be considered a white moonlight? Surely, he is an old moonlight now. The system paused briefly. You are correct, host. Do you know what ADAD-type boyfriend is? To the virtuous consort, Li Qing fits that description. When they later crossed paths in the palace, it rekindled her feelings for him, and thus, they naturally became entwined. This doesn't seem right. Li Qing is not only corpulent but also audacious. Regardless, the virtuous consort is still my father's woman. Your father is an anomaly. Li Qing is her true love. The system continued. Moreover, Li Qing's lack of undergarments is because every time he rendezvoused with the virtuous consort, he was in such haste that he neglected to dress properly, always leaving a pair of underpants behind as a keepsake for her. Knights of Yuan remarked. Li Qing not only gifts the virtuous consort with floral cotton underwear but also leaves his underpants behind. Who would have thought that a man of his age could still be so sprightly? Meanwhile, my father's head is adorned with a vast expanse of green. The Qianqing Emperor was on the verge of exploding with rage. He glared at Li Qing, wishing to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. Ah, it is so quiet here. Why have father and the others ceased their chatter? The system rolled its eyes. Isn't it obvious? Li Qing has requested that His Majesty execute the host, and the Emperor is currently glaring at him in fury, likely still fuming. Alas, although my father may meet a tragic end, he is a good father. The Qianqing Emperor was caught off guard by his own affairs. But he could not afford to contemplate the future. Whether he would meet a tragic fate was a matter for another day. For now, Li Qing must suffer a dreadful demise. Li Qing's face had turned as white as flour. He was utterly doomed. The 4 ministers were evidently engrossed in the spectacle. The little princess was quite the entertainer. The dialogue she shared with the system was exhilarating. Host, there is even more thrilling news. Would you care to hear it? One must finish the feast of gossip. Of course I wish to listen. The Qianqing Emperor. He wanted to hear, yet feared the knowledge of things best left unheard. The ministers. They were eager to listen. The system chuckled. The cotton underpants Li Qing gifted to the virtuous consort were presented to the tyrant, who claimed to be deeply in love with him and worried he might catch a chill, thus personally sewing them stitch by stitch. You have no idea how moved the tyrant was upon receiving those underpants. He nearly shed tears. Throughout his life, no consort had ever bestowed upon him such a gift, which was both unique and refreshingly quaint, given that those underpants were adorned with pink floral patterns. Ahaha, such is the unyielding bond of love. The flow of cotton underpants is ever-changing. The little floral cotton underpants of the Minister of Rights now find themselves adorning my father's person. A gift from the virtuous consort's old moonlight. Surely, my father isn't wearing the underpants gifted by the virtuous consort at this very moment? The Qianqing Emperor's legs were rigid. He indeed was wearing them. However, with a yellow robe concealing them, it was not immediately apparent. The ministers, still kneeling, exchanged furtive glances, momentarily forgetting to restrain Li Qing. The 4 of them pressed their faces to the ground, straining to catch a glimpse beneath the emperor's robe. They peered intently. Finally, they caught sight of the hem of a floral underpant.
Oh.
His Majesty truly donned the virtuous consort's little cotton underpants. Host, you have uncovered the truth. Your father is indeed wearing the little cotton underpants gifted by the virtuous consort. But wait, it is not yet cold. Why would father wear cotton underpants this early? It cannot be, because he treasures the virtuous consort's gift so much that he wishes to showcase it to her, can it? Alas, my father cherishes the virtuous consort like a treasure, while she regards him as mere grass, green and unremarkable. The Qianqing Emperor. The 5 ministers quietly raised their eyes to the Qianqing Emperor. They wished to laugh, but dared not. The Emperor's gaze resembled that of a man ready to exact vengeance. Wearing those cotton underpants, he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Emperor Li Qing lamented, preparing to plead for mercy. The Qianqing Emperor delivered a kick to Li Qing's shoulder, sending him rolling into the corner. Do you still have the audacity to shout? Li Qing covered his mouth, too fearful to cry. The Emperor's anger was palpable. Host, your father genuinely cares for you. To protect you, he is nearly on the verge of kicking Li Qing to death. However, Li Qing certainly deserves his fate. His proposal to execute you was instigated by the virtuous consort. Although she enjoys favor, she has no offspring. Your mother, Consort Chun, is different. While she may not have the virtuous consort's favor, she has children. The virtuous consort, in her quest to secure her position, conspired with Li Qing to suggest a plan to cast you and your mother into the cold palace.
Wow.
Li Qing's punishment is hardly unjust. The Qianqing emperor glared at Li Qing, who cowered in the corner, trembling all over. Your Majesty, it is not as it seems. Allow this old minister to explain. This matter is not solely my decision. It involves them as well. It is a collective proposal from all 5 of us. Li Qing gestured toward the 4 ministers behind him. The Qianqing emperor's frigid gaze fell upon the 4 ministers. At that moment, the 4 exchanged glances. The Minister of Right scoffed. Left Chancellor, do not speak nonsense. We have come to congratulate His Majesty.
What?
Li Qing, exasperata, raturta. Did we not agree on the way here to collectively beseech His Majesty? Who is we? You are you, we are we. The Minister of Rights thought to himself, Li Qing, do not drag us down with you. Indeed, Minister Song is correct. We are here to congratulate His Majesty on the arrival of the little princess. Lord Xuanfu hastily chimed in. Yes, we are not the same as you. The little princess is too adorable to be punished. She is the sole little princess of our great Qian dynasty, deserving of our utmost adoration. Chapter 3. Stop laughing. You're here to collect you. Li Qing was dumbfounded.
What?
These old men are so adept at changing their tune. The 4 ministers' hearts raced intensely. Fortunately, those clever individuals managed to avoid a fate similar to that of Li Qing, who was unceremoniously kicked into a corner by His Majesty. In truth, the 4 of them were indeed rather unfortunate. Li Qing, esteemed as the left chancellor and a high-ranking official, had summoned these 4 ministers in advance to bolster his own influence for today's affair. He threatened them, asserting that should they refuse to accompany him, they would find their careers in the court utterly untenable. Given the hierarchical nature of their positions, they had no choice but to comply, albeit with great reluctance. How brazen of Li Qing! Not only did he engage in illicit affairs himself, but he also dragged them into his misfortune. The little princess, far from being a harbinger of disaster, was, in fact, a beacon of good fortune. They were fortunate to be able to share in the delightful spectacle alongside the little princess and the system, which was indeed a source of immense amusement. The Emperor of Qianqing cast a knowing glance at Lord Xuanfu, who immediately comprehended the unspoken message. With a resolute demeanor, he proclaimed, Your Majesty, I must report something. This was precisely the moment the Emperor had been awaiting, feigning gravity as he inquired, What is it that you wish to report? It concerns the left chancellor. Lord Xuanfu replied, I have heard rumors regarding his clandestine liaison with the virtuous consort.
Ah.
How impressive that Lord Xuanfu could uncover such a well-guarded secret. During an occasion when I was drinking with Lord Li, he became inebriated and divulged to me his intentions for today. Your Majesty, you have been cuckolded. Lord Xuanfu finally concluded, exhaling a sigh of relief. His capacity for fabricating such nonsense was truly remarkable, and he couldn't help but admire his own audacity. A glance back at the Emperor revealed a satisfied wink directed at him. Well done, Li Qing. The pent-up fury of the Emperor was finally free to be expressed. At that moment, Li Qing was being forcibly silenced by 2 ministers, ensuring he could utter not a single word. The Emperor felt the performance had been quite theatrical to the Qingshou Palace. I shall deal with this pair of adulterers. The system chimed in, host. It appears there are even juicier tidbits regarding the virtuous consort. We must attend the scene for further revelations. Upon hearing this, the little girl, Ruanruan, became increasingly anxious, pleading, Father, take me with you. I want to witness the unfolding drama. Ruanruan, still swaddled, flailed her tiny arms, babbling eagerly. I don't want milk. I want to witness the spectacle, the thrilling revelations. Fearing that the Emperor might leave her behind, she began to wail, her voice sweet and plaintive. The Emperor's heart was stirred, and he promised, Once you have had your fill, I shall take you to enjoy the festivities.
Immediately, Ruanruan ceset herkring.
Her dark eyes still sparkling with unshed tears, making her appear utterly adorable. Upon entering the hall, the Emperor entrusted Ruanruan to the virtuous consort. Mother. The consort was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, the child had been bestowed with the name Ruanruan by the emperor, and she had eagerly carried her outside. She had yet to even glimpse her child. Now, upon hearing the child's thoughts, she looked up at the emperor, who nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing that the emperor, too, could hear the child's heart, she cooed, "My darling, are you hungry? Shall mother feed you?" The first face to greet Ruanruan upon opening her eyes was that of the emperor. As she gazed at her mother, her eyes sparkled with delight. Mother! Mother! She was overjoyed to have both a father and a mother. I wasn't hungry a moment ago, but now, with that delicious scent in the air, my little belly is absolutely famished. The system comforted her. Host, you are now but a tiny infant. You can no longer rely solely on gossip for nourishment. You must drink milk to grow strong. Indeed, I must grow to enjoy even more delights. As Ruanruan instinctively sought nourishment from the virtuous consort, she suckled eagerly, quickly feeling her once empty belly fill. With newfound strength surging through her, she felt invigorated. Your Majesty, look at how this little one loves to eat. But, at that moment, the emperor seized the opportunity to slip away from the hall. Upon seeing the 5 ministers kneeling in the courtyard, he waved his sleeve dismissively and retreated to a side chamber. The 4 ministers instantly understood the implication. The emperor had gone to change into warmer attire. Lord Xuanfu turned to the Minister of Rights, who appeared both embarrassed and anxious. Why do you look at me like that? The warm clothing wasn't a gift from me. It was from the virtuous consort. Regardless, it originated from your hands, Lord Zhao. You certainly have a knack for gift-giving. With winter fast approaching, perhaps you might share a few with me? The Minister of Rights thought it best to remain silent. After this incident, he had learned his lesson and would refrain from presenting gifts to any other ministers in the future. Having eaten her fill, Ruanruan was brimming with energy. Cradled in the emperor's arms, she felt content and ready to drift off to sleep. The virtuous consort exclaimed, "Your Majesty has arrived." As she sat upon her bed, admiring the emperor's warm undergarments, she was suddenly filled with joy. It seemed that Li Qing had successfully accomplished his task. Had the emperor heeded Li Qing's counsel and executed the little princess? After all, which sovereign throughout history has remained indifferent to the notion of national fortune?
Bang!
The doors of the hall were kicked open by the emperor, startling the virtuous consort, who hastily concealed the undergarment beneath her pillow. Your Majesty, I have longed for you. You have finally come. Upon seeing the small infant in the emperor's embrace, her heart sank. The delicate child, so fair and tender, was indeed the 9th princess? She had not been executed. The virtuous consort is still smiling. My father has welcomed you. The emperor wasted no time and commanded, "Bring him in." The virtuous consort was taken aback. Your Majesty, what is this? At that moment, Li Qing was thrust into the chamber, 2 guards holding him firmly. A foul sock stuffed in his mouth, the origin of which remained a mystery. The virtuous consort's expression shifted dramatically. Your Majesty, this. Li Qing had already confessed. Virtuous consort, how dare you engage in such scandalous conduct with the left chancellor in my harem? The emperor's fury was palpable. He had believed the virtuous consort to be sincerely devoted to him, wearing the garment she had gifted him, only to discover that she had been treating him as a fool. The virtuous consort knelt before the emperor, pleading, Your Majesty, do not listen to Lord Li's baseless accusations. Such a thing is utterly unfounded. Lord Li, do not glare at me. You ought to explain things to His Majesty. Li Qing thought to himself, do you think I desire to remain silent? Can't you see my mouth is gagged? He felt overwhelmed with despair, regretting his decision to propose the execution of the little princess. Now, he faced imminent peril due to her revelations. Truly, a self-inflicted predicament. The virtuous consort realized that she could no longer rely on Li Qing. She panicked, uncertain as to how the emperor had learned of the affair. As this could cost her head, she resolved to deny everything. After all, in cases of infidelity, as long as she refused to admit to it, it could be deemed non-existent. Chapter 4. Donning a rainbow on one's behind. Though my father is well informed, capturing evidence of infidelity requires proof. I wonder if he will be able to find it. The system interjected, Host, your father is a sovereign. He will undoubtedly uncover the evidence. Moreover, the evidence, lies in Li Qing's undergarments. Li Qing and the virtuous consort have engaged in countless clandestine encounters, and within the virtuous consort's palace, many of his garments are hidden, one beneath the pillow and another tucked in the fifth hidden compartment of the third cabinet, all bearing Li Qing's name embroidered upon them. How surprising! I never imagined Li Qing harbored such a peculiar penchant. It is worth mentioning that it was all orchestrated by Li Qing's mother. This Li Qing is not only indecisive, but also a quintessential mama's boy. The Emperor of Qianqing squinted his eyes. What does mama's boy mean? The four ministers trailing behind him, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, were equally perplexed, although they were unaware of the term's meaning. It certainly sounded like an unfavorable description of a man. Li Qing wished fervently to vanish into the depths of the earth. Little princess, please don't expose this. This cannot be the sole amusement at his expense, can it? Knight Yuan remained blissfully ignorant of the thoughts swirling around the room. Still engrossed in a lively conversation with the system, Li Qing's undergarments were all handmade by his mother. In her eyes, the over 50-year-old Li Qing was no different from a 5-year-old child. To showcase her immense maternal love, she embroidered his name on each pair of his undergarments. Every time he glimpsed them, he was reminded of his old mother at home. Ha ha ha! Knight Yuan couldn't contain herself and erupted into silent laughter. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched as well. Despite his anger at being cuckolded, Li Qing's predicament indeed opened his eyes to new revelations. The ministers standing behind him trembled in fear. How strange. Why are those ministers all bowing their heads in trepidation? Are they unwell? The system reassured her. They are likely frightened by your majesty's wrath. The four ministers nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are simply terrified.
Ha ha.
The emperor shot a fierce glare at Li Qing, who wished he could simply faint on the spot. Xianfei, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? My informants have already informed me that you have secretly kept Li Qing's personal belongings. The empress was taken aback. Informants? Everyone in this Qingshou palace is under her command. When did the emperor install spies? While she was still reeling from shock, the emperor commanded the guards to search thoroughly, focusing particularly on the empress's bed and cabinets.
Even under the bed.
With a single decree from the emperor, the guards sprang into action. Your Majesty, we have found something. One guard, swift in action, emerged with a pair of undergarments raised high from beneath the pillow.
Wow.
These undergarments are quite eye-catching, and they are bright red. Soon, other guards retrieved more undergarments from the cabinets, lining them up before the emperor. All colors of the rainbow are present. Is Li Qing attempting to wear a rainbow on his backside? Knight Yuan was dazzled by the vibrant display before her. The emperor suppressed a laugh, though he was still irate. Your Majesty, look closely. Those undergarments seem to have inscriptions on them. Minister Xuanfu, skilled at creating dramatic tension, excitedly pointed at the colorful assortment. The three other ministers echoed. Yes, yes. Let us discover what's written. The emperor, disinterested in handling those items, instructed Minister Song. Please examine what is inscribed upon them. Minister Xuanfu approached eagerly. Your Majesty, someone has embroidered names on them, He paused, bewildered. What are you dawdling for? Can you not recognize the inscriptions? Minister Xuanfu's expression turned blank. Your Majesty, the name inscribed here is not that of Lord Li. It's not.
Ha ha ha. Li Qing,
Who had been silenced, was on the verge of tears from laughter. It's not his name. He had been observing his colleagues' performance, and now they seemed at a loss. That name is not his. Host, there's a new revelation. A fresh scandal regarding the Empress has emerged. Do you wish to know more? Knight Yuan blinked curiously. Could the Empress's new scandal be related to the name on those undergarments? I distinctly heard Minister Xuanfu say that the name on them is not Li Qing's. System, what is going on? The system, always eager for gossip, responded. It's because the Empress altered the embroidery, intending to present Li Qing's worn undergarments to General Dingua.
what?
Wasn't Li Qing the one having an affair with the Empress? How did General Dingua come into the picture? The system excitedly explained. That is precisely the Empress's scandal. She has not one, but multiple lovers. The four ministers were utterly flabbergasted. How thrilling! The Empress's lover, besides Li Qing, also includes General Dingua? Their eyes widened in shock. Only when they felt the emperor's piercing gaze did they tremble and lower their heads. This revelation was shockingly exhilarating. The emperor's countenance darkened, clearly struggling to suppress his fury. Meanwhile, Li Qing, with his mouth sealed, wore a complexion of various shades of blue and purple. He was at a loss as to whether he should be elated or despondent. Elated because the incriminating items were not his. Despondent because his little lover had another paramour besides him. System, hurry up and tell me more. The Empress began her affair with General Dinghua a month ago. During this time, your father has been overwhelmingly occupied with state affairs, visiting the Empress's chambers infrequently. It was during this period that the Empress met General Dinghua. At 28, he remains unmarried, strong and vigorous, which greatly appeals to the Empress. After they locked eyes, they were unable to resist each other. On the odd days, Li Qing would visit on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th, while General Dinghua would visit on the even days. Your father only managed to visit on the 10th. The hall fell into silence. The Emperor's fingers cracked ominously. He had thought that by neglecting the Empress for a month, she would be lonely. But it turned out she was reveling in nightly escapades. Knight Yu Yuan listened to the system's gossip, her eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, this Empress is truly no ordinary woman. With so many spies in the harem, she managed to maintain her secrets even with 2 lovers. Her ability to keep things under wraps is remarkably impressive. Host. According to the gossip, it's because there is a secret passage in the Empress's chambers. Knight Yu Yuan perked up. The Empress can dig a secret passage herself? Not quite. The Empress moved to Qingshou Palace a year ago, which was previously occupied by an elderly consort who had, in her spare time, constructed 2 secret passages. This fact remains unknown to anyone, including your father. After the Empress moved in, she stumbled upon the mechanisms one day. The secret passage is quite fascinating, leading in 2 directions. When Li Qing visits, he uses the western route, while General Dinghua uses the eastern route, causing both to believe they are the only lovers the Empress has. Knight Yu Yuan marveled. The Empress's tactics are truly clever, managing to keep 3 disgruntled individuals spinning in circles. The system continued. During this month, the Empress and General Dinghua's relationship blossomed. They even exchanged tokens of affection. As General Dinghua is unmarried and a bachelor, he lamented to the Empress that he had no personal belongings gifted to him. The Empress, taking this to heart, decided to gift him the undergarments left by Li Qing. However, since Li Qing's name was embroidered on them, the Empress removed his name and replaced it with General Dinghua's Xiaoyang. Moreover, she secretly kept 2 pairs for herself, intending to embroider your father's name on them to gift to him. Pfft! The Emperor nearly lost his composure. What on earth, Empress? In this vast imperial palace, do you lack undergarments to wear? The 4 ministers. Empress, you are quite the character. Knight Yu Yuan chuckled inwardly. Ha. The ironclad affections, flowing undergarments. The Empress is indeed a master of frugality. The cotton trousers destined for my father are from Li Qing, and the undergarments for General Dinghua are also from Li Qing. Now she wishes to gift my father a pair of old undergarments. Does she not mind that they bear the scent of age? By this logic, my father is the biggest fool in this scenario. The 4 ministers. Ha. Chapter 5. The undergarments of General Dinghua were once worn by the Chancellor. The 4 ministers were nearly bursting with laughter. What a tangled web the Empress's infidelity weaves. The only thing that remains undisturbed is the vibrant array of undergarments. Your Majesty, yet another pile of undergarments has been found, this time embroidered with the name of Li Qing. The Lord of Xuanfu deftly opened the bottom drawer. Your Majesty, there has been a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. The virtuous consort panicked, scrambling for words to concoct a plausible excuse. Host, according to previous gossip, General Dinghua is about to emerge from the secret passage to rendezvous with the virtuous consort. Ha! I can't breathe from laughing. The grand meeting of lovers is happening right in front of father. The best part is, father isn't even in the running. Yi Yuan chuckled heartily. The little girl, still in swaddling, grinned widely, her toothless smile enchanting. The Emperor's face flushed with embarrassment. The little girl laughed uncontrollably, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Ah! The General Dinghua is coming? Splendid! I was just lamenting the lack of evidence. Now, It has come straight to my doorstep. The four ministers rubbed their hands together in excitement. They had never experienced such joy in their long lives. It was truly a grand spectacle of gossip. The captured Li Qing fumed with indignation. Host, here's the situation. Today, the pure consort is giving birth, and your father must be on guard. Meanwhile, Li Qing has been sent by the virtuous consort to report to your father, leaving her alone in the palace, and thus she relayed the news to General Dinghua. I estimate that General Dinghua has already arrived. Suddenly, a strange quack echoed through Qingxiu Palace. Though unseen, the sound was unmistakably a signal. Yuan couldn't help but internally criticize. This General Dinghua is rather dim. Why must he use a duck's quack as a signal instead of a cat's meow or a dog's bark? If others overheard, they would undoubtedly be suspicious. What ducks exist in the palace? The emperor sighed, lamenting his oversight in appointing such a foolish general. How had he, as the emperor, allowed someone so inept to lead troops into battle? The virtuous consort, kneeling in terror, suddenly recalled her appointment with General Dinghua. So many people were present, all eyes fixated upon her. What should she do? The four ministers craned their necks, urging, General Dinghua, cease your quacking and come forth.
Quack, quack, quack.
General Dinghua continued calling from the secret passage, but the virtuous consort did not come to release him. Where was she? Footsteps approached, and the general rubbed his hands with glee. The emperor followed the sound to a wall. The lampstand. Father, that golden lampstand is the mechanism. I wonder if father will notice. The emperor, still cradling Yuan, felt her urgent desire to rise and open the mechanism herself. The urgency was palpable. The emperor glanced at the lampstand. Yes, father. Turn the mechanism 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right to open it. What if father doesn't know how to open it? I'm going to explode from anxiety. The ministers in the hall gasped. The emperor could not speak, fearing to alert General Dinghua, lest he flee. The emperor shot a glance at the Lord of Xuanfu, who hurried over and whispered earnestly in the emperor's ear, Your Majesty, I have studied mechanisms in books. Perhaps a few turns left and right will unlock it. Oh, this Lord of Xuanfu is truly a commendable person. Despite his foolish appearance, he possesses an astute mind, the Lord of Xuanfu thought to himself, grinning proudly. Little Princess praised his cleverness. The other ministers rolled their eyes. Old Bai Deng, shameless. The emperor was quite pleased with the Lord of Xuanfu's performance, contemplating a future invitation for a meal. The emperor activated the mechanism. The wall before him split open, and General Dinghua rubbed his hands as he stepped out. My beauty, I'm here. As light flooded in, General Dinghua was met with the stern visage of the emperor. He gasped, stumbling back several steps. Why, Your Majesty? He was not mistaken. It truly was the current sovereign.
Ah!
The virtuous consort, kneeling, shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Ahaha! Caught in the act. How delightful! General Dinghua surely did not expect the tyrannical father awaited him at the opening. What was that sound? General Dinghua turned his head, bewildered, fear etching his features. What is General Dinghua staring at? Has he been so frightened as to lose his wits? When General Dinghua's gaze fell upon the swaddled infant in the emperor's arms, the truth dawned upon him. Your Majesty, the Lord of Xuanfu was indeed clever. As General Dinghua prepared to speak, the Lord swiftly covered his mouth. 2 guards advanced to seize his arms. In the hall, General Dinghua's eyes widened in shock as he saw Li Qing, similarly bound and gagged.
What?
Why are so many ministers present in Qingxiu Palace? The 4 ministers discreetly positioned themselves to the side, ready for the emperor's performance. Virtuous consort. The emperor roared with fury. The virtuous consort was utterly stupefied. She could not fathom how the treasures she had hidden so well were discovered by the emperor as if he had placed eyes upon her. Crawling towards the emperor, she implored, Your Majesty, allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. The virtuous consort believed she could still salvage the situation. The emperor, his head buzzing with rage, retorted, Then explain. The virtuous consort stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The situation was not as she had envisioned. Wasn't it supposed to be that the emperor, upon refusing to heed her explanations, would relent upon her weeping and wailing, or perhaps even her self-harm? Yet, he had bypassed all that, demanding an explanation directly. Are you not going to explain? Why the silence? The virtuous consort's face turned pale.
The
emperor scoffed, tossing several pairs of undergarments before General Dingwa. These are yours. General Dingwa, muffled, shook his head vigorously. The emperor wasted no time, tossing a few pairs before Li Qing as well. These are yours. Li Qing. General Dingwa sensed that something was amiss. He glanced at the undergarments before him, then at those before Li Qing.
No.
Why do my undergarments look identical to Li Qing's? Aha! General Dingwa must be dumbfounded. If he knew that the undergarments gifted by the virtuous consort were once worn by Li Qing, he would surely go mad.
What?
The undergarments he was currently wearing were once donned by Li Qing? A chill ran down his spine. So it meant that the virtuous consort, and Li Qing also. No wonder Li Qing was similarly bound and gagged. But General Dingwa had no time to ponder such matters. His mind was consumed with the horrifying realization that he was wearing Li Qing's undergarments. He glared fiercely at Li Qing.
Ah!
You old scoundrel. Why are your undergarments on my body? How filthy! Chapter 6. The little princess attends court to witness the scandal. Li Qing was equally furious. These were the undergarments meticulously crafted by his 80-year-old mother, precious and seldom worn. Originally intended as a keepsake for the virtuous consort, who could have foreseen that they would end up on General Dingwa? Li Qing was nearly heartbroken. If not for his mouth being covered, he would have seized General Dingwa, demanding an apology. The undergarments sewn by his mother were solely for his use. What right did General Dingwa have to wear them? Seize the virtuous consort and beat her to death. The emperor roared in unrestrained fury. The crown of the Hulunber grassland loomed above, and execution was deemed necessary. The virtuous consort fainted from her tears, yet it proved futile. As for the two of you, you shall face dismissal and be confined to the Dali temple. The ministers exchanged glances in disbelief. One remarked, indeed, the left chancellor and General Dingwa have acted foolishly. Why must they covet the emperor's women when there are countless others in the world? Such actions invite ruin. As the Qianqing emperor cradled Ruanruan on the path back to the Liuli palace, the system excitedly exclaimed, Host, we have amassed a considerable amount of gossip points today. Do check the marketplace for items you might desire. They can be exchanged. Ruanruan, still somewhat dazed from her long slumber, was unsure if it was the comfort of the emperor's embrace or the length of her sleep that left her feeling groggy. Previously, every time she had gathered gossip points and viewed the marketplace, exhilaration surged within her, for it held many treasures. However, this time, her excitement was overshadowed by fatigue. I'm so sleepy, she murmured. I'll look when I wake up. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Sensing the little one in his arms had drifted off, the corners of the Qianqing emperor's mouth could not help but lift in a smile. After all, she was still a newborn. How could she possess such energy? It was through ample rest that she would grow swiftly. In her dreams, Ruanruan felt an insatiable hunger and seemed to catch the scent of milk, irresistibly sipping several times. Full from her meal, she slept soundly, while the Qianqing emperor spent the night in the Liuli palace. When the news reached the harem, everyone was left in shock. It was widely known that the pure consort had just given birth. Traditionally, the emperor refrained from visiting any consorts during the month following childbirth. Women, after all, needed to recuperate. Yet today, the emperor had broken custom by staying in the Liuli palace. The birth of a princess was indeed special. But what use was a princess? Eventually, she would be married off, unlike a prince who would inherit the throne. At that moment, the pure consort gazed at the Qianqing emperor, who intended to remain in the Liuli palace, her expression filled with helplessness. Your Majesty, do you plan to stay with me tonight? Of course, he replied. I have already loosened my garments. Is that not quite evident? The Qianqing emperor's gaze remained fixed on the tightly wrapped Ruanruan. The little bundle's rosy cheeks appeared so soft and tender even in sleep. He had never realized how delightful a daughter could be. So adorable. I wish to hold her forever. The pure consort was left speechless. Was this truly happening? She had envisioned a simple life with her son and daughter, cherishing their moments together, while relegating the duties of serving the emperor to the background. In the harem, surrounded by children, chatting with sisters and enjoying feasts, was far more appealing than catering to a man daily. Yet, who could have anticipated that the emperor would visit on the very first day after childbirth? Unaware of the pure consort's thoughts, the Qianqing emperor gently patted her hand. Pure consort, I may have neglected you before, but I shall visit you more frequently from now on. The pure consort exclaimed, Ah, your majesty, please come to your senses. The next day, before dawn, Ruanruan nestled in the pure consort's arms, eagerly suckling, as if she had been starving for days. Mother, you smell so sweet, she cooed. Drinking milk is truly the most delectable experience. In her previous life, Ruanruan had relied solely on gossip points to nourish her body, growing slowly, like a thin blade of grass for centuries. She had never imagined that there existed such delightful milk in the mortal realm, capable of swiftly replenishing her energy and aiding her growth. Wanbao, come, follow your father to court. After satisfying her hunger, Ruanruan let out a contented burp, her eyes still heavy with sleep as the Qianqing emperor carried her away. The sky remained dark outside. Ruanruan yawned. Is this really necessary? I am merely a 2-day-old infant, and I must already commence work? Oh, how I long for my mother's embrace. The Qianqing emperor felt a twinge of jealousy. Did his embrace not rival that of the pure consort? Why did Wanbao not express her longing for him? Host, you can rest a bit longer. Once we arrive at court, you may awaken. I have detected ample gossip awaiting you there. Upon hearing about the gossip, Ruanruan perked up. Really? How could I forget? The court and banquets are indeed treasure troves of gossip. The Qianqing emperor brought Ruanruan to the court, where the earliest arrivals included the Minister of Rights, Lord Xuanfu, the censor, and the junior minister of the Department of Imperial Granaries. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived, exclaimed Lord Xuanfu, his excitement surpassing that of a child who had just reunited with a long-lost parent. The four of them had barely slept the previous night, caught up in the thrill of the gossip. In past court sessions, they had been listless, handling only mundane affairs. But now, with the birth of the little princess, everything felt different. Especially when the four saw the Qianqing emperor carrying the princess into the court, their eyes sparkled brighter than jewels. Soon the other ministers arrived, gazing at the Qianqing emperor seated upon the dragon throne, holding a baby, their mouths agape in astonishment. News of the pure consort's delivery had spread beyond the palace walls, and whispers of a princess had circulated. Yet they wondered, where was the left chancellor today? The Minister of Justice nudged Lord Xuanfu. Old song, why is the left chancellor and General Dinghua absent from court today? Lord Xuanfu felt exasperated. He was eagerly anticipating the princess's revelations when interrupted. It seems they have made a grave mistake, he thought.
Ah, wow.
There are so many people.
System.
Quickly check if there's plenty of gossip. What sound is that? The ministers, having just taken their places, suddenly raised their heads, hearing the unmistakable sound of a baby. The only infant present was the princess in the emperor's arms. Could it be? The ministers exchanged incredulous glances, while those standing in the back began to doubt their hearing, cupping their ears. Host, each of them possesses gossip. Let me select one for you. Chapter 7. The charming scholar is unexpectedly bald. The Qianqing emperor couldn't help but perk up his ears. Each person carried gossip, and bringing Wanbao to court was indeed his wisest decision. The Minister of Justice nudged Lord Xuanfu again. Old song, did you hear that? Why are you poking me? Lord Xuanfu shot him a look, realizing the Qianqing emperor was observing him intently. Did they all hear the princess's thoughts? Speak if you have matters to discuss. Otherwise, feel free to chat. The eunuch called out amiably. The Qianqing emperor nodded in satisfaction. Your Majesty, I have something to report, stood up the right chancellor. I've heard that envoys from the Purple Nation have arrived at the palace gates to discuss tribute. Who would your Majesty like to send to negotiate with them? When the right chancellor broached this topic, it suddenly dawned on me that in previous years, the Purple Kingdom had been consistently sending us a tribute of 1,000 fine horses to our great Qian dynasty. However, this year, it seems the Purple Kingdom has taken an inexplicable turn, declaring their intention to have the tribute and requesting a negotiation with us. The Purple Kingdom, having been left unattended for 5 years, has grown audacious. Let them come to negotiate. However, this time, we must emerge victorious. This matter is crucial to the prestige of the great Qian dynasty. Are there any among you who are willing to participate voluntarily? All the ministers shook their heads in unison. The Emperor of Qianqing noticed one minister who remained motionless, not shaking his head. Scholar Lu, it's surprising that in such a critical moment, you are willing to step forward. It shall be you. The drowsy Lu Sun suddenly lifted his head, only to find the Emperor of Qianqing staring intently at him. Where was he? What was happening? What had the Emperor just mentioned? Stepping forth, Lu Sun found himself at a loss for words. He was still in a daze, having nodded off while standing during court. As several ministers caught sight of Lu Sun, they couldn't help but exhibit a mixture of envy and jealousy in their gazes. Even as Lu Sun brushed past them, they couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at him.
Wow.
System, look over there, a handsome young man like a panda, despite sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. His striking face remains undiminished. Knight Ruanruan, nestled in her swaddling, couldn't help but stir, striving to get a better look at Lu Sun standing there. The ministers lowered their heads, smiling subtly. Of course he is handsome. He is none other than the top scholar of the last imperial examination, Lu Sun. The most beautiful man in the capital. Gifted and charming, he captivates the hearts of countless young maidens who scream in delight upon seeing him. Host, there's a juicy piece of gossip about Scholar Lu. Would you like to hear it? Quickly, do tell. Knight Ruanruan gazed at Lu Sun, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Emperor of Qianqing also straightened up, eager for the unfolding drama. The ministers felt a sense of delight, their curiosity piqued about what gossip surrounded the scholar. Suddenly, Lu Sun, previously lost in thought, became alert.
What?
You mean the handsome scholar wears a wig? He is actually balding. Knight Ruanruan's inner thoughts erupted like a gopher's shriek. As her thoughts echoed throughout the grand hall, an unsettling silence fell. The Emperor of Qianqing's eyes widened in shock. His most dashing scholar was, in fact, balding. All the ministers simultaneously directed their gazes towards the scholar's head. Such thick, dark, and smooth hair. Was it really a facade? At that moment, Lu Sun felt a tightening in his stomach, overwhelmed by dread. His level of anxiety surpassed even that of the imperial examination years ago. During the exam, he had never felt such a tightening in his gut.
System.
The scholar appears to be merely in his 20s. How can he be balding at such a young age? What will he become when he grows older? And what else with those dark circles under his eyes? The system continued to chatter on. Yesterday, the scholar went on a blind date.
Oh wow.
With so many women interested in him, his chances of success must be high. Could it be that he stayed up all night in excitement, leading to those dark circles? The system replied, here's the gist. When the young lady first laid eyes on the scholar, she was utterly bashful. They even strolled by the riverside together. She was waiting for him to make a move, but the scholar, adhering to propriety, opted to follow the proper sequence of events. He thought to confess his feelings first, waiting until she fully accepted him before progressing further. Knight Ruanruan nodded thoughtfully. That seems reasonable, but what is the real twist? Now, here comes the crucial part. Just as the scholar was standing before the young lady, professing his heartfelt sentiments, a gust of wind swept by the riverside, blowing his wig off and revealing his bald head with a single strand of hair.
Ha. Ha ha ha.
Knight Ruanruan burst into laughter, nearly choking in her swaddle. Her small body shook with mirth, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing her pearly white gums as she giggled incessantly. The Emperor of Qianqing, holding a teacup, couldn't contain his laughter. All right, I won't laugh anymore. What has my father been thinking? The system explained. He is probably pondering the upcoming negotiations, troubled by it. Being an emperor is truly exhausting. Every little detail weighs heavily on one's mind, even during a simple tea break. Indeed. I am indeed troubled. I feel as though I am nearing my breaking point. Ha ha ha. All the ministers bowed their heads, trembling with suppressed laughter. They could hardly contain themselves, wondering how they had not anticipated such a humorous episode involving their handsome scholar. Only Lu Sun's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. This was truly disastrous. He had lost both face and dignity. How could he continue in court? System, tell me, did the blind date ultimately succeed or not? The system responded it did not. Upon lifting her gaze and seeing the scholar's baldness, the young lady's agreement morphed into a scream of horror, and she fled. Oh, poor scholar. Baldness is not a crime. Even with a bald head, his features remain remarkably handsome. Lu Sun, flattered by Knight Ruanruan's words, felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly moved to tears. He had not expected the little princess to understand and praise him. The system chuckled, after failing to secure a date, upon returning home. His grandmother blocked him at the door. Seeing that he had not brought back a future granddaughter-in-law, she was so anxious, she cast him out, declaring he could only return home when he brought a bride. Hence, Lu Sun spent the entire night sitting at the gate, which explains those dark circles under his eyes. But baldness can indeed be remedied, Knight Ruanruan mused internally. Lu Sun's body jolted. Baldness can be treated. This revelation brought him more joy than his scholarly success. Chapter 8. I considered you a brother, yet you wished to pursue me. System, I recall we have hair growth serum in our shop, correct? The system replied, yes, indeed. Did you not exchange for a bottle previously? Knight Ruanruan recollected. Yes, I dropped it from the sky, and it seems it was picked up by some bald fellow. I wonder how he is faring now. Sitting upon the dragon throne, the Emperor of Qianqing recalled the monk from the Guoguang temple who had been selling hair on the streets not long ago. He had been puzzled about where the monk had procured such an abundance of hair for sale. Was it a gift from the little girl before her reincarnation? Hair growth serum. Lu Sun's eyes sparkled with hope. The little princess was indeed his savior. Hey, why are father and the ministers silent, exchanging glances? The Emperor of Qianqing quickly signaled to the ministers. Your Majesty, regarding the negotiations with the Purple Kingdom, which pertain to the reputation of the great Qian dynasty, should we not deliberate carefully, considering that Scholar Lu has no experience in diplomacy? Knight Ruanruan felt a twinge of suspicion. Negotiations with the Purple Kingdom?
System.
Why does this sound so familiar? Is there some hidden truth behind it? Before her reincarnation, the system had provided her with a storybook, this very tale. The system slowly explained, Host, the reason the Purple Kingdom has grown so audacious is due to the emergence of a negotiation expert among them. It is said that this expert possesses sharp wit and eloquence, dominating the court of the Purple Kingdom with his verbal prowess. Even the Emperor of the Purple Kingdom treats him with utmost respect. The Emperor of Qianqing inquired, is he truly that formidable? No wonder the Purple Kingdom's emperor dares to send representatives for negotiations. They must have found a talented individual. It seems they are deliberately provoking us. The Emperor of the Purple Nation, who had been docile for several years, was stirred to action by a skilled negotiator's incessant chatter. Consequently, they conceived the idea of reducing tributes this year. However, the Emperor had avaricious intentions. His dispatch of envoys was not merely for the purpose of reducing tributes, but rather to eliminate them altogether. How shameless! Knight Ruanruan's dark eyes darted around. The Qianqing Emperor exclaimed, how shameless indeed. The ministers perked up their ears, fully aware that the little princess spoke the truth. The Purple Emperor had grown bold, disregarding the grandeur of the great Qian dynasty upon acquiring a master negotiator, who had bestowed such audacity upon him. However, host, according to the system's assessment, a turning point has been detected. The voice of the system chimed in. Knight Ruanruan excitedly waved her small fists. Let me see who this turning point is. Oh, it's Lu Sun, the top scholar. Though he is bald, his intellect is unparalleled. Alas, I cannot speak now. How shall I convey to father that Lu Sun should be sent as an envoy? Thus, the matter was decided with great enthusiasm. Minister Lu, you shall negotiate with the envoys of the Purple Nation. I have faith in you, proclaimed the Qianqing Emperor. The other ministers echoed his sentiments, praising the Emperor's wisdom. So my father is not a muddle-headed tyrant after all. He is still quite young, and any muddled thinking will come in time. The Qianqing Emperor found himself both amused and bewildered by this remark. It sounded like praise, yet felt somewhat off. Your Majesty, Minister Lu has no prior experience in diplomacy. I, having some expertise in this domain, am willing to assist him in completing this task. Should we fail, I shall accept full responsibility. General Guid stepped forward. The ministers were taken aback. They had heard of the close friendship between General Guid and Minister Lu, but they were surprised that General Guid would offer his help at such a crucial moment. It was indeed commendable. General Gyd, a fourth-rank official, was also young. Much like Lu Sun. Lu Sun cast a grateful glance at General Gyd. This brotherhood was truly not in vain. It seems your friendship is indeed profound. I take great comfort in seeing such mutual support and harmony among colleagues, the emperor remarked.
Ah.
Host, I have stumbled upon a delightful revelation regarding General G. The system interjected.
What?
General Gyd has a secret too? The Qianqing emperor and the ministers shared a knowing silence, ready to indulge in this newfound gossip. Unbeknownst to many, General Gyd harbors deep affections for Minister Lu. It is a love of a romantic nature. What do they call it? The bond of Longyang. General Gyd's beloved is none other than the esteemed top scholar. His love for Lu Sun is so profound that it borders on madness. His offer to assist Lu Sun stems from a fear that his beloved might face failure in the negotiations and suffer punishment. The smile on the Qianqing emperor's face froze upon hearing this revelation. The two were not merely brothers in arms. Their bond was of a romantic inclination. A young general infatuated with a top scholar. What explosive news this was. The system added, Host, do you recall that Minister Lu was on a blind date yesterday? General Gyd wept for an entire afternoon upon hearing of this. No wonder General Gyd's eyes seemed a bit swollen. I thought I was imagining things. It turns out he had been crying for too long, the system chirped. Do not be deceived by General Gyd's robust appearance. He is quite meticulous. Once he leaves court, he writes love letters to Minister Lu, and his room is filled with them. Does Minister Lu know of this? No. He has always regarded General Gyd as a brother. Knight Yuan twirled her little finger, so it is unrequited love for General Gyd. Alas, this is destined to be a tragic tale of love unfulfilled. Lu Sun stood in the grand hall, utterly dumbfounded. General Gyd's face was a portrait of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the little princess would stumble upon a secret. Lu Sun, widen your eyes and step away from General G. The minister of the Xuanfu quickly covered Lu Sun's mouth. Top scholar, no, you must not. Lu Sun's eyes turned red. Woo-woo. I considered General Gyd a brother, yet he harbors such feelings for me. What is this? What is this? Why is the top scholar crying? What has transpired? Knight Yuan tilted her head, noticing Lu Sun's tear-stained face, resembling a wronged little wife. It appears that after being appointed the new envoy by His Majesty, he has been reduced to the state, the system noted. Knight Yuan understood, so he is overwhelmed with joy at his promotion? I see. A worker, thrilled by a raise, weeps with joy. Your Highness, I am crying out of fright. The Qianqing emperor smirked. The little girl had crafted a rather clever excuse. After all, she was still just a naive child. Alas! Knight Yuan sighed, causing concern among the Qianqing emperor and the ministers. Oh, dear, what is it now? They thought, their hearts racing. Chapter 9. Such thrills await. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry.
Woo.
In one moment, Knight Yuan was holding on, but in the next, she felt she might starve. She cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. The Qianqing emperor's heart ached at the sound, and he rushed to the Lioli palace, cradling her in his arms. The little girl had no fondness for milk, preferring her mother's breast. Consort Chun was busy crafting little garments for her, but upon hearing the sound of a baby crying, she rushed to the scene. Your Majesty, the young princess is crying from hunger, the Qianqing emperor admitted, feeling a bit sheepish. He had been so engrossed in gossip during the court session that he had forgotten the infant's needs. Especially for a newborn, hunger strikes often and urgently. This realization sent the Qianqing emperor into a panic. Consort Chun chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, you need not worry. Children can endure a little hunger. It is not a matter of concern. The Qianqing emperor had only held his 8 princes a few times, and many of them had scarcely been held at all. He had indeed been schooled by Consort Chun. However, he was determined not to be outdone. From this moment forth, he, as the sovereign, would learn to care for a child. Knight Yuan, while nursing, dozed off, her little temper still evident as tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. The Qianqing emperor ordered the court documents be brought to the Lioli palace. Consort Chun, while feeding, asked, Your Majesty, are you unwell? This is my chamber. Not the imperial study. What business do you have with these documents here? After a while, Knight Yuan awoke. Your Majesty, the envoys from the Purple Nation have arrived. The Qianqing Emperor glanced at the cradle where Knight Yuan had just awakened, a smile gracing his features. Is the negotiation about to commence? I wish to witness it. The system interjected. Host, a delightful revelation has been detected regarding the envoys from the Purple Nation. Knight Yuan waved her little arms excitedly. I want to see, Father.
Take me to see.
Look at me. You must take me. Her tiny arms clung to the Emperor's sleeve, her doe-like eyes shimmering with moisture. If you do not take me to see, I shall cry. The little princess had resorted to threats. Consort Chun stood by, pretending not to hear.
I'm pure concubine.
I see that Ruanruan is also quite satiated. I shall take her out to broaden her horizons. Father understands me. Sob. I am father's little cotton-padded jacket, hot. Pure concubine. These two, father and daughter, are both such skilled actors. The Qianqing Emperor brought Yi Ruanruan to the court. He was astonished to discover that the civil and military officials had not yet dismissed the assembly. Each one sat on the ground, dozing off, lost in slumber. Qianqing Emperor? Well, I am fortunate to have such dedicated subjects. The future of the Qian dynasty is undoubtedly bright and prosperous. They are not even dismissed yet, but wish to work overtime. Civil and military officials. Your Majesty, could you please refrain from speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Work? Who wishes to work? There is nothing more delightful than enjoying a melon. Unbeknownst to the infant Yi Ruanruan, who was bubbling in her cradle, she had already become an indispensable treasure in the lives of the officials. The last thing they desired was to leave the court. If only the emperor could manage their meals and accommodations within the palace. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Zigua has arrived outside the hall but refuses to enter. Reported Minister Xuanfu. Your Majesty, this envoy from Zigua is truly overstepping. How dare he act with such impunity on the territory of our Qian dynasty? The Right Chancellor said solemnly. The Qianqing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Who could argue otherwise? A mere envoy dares to act with such arrogance before him. System. Did you not say there would be gossip regarding the Zigua envoy? What gossip is that? The Qianqing Emperor hesitated to speak. The gossip about the Zigua envoy? It must be savored. The officials, too, tacitly fell silent.
More gossip, haha.
The system flipped through its files. Host. The complete details of the gossip will only be revealed upon the appearance of the gossip protagonist. I shall go outside to see if the Zigua envoy is kneeling. The Qianqing Emperor promptly rose. The civil and military officials hurriedly followed suit. The Right Chancellor chuckled. Your Majesty, I shall accompany you. At my age, I have yet to see what a Zigua envoy looks like. We have not seen one. It is the first time Zigua has dispatched an envoy. All the officials promptly followed, fearing to be left behind. Yi Ruanruan, curiously blinking her eyes. System, look at these officials. They are just as curious as us. However, we are here to relish the gossip, while they are here to work, teehee. Civil and military officials. Work. We love to work. Little princess, without work, how can we enjoy the gossip? System, do you not think my father and these officials are particularly diligent? System, indeed, I have noticed that as well. However, this is a very positive phenomenon. Perhaps due to the diligence of both ruler and subjects, the dismal fate of the Qian dynasty may yet be altered, allowing you to fulfill your mission more swiftly. What mission? When did you assign me a mission? Yi Ruanruan looked bewildered. System. Did I not mention it? Ruanruan, no. The system was taken aback. Ah, I forgot to say. But it is just as well to inform the host now. In this lifetime, you must find a way to restore the dragon vein and national fortune of the Qian dynasty. Its degradation has led to the decline of its fortunes, transforming wise rulers into tyrants, and the royal offspring are withering, all doomed to short lives. Only by restoring the dragon vein and national fortune of Qian can you live a long and happy life. Otherwise, not only will you perish prematurely, but I will also be dragged down with you, lying down and being lazy, Yi Ruanruan. Host, did you hear me speaking?
Ah.
Yi Ruanruan suddenly let out a shriek. System. Host, you are not going to lose your mind, are you? Look, there are 3 foolish deer kneeling over there. Is that the gossip protagonist? System. Quickly reveal the gossip. System. Host. Regarding the task I mentioned earlier. Ruanruan continued to lounge lazily. All right, let us talk about it when I grow a little older. I am still just a little child, only able to drink milk and enjoy gossip. I cannot even speak yet. System. What to do when encountering a host who only wishes to be lazy and enjoy gossip.
Sigh.
What else can be done? Indulge them. Upon seeing the Qianqing Emperor, the 3 envoys from Zigua immediately bowed. However, vaguely, they seemed to hear a soft, milky voice. System. Host, there are 3 pieces of gossip. Envoys 1, 2, and 3 all have gossip, oh my. Each one more thrilling than the last. Little Ruanruan, which one do you wish to hear first? Ruanruan pointed with her small hand. Which foolish dear is negotiating with Scholar Lu? Chapter 10. How fun. The 3 envoys. The infant being held by the Qianqing Emperor is clearly the little princess of the Qian dynasty. The little princess calls them foolish dear. That is not the point. The crux of the matter is that the little princess and the entity called a system are about to enjoy some gossip. The Qianqing Emperor exchanged glances with the civil and military officials and understood that these 3 individuals could also hear Wanbao's thoughts. The 3 envoys stood across from Lu Sun, 3 against 1, preparing to commence negotiations. Yet, as they looked at one another, no one spoke. Suddenly, it seemed that the negotiations were not so important after all. Enjoying gossip took precedence. The system, oblivious to their thoughts, began to chatter away. The envoy in the middle. The foolish dear envoy is responsible for the main negotiation. His name is Shirku Envoy 1, while Envoy 2 and Envoy 3 are tasked with assisting the negotiations. Let us start with Envoy 1. His nostrils are raised the highest. System. Host, why is your focus so peculiar? If you had not mentioned it, I would not have noticed that all 3 of them have their nostrils held high, as if they are about to ascend to the heavens. Ruanruan huffed inwardly. Before ascending, let me have a taste of the gossip first. Isn't it customary to begin with the important figures? Well, never mind. Let us start with Envoy 1. Ruanruan squinted. Hey, system. Do you see that Envoy 1 has a large piece of booger in his nostril? He holds his nostrils so high. Surely, he cannot be showing off the size of his booger to the heavens, can he? Envoy 1. He suddenly turned to Shirku in the middle, their leader. Shirku remained unfazed. Do not aim your oversized nostrils at me. I do not wish to see your booger. Envoy 3 similarly withdrew his gaze, feeling embarrassed. The Qianqing Emperor had specifically pulled up a chair, sitting comfortably, waiting to observe the negotiations, only to hear such gossip. He was nearly in fits of laughter. The image of these envoys did not merely represent themselves. They simultaneously represented their Zigua. Is this it? The civil and military officials craned their necks to see. Just how large must Envoy 1's booger be that it was even visible to the little princess? Host, the fact that Envoy 1 has a booger is not significant. 3 days ago, he just got married, and his bride is currently on the dragon bed of the Zigua Emperor. Ruanruan's eyes lit up. What? Is this a case of the ruler seizing his minister's wife? Wow, I love hearing this. Tell me how it happened. System. This is not the first instance of a ruler seizing a minister's wife. I heard their king is over 60. Does he still have the vigor to seize his minister's wife? The system rolled its eyes. Host, you are still young. You do not know that a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a lover, and a lover is not as good as a thief. Ruanruan. All right, but Envoy 1 just got married 3 days ago. If this is not his first time with the old emperor, does that mean his delicate wife and the old emperor were all ready before the wedding? System. This matter must start from their wedding night. The one who entered the bridal chamber with that woman was not Envoy 1, but the old emperor. On the day of the wedding, Envoy 1 specifically invited the old emperor to his home. That night, Envoy 1 got drunk. He forcibly dragged the old emperor to the bridal chamber, bragging about how gentle and virtuous his bride was. The old emperor merely assisted him. After all, he still hoped Envoy 1 would negotiate with the Qian dynasty. Knight Yuan comprehended the situation. Oh, the old emperor and the number 1 foolish prince entered the bridal chamber together? After the number 1 foolish prince returned, he collapsed on the floor, utterly inebriated and unconscious. The old emperor was about to depart, but upon seeing the bride, he was struck by her resemblance to his late beloved, Bai Yue Guang. It seems the old emperor could not resist the allure of the bride, who was a mere stand-in for his lost love, and thus, he succumbed to temptation and engaged in a passionate encounter with her in the bridal chamber. At that moment, the number one foolish prince was fast asleep on the ground. Knight Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly so that the bride shamelessly entertained the old emperor in front of her new husband? How utterly disgraceful. The system chimed in. Who could disagree? Initially, the bride resisted, but it was the kind of resistance that was half-hearted and enticing. Ultimately, she acquiesced. So, does this imply that the old emperor consummated the marriage on behalf of the number one foolish prince? What will happen when the foolish prince awakens? The system continued. After the incident, the emperor felt quite awkward, yet he relished the experience. To ensure a harmonious future, he even pulled the number one foolish prince onto the bed, creating the illusion that he and the bride were consummating their union. So this is the first historical case of a great fool, the system joyfully remarked. Indeed, the foolish prince was blissfully unaware and took the bride to meet the emperor the next day, proclaiming his intention to negotiate with the Qian Empire, hoping the emperor would treat his wife well. Little did he know, as soon as he left, the old emperor had his men bring his wife to the dragon bed, where she was being well cared for. The standing envoy number one suddenly knelt to the ground with a thud, collapsing unceremoniously. What prompted this sudden kneeling from the number one foolish prince? Envoy number one exclaimed, "Damn it. It's not that I wish to kneel. My legs have gone weak from the shock." Envoy number three hastily stepped forward to assist him, one hand propping him up while the other covered his mouth. Envoy number one, desperate to clarify the situation, protested. "What are you doing? Why cover my mouth? I need to understand what the system meant by saying his bride is on the dragon bed." Envoy number three shot him a glare. "Are you foolish? The system has made it abundantly clear, and yet you still inquire." The Qianqing emperor felt a flush of embarrassment. Good heavens! He never anticipated he would be privy to the scandal of the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom. The civil and military officials' eyes sparkled with intrigue, barely able to restrain their laughter at the prospect of consuming the scandal of a rival's envoy. "Your Majesty, I request to negotiate," Envoy number three quickly interjected. The ministers were eager to witness the Purple Kingdom's misfortune, determined to triumph in negotiations and prevent their adversaries from reveling in their own success. System. It's time to indulge in the scandal of Envoy number three. I'm eager to see what it entails. Envoy number three stepped forward, seemingly unfazed. What scandal could I possibly have? I am of noble lineage. My bride is not newly wedded. I have nothing to hide. The system scrolled through the panel. Here it is. Envoy number 3's scandal is even more explosive than the previous one. Chapter 11. The envoy from the enemy nation fled in tears. Envoy number 3 suddenly straightened up. The Qianqing emperor felt an immediate surge of joy. "Fuzi, hurry and fetch some milk for the little princess." The civil and military officials silently praised the emperor for his thoughtfulness, ensuring that the little princess would not be hungry during the unfolding events. Envoy number 3 dismissed them with disdain, convinced that the little princess and the system were merely spouting nonsense. What scandal could I possibly have? He is impotent, the system exclaimed with delight. Envoy number 3. The agitated envoy number 1 turned to envoy number 3, his expression one of dawning realization. "So, it turns out you are impotent." The entire court turned their gazes towards envoy number 3. Impotent? What was there to boast about? Envoy number 3's eyes widened. "Your Majesty, envoy number 1 clamped a hand over envoy number 3's mouth. Silence. Do not utter a word. Speak again, and I shall silence you for good." Knight Yuan remained blissfully unaware that the two envoys were on the verge of silencing each other due to her and the system's remarks. Given his imposing stature, he hardly seems the type to be impotent. The system quietly remarked, he is indeed unaware of his condition, believing himself to be quite capable. Knight Yuan chuckled inwardly. "Ha! It appears his issue lies below the waist, yet he seems to think it's a matter of intellect. The situation is thus. Envoy number 3 previously wed a primary spouse, but after 3 years of barrenness, he sought a concubine. After a year of dalliance, the concubine became pregnant. Despite the vehement opposition from his mother and primary spouse, envoy number 3 grandly brought the pregnant concubine home. This year, the concubine bore a son, and every day, as he watched his son frolic before him, he believed himself to be quite virile. Knight Yuan was taken aback, cough, cough. Is it truly possible for an impotent man to father a child? Of course not. Envoy number 3 is oblivious. The concubine he brought home was originally his father's mistress. Envoy number 3. The Qianqing emperor and the assembled ministers were equally astonished by this revelation. Knight Yuan, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present, continued her lively conversation with the system. So, the son married the father's concubine? Is the father aware of this? Not only is he aware, but it was a scheme concocted between him and the concubine to deliberately deceive envoy number 3. The child born of the concubine is not envoy number 3's, it is his father's. Thus, his concubine is also his stepmother, and his son is his brother. Such is the tangled web of their relations. You cannot imagine, on the day envoy number 3 brought the concubine home, both she and his father were overjoyed. His father returned home every day in high spirits. Knight Yuan praised, of course, his father would be thrilled. The concubine brought along his own son, entering the household openly, allowing them to enjoy each other's company in the absence of envoy number 3. How brazen! Knight Yuan's soft voice chimed again. During all this time, did envoy number 3 have any doubts about his own abilities while being with his concubine? His wife is a perfumer, and every night she would prepare concoctions for him, leading him to believe he was intimate with her, while in reality, she was visiting his father. Knight Yuan chuckled. This is nothing short of a tool, supporting his father's mistress and raising his brother. What a tragic situation.
Ah.
Envoy number 3's face flushed with anger. Envoy number 1 promptly kicked him. Shut up. Woe is me. I must return home immediately. I refuse to partake in this negotiation. Envoy number 3 cried. His eyes reddened with tears. The Qianqing emperor, the civil and military officials. Knight Yuan appeared perplexed. What is happening? What have I missed? Did I overlook something? Your Majesty, I must return home. Envoy number 3 could no longer endure. Eager to confront the truth behind why the concubine he had married was his father's mistress, and why his son was, in fact, his brother. The system interjected. Perhaps he longs for his concubine. Knight Yuan corrected. Oh, he craves his father's mistress. But being impotent, it's futile. He can only stare in vain. Envoy number 3. Those words struck deep. Envoy number 3 fled in tears. Envoy number 1, upon recalling that his bride remained on the dragon bed, could no longer restrain himself. Wait for me. The 2 envoys dashed away as if propelled by the wind, disappearing in an instant. Envoy number 1 hurried off, even losing a shoe in the process. Meanwhile, Shirkuh stood still, bewildered. Have you 2 considered my feelings? Why did you both leave without a word? The Emperor of Qianqing was genuinely taken aback. 3 envoys had arrived, yet 2 had already departed. Even before negotiations commenced, 2 had succumbed to the spectacle, leaving the emperor in remarkably high spirits. For the first time, the civil and military officials felt the exquisite charm of attending court. Even the air within the palace seemed to carry an alluring fragrance. As the time approached, the emperor urged, commence the negotiations. Knight Yuan expressed her immense delight. Finally, the negotiations are about to begin. System, while they negotiate, let us continue to enjoy the spectacle, she added playfully. The system responded affectionately. Certainly. We now have the intrigue of Sheik, who is indeed a remarkable figure as the chief negotiator. Knight Yuan retorted, pray, elaborate on that. The system remarked, host. Have you not noticed that since we exited the Grand Hall, Sheik has remained steadfast, expressionless? Is he merely feigning indifference? She inquired. The system shook its head, no. He has mastered a unique technique known as the cold-faced Yama. His gaze possesses the power to bewitch the minds of others. Such a sinister skill is rather formidable. If Scholar Lu engages him, will he not be led astray by Sheik? The Emperor of Qianqing was astonished to learn such a significant revelation just before the negotiations. It was no wonder this envoy consistently held the advantage in discussions with various nations. Clearly, he bewitched his counterparts, bending them to his will. The ministers exchanged glances. recognizing the formidable adversary they faced. The Purple Kingdom had indeed cast aside its dignity by employing such underhanded tactics. The Emperor promptly cast a knowing glance at Scholar Lu, signaling, "You must negotiate with utmost diligence." Scholar Lu nodded. "Your servant comprehends. I shall not fail in my duty." With the little princess and the system's guidance, he resolved to avert his gaze from Sheik's eyes. Sheik, lowering his head, cast a sidelong glance at Knight Ruanruan. This little princess, merely a babe, seemed to know everything. "Your Majesty, I sense something amiss," murmured the Right Chancellor beside the Emperor. "That Sheik appears unnervingly composed. I suspect he has come well prepared." The Emperor understood the Right Chancellor's implication. Everyone could hear the little princess's thoughts. She had warned against Scholar Lu meeting Sheik's gaze. Logically, such a secret revelation should have unsettled Sheik, especially since his weakness had been exposed. Yet, contrary to expectations, he remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of disdain and mockery. Chapter 12, The Exchange Mall. The system continued. Indeed, something is amiss. Sheik chose to negotiate outside the hall precisely because the sunlight enhances his nefarious powers. Once his abilities reach their zenith, not only will his gaze be entrancing, but any dialogue with him will inevitably lead to enchantment. Knight Ruanruan queried, "So, Sheik has become exceedingly formidable. Even if Scholar Lu avoids his gaze, mere conversation will lead to enchantment." "Precisely," the system affirmed. The Emperor shot a glance at the Right Chancellor, grasping the implications. This was the reason Sheik exuded such confidence. The Right Chancellor, wide-eyed, felt a surge of anxiety. Did this not equate to a stalemate? The civil and military officials were filled with indignation, coupled with profound concern. Should this negotiation falter, it would not merely be a matter of the Purple Kingdom withholding tribute, it would tarnish the reputation of the great Qian dynasty before the Purple Kingdom. For them to be bested in negotiations on their own soil would be an unparalleled disgrace. Although they now understood Sheik practiced dark arts, if he denied it openly, they would have no recourse. Negotiations must continue, yet the current circumstances suggested inevitable defeat. Sheik regarded the assembly, thinking, "Even if you can hear the little princess's thoughts, what of it? Even if you are aware of my dark arts, what then?" The esteemed emperor and his ministers cannot reject the negotiation based on mere conjecture about the practices of a foreign envoy. That would be tantamount to forfeiting the negotiation. "Scholar Lu, a pleasure to finally meet you. Shall we begin?" Sheik stated, his demeanor icy, devoid of any expression. The emperor's countenance darkened at these words. How outrageous! The Right Chancellor clenched his fists in indignation. "Your Majesty, look at Sheik's audacity. He admonishes Scholar Lu not to weep before the negotiations have even begun." As if victory were a foregone conclusion. The Minister of Rights sighed. "Indeed, this Sheik shows blatant disrespect toward our great Qian dynasty." The officials burned with a desire to confront Sheik. How outrageous! To insinuate that their scholar would weep in front of the emperor was an affront. Lo and behold, this little envoy is rather arrogant, Knight Ruanruan scoffed. The emperor narrowed his eyes, agreeing with his daughter's assessment. This envoy was excessively presumptuous. The ministers murmured, "See how brazen he is, that even a child with undeveloped sight can perceive it." System. Does Sheik's dark art possess no weaknesses? The system rolled its eyes. Host, you are but a mere infant. Even if you uncover Sheik's weakness, you are incapable of assisting in the negotiation. You cannot even articulate a basic sentence. Knight Ruanruan huffed in defiance. "Oh, I'm merely curious. Do elaborate on Sheik's dark arts." The system presented Sheik's detailed information. Every formidable dark art has its weaknesses. Knight Ruanruan's eyes sparkled. "So, if we identify Sheik's weakness, we can nullify his dark powers? Once his powers are dispelled, not only will Scholar Lu triumph in negotiation, but even the visibly irate Lord Xuanfu could succeed." Lord Xuanfu. Am I that visibly agitated? The little princess had noticed. Yet, Sheik was indeed pushing his luck. The cold-faced Yama technique falters if the practitioner displays any emotion. Knight Ruanruan's eyes brightened. And what follows if he falters? The system replied, "Failure leads to death." Knight Ruanruan chuckled internally. "Haha, then I must devise a way to provoke Sheik into failure. To dare pose before my father with such arrogance, he must be brought low." In a moment, the emperor, who had been seething with anger, now wore a smile that seemed to light up his features. Look at that. This was his dear little cotton-padded jacket. How could he not adore her? Why does my father suddenly appear to be grinning as if he stepped in something unpleasant? The emperor of Qianqing cleared his throat. This child, what nonsense is she uttering? Host, the negotiations are about to commence. Have you devised a plan to disrupt Sheik's powers? The system was anxious, unable to bear the thought of scholar Lu's defeat. Knight Yuan absent-mindedly began to nibble on her fingers. Let me think. The emperor glanced down at the silent little girl in the swaddling blanket, genuinely impressed by her earnest contemplation. His heart swelled with emotion. Although little Yuan was still young, he did not expect her to assist. This matter was one he, as the sovereign, must resolve personally. Sheik the emperor of Qianqing scrutinized Sheik, standing in the sunlight. There were matters that need not be laid bare. He had already conducted a thorough investigation. Sheik chuckled, indeed. Everyone is aware that he has cultivated malevolent arts. So, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Qian, do you mean to forego discussion on this matter? Of course, if Your Majesty chooses to speak, I can refrain from discussing it. However, should this affair become public knowledge, it would be the Great Qian dynasty that suffers the humiliation. After all, with the envoy from the Purple Kingdom arriving at the Great Qian, it would appear as though the Great Qian dynasty is afraid of our nation due to its refusal to negotiate. The Emperor of Qianqing's expression darkened. You should consider yourself fortunate to be here as an envoy. Otherwise, your head would have rolled long ago. Diplomatic relations dictate that envoys are not to be harmed. Although Shirku's face remained impassive, the piercing gaze of the Qianqing emperor sent a shiver down his spine. Ah, I remember. Knight Ruanruan's cheerful voice broke the tension, causing the Qianqing emperor to frown slightly. The little girl had thought of something again. Father, I just realized that since my birth, I have yet to see the Guaji Mall. I want to see it now. The system twitched its mouth. My dear little one. The two nations are about to negotiate. Do you really wish to wander about the mall and shop at this moment? Perhaps you could wait a little longer? Knight Ruanruan pouted. I want to see it now. The system conceded. Very well. The host of the system is favored. The Qianqing emperor rubbed his temples, but couldn't help but smile. This child, after all, was merely a kid, blissfully unaware and focused solely on her own pleasures. But as long as she was happy, that was enough. A massive LCD panel materialized in Knight Ruanruan's mind, emblazoned with the words mall. Below it, the Guaji currency was displayed. Knight Ruanruan began to flip through the pages, searching for items one by one. The system, appearing somewhat dazed, remarked, Host, what are you looking for? It is rare to see you so serious about the items in the mall. Found it. I finally found it. Knight Ruanruan exclaimed, selecting a product for exchange with her Guaji currency. The Qianqing emperor, Shirku, and the civil and military officials were all perplexed about what the little princess was searching for. The system was taken aback by the item that had appeared in Knight Ruanruan's tiny palm. In the mall, items would materialize in the host's hand upon being exchanged for Guaji. The chubby little girl was now clutching something tightly. Host, are you really going to use this? The curiosity of the Qianqing emperor and his ministers was piqued. The system clearly knew what it was, but they remained in the dark, which was rather frustrating. Shirku, my mood is rather poor today. We will postpone the negotiations, the Qianqing emperor decreed, employing a bold tactic of delay. Your Majesty, I cannot agree to that. Unless the Great Qian dynasty concedes and waives the tribute owed to the Purple Kingdom, I shall interpret this as a sign of cowardice on the part of the Great Qian dynasty, Shirku declared assertively. Let us talk. What is a negotiation but a discussion? Let us commence immediately. Knight Ruanruan insisted, her little hands tugging at the fabric of the Qian Yuan emperor's robes. Father, let him talk. I will break his malevolent arts.
Ha ha ha.
Hearing her thoughts, Shirku scoffed dismissively. Such audacity. This little princess was but a newborn, blissfully ignorant of the weight of her words. Just a mere infant, and he was not intimidated. Regardless of what the little princess possessed, with his malevolent arts in tow, he feared neither the Qian Yuan emperor nor anyone else. Oh dear, I am so anxious. I wonder if father understands what I mean, Knight Ruanruan thought, feeling the urge to speak. Yet, as she opened her mouth, only a bubble of saliva escaped. The days of silence are so frustrating. The Qianqing Emperor looked down to caress Knight Ruanruan's delicate, smooth face. My little girl, do you understand that I do not wish to negotiate? And that is why you are anxious? My clever little one, I have reconsidered. Since we are here, we shall negotiate. Yes, yes, yes. Father, you truly are my dear father. The Qianqing Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Of course, he was her father. He had witnessed her birth and even named her himself. Let us begin the negotiations, he said, intrigued by what the little girl intended to do, particularly since she was still in swaddling clothes. Shirko looked on with disdain. The Qianyuan Emperor was arrogant, and this little princess was even more so. He wondered how she would enchant Lu Sun into conceding that the Purple Kingdom would no longer pay tribute to the great Qian dynasty. Straightening his attire, he faced Lu Sun, who stood 2 meters away, a table separating them. Although both remained standing, the table served as a mere prop, and the atmosphere was notably tense. The civil and military officials anxiously anticipated Lu Sun's forthcoming negotiations. A loss would be utterly humiliating. Shirko planned to ensnare Lu Sun into agreeing to his proposed reduction of tribute. Words of a sovereign are not to be taken lightly, he thought, confident that even with the Qianqing Emperor present, Lu Sun would have no choice but to comply. Before Shirko could speak, Knight Ruanruan's thoughts echoed, hot, 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 wind. Wind, wind. The Qianqing Emperor discreetly observed the little girl in her swaddling clothes. Her tiny fists were clenched so tightly that he could not discern what she held. However, she mentioned something about a wind talisman. Wind, wind, wind. Knight Ruanruan summoned all her strength, internally shouting. The Qianqing Emperor noticed glimmers of golden light emerging from the gaps in her clenched fists. Was that the light of a talisman? Just as he pondered, a breeze began to stir in the previously clear sky. The system realized, host, you sought the wind talisman to summon this gust? Knight Ruanruan grinned widely, revealing her gums. Yes, I want the wind, a grand gust. The Qianqing Emperor felt embarrassed, while the civil and military officials stood aghast. Shirko internally scoffed for the 3rd time. After all, she was just a nursing infant. What could she possibly understand about state affairs? A gust of wind swept through the hall, bringing a refreshing chill to the officials outside. Shirko looked up to see the composed Lu Sun, who had already formulated a plan. Either he would reduce the tribute or waive it altogether. Lu Sun had to agree to one of those terms. Once he spoke, Lu Sun would be unable to resist. Suddenly, a powerful gust surged towards Lu Sun, lifting his wig and revealing his bald head. The dapper scholar stood frozen, shocked. His wig had been blown away, leaving him quite exposed. Shirko, mid-sentence, gaped at Lu Sun as he raised his arm to cover his baldness. Shirko could not contain his laughter, puffed.
Ha ha ha.
This is too much. As laughter erupted, Shirko doubled over, losing his balance and falling to the ground, wide-eyed and lifeless. Ha ha ha. Shirko has broken his malevolent arts. He has died of laughter. Knight Ruanruan cheered, her laughter unrestrained. The system was speechless. Host, you truly are remarkable. You exchanged for a wind talisman specifically to blow away the scholar's wig. The Qianqing Emperor's expression twitched uncontrollably. Apologies, but he could no longer suppress his amusement. The civil and military officials were in shock. The minister of Xianzheng reappeared, ever perceptive, reporting, Your Majesty, it appears Shirko has succumbed, seemingly from laughter. Died of laughter? The Qianqing Emperor's lips curled upward, simultaneously amused and exasperated. Knight Ruanruan, having shifted the blanket in her swaddle, looked with round eyes at the lifeless Shirko. Yes, dead, really dead. That LL teach you to be so smug. Now his malevolent arts are broken. The system inquired, Host, how did you accomplish this? Knight Ruanruan wished to pat her tiny chest in pride, but her physical language had yet to develop, so she could only widen her eyes. Didn't you say that the malevolent arts become ineffective once broken? Since Shirko is expressionless, the way to break his arts is through emotion. The emotions of this individual can be categorized into 4 distinct types: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Merely provoking any one of these sentiments could yield unexpected results. It appears that this malevolent skill is rather easily dismantled. The baldness of the esteemed scholar Lu has successfully countered his wicked prowess. It seems that the malevolent techniques employed by Shirku are not particularly formidable. The system interjects internally, host, it is not that Shirku's dark arts lack strength, but rather that your mind is filled with too many trivial calculations. Yi Yuan, playfully swinging her little feet, giggles. I simply found Scholar Lu's bald head to be quite amusing. Who would have known that Shirku would find it humorous as well?
Now.
He has laughed himself to death. The system, expressing a silent mirth, observes, ha. Emperor Qianqing could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 14. Entering the fray as a spectator. Truly, the heavens have favored our great Qian dynasty. Shirku has yet to initiate negotiations, and he has already perished from laughter, suggesting that the envoy sent by the Purple Kingdom may indeed be somewhat inept. The civil and military officials lowered their heads, collectively rolling their eyes. Your Majesty, do you truly believe that this reflects poorly on the envoy from the Purple Kingdom? It is rather the cleverness of the little princess that shines through. Such a strategy could only originate from her. Song Xian. Go inform the representatives of the Purple Kingdom outside to take Shirku's body away. Once they return to the Purple Kingdom, the old emperor will surely comprehend the circumstances. The diplomatic relations between our nations dictate that envoys are not to be harmed. The fact that Shirku died within the great Qian dynasty could have been a troublesome affair. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he perished as a result of his own dark arts, not due to any execution by the great Qian dynasty. Furthermore, I shall pen a personal letter, which you will also send back with the envoy from the Purple Kingdom. This time, I shall thoroughly inquire of the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom as to why he dispatched an envoy practicing dark arts to Great Qian. He even dares to reduce tribute, dreaming of a spring and autumn fantasy. This time, I shall demand that the Purple Kingdom increase their tribute. 1,000 prized horses shall be raised to 2,000. Song Xian, astonished, interjects, Your Majesty, what if the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom refuses to increase the tribute? The emperor of Qianqing had already anticipated this eventuality. If he refuses, I shall leak the information regarding the envoy's practice of dark arts. At that point, the old emperor will fear retribution from other nations and will have no choice but to comply. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The civil and military officials bowed in unison. The emperor of Qianqing gazed tenderly at the little girl in his arms, grateful for Yuan Bao. System, what does my father mean by that? It sounds as though he is expressing gratitude towards me. Could it be that he has discerned my impressive feat from earlier? The system pondered briefly. You lack the ability to articulate, so how could the emperor possibly know what you have done? He must simply feel that holding you today, combined with such a fortuitous event, makes you his lucky star. Listening to the exchange between the system and Yuan, the emperor found the system to be rather naive. Every time the little Yuan expressed confusion, the system always managed to concoct an explanation to cover it up. Scholar Lu, during this negotiation your your bald head has contributed immensely. I must reward you. Speak, what reward do you desire? Lu Sun, the esteemed scholar, clutched his head, his face tinged with embarrassment. Your Majesty, as a loyal subject of the great Qian dynasty, it is my duty to serve the dynasty wholeheartedly. I would willingly sacrifice my very head if it could bring glory to great Qian, even if it meant losing my hair. The emperor of Qianqing laughed heartily. Haha. Scholar Lu, your words are music to my ears. Truly, you are a scholar of great eloquence. If I were as articulate, I would surely gift you a bottle of hair growth solution. Then you would no longer have to fret about your baldness. Lu Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hair growth solution. The little princess wishes to bestow such a gift upon me. How delightful. The emperor of Qianqing smiled gently. If Scholar Lu cannot think of a reward, consider it a debt. When the opportunity arises, I shall surely compensate you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Sun quickly bowed. Yes, remember this. Once I grow a bit older, I shall present several bottles of hair growth solution to Scholar Lu. Hee. Several elder civil and military officials could not help but crane their necks, enviously eyeing Lu Sun. The scholar has truly struck a fortune this time. The little princess herself wishes to give him gifts. Yi Yuan yawned, her little lips pouting. Why am I hungry again? Feeling helpless. Yi Yuan noted that as soon as she mentioned hunger, her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, making it difficult to keep them open. Host. Your current task is to drink milk, sleep well, and grow strong. Yi Yuan mumbled, and eat melons. Eating melons is the most important. The system remained silent, offering no response. Emperor Qianqing patted Yi Yuan, noticing her little belly was quite round. Are you hungry? He mused. To be fair, my father truly understands me. Yi Yuan gazed at the emperor's handsome face, waving her little arms before him. Having learned from the experience of the morning, the emperor commanded eunuch Fu to bring forward goat's milk. Initially, Yi Yuan found the goat's milk somewhat unpalatable. It just doesn't taste as good as mother's milk. Despite her thoughts, she clutched the little milk jug and took several hearty gulps, unable to resist her hunger. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber mid-drink. After the court session, Lu Sun watched longingly as Emperor Qianqing carried the little princess away. Scholar Lu, let us depart together. Song Xian chuckled. Currently, Lu Sun was clutching his head. Had it not been for the anticipation of observing the little princess, he would have been the first to leave court.
Now.
Unexpectedly surrounded by several ministers, he felt his face redden. Just as he was about to escape, Lu Xian seized his arm. Scholar Lu, could we discuss something? Lu Sun wondered what Lu Xian wanted. Lu Xian, somewhat shy, scratched his head. Once you acquire that little treasure, might you, save a bit for me? Lu Sun was bewildered. What treasure? Lu Xian cleared his throat. You know, that one. Lu Sun looked utterly confused. Which one? Seeing that no one was around, Lu Xian quickly leaned in and whispered, hair growth solution. Lu Sun immediately raised his voice. Lu Xian, you're bald too. Before he could finish, Lu Xian clamped a hand over his mouth. The passing ministers looked on in confusion. The Minister of Rights internally thought, did I just hear something? The Right Chancellor glanced at the two. Wait, these two are not much younger than I am, yet they seem to have gone bald earlier. Lu Xian, come here. I have a matter to inquire about. Lu Xian was puzzled. Right Chancellor, you don't mean to reserve some of Scholar Lu's future hair growth solution for yourself, do you? I am not bald. Lu Xian. Then what does the Right Chancellor wish to ask? Yesterday, I heard that His Majesty executed the Left Chancellor and General Dinghua. Could you elaborate on what transpired? Lu Xian chuckled, understanding the situation. The Right Chancellor had come to indulge in the gossip. However, as a high-ranking official, he deserved respect from Emir Xuanfu. Right Chancellor, regarding this matter, it was simply astonishing. Lu Xian began, noticing a group of ministers trailing behind him. Even Lu Sun, who had been trying to escape, followed closely behind. They could not miss out on the gossip. As Lu Xian animatedly recounted the tale, the crowd behind him grew increasingly engaged. Chapter 15. Palace Intrigues. Excluding her from the game, Yi Yuan's slumber was nothing short of a deep abyss. By the time dawn broke for court assembly the following day, each minister rose earlier than the rooster. The previous night, they had lingered, savoring the juicy gossip from the daytime court, and had gone to bed later than dogs. As the emperor arrived, the officials noted with surprise that he was not carrying the little princess. The civil and military officials murmured amongst themselves, once the routine affairs are concluded, drowsiness begins to set in. It has never felt so tedious during morning court. Something seems to be amiss. For several consecutive days, Emperor Qianqing did not bring Yi Yuan to court. Within the Lioli Palace, he was engaged in discussions with Consort Chun regarding the little princess's upcoming full moon banquet in 3 days. The little girl had plumped up noticeably over the past month, appearing increasingly round and adorable. The Emperor of Qianqing cradled Yi Ruanruan in his arms, unable to part with her. Little Ruanbao, in just 3 days you shall celebrate your first month. This time, your father will surely throw a grand celebration for you. Your Majesty, there is no need for ostentation. After all, the child is still quite young. A simple affair will suffice. Meanwhile, Yi Ruanruan extracted the system and sighed in boredom. The Emperor, hearing her sudden exclamation, mistakenly thought she was hungry again. However, Yi Ruanruan said, System, I feel like it has been ages since I indulged in gossip. I want to hear some. Do not fret, dear host. Given your recent days of eating and sleeping, I have saved several juicy tidbits for you. Ruanruan's eyes sparkled. Do tell. What have you got? Sister Chuanfei, we have come to visit you. Outside the Lioli Palace, several concubines gathered, led by the Empress. Your Majesty, you are here as well? This humble servant pays her respects. The Empress performed a graceful bow, followed by her companions. They were not the least surprised to find the Emperor in the Lioli Palace. After all, ever since Sister Chuanfei had given birth to a little princess a month ago, the Emperor had treated the child like a treasure, even bringing her to court. This had made them all envious, wishing they could bear a princess of their own. Sister Chuanfei, I have personally prepared a nourishing soup for you. With your favorite mushrooms added, you must try it, it is delicious. Liang Fei approached with a food box. Who is this little beauty? Liang Fei inquired, astonished. The other concubines exclaimed, Indeed, what a strikingly beautiful child. My father is indeed fortunate. Look at these beauties, each more exquisite than the last. The other concubines nodded in agreement. They had unwittingly heard the little princess's thoughts, which was quite a novelty. The system appeared eagerly. Host. The one who brought soup to your beloved mother is Liang Fei. Her father is the general of the southern expedition, and her mother is a noble lady of high rank. She is undoubtedly a legitimate daughter of a general's family. Ruanruan marveled, such a powerful lineage, combined with remarkable beauty. Indeed, a favored concubine ought to be like this. Host, I happen to have a juicy tidbit about Liang Fei. Ruanruan's eyes lit up. Really? Such a lovely beauty also has gossip? I am simply too curious. As the emperor observed the gathering of concubines, he initially intended to leave. After all, they had come to see Chuanfei, and he had no desire to linger among women. He preferred to return to his official duties. Just as he was about to rise, he overheard Ruanruan and the system discussing some gossip. The emperor promptly lifted Ruanruan from her cradle, adjusted himself, and settled back into his chair, adopting an expression that conveyed his eagerness to hear the gossip. Ruanruan furrowed her brows slightly. Why do I feel that my father was about to leave, only to suddenly pick me up again? The emperor thought to himself, can this little girl not be so astute? How can she discern such things? The concubines, filled with curiosity and about to speak, met the emperor's gaze, which threatened to unleash his wrath. The women of the harem were particularly adept at reading the emperor's mood. It was evident he was warning them. Do not speak. Otherwise, you shall incur my wrath, and you will not enjoy the consequences. The concubines contemplated. What would the consequences of angering the emperor be? Execution or confinement to the cold palace? They dared not court either fate. Hosts, do not lose focus. Let us begin the gossip. In accordance with the intrigues of the harem, Liang Fei's act of delivering soup to Chuanfei must surely harbor ulterior motives. Ruanruan concurred. Could it be that Liang Fei has drugged my mother in the soup? She does not seem the type. And I recall that Liang Fei has a particular preference for something. What was it? The concubines all turned their gazes towards Liang Fei at the table. Even the emperor found himself unwittingly fixated on her. Chuanfei, who was about to sip her soup, hesitated, quietly placing her spoon down. Liang Fei appeared bewildered, her eyes wide. I have not drugged anything. The system interjected. Liang Fei harbors deep affection for Chuanfei. No, not just affection. She is in love. Liang Fei's beloved is your mother, Chuanfei. Ruanruan beamed with delight. Exactly. Now that you mention it, I remember Liang Fei is a little lily. The term lily was lost on the other concubines, but they understood the implication that Liang Fei was deeply in love with Chuanfei. The emperor's expression instantly turned rigid. Ruanruan chuckled. System. I remember Liang Fei gave birth to my eighth brother. Does she like my mother or my father? The system clarified. Of course, she loves your mother. After giving birth to the prince, while other concubines rejoiced, Liang Fei silently wept for months due to the pressure from her maternal family to produce an heir. Liang Fei, wishing to remain close to Chuanfei in the harem, reluctantly engaged in intimate relations, but thereafter, she feigned illness to avoid further encounters, all to preserve Chuanfei's virtue. Chuanfei was taken aback. Liang Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. Does my mother know of Liang Fei's feelings? The system shook its head. No. Chuanfei regards Liang Fei as a dear sister, but Liang Fei is kind-hearted. She simply wishes to watch over and protect Chuanfei. As long as she can stay by Chuanfei's side, she is content. Whenever Chuanfei is unwell or in low spirits, Liang Fei is always the most attentive. Yi Ruanruan exclaimed,
Wow.
"This is just like the stories where the protagonist secretly loves her white moonlight. In fact, having such a relationship while remaining sisters is quite lovely." The other concubines scoffed, surprised that Liang Fei turned out to be the most naive and least threatening in the harem. They resolved that upon returning to their respective quarters, Liang Fei's name would be quietly crossed off their lists of rivals. In the future, they would not include her in their schemes. The emperor continued to observe Liang Fei intently. What had transpired between him and Liang Fei in their tender moments? Unlike other emperors who sought to bring concubines into their favor, his concubines seemed to vie for his affection. How could he endure this? "The more I look at Aunt Liang Fei, the more I like her," Yi Ruanruan remarked with sparkling eyes, gazing at Liang Fei. The emperor was flabbergasted. Unbelievable. Liang Fei not only sought to steal his beloved Chuanfei, but also aimed to capture the attention of his little girl. Chapter 16. The cool and elegant little emperor's gossip. The little princess is so adorable. Look at those brows and eyes, just like Sister Chuanfei's. Utterly charming. Your Majesty, may I hold the little princess? Liang Fei could not resist, for this was the daughter of her beloved. Naturally, she adored the little princess even more than her own rebellious child. Now that she heard the little princess liked her, Liang Fei gathered her courage and approached. "Come here for a hug." "Liang Fei, auntie, hug me." Yi Ruanruan extended her little arms, eager for Liang Fei's embrace. The emperor's handsome face was nearly in tears. "Ahem, you ladies take a break. I just remembered I have official matters to attend to in the study, so I shall take one bow with me." The emperor rose swiftly, deliberately avoiding both Liang Fei and Chuanfei. His hasty retreat suggested he feared the two might vie for the child.
Ah.
"Liang Fei, auntie mother, I am here. Come hug me, hurry." Yi Ruanruan clamored, peering over the edge of her swaddling blanket. Chuanfei and Liang Fei exchanged incredulous glances. Is the emperor unwell? Why is he competing to hold a child? The other concubines were equally exasperated, nearly wringing their handkerchiefs to shreds. "Your Majesty, tend to your affairs. What need is there to hold an infant who cannot even speak, only drink milk? Is the palace lacking children?" In the past, during the childbirths of these women, the emperor not only refrained from holding the child in the imperial study, but he had never even touched the royal infant's face. To bring the child to the court? That was a fantasy beyond imagination. Why would father take me to the imperial study to handle state affairs? I do not wish to go there. I want to find mother and Aunt Liang Fei. Knight Yuan voiced her grievances, but the Qianqing emperor pretended not to hear, hastening his pace, fearful that the few individuals within the hall might overhear. It was one thing for Chun Fei to snatch Yuan away, as she was the child's mother.
He could not contest that.
Now, with the emergence of Liang Fei, should he consider expelling her from the palace? Yet, she was the mother of the 8th prince. Alas! Such worries. Let it be. For now, they would simply raise her in the palace. Early the next morning, before dawn, the Qianqing emperor warmed goat's milk for Knight Yuan, feeding her while also changing her into a clean, small quilt and a floral outfit. Even the diaper was a delicate pink. As Knight Yuan contentedly sipped from the milk bottle, she sighed inwardly, "I miss mother, I long for mother's milk." The Qianqing emperor glanced at the little girl. Though she was drinking goat's milk, she still craved Chun Fei's breast milk. This little one was indeed quite greedy. Once she finished her milk, drowsiness overtook her.
Sigh.
Father acted unilaterally yesterday, forbidding me from holding Aunt Liang Fei. Such tyrannical behavior. System, why do you think the tyrannical father has been acting this way lately? Why won't he let me sleep with mother? I miss mother. The system activated its reasoning mode. Perhaps your father is growing older and feeling a bit lonely, wishing for your companionship. Qianqing Emperor. He is just over 40. Has he already entered the realm of the elderly? 40 is the prime of life. I can't even speak. How can I keep him company? The system pondered. You can provide him with solace. Your silence makes you a relatively tranquil mascot. The Qianqing Emperor carried Knight Yuan to the court, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The little girl's inner monologue never ceased. She was indeed the most loquacious of all. Upon reaching the morning court, the civil and military officials, initially drowsy, perked up at the sight of Knight Yuerand in the emperor's arms. The little princess had arrived. How delightful! After waiting almost a month, their anticipation had nearly shattered their hearts. A month ago, they had only the bald-headed scholar Lu to look forward to.
Now,
Having waited a month, they could scarcely sleep at night, their hair falling out in clumps. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Knight Yueran, the civil and military officials had turned their attention toward her. Upon waking, she stretched and rubbed her little fists. She did not understand why she felt such an overwhelming urge to rub her hands these past few days. It was almost insatiable. The system explained that this was a child's nature. Your Majesty, I wish to request leave tomorrow, said Minister Chen. The Qianqing Emperor raised an eyebrow. Oh, this is indeed peculiar. Minister Chen is usually the first to arrive and the last to leave, undeterred by wind or rain. What sudden desire prompts you to ask for leave now? Minister Chen chuckled. Your Majesty, I have a joyful occasion at home tomorrow. My second daughter wishes to introduce her beloved, His Highness, the Cold Prince, to our elders. The Qianqing Emperor smacked his forehead. The Cold Prince? Little 13? The Cold Prince was his youngest brother, ranking 13th, and was 21 this year. He was exceptionally handsome, though he bore a disability in his legs. It was truly unexpected that such good fortune had befallen him, as little 13 had always been aloof and indifferent to women. What a delightful turn of events. The Cold Prince entered, a young man in white, gliding in on a wheelchair. Remarkably, he had deigned to attend the court. The officials whispered among themselves, "What a handsome Cold Prince, our little uncle." Knight Yueren gazed with her round, grape-like eyes at the fair-skinned youth seated in the wheelchair, never hesitating to lavish praise upon beauty. As the Cold Prince entered the great hall, he glanced at the swaddled infant upon the dragon throne, his expression as immovable as thunder. He had heard of the court's gossip regarding the princess and had come to see for himself. Indeed, it was amusing. The Qianqing Emperor's expression darkened for the first time. This little girl's sweet words made him feel uneasy. She praised Scholar Lu for his handsomeness, and now little 13. Did she not consider him, her own father, the most handsome of all? Humph! The Qianqing Emperor silently scoffed. Even the tea in his hand seemed less fragrant. Knight Yueran, close to the Qianqing Emperor, naturally heard his scoff. What is tyrannical father sulking about? Who has upset him? The officials exchanged glances, recognizing the Emperor's jealousy. The Cold Prince, seated in his chair, absent-mindedly twirled a jade ring between his fingers, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His elder brother was feeling envious? System, come and take a look at my little uncle. He is truly a sight for sore eyes. Even though he is in a wheelchair, his face is simply stunning. But wait, what about my little uncle's legs? The officials couldn't help but lament the plight of the Cold Prince. Indeed, he was exceptional in every regard, handsome, dignified, and favored by the Empress Dowager, with the Qianqing Emperor showing great affection towards him. He was, without a doubt, the center of attention. Perhaps no one is perfect. The Cold Prince's disability was a flaw. Yet, this only drew countless noble women from the capital, eager to gain his favor. I remember now, system. My little uncle's disability is merely an act. Knight Yueran recalled having read a story about this, although her memory was vague. The Cold Prince wasn't truly lame, he was pretending. This explosive revelation, uttered by Knight Yueran, plunged the court into silence. The Qianqing Emperor was stunned. Pretending? Chapter 17. I am pretending, and I take pride in it. At that moment, the Cold Prince stared at Knight Yueran in disbelief. The little girl actually knew that his legs were a ruse. All the officials turned their gaze toward the Cold Prince, their eyes filled with various expressions. Typically, when a prince feigned a disability, it suggested a plot for power or a grand conspiracy. What was the Cold Prince scheming? Could he be contemplating rebellion? The ministers dared not think further. However, upon careful reflection, the Cold Prince was indeed a royal, the son of the late emperor. If he were to subtly cultivate support among the officials, amassing power for a coup, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. This matter was far too grave. Such thoughts alone could lead to dire consequences for anyone involved. Why have both the tyrannical father and the civil and military officials fallen silent? They were just speaking so passionately a moment ago. And now they are all staring at my little uncle? The system nearly pinched Knight Yueren's cheek in exasperation. Host, your little uncle rarely attends court. It is understandable that the officials would be excited to see him today. They're merely taking a longer look. Knight Yueren did not dwell on it. Ah. But these officials surely do not know that my little uncle's lameness is all an act. If they were to learn that he is not actually disabled, they would undoubtedly concoct all sorts of conspiracy theories regarding him, talk of usurpation, plots, and schemes. The civil and military officials murmured, "Little princess, how are you so perceptive?" No, that's all wrong. They would never dream of it. But I know, haha. The Qianqing emperor shot a piercing glance at Knight Yueran. You know something. Speak up and say more. The entire court leaned in, ears perked, holding their breath. Little princess, hurry and tell us. We want to know the truth. As the subject of their curiosity, the cold prince's face resembled that of someone constipated. Why did he come today? Did he come here to indulge himself after a hearty meal, only to find it backfiring? Yuan's heart was filled with amusement. The little imperial uncle is merely too lazy to walk, hence he resorts to a wheelchair. Emperor Qianqing. What on earth? Is it merely out of laziness that he chooses to sit in a wheelchair instead of traversing a perfectly good path? The officials were left astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Goodness! Those chaotic thoughts they had harbored just moments ago were, in truth, reflections of their own dark imaginations. The reason behind His Highness, the Cold Prince, adopting this fodder was astonishingly simple and straightforward. Indeed, it was simply due to laziness. Laziness. The entire court echoed with this singular word reverberating in their minds. When they turned their gazes back to the Cold Prince, he had already grown weary of them. His head bowed, embodying the essence of pride in his charade. The Qin Dynasty had not decreed that ordinary individuals could not utilize a wheelchair. The officials were left speechless. Host, stop fixating on the little imperial uncle's legs. Let me share a juicy tidbit with you. Your little imperial uncle is in quite the predicament. Yuan perked up. What predicament? Pray tell. The system conveyed the information enthusiastically. He is troubled by the absence of a wife. How could my little imperial uncle, being so handsome, possibly fret over a princess? The system, brimming with excitement, replied, You see, a year ago, while investigating a case in the outskirts of the capital, the Cold Prince was ambushed by his subordinates and fell victim to a certain drug. That very night, he encountered a woman and unwittingly used her as an antidote. Yuan interjected. Cough, cough. Was it that forceful? Shouldn't the little imperial uncle take responsibility for the lady? Absolutely, for the Cold Prince is not the sort to shirk his responsibilities. However, the lady, upon awakening, was terrified and failed to recognize the Cold Prince's face, fleeing into the night. Afterward, the Cold Prince, in a frenzy, sought to find her. Alas, a year has passed, and he still has not succeeded. Yuan sighed. So my little imperial uncle has such a past. System, do you know who that lady is? The system responded with undeniable pride. Of course, I know. While indulging in this gossip, Emperor Qianqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Though he was consuming information about his younger brother, he found himself quite stirred. What sort of woman could captivate his brother's heart to such an extent that he searched for her for an entire year? The officials urged, speak quickly. The Cold Prince, with his eyes downcast, had his fingers resting on the armrests of the wheelchair, quietly clenching them. The system knew who that woman was. Truly, it was as though they had stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. Yuan, with her soft voice, curiously exclaimed, Could it be the daughter of the Inspector Chen? The Cold Prince's gaze sharpened. He swiftly turned to look at Inspector Chen. The officials regarded Inspector Chen with envious eyes. Was he fortunate indeed? His daughter, a mere fourth-rank official's child, had managed to ensnare the heart of the esteemed Cold Prince. Just moments ago, Inspector Chen had mentioned that his daughter would bring the Cold Prince to their residence the following day, and they had been skeptical. Now, with this revelation, they could not help but believe. They lamented how others' fortunes were derived from their sons, while Inspector Chen's fortune derived from his daughter. System. I just heard Inspector Chen say that his daughter will bring the little imperial uncle to the Chun residence tomorrow. Is this a prelude to their recognition of one another? The system shook its head. No, no, no. This is merely the upcoming sensational news regarding Inspector Chen. Inspector Chen, who had been relishing this gossip, suddenly froze.
Huh.
Wasn't the discussion about the Cold Prince? Why had it shifted to him? He felt an ominous premonition creeping in. However, Yuan suddenly burst out with an explosive thought. What did you say? Is Inspector Chen planning to swap his legitimate daughter with a surrogate to marry the little imperial uncle? Inspector Chen felt a tightening in his stomach. The Cold Prince, seated in his wheelchair, narrowed his eyes. Emperor Qianqing had just lifted his teacup to take a sip when he paused mid-motion. The officials immediately averted their gazes, astonished. Inspector Chen had quite the audacity, daring to scheme even against the cold and aloof Cold Prince. When Inspector Chen met the Cold Prince's gaze, he felt as if icy daggers were piercing through him. Inspector Chen's scalp prickled. Raising his head once more, he found the Emperor's penetrating stare fixed upon him. Inspector Chen, you claimed that your daughter would bring the Cold Prince to your residence. Which of your daughters is connected to him? Inspector Chen's legs buckled, and he knelt before the Emperor. Your Majesty, this is my youngest daughter. I assure you, all of this is a matter between the children, and I was unaware. Yuan, perplexed, wondered, why did Inspector Chen suddenly kneel? Wasn't he just requesting leave from the tyrant father? The system pulled Yuan back to the present. He likely fears that our emperor may disapprove, hence he kneels to plead. Emperor Qianqing's lips twitched. This system, indeed, possessed a certain navet. Yuan, disinterested in Inspector Chen, continued to indulge in the gossip. System, elaborate on this matter of the surrogate marriage. Which young lady has an affair with my little imperial uncle? The Cold Prince, the little girl truly struck a chord with him. Chapter 18. The Little Princess berates in the streets. Host, regarding Inspector Chen, the gossip is quite substantial. You see, among all the officials in the court, they typically have 2 children every 3 years. Yet Inspector Chen's family is different. They have 3 children in 2 years. The first birth yielded twins, a daughter and a son. The second birth brought forth the second daughter of the Chen family. The system succinctly outlined the circumstances of Inspector Chen's household. Inspector Chen, kneeling on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat. Everything the system said was accurate. The young lady who saved the Cold Prince a year ago was none other than the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Yan'er. The Cold Prince found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. He had finally found the rightful person. Chen Yan'er, huh? He chuckled softly. Yuan, intrigued, inquired. Then how did the matter of the surrogate marriage arise? This brings us to the background of Chen Yan'er. Chen Yan'er and her twin brother, Chen Feng, were children that the current matriarch of the Chen family had brought back from outside the family. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. I've heard of swapped children and stolen children, but usually one child is taken. Yet, the matriarch of the Chen family managed to take 2 at once. What sort of misfortune befell that family to lose 2 children simultaneously? Surely, they must be driven to madness. Standing in the court, the Right Chancellor unexpectedly recalled a time many years ago when his wife had given birth to 2 stillborns after carrying them for 10 months. If only those 2 children had survived, he would have been a father by now. Regrettably, since then, his wife had suffered from depression, and despite his high status, he remained childless. Listening to the gossip surrounding the Chen family, the Right Chancellor found himself envying Inspector Chen for having 3 children. No one was aware of the Right Chancellor's thoughts. The system continued to recount. The matriarch of the Chen family discovered that she had health issues and could not bear children. She heeded the advice of a soothsayer, who claimed there was a method to summon offspring, by adopting children from others. Thus, one stormy night, she stealthily brought back a pair of twins. Until the twins turned 3. The matriarch treated them decently, refraining from mistreating them, even though they were not her biological children. However, by the 3rd year, she became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, the current second daughter of the Chen family, Chen Qingqing. With a biological daughter in hand, the matriarch neglected the twins, casting them aside to a remote courtyard, leaving them under the care of maidservants. Years passed, and as the children grew, The most favored in the Qin family was undoubtedly the illegitimate daughter, Chen Qingqing. After all, the legitimate daughter was Chen Yan-er. To maintain peace, the matriarch sought to marry off the legitimate daughter, Chen Yan-er, to the 70-year-old Zhang Yuanwei, a man notorious for having killed 18 concubines in bed. Chen Yan-er, possessing a fiery spirit, fled upon learning of this arrangement. Coincidentally, she crossed paths with the cold prince, who had been drugged, and thus their fates intertwined. After losing her purity and fleeing in despair, 2 months later, she discovered she was pregnant. Is it true that Chen Yan-er is pregnant with my little imperial uncle's child? Yi Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm going to be an older sister. I am no longer the youngest cub. The cold king was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. That woman was with child, carrying his offspring. Therefore, he too would have an adorable little cub akin to Yi Ruanruan? The ministers gasped in astonishment. How marvelous! The cold king had not acted until now, but when he did, it was indeed astounding. Not only was there a woman, but now there would be a child as well. The emperor's mood fluctuated, feeling a tinge of joy. After all, this was the bloodline of his royal brother, thus counting as a member of the imperial lineage. The progeny of the great Qian dynasty had diminished significantly. The ancestors had hinted at this in dreams. Due to the damage to the dragon vein, the royal offspring were not only scarce, but also short-lived. Only Qin the prefect remained in a cold sweat. The system counted on its little fingers, informing Yi Ruanruan, "Host, do not dream. That child was born a day earlier than you, so you are still the youngest of the royal family."
Yi Ruanruan acclaimed.
74. The crowd strained their ears to comprehend Yi Ruanruan's recent outburst, but failed to grasp her thoughts. I haven't finished speaking yet. Wait until I am done before you start cursing. The ministers confirmed. The little princess was indeed distressed about being the youngest cub, resorting to expletives. The system remarked. The dragon and phoenix twins have been residing in the side courtyard. It was initially thought this matter could be concealed, but on the first day of childbirth, Miss Chen Qingqing discovered it and informed her mother and Prefect Chen. Chen Qingqing is adept at theatrics, claiming that Chen Yan-er had committed adultery and was now pregnant with a rogue beggar's child, giving birth to a spawn of sin. Yi Ruanruan's heart raced. Surely the Chen family wouldn't harm that child. The ministers shared her concern, casting anxious glances at Prefect Chen. Did you let the child perish? You heartless fiend. That is a child. A life. Prefect Chen's face turned pale as he hastily shook his head. Your Majesty, allow me to explain. I dare not. He could sense the cold king's piercing gaze, as if it were a barrage of daggers ready to pierce him. Prefect Chen could not bear to meet the cold king's eyes. It was the cold king's child. A royal bloodline. Not a base-born wretch. Heaven forbid. He was utterly oblivious. Even if given 10 times the courage, he would not dare to harm the cold king's child. The system quickly interjected. The child is safe. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. System. Why does the atmosphere in the hall feel different now? Why are these ministers sighing? It was not a sigh of despair, but rather one of relief. However, in order to avoid detection of the little princess's thoughts being revealed, they maintained their facade. Host, they are court officials, likely preoccupied with their political affairs. The ministers. System. You are indeed our voice. Host, do not lose focus. Listen to me. Yi Ruanruan chuckled. I was merely concerned about our little gossip being discovered by others. The system rolled its eyes. Host, your mind wanders quite a bit. Chen Yan-er's child is alive due to Qin Feng's protection. After giving birth, Chen Yan-er was weakened, and her brother Qin Feng has been safeguarding both mother and child, preventing Chen Qingqing from succeeding. Moreover, Chen Qingqing discovered yesterday that the man who had been with Chen Yan-er a year ago was not a rogue beggar, but rather His Highness, the Cold King. Yi Ruanruan paused. How did Chen Qingqing find that out? After the incident, His Highness placed a jade pendant symbolizing his identity in that woman's purse. Yi Ruanruan understood. So Chen Yan-er has always known that the man that night was the little imperial uncle? Indeed. When Chen Yan-er learned of her pregnancy, she wished to keep the child, but upon discovering the child's father was the Cold King, she deliberately avoided him, fearing he would take her child. Over the years, Chen Yan-er has secretly studied medicine, planning to leave the capital with her child and brother after giving birth. Ruanruan laughed aloud. Haha. This is truly the narrative of a woman raising a child alone while leaving the father behind. Chapter 19. The plot thickens. Chen Qingqing discovered the jade pendant belonged to the Cold King, snatched it, and sent word to the Cold King's residence that the woman from that night had reappeared. Chen Qingqing arranged to meet the Cold King at the Chen residence tomorrow, intending to impersonate that woman and marry His Highness the Cold King. Ruanruan scoffed. What a scheme of substitution. Prefect Chen must be aware of this as well? The system nodded. He knows. Prefect Chen is aware those two children are not his own. Naturally, he favors Chen Qingqing now that he has a biological daughter. As for the matters of Madame Chen and Chen Qingqing secretly bullying and mistreating the dragon and phoenix twins, Prefect Chen has turned a blind eye, claiming it is a family matter. The ministers silently regarded Prefect Chen kneeling in the hall. This Prefect Chen was indeed inhumane. He had stolen another's children and neglected them. Why did he not consider that his daughter might have been born precisely because of the existence of the dragon and phoenix twins? Prefect Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Yet now, no one was concerned for him. Ruanruan sighed. What a pity for the dragon and phoenix twins.
System.
You just mentioned that Chen Yenner has been secretly studying medicine these past few years. I recall there being an unparalleled divine physician in the original text. The system, exasperated, replied, That's correct. It is Chen Yenner. Ruanruan's eyes darted. Oh no! A year from now, a plague will strike the great Qian dynasty, and Chen Yenner, being exceptionally skilled in medicine, is the only one capable of crafting a remedy. However, she will be sabotaged, afflicted with a curse, leading her to languish for a year and perish the day before the plague erupts. That plague, unaddressed in time, will claim the lives of an entire city's populace. The ministers were taken aback. A year from now, a plague? An unparalleled divine physician? This savior, and yet Prefect Chen plotted against her? He had truly mistaken a pearl for a mere trinket. Ding ding ding. An alarm sounded in Ruanruan's mind. The system's delicate voice trembled. Host, this is dire. Chen Qingqing is about to curse Chen Yenner, who, in her weakened state, is currently enduring abuse at the hands of Chen Qingqing. Her life hangs in the balance. A physician cannot heal themselves. This is disastrous. The little imperial uncle's beloved is in peril, and he is about to marry that deceitful Chen Qingqing. The ministers quickly turned their gazes towards Prefect Chen, then to the Cold King seated in his chair. Is Chen Yenner to perish? The Cold King had yet to acknowledge the child, and now his wife was to vanish. The Cold King could no longer remain seated. His handsome face darkened, and he disregarded the pretense of being lame, no longer feigning laziness in his movements. He rose abruptly and strode towards the hall's exit. Ruanruan's wide eyes caught sight of the Cold King's retreating figure. Oh no! The plot thickens. The system gazed on. Host, your little imperial uncle is quite willful. He has not yet dismissed court but is leaving as he pleases, abandoning the wheelchair. One might think he was provoked into action. Upon exiting the hall, the Cold King heard that small voice echoing behind him. His pace quickened. Time was of the essence. He must save the princess. How outrageous. Little 13th's leg ailment had been a ruse. He could walk. When it came to performing, the emperor was indeed a master. The ministers hastily chimed in. Your Majesty, this does not seem right. It appears the Cold King has never claimed to have a leg issue. Ruanruan chuckled. Haha, the little imperial uncle never mentioned it. You all assumed he was in a wheelchair. The emperor paused. It seemed that was indeed the case. One day, the Cold King simply appeared in a wheelchair. They had tacitly accepted the notion that the Cold King had a leg ailment without ever inquiring about its origins. The Emperor of Qianqing found himself apprehensive at the thought of what the clever knight Yuan might concoct in her mind. He remarked, this child shall sure send, truly. Just a couple of days ago, I arranged for him to attend to matters today, and it seems he has remembered my instructions, departing at once without so much as a pretense. Alas, I have grown accustomed to his temperament. Let us conclude the court session. I am inclined to visit the Qin residence for some gossip. The civil and military officials were equally eager. Inspector Qin, they said, you previously mentioned that a rare flower in your estate would bloom today and wished for us to grace your abode with our presence? The named Inspector Chen had already let his thoughts wander. He yearned to return to his residence post-haste. The hurried departure of the cold prince was a clear indication that he had gone to Chen's estate. It appeared that calamity awaited the Chen family. Upon hearing the emperor mention flowers, Inspector Chen instantly understood the implications. The emperor desired to visit the Chen residence. Lacking any reasonable grounds, Inspector Chen could only muster a reluctant affirmation. The emperor chuckled. Now that I am free, it is the perfect opportunity to admire the blossoms at Chen's estate. Is the tyrant father truly heading to Chen's residence? This is the perfect chance to witness the unfolding events. Tyrant father, take me with you. You simply must allow me to leave the palace. Knight Yuan blinked her large eyes fervently, fearful that the emperor might overlook her. It had been a month since she had last set foot beyond the palace gates, and she remained oblivious to the world outside. How she longed to venture out and play. The officials laughed heartily as they patted Inspector Chen on the shoulder. Inspector Chen, it would be remiss not to share this delightful affair. We wish to accompany His Majesty, if you do not mind. Inspector Chen wished to voice his objections, but with the emperor having already spoken, it seemed all would join in the outing. Darkness clouded his vision. This was the end for the Chen family. At the Chen estate's side courtyard, Chen Feng, aged 15, brought forth a bowl of warm milk. Sister, your health is fragile. You ought to drink this milk first. If you fall ill, what will become of Ear? On the bed, Chen Yenner gazed at the month-old infant swaddled in her arms. The baby was a boy, his features bearing little resemblance to her own. Over the past year, Chen Yenner had caught glimpses of that man, and the child's countenance bore a striking resemblance to him. Recalling that fateful night from a year ago, Chen Yenner felt no regret. Their relationship had always been one of convenience. He sought the antidote. And though she was initially coerced, upon discovering her pregnancy, warmth blossomed within her heart. She desired a child. Chen Yenner had never contemplated seeking out the cold prince. They were worlds apart, meeting for a single night, never to cross paths again. Now, having given birth, she merely awaited the restoration of her health before taking her child and brother away from the Chen family. With her medical skills, sustaining the three of them would pose no challenge. Fonger, where did you procure this milk? You have no money. Ever since her pregnancy had grown apparent, their mother had confined her and her brother. After giving birth, she found herself without food, but fortunately, her brother had taken to scaling walls in search of sustenance. Initially, they had some silver, but it was quickly depleted. With no means to practice medicine, how had her brother managed to acquire milk at such a critical juncture? Chen Feng lowered his head, stammering, Sister, please do not concern yourself with that. Just drink it while it's warm. Sensing something amiss, Chen Yenner gently rocked the child in her arms and coughed lightly. Speak the truth. Did you steal this? Chen Feng immediately shook his head. Sister, how could I steal milk? Chen Yenner considered this. Perhaps he was right. Sister, do not fret over where the milk came from. Just drink it. I assure you I have not done anything wrong.
Trust me.
Once your health improves, we will leave the Chen family with Ear, and I will tell you everything that has transpired over the month. Chen Yenner understood her brother well. Though young, he possessed a kind heart and was a good child. She refrained from saying more, and after drinking the milk, she furrowed her brow slightly. Sister, do you feel unwell? Tell me, and I shall fetch you medicine. Chen Feng was fearful for his sister's health. She was his lifeline. Chen Yenner shook her head. I am fine. Merely find the taste of this milk somewhat peculiar. It neither resembles cow's milk nor goat's milk. What is this? Chen Feng's heart sank. This was bad. Would she discover the truth? Chapter 20. Hurry and leave with the baby. The sound of chains being unlocked echoed from outside. Chen Qingqing and Lu Shi entered together. After dismissing the steward, the two strode into the room with an air of superiority. Mother? Chen Yenner was taken aback by Lu Shi's unexpected arrival. She quickly signaled to Chen Feng to protect Ear should any situation arise. What a wretched creature! Lu Shi's fury ignited upon seeing the infant in the bed. A month prior, she had learned from Chen Qingqing that Chen Yenner had borne an illegitimate child. She had deliberately instructed the servants to confine Chen Yenner and her brother, withholding food in an effort to starve them. Yet, a month had passed, and the three of them remained alive and well. An unmarried young woman, pregnant out of wedlock, had given birth to an illegitimate child. If word of this spread, would the Qin family's reputation be irreparably damaged? Chun Yenner's gaze turned icy. Yer was not an illegitimate child. He was her son. You shamelessly climbed into the bed of a stranger and dare to question his legitimacy. Pray tell, who is the father of this child? I demand he take responsibility. Lu Shi, witnessing Chun Yenner's silence, mocked. Caca your tongue? I suspect you laid with a beggar on the street. An illegitimate child is still an illegitimate child. Chen Qingqing tugged at Lu Shi's sleeve, reminding her, Mother, have you forgotten why we came to visit sister? Lu Shi coughed. Chun Qingqing pulled her aside. Mother, I spent a fortune obtaining this poison from a master. She must consume it, so that she will heed our words. Lu Shi nodded in understanding, casting a glance at Chun Yenner. Chun Yenner, let me be frank. I know you have long desired to leave the Chen family and sever ties with us. I learned of this months ago. Upon receiving the news, I ordered the estate to be closely guarded, locking you and your brother away. I agree with this course of action. I, too, do not wish for you to remain in the Chen family, basking in its glory. However, we have raised you and your brother for over a decade. You have eaten and drunk from the Chen family, and we cannot have done so in vain. Now, as an unmarried mother, you have sullied your reputation. I have found a suitable family for you. If you marry into them, I will ensure a path for this child, and Chen Feng. Chun Yenner found this utterly absurd. To which family was she being sold this time? She and Chen Feng were not truly children of the Chen family. She had learned the truth over a year ago. The gratitude owed for their years of care had been repaid last year when her half-sister and Lu Shi conspired against her. She and her brother owed nothing to the Chen family. Sister, this is a fine family. A young gentleman in his 20s from the Sun family in the north of the city. You are now a woman who has borne a child. It would be a stroke of luck for the Sun family to accept you. Chun Qingqing stood before Chun Yenner, her jealousy boiling over as she observed her sister's still beautiful face. Even after giving birth, Chun Yenner's beauty incited a desire to tear her apart.
Chun Yenner remainet expressionless.
If my memory serves me correctly, that man is a madman. Every woman who has entered the Sun household has met a grisly fate. Sister, accept your fate. Though you possess an enchanting visage, your life is worthless. If mother had not rescued you and Chen Feng, how could you have enjoyed the status of the Chen family's eldest daughter for over a decade?
Now,
you shall repay the Chen family for the years of care you received with your wretched life. Chun Yenner's expression turned cold. The debt of gratitude from over a decade had been settled long before. Ah, sister, your words are indeed rather shameless. After years of nurturing you, you think a mere dose of poison meant to deliver you to the old master can repay such kindness? How dare you utter such things? Chun Qingqing desired to witness Chun Yenner's fury. However, Chun Yenner maintained an unwaveringly calm demeanor as she gazed at her. Contrary to Chun Qingqing's expectations of pleas and tears, Chun Yenner remained composed. This infuriated Chun Qingqing.
Chun Yenner,
I detest your unyielding demeanor more than anything. To be honest, I've long been aware of whom you spent that fateful night with. Chun Qingqing leaned in closer to Chun Yenner, producing a jade pendant.
Chun Yenner is pupilsdilatet.
You stole my jade pendant. Chun Qingqing smirked with triumph, asserting, this pendant belongs to me, not you. I was the one who saved the Cold Prince. Chun Yenner pressed her lips together. She had already traced the origins of the pendant. She had never intended to seek accountability from the Cold Prince regarding it. After all she desired was a child. Yet, on the day of her delivery, Chun Qingqing had come to the courtyard and taken the pendant away. Chun Qingqing dangled the pendant, taunting, tonight, you shall wed the eldest son of the Sun family. Tomorrow I will present this pendant to the Cold Prince, claiming that it was I who saved him a year ago. I shall become the future Cold Princess, while you will merely be a wilted flower. Chun Yenner suddenly let out a low laugh. Chun Qingqing's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? I am amused by your foolishness. Do you truly believe the Cold Prince can be deceived so easily? Even if he cannot ascertain the identity of the woman from a year ago, he will undoubtedly recognize you are not she. At that point, do you really think you can become the Cold Princess? I dare say you will end up as a mere corpse. Smack. Chun Qingqing struck Chun Yenner's exquisite face. Mother, quickly bring the poison. Feed it to sister. I have tried reasoning with her, yet she refuses to marry the eldest son of the Sun family. She is utterly disobedient. Madame Lu approached with a black brocade box. Chun Qingqing snatched it away. What did that little wretch say to you? Madame Lu inquired. Chun Qingqing withheld the truth about the child being the cold prince's. Lowering her head, her voice tinged with sorrow, she said, Sister claims I am a calamity, that my presence has caused our parents to forsake her, wishing for my death. She believes that once I am gone, you will love her. Madame Lu, enraged, kicked at Chen Yenner, shouting, You wretched girl. You are not even a member of the Chen family. After enjoying a few years of our fortune, do you truly consider yourself a Chen lady? And you dare attempt to oust Qingqing? You are not worthy. Ah, sister. A youth rushed in to shield Chen Yenner, as Madame Lu's kick struck Chen Feng's back. Fenger. Though Chen Yenner had not cried when struck by Chen Qingqing, she shed tears upon seeing Chen Feng protect her. Fenger, take the baby and flee. Chen Feng shook his head. Wherever you are, sister, I will be there with you. Be obedient. As soon as I can escape, I will seek you out. Chen Qingqing commanded her men to restrain Chen Yenu and ordered 2 guards to keep an eye on Chen Feng. Sister, if you consume this poison, I will spare Chen Feng and that illegitimate child. Otherwise, I shall force the poison down the child's throat. Only she and Chen Yenna knew the child's true identity. If Chen Yenner were to perish, the child must die too. Chapter 21. A Missed Grand Scene. The position of cold princess rightfully belongs to her. The guards held Chen Yenu's arms as she tightly shut her mouth, casting a worried glance only at Chen Feng. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng broke free from the guards, scooping up the swaddled child and leaping out the window. Madame Lu and Chen Qingqing were left stunned. That boy, Chen Feng, truly had some skills. Someone, capture Chen Feng and that illegitimate child, Madame Lu commanded with malice. Upon witnessing Chen Feng escape with the child, Chen Yeno exhaled in relief. As long as her brother and the baby were safe, she would find a way to extricate herself. Chen Feng ran swiftly, evading the guards dispatched by Madame Lu. Chen Qingqing was nearly frantic. Mother, do not pursue Chen Feng just yet. We must find a way to make sister swallow the poison to avoid any further complications. Since discovering that Chen Yenner had shared a night with the cold prince, coupled with the fact that the child was his, Chen Qingqing had been filled with an insatiable rage towards Chen Yenner. The cold prince belonged to her. The Chen family was hers. Why should all the wealth and glory belong to Chen Yenner? She was merely an illegitimate child brought in from outside. And now, it seemed, the illegitimate had given birth to another illegitimate. 2 guards restrained Chen Yenner as Madame Lu herself forced open her mouth. Qingqing, quickly, pour the poison in. Chen Qingqing, with a wicked smile, retrieved a blood-red worm from the box, preparing to place it into Chen Yenu's mouth. The worm would naturally crawl inside, ensuring that Chen Yenner would obediently comply. Sister, let me personally teach you what it means to be a good girl. Chen Qingqing approached with the worm in hand.
Chen Yenner shook her head vigorously.
Chen Qingqing, Madame Lu, you will reap what you sow. As long as I draw breath, I shall take my vengeance. I cannot wait to see how a frail woman like you will bring about my reckoning. Chen Qingqing laughed heartily. From this day forth, she would no longer have to gaze upon Chen Yenu's face. Had it not been for the Sun family's insistence on preserving a pretty exterior, she would have marred this wretch's face today.
Bang!
The door was violently kicked open. Chen Qingqing and Madame Lu glared, enraged. Who dares intrude? Did we not instruct you to keep watch over the cold prince outside? There stood the cold prince in white attire at the threshold, exuding an air of nobility, though his countenance was frigid as ice. Inside the room, 2 individuals restrained Chen Yenu's arms, and the young girl appeared pale and frail. Upon seeing the cold prince,
Chen Yenner's pupils contracted.
This was her first face-to-face encounter with him since that fateful night. Perhaps due to her guilt or some other reason, her immediate instinct was to lower her head, as if fearing the cold prince might catch a glimpse of her true self. Chen Qingqing, however, was overjoyed. Surely, the cold prince had come seeking her. After all, she had conveyed the message to him yesterday, subtly indicating that she was the one who saved him that night a year ago. But wait. Wasn't he the cold prince supposed to be unconscious? How could he possibly stand? The commotion from the door kick seemed far from his condition. With little time to ponder further, Chen Qingqing smiled. Your Highness. Yet, before she could finish, the cold prince's icy gaze swept over her. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the red worm in her hand. Was that the poison that Ruanruan spoke of? Suddenly, the worm wriggled, as if sprouting wings, and attempted to burrow into Chen Yenner's body. In a flash, the cold prince moved, shielding Chen Yenner behind him, the worm landing upon his hand. Hiss! The cold prince felt a sharp sting on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw that the worm had vanished. Oh no!
Chen Yenner gasped in horror.
She had seen clearly that the poison had taken the opportunity to enter the cold prince's body. Chen Qingqing was left bewildered. Only then did she realize that the cold prince was protecting Chen Yenner. What is happening? Chen Qingqing thought. Hadn't the cold prince come to find her? At that moment, Emperor Qianqing, accompanied by the young Wan Bao and a host of ministers, arrived at the Chen residence. System. Have you noticed that there isn't even a steward in the front yard of the Chen residence? Little Wan Bao leaned against the emperor's shoulder, looking around curiously. At just a month old, he could not be held upright, but he was determined to try to lift his head, despite his body being too weak to support it. The current butler and guards have mostly gone to the side courtyard to watch over the dragon and phoenix twins. Host, there's new information. The system panel displays that the Cold King is actually in the side courtyard. Could it be that the little royal uncle has come to seek out Chen Qingqing? If he is at the side courtyard, he must have encountered Chen Yenner and his own child. The Qianqing emperor eagerly wished to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Inspector, didn't you say you were at the Chen family's side courtyard? Hurry and take us there. Chen Inspector, Your Majesty. Just admit you want to witness the spectacle. However, at this moment, Chen Inspector felt particularly apprehensive. He fervently prayed that his wife and daughter would not engage in anything too outrageous. A group of ministers happily followed behind the emperor. Father, what brings you here? Chen Qingqing was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening today? Chen Inspector glared at Chen Qingqing, questioning why his daughter would even dare to inquire about his presence. Had he not come, Chen Qingqing and his wife would have turned the Chen residence upside down. Hurry and pay your respects to His Majesty. Startled, Chen Qingqing quickly pulled Lu Shi to bow before the Qianqing emperor. System. Why do I feel that the little royal uncle isn't here to seek out Chen Qingqing? The Cold King is here for Chen Yenner. He has somehow learned that the woman from that night was indeed Chen Yenner. Ruanruan found this matter perplexing and decided to dismiss it from her mind. After all, while the little royal uncle may be a fodder, his subordinates were quite adept at their tasks. It was hardly surprising that they had uncovered the truth after such an extended investigation. As Ruanruan surveyed the chaotic scene, she mused, clearly, there must have been a considerable conflict here. Where are Chen Yenner's child, that mysterious little brother of mine, and Chen Feng? Have we missed the grand spectacle? She lamented, I can't fully indulge in this drama, and it leaves me feeling quite unsettled. Chen Yenner stared at the Cold King before her, hearing a dialogue between a small voice and another. She felt utterly stunned. The Cold King shook his head at her. Chen Yenner resolved to act as though nothing had occurred. Xiao Shi-san, what brings you here? The Qianqing emperor knew how to play his part thoroughly. The Cold King replied, I've come to find Yenner, the woman who saved me a year ago. He recounted the events of that fateful night, and of course, the civil and military officials were all informed. It was evidently a message meant for Ruanruan. His words matched the system's account precisely. Your Highness, Chen Qingqing and her mother have attempted to harm Chen Yenner, seeking to cast a spell on her. This is a matter I must address. That is your personal affair. You may handle it as you wish. Today, I am here with my ministers to appreciate the flowers. However, as I find myself unoccupied at present, you may attend to your matters without concern for us. The Qianqing emperor found a reason to divert attention, preparing to enjoy the spectacle with Ruanruan at his side. Chapter 22. A special trap for father. Those in the know would assume the tyrant father has come to admire the flowers, while those unaware might think he has brought the ministers to the Chen residence, just like me, to enjoy the drama. Ruanruan turned over her thoughts. The Qianqing emperor's expression briefly showed discomfort. Look at that. The clever little girl made him feel uneasy. Nevertheless, being but a child, she was easily deceived. The ministers stood in silence, fearful of being singled out by the little princess. They were curious to see how Chen Inspector would handle the situation, especially since Chen Yenner now had the Cold King as protection. What a fine family the Chens are. What a way for Chen Qingqing to treat Chen Yan. The cold king's eyes were as cold as ice. Standing there, he recalled the scene where Chen Yan had been restrained moments ago. Anger surged within him. His feelings for Chen Yan were profound, and the warmth shared that night lingered in his memory. No one, apart from him, was permitted to harm her. Chen Qingqing could not fathom how the cold king had discovered that the woman from a year ago was indeed Chen Yan. Chen Inspector, as a father, do you find it appropriate to allow your illegitimate daughter to treat the legitimate daughter of the Chen family in such a manner? The cold king suddenly directed his gaze at Chen Inspector. Being called out, Chen Inspector abruptly knelt. The Qianqing Emperor acknowledged the cold king's rebuke. For no matter the circumstances, Chen Yan was the legitimate daughter of the Qin family. Although not by blood, she should not be subjected to such cruelty. Your Highness, it is not as you think, Chen Qingqing interjected as the situation turned sour. She shot a glance at her mother, Lu Shi. Mother, do not worry. Even with the cold king here, Chen Yan is nothing but a worthless wretch. Chen Inspector was about to explain when he saw Chen Qingqing step forward, utterly exasperated. Was this daughter merely a harbinger of disaster for the Qin family? Even now, she dared to speak out. As anticipated, Chen Qingqing began, Cold King. You may not know this, but my sister and Qin Feng are not of the Qin bloodline. The Cold King scoffed. Sensing that Chen Qingqing and Lu Shi were oblivious to Yi Ruanruan's true intentions. Your Highness, I shall speak plainly before His Majesty today. These siblings were adopted by my mother from outside, having been on the brink of starvation. My mother, seeing their plight, brought them back to the Chen residence. Qingqing, be silent.
Stay out of this.
Chen Inspector glared at Chen Qingqing. Father, let me finish, lest everyone wrongfully accuses our family. We, the Chen family, performed a noble deed by taking in Chen Yan and her brother. Chen Inspector. He seriously suspected that Chen Qingqing was deliberately trying to ensnare him. Alas, does Chen Qingqing's mind have a pit? It was clearly the Qin family that stole 2 children, yet she insists on framing it as an act of benevolence. Is she afraid that others don't know the extent of the Qin family's misdeeds? Now, the Qin family is doomed. Chen Inspector was drenched in cold sweat. However, I have a question for you. Do you know who the biological parents of Chen Yan and her brother are? Having lived in this dilapidated Qin residence for so many years, both Chen Yan and Qin Feng exhibit such pure natures. They clearly seem like offspring of a wealthy household. The system flipped through the details of a situation. Host, you have indeed guessed correctly. The biological parents of the dragon and phoenix twins are among this group of people. The ministers collectively stiffened. Good heavens! Chen Inspector's dragon and phoenix twins were the children of a colleague, whose children were missing. The ministers exchanged glances, while the Qianqing Emperor was equally curious. Having heard no tales of any courtier losing a child over a decade ago, Chen Inspector was in a daze. Yet, Chen Qingqing, seeing that no one else was speaking, declared loudly, over the years, our Qin family has raised the sister and brother, not seeking any repayment, merely desiring that they do not betray us.
Yet now,
my sister dares to claim that our family has mistreated her. Your Highness, Your Majesty, esteemed ministers, take a good look. Our Qin family has raised 2 ingrates.
oh dear.
Yi Ruanruan could hardly tolerate Chen Qingqing's antics resembling that of a clown. Her focus remained on the unfolding drama.
What?
Are you saying that the dragon and phoenix twins are the children of the Right Chancellor? The Right Chancellor. Those who learned the truth immediately turned their gazes toward him. At that moment, the Right Chancellor stood there, evidently bewildered. Even Chen Inspector was left dumbfounded. The children his wife had stolen were the Right Chancellor's. How could a 4th-rank official have stolen the offspring of the Right Chancellor? Chen Inspector felt as though his mind was about to explode. Everyone turned to the Right Chancellor. If Chen Yan was the Right Chancellor's daughter, then the children she bore would surely be the Right Chancellor's grandchildren. Would that not make the Cold King the future son-in-law of the Right Chancellor? This revelation was utterly unexpected. System, something feels amiss. How could the Right Chancellor stand there as if nothing were amiss? Doesn't he know his child is missing? The system chuckled. This matter is quite intriguing. Over a decade ago, the Right Chancellor was merely a minor official. He was the first to arrive in the capital for his official appointment, leaving his wife back in their hometown. Once he had established himself in the city, he sent for his beloved spouse to join him. That year, Madame Shun was with child, and during her journey to the capital, she was quite advanced in her pregnancy. The Right Chancellor was preoccupied with state affairs and unable to attend to her, yet he dispatched several maidservants to accompany her, both to facilitate their reunion in the capital and to ensure her comfort during childbirth. However, fate had other plans, and Madame Shun went into premature labor. On a dark and stormy night, they stopped at Lu village, where coincidentally, Madame Chun was also present, meeting with a midwife. The midwife had already identified suitable candidates and was merely awaiting the birth to facilitate the transfer of the child to Madame Chun. This midwife was the only one available in the village. That night, when Madame Shun unexpectedly delivered, it was she who assisted in the childbirth, resulting in the arrival of a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, after which Madame Shun lost consciousness. The midwife, seizing the opportunity, sold both infants to Madame Chun. Upon waking, Madame Shun was told by the midwife that her children had been stillborn, a deception crafted to cover the truth. In reality, Madame Shun had not shown signs of premature labor until she arrived in the village, where the midwife, eager for profit, had secretly administered a potion to induce it, thus enabling her to fulfill her obligations to Madame Chun. Knight Yen Yen furrowed her brow slightly, pondering. How much silver did Madame Chun bestow upon the midwife for such unscrupulous service? It is utterly reprehensible to orchestrate such a scheme that led to Madame Shun's premature delivery. The system interjected. A substantial sum was indeed provided, amounting to several hundred taels. The midwife, in her lifetime, could never hope to earn such a fortune. She sought to make a significant profit, but little did she know, she was stealing the children of the Right Chancellor's wife. Didn't Chen Sishi inquire when Madame Chun suddenly returned with 2 children? Was he not concerned that these offspring might be the result of an affair? Chapter 23 was utterly explosive. The system clicked its tongue. Before embarking on this venture, Madame Chun had conferred with Chen Sishi, who consented. His sole desire was to have a child of the Chun lineage, irrespective of the child's origins, as long as the surname was Chun. Chen Sishi had even contemplated whether he himself was the issue and discussed with Madame Chun the possibility of allowing his brother to conceive a child with her. Knight Yen Yen couldn't help but express her astonishment. Goodness, how utterly outrageous. While many men fear being cuckolded by their wives, Chen Sishi, in contrast, was considering pushing Madame Chun towards his own brother. Emperor Qianqing listened intently, equally aghast. For the sake of securing a child bearing the Chun surname, Chen Sishi had committed numerous unspeakable acts. The ministers murmured among themselves, Chen Sishi is indeed remarkable. Such a scheme is beyond the imagination of ordinary men. Upon hearing this, Chen Yenner's eyes instantly welled with tears. It dawned on her that she was not truly an adopted child of the Chen family. For years, the Lu matriarch had instilled such beliefs in her, leading her and her brother to refrain from rebellion. She had thought that despite Lu's malice towards them, they had been raised in the Chen household, and though there was no biological bond, there was a debt of gratitude for their upbringing. Little did she realize that this kindness had been deceitfully acquired. The system continued, since Madame Shun discovered that she had given birth to 2 stillborns. The emotional toll was unbearable, leading her to a state of perpetual illness, never again leaving the Right Chancellor's estate. The Right Chancellor, being a devoted man, did not take a concubine and has diligently cared for Madame Shun, resulting in him being over 50 years old with no children of his own. Knight Yen Yen sighed. This highlights the disparity. When Chen Sishi lacked children, he resorted to stealing another's offspring, while the Right Chancellor, in a similar predicament, devoted himself wholly to serving the nation and its people. The gap between individuals is indeed vast. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Sishi is truly despicable. Stealing 1 child is bad enough, but 2? He has certainly stepped into treacherous waters. The Right Chancellor, typically composed, was suddenly seized with rage and charged towards Chen Sishi. His intent clear, to strangle him. The abrupt turn of events startled Knight Yen Yen, causing her small frame to tremble. What is happening? Why has the Right Chancellor suddenly leapt up? What did I miss? The system remarked, I'm not sure. We were too engrossed in the unfolding drama. Emperor Qianqing let out a breath of relief. It seemed everyone was captivated by the spectacle. Yet, Witnessing the Right Chancellor's furious advance, he refrained from intervening. Although this matter was a private affair of the Qin family, it was indeed a crime, especially since Qin Shishi was a government official. His actions were a grievous violation of the law, warranting even harsher punishment. However, the emperor understood the Right Chancellor's plight. Anyone in his position would be compelled to act in such a manner. The Lu matriarch and Chen Qingqing remained oblivious to the chaos. Lu rushed out. "Sir, what are you doing? Release my husband, at once." The Right Chancellor kicked her aside, demanding, "I ask you, Lu, did you steal Chen Yan and Chen Feng?" At this, Lu's face paled. How could the Right Chancellor possibly know? To speak of such matters in front of the emperor and other officials was unthinkable. Lu could not admit to it. Knight Yanyan's expression was one of shock. System. How did the Right Chancellor uncover this secret? The officials grew tense. For if the little princess discovered her innermost thoughts had been exposed, her days of indulging in gossip would be over. Lu, Chen Shishi, do not deny it. Chen Yan bears an uncanny resemblance to my wife. Moreover, my wife has been plagued by dreams of her 2 children still alive and suffering. I have been investigating this matter for some time and have finally uncovered some leads. The midwife who assisted with my wife's delivery has already confessed the truth. The children were sold to a prominent family in the capital. As the Right Chancellor unveiled the truth, Knight Yanyan exhaled in relief. So that's how it is. You nearly scare me to death. I thought something was amiss. However, the Right Chancellor's explanation makes perfect sense. Emperor Qianqing and the officials were equally taken aback. It was indeed the Right Chancellor who could piece together such revelations with merely a few exchanges, effectively dispelling the little princess's suspicions. Chen Shishi knelt in silence, fully aware of the little princess's knowledge. Yet, Lu was not willing to relent. Right Chancellor, you cannot make accusations without evidence. While it is true that Chen Yan and her brother are not my biological children, I did not steal them. I took them in compassion, having found them abandoned. For all these years, I have provided for their needs without expecting anything in return, merely wishing for their well-being. Yet today, Chen Yan stands here, witnessing her mother being publicly shamed. What ingratitude! Lu, a master of theatrics, collapsed to the ground, weeping and lamenting. Knight Yanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, what a shameless display! I have never seen such hypocrisy. To imprison someone, deny them food and water, and then claim benevolence. It's beyond belief. The Right Chancellor's heart sank. His own children had suffered such inhumane treatment within Chen Shishi's household. Desperate for offspring his entire life. The Right Chancellor was on the brink of madness, yet he managed to suppress his fury, fixing a steely gaze upon Lu. You wretched woman. Shall I summon that midwife for a confrontation? Before His Majesty, should you dare utter even a single word of deceit, I firmly believe that His Majesty shall not spare you. Lady Lu had never encountered such a grand spectacle before, and her cries grew louder. My lord, come quickly to my rescue. Governor Chen's head was spinning. Your Majesty, the Right Chancellor, I confess everything. I have erred. Please spare my life, and that of my wife. He knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Yi Yuan blinked, pondering. This Governor Chen is rather unclear in his speech. When he claims to confess, does he mean he has admitted to abducting children? Or is it regarding the witchcraft inflicted upon Chen Yan'er and the mistreatment of their siblings? Or perhaps he refers to the sin of marrying Chen Qingqing off to the young royal uncle. System, according to the laws of the great Qian dynasty, the consequences of one crime versus 3 crimes would indeed differ, would they not? The system promptly replied, indeed. A single crime may lead to a loss of position, yet preserve one's life, whereas 3 crimes combined would result in the Qin family facing exile. Particularly for Qin Qingqing and Lady Lu, having lived in comfort, exile would be more torturous than death. The ministers present were astonished. The little princess seemed to revel in fanning the flames. Chapter 24. Is this daughter truly lacking in wit? Lady Lu could hardly believe it. My lord, how could you confess? Begone. Silence. Silence. Governor Qin was now reluctant to speak. The little princess and the system had already calculated their fate of exile? Surely not. Death would be more merciful. Emperor Qianqing's cold gaze fixed upon Governor Qin. Since you have confessed, I must thoroughly investigate this matter. In this abduction, are there not further crimes concealed? However, why was only Chen Yener present? Where is your brother? Emperor Qianqing scanned the room and noticed not only was Chen Feng absent, but also Chen Yan's child. Chen Yener appeared exceedingly frail, yet she still performed the proper courtesies before Emperor Qianqing, recounting the incident of Chen Qingqing and Lady Lu intruding into the garden. When she spoke of the child, an unmistakable hint of guilt crossed her countenance. With Prince Han present, the knowledge of the child's existence would likely not bode well for her. But for now, the safety of Chen Feng and the child was paramount. Prince Han's handsome visage turned icy. Your Majesty, the Chen family has gone too far. They dare to conspire against the royal offspring. Lady Lu, overhearing, was left dumbfounded. What offspring? Chen Yener's child is not legitimate. How could it possibly be a royal heir? This is laughable. As she laughed, she soon realized the gravity of the situation. Prince Han's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed upon her. Lady Lu abruptly seized Chen Qingqing. Qingqing, could it be that Chen Yener's child is? Chen Qingqing's face turned pale. Lady Lu slapped Chen Qingqing across the face. You knew all along? Chen Qingqing nodded. Lady Lu felt a wave of darkness wash over her. It was truly the end. Chen Qingqing was filled with seething hatred for Chen Yener. She was the daughter of the Right Chancellor. And now, Chen Yener had given birth to Prince Han's child. Given Prince Han's earlier protectiveness over Chen Yener, it was evident that he held her in high regard. I will kill you, you wretched woman. You have stolen my fortune. Chen Yener, return it to me. Chen Qingqing went mad, lunging toward Chen Yener, only to be kicked aside by Prince Han. Lady Lu wept bitterly. Governor Chen gasped for breath. Your Highness. Prince Han staggered slightly, as if dizzy.
Chen Yener was alarmed.
This was bad. The poison was acting up. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qianqing's expression shifted, who administered poison to the young 13th. His anger was palpable. Lady Lu shrank back. Chen Qingqing, with audacity, declared, It was I who intended to poison Chen Yener, but Prince Han intervened. The ministers gasped in disbelief. Is this daughter truly lacking in sense? Yi Yuan, watching the unfolding drama, remarked, Pfft. I have seen those eager to play the hero, yet never one so zealous to become a scapegoat. This is a charge of conspiring against the prince. The ministers echoed, Indeed, indeed. Had the Chen family previously faced punishment of demotion to commoner status? Conspiring against a prince would warrant severe consequences. Death could be avoided, yet the living punishment would be inescapable. Your Majesty, please do not be so enraged. The matter concerning Prince Han was an accident. The Chen family has not conspired against the prince. We do not acknowledge this accusation. I planned to poison Chen Yener, but was thwarted by Prince Han. In truth, it is all Chen Yener's fault. Your Majesty, you must not be aware, but Chen Yener has always been a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who approaches her suffers harm. Thus, she was confined to the remote courtyard. Yet, who could have predicted that her calamity-inducing powers were too strong to be contained? Smack! The Right Chancellor slapped Chen Qingqing across the face. How dare you claim my daughter is a harbinger of misfortune? You are unworthy. Smack! Governor Chen also struck Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing, is this how you repay your parents? You are the true harbinger of misfortune for the Chen family. This time, you have truly brought ruin upon us. Governor Chen desperately wished he could start anew with Chen Qingqing. Right Chancellor, ultimately, it is the Chen family that has caused your separation from your loved ones for the better part of your life. How do you wish to proceed? Emperor Qianqing's countenance was stern. The Right Chancellor replied, Everything is at your Majesty's discretion. I believe your Majesty will not show favoritism toward the Chen family. The Chen family has stolen children and conspired against the prince. Let their estate be confiscated, and they be exiled. Chen Qingqing was stunned. What? I shall not be exiled. I am the eldest daughter of the Chen family, the future princess consort of Han. Your Majesty, how can you exile me? The ministers were taken aback. Was Chen Qingqing truly so deluded? Had Prince Han ever cast a glance in her direction? She dared to call herself the future princess consort. What a fantasy! Yener. At this moment, the Right Chancellor approached Chen Yener, somewhat bashful, for this was their first meeting. First, save His Highness. Chen Yener, calm and composed, administered acupuncture to Prince Han, expelling the poison. If the poison were within her, she might struggle, but on another, with her medical skills, it was no issue. Host. I sense the stirring of emotions. Yi Yuan beamed with delight. Did you not notice how the young royal uncle has been fixated on Chen Yenner, as if he has never seen a girl before? Prince Han was startled. Chen Yenner, her head bowed as she administered the needle, suddenly felt a wave of bashfulness. Could it be? The usually aloof Prince Han had taken an interest in her? The ministers craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse.
Oh my.
Who would have thought that Prince Han too could experience the stirrings of affection? A slight smile graced Emperor Qianqing's lips. Did not the tyrant father mention visiting the Qin estate to admire the flowers? Why has no one brought this up? Yi Yuan shook her little head. Emperor Qianqing's heart skipped a beat. The little girl had brought it up, and they had all nearly forgotten. Indeed, the system chimed in. With the Qin estate facing confiscation and exile, who would still concern themselves with flowers? Emperor Qianqing felt a chuckle rising within him. On the way back to the palace, Yi Yuan fell into a deep slumber. The next day, she awoke naturally. However, upon hearing voices nearby, she opened her eyes.
Ah!
In the imperial garden, Emperor Qianqing held her tightly, his body tensing. A row of concubines and princes sat below, all frozen in place. So many people. How lively. What auspicious occasion is it today? Everyone was taken aback. They feared the little princess was unwell again. Emperor Qianqing spoke. Today marks the full moon banquet for the 9th princess. Everyone may feel at ease and do not need to be overly formal. Yes, Your Majesty. The concubines replied in unison. It then dawned on Yi Yuan that the tyrant father had mentioned this to her mother the previous day. Your Majesty, I have a gift to present to the little princess. The Right Chancellor was the first to rise. Since recognizing Chen Yenner yesterday, he had not slept well. Overwhelmed with excitement. Oh my, I have received a gift. Haha, how thrilling. It must be from the Right Chancellor. He truly knows how to handle matters. Let me see what the gift is. For Yi Yuan, both in this life and the previous, it was her first time receiving a gift. And she could not help but feel a rush of excitement. The other ministers? Indeed, Right Chancellor, you ought to exhibit some decorum. Did we not agree that no gifts would be exchanged during the banquet? Yet, you are the first to present a token. Chapter 25. The Night Pearl with a Peculiar Odor.
Hiss.
Golden. Is it a golden rooster? The Right Chancellor had just revealed it, and Knight Yuan, nestled in her swaddling, immediately caught sight of it. The dazzling burst of golden light was simply too striking. Look, Master, it's a golden rooster. Knight Yuan's inner voice soared with excitement, her enthusiasm eliciting involuntary laughter from those present. The Right Chancellor approached with a beaming smile, holding the golden rooster, which was about the size of an adult's palm. He cheerfully proclaimed, Your Majesty, this is a cherished heirloom passed down in my family, which I have kept at home for worship. Just last month, I had the National Master consecrate this golden rooster. The National Master assured me that it now serves as a protective talisman, endowed with the power to bestow blessings and protection. My family possesses no other rare treasures. So I thought to present this little golden rooster to the 9th princess as a token of gratitude for Your Majesty's assistance in reuniting me with my child yesterday. I also wish the little princess health and happiness in the future. The great Qian dynasty is known for its national master, a figure shrouded in mystery, who recently has not been seen in the capital. Knight Yuan, however, was wholly captivated by the small golden rooster and paid no heed to the Right Chancellor's words. Quick, bring it to me. It's so dazzling. It's truly a sight for sore eyes. In her eagerness, Knight Yuan disregarded her tiny fists and reached out from her swaddling. The Qianqing Emperor, with a smile, declared, Then I shall accept it on behalf of the little princess. The Right Chancellor returned to his seat with a sense of satisfaction, pleased that the little princess was delighted. The other ministers cast him disapproving glances. Had they not agreed on no gifts? And yet, here he was, presenting a treasured heirloom. His grand gesture left them at a loss for how to follow suit. The Right Chancellor was quite inconsiderate. The Qianqing Emperor placed the small golden rooster in the swaddling, allowing Knight Yuan's chubby little hands to reach it. Knight Yuan joyfully caressed the golden rooster, exclaiming, So beautiful. She continued to praise it. But why does this little golden rooster seem a bit strange? The Right Chancellor was taken aback. The golden rooster was not strange at all. Given its stunning appearance, let us overlook its peculiarities. The Qianqing Emperor was both amused and exasperated. With the Right Chancellor setting the precedent, the other ministers could no longer remain passive. As fellow court officials, if one presented a gift, the others could not appear discourteous by abstaining. Yet, what could they offer? They had come solely to partake in the feast, having brought no gifts. The Qianqing Emperor placed little importance on such matters. Today was merely about bringing joy to the little girl. However, noticing the multitude of ministers present, he pondered the recent flooding in Jiangnan, hoping that perhaps the little girl might inspire him. Thus, during the banquet, the Qianqing Emperor broached the subject. Given the current famine in the south and the treasury's slight depletion, esteemed ministers, do you have any viable solutions? The ministers wore troubled expressions. The situation in Jiangnan was indeed their greatest concern. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my tardiness. The banquet has already commenced, but fortunately, I have arrived in time with a gift for the little princess. Lord Zhao, the governor, stepped forward with a luminous night pearl. The Qianqing Emperor was quite pleased. Although Lord Zhao held only a fourth-grade official title, he had recently garnered the Emperor's favor. Lord Zhao, have you been burning the midnight oil once more? Lord Zhao smiled sheepishly. Your Majesty, given the recent calamity in the south, I have been deeply concerned for the people suffering amidst the floods. Although I was sleepless last night, I was relieved to hear good news from Jiangnan. The disaster has been brought under control. Excellent, excellent. Knowing that you are such a diligent and caring minister, how could the great Qian dynasty not continue to flourish? The Qianqing Emperor was in high spirits as he accepted Lord Zhao's night pearl, intending for Knight Yuan to play with it. Master, what do you mean? The tyrannical father holds that night pearl, larger than a fist, which smells foul. Pfft! Just as the Qianqing Emperor was about to sip his tea, he nearly spat it out. He coughed a couple of times.
What?
A foul odor? Lord Zhao. The other ministers, initially burdened with worry, suddenly perked up. The system nodded. Indeed, do not be deceived by the size and brilliance of this night pearl. It is the very one Lord Zhao has been sitting upon. You see, he suffers from constipation and has a penchant for eating castor beans by the bowlful. After consuming them, he would relieve himself, and this night pearl, having been under him all night, must surely carry an odor.
Ugh.
The concubine Liang, who was in the midst of placing a pastry in her mouth, could not suppress her retching. The other concubines turned to her, but surprisingly, they bore her no ill will. Had they not heard the little princess's inner voice, they might have thought concubine Liang was with child again. At that moment, the Qianqing Emperor felt as though his own hands were tainted with a foul smell. It is one thing for Lord Zhao to indulge in castor beans, but why would he choose to sit upon a night pearl? Does it not cause him discomfort? The system waved a hand dismissively. While one night pearl may be uncomfortable, Lord Zhao possesses a whole bed of them. You see, he does not sleep on a regular bed, but on a heated platform. The surface is entirely covered with night pearls the size of bowls. What you see today is merely the smallest one he has extracted from his collection.
Hiss.
The ministers were astonished. How could Lord Zhao have amassed such a collection of night pearls? Some among them had served for decades yet had not managed to save enough for even one. The Qianqing Emperor's expression abruptly turned cold. Lord Zhao fell to his knees. Your Majesty, and the imperial physician, standing beside Lord Zhao, swiftly jabbed him with an acupuncture needle to silence him. Lord Zhao. What misfortune had befallen him? Had he known, he would not have arrived late, nor would he have awkwardly offered a gift. Yet he had seen the Right Chancellor present a gift earlier. Knight Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Lord Zhao is merely a fourth-grade official. With his salary, he could not afford even half a night pearl without years of saving. Where did he acquire so many? Surely he is not corrupt, is he? The mere mention of corruption caused the Qianqing Emperor's expression to stiffen. Now that I recall, my tyrannical father has been particularly fond of Lord Zhao lately, even praising his hard work just now. The system chuckled. Of course, Lord Zhao is working hard. Those night pearls and funds are bribes from the officials in Jiangnan, and the allocations your father dispatched never reached the disaster victims. All ended up in Lord Zhao's pockets. He spent the entire night moving silver. The funds meant for addressing the Jiangnan flooding were being transferred box by box into a secret vault. If he is not working hard, then who is? Bang! The Qianqing emperor could no longer contain himself, his hand crashing down on the table like a thunderclap. Lord Zhao, already sweating profusely, knelt below.
Ah!
The night pearl is about to roll into the little princess's embrace. Do not come near me, father. Help! I do not wish to smell that foul odor. As the Qianqing emperor slammed the table, the night pearl teetered perilously towards Knight Yuan. She froze in fear. Father! Using all her might, she let out a desperate cry. Chapter 26. While others offer gifts, the 8th prince delivers doom. As the night pearl was about to land in Knight Yuan's arms, the Qianqing emperor caught it just in time. You nearly scared me to death. Quickly take it away, it reeks. In a fit of rage, the Qianqing emperor hurled the night pearl directly at Lord Zhao, striking him squarely on the forehead. Lord Zhao, I received an urgent report last night from someone under my command. Would you care to hear it? Knight Yuan snapped back to reality. Peering out from her swaddling, an urgent report? It seems my tyrannical father has already uncovered something amiss with Lord Zhao. The emperor of Qianqing suppressed his fury with great effort, intending to offer you an opportunity for candor and leniency today. However, to my dismay, you have yet to come forth with the truth. Kneeling on the ground, Lord Zhao thought to himself, he indeed wished to confess, but alas, he was rendered mute at this very moment. Furthermore, even if your majesty had heard the words exchanged between the little princess and the system, it would be unjust to convict him solely based on the dialogue of a child. Song Xuanfu, take your men to thoroughly search the Zhao residence. The emperor had anticipated this action. While the heartfelt thoughts of Ruan Bao were undoubtedly significant, the pursuit of justice hinges upon concrete evidence, especially when dealing with his own subjects. Only with irrefutable proof could he justly address the misdeeds of the Zhao family. The emperor, parched and in desperate need of refreshment, cradled the little Ruanruan in one arm, neglecting to reach for the teacup with his other hand, primarily due to the lingering foul odor from the luminous pearl that had just been presented. It had left him with an indelible psychological scar. The onlookers at the banquet remained silent, none daring to utter a word. Only a few ministers discreetly passed notes to the emperor. What is this? He inquired, glancing down to discover they were promissory notes, some inscribed for amounts ranging from 100 to 1,000 taels. What is the meaning of this? The Minister of Personnel explained, Your Majesty, this is a gift from us, the ministers, for the little princess's full moon celebration. Those are, promissory notes. Lacking physical gifts. They could only offer these notes as tokens. What? Promissory notes for me? The characters inscribed signify silver, do they not? The emperor's lips twitched, and upon hearing the mention of silver, the little girl became more animated than anyone. I've struck it rich. This stack of promissory notes must amount to over 10,000 taels. The emperor, having briefly glanced at the notes, quickly realized it exceeded even 20,000 taels. Primarily, due to the generosity of several wealthy ministers who had written substantial amounts. Each note bore the seals of various officials. Once I can walk and grow a little, I shall take these promissory notes out of the palace to buy snacks, hee. The emperor could not help but smile. The little girl envisioned herself purchasing treats while a procession of ministers trailed behind to settle the bill. This child certainly had a vivid imagination. Minister Song Xuanfu was quite adept at his duties. Not only had he sent word, but he had also brought the confiscated goods into the palace. A full contingent of over 100 guards transported numerous large chests, and when opened, they revealed a dazzling array of silver within. It must be said, Lord Zhao's small frame is remarkably capable. The labor that these 100 guards undertook, he accomplished single-handedly last night, fearing any leaks of information. The system chimed in with approval. Host, with a father like you, even if Lord Zhao worked in utmost secrecy last night, it would have been in vain. Minister Song reported, Your Majesty, I have counted the silver, and it matches precisely with the funds previously allocated by Your Majesty. The emperor's face turned a shade of green with anger. So, you mean to say all my silver has lined the pockets of the Zhao family? Preposterous. Your Majesty, I have also discovered that at Lord Zhao's estate, there exists a bed crafted from luminous pearls, adorned with no less than 180 pearls. I instructed the guards to smash a few. yet they could not break through. The emperor huffed, thankful that none had shattered. Otherwise, he would have been presented with those foul-smelling pearls. After a thorough inventory, the items were dispatched to the national treasury. As for you, Zhao, let the imperial physician release him. I wish to hear what he has to say. Lord Zhao's eyes bulged with anxiety. As he opened his mouth, he cried out, Your Majesty, I am innocent. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Unoriginal. Silence him. Take him away and execute him. The physician inserted a silver needle, and before Lord Zhao could fully articulate his innocence, he was dragged away for execution. The emperor felt a surge of satisfaction, having unexpectedly resolved a case of embezzlement, thanks to the heartfelt thoughts of the little girl. He glanced around, noticing there was still time. Several princes were en route. Consort Liang, where is the 8th prince? Isn't he usually the one who loves to join in the festivities? Knight Ruanruan's ears perked up. Speaking of which, I have been born for over a month yet have scarcely seen my royal brothers.
Ah.
Your brothers are all preoccupied with their political endeavors outside the palace. However, host, speaking of your 8th brother, there appears to be some commotion surrounding him. The 8th prince's scandal? The crowd silently exchanged glances, straightening their posture in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Your Majesty, Eunuch Fu hurriedly approached. The 8th prince has hanged himself. The emperor coughed in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Is little 8 attempting to take his own life? What kind of child does this at a full moon banquet while others are presenting gifts? Upon hearing of her son's predicament, Consort Liang's expression changed instantly. Your Majesty, I must leave the palace to check on my son at the Jingwang residence. The emperor, equally alarmed, inquired, Is he safe? Eunuch Fu sighed, recalling the circumstances. Your Majesty, do not fret. He has been saved, but the 8th prince. Your Majesty, you should see for yourself. Is my 8th brother foolish? Knight Ruanruan interjected unexpectedly. The system noted, Host, the 8th prince's situation is rather significant. Knight Ruanruan tugged at the emperor's sleeve. Surely the tyrant father won't leave me behind to check on my brother? This drama should be experienced firsthand for it to be truly enjoyable. The emperor's mind was in disarray. With little 8's hanging and his current foolishness, there was now a major scandal? The emperor arrived at the residence of the 8th prince. At 15 years of age, the 8th prince, Yi Jing, should not have had his own estate, yet his mischievous nature made palace life unbearable. He had used his accumulated pocket money over the years to purchase a modest dwelling. The emperor and Consort Liang, concerned for the young prince's well-being, had assigned a wet nurse from the palace to oversee him. Entering the estate with Knight Ruanruan in his arms, the emperor called out, Fuda Hai, where is the 8th prince? In there. Eunuch Fu seemed hesitant to specify the location. Where? By the pigsty. The emperor was taken aback. What on earth? What is little 8 doing by the pigsty? Truly, it seems as if Ruan Bao's words have come to fruition. Surely little 8 has not lost his senses. The ministers following the emperor were equally bewildered. It was their first time hearing about a prince who survived a near-death experience only to find himself not in a chamber or on a bed, but beside a pigsty. How extraordinary!
Ying.
The emperor approached with purpose, calling the 8th prince's name. The 8th prince sat by the pigsty, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing the emperor, he froze momentarily before abruptly rushing to Consort Liang, crying out, Mother, I suffer greatly. Is this truly my 8th brother, born with a deficiency in wits? He appears rather dim-witted. As the weeping Yi Jing suddenly looked up, Consort Liang grasped his hand tightly, almost pinching it, to silence him. Father, mother, I. The emperor stepped on the 8th prince's foot, causing him to leap in pain, finally understanding the emperor's intent. Is this the heartfelt thought of my little sister? Yi Jing suddenly recalled that since Knight Ruanruan's birth, he had yet to visit the palace to see his mother. Oh, what a small, round, and fair-faced little sister. Ah, little Ruanruan, I am your 8th brother. Mother, look quickly, my sister is so adorable. The 8th prince resembled a child who had never encountered the world. Seeing Consort Liang's embarrassment as she covered her face, the 8th prince had an epiphany. So, it turns out I am the only one who has not met my little sister. Yi Jing, how can you face her? Your sister has been born for over a month, and you have not visited the palace to see Ruanruan at all. The emperor's expression darkened. In the stillness of the night, Yi Jing craned his neck, pondering how to report the events of the past month to his father, the emperor.
Ah.
The red star of happiness has appeared above my eighth brother's head. Surely this is an auspicious sign. Yi Jing's eyes widened in surprise. His little sister understood him. A confidant indeed. It seemed he was indeed experiencing joyous tidings, an extraordinary celebration, no less. Alas! The Emperor of Qianqing had not anticipated such a monumental revelation upon his arrival. Yi Jing was with child. Could this be the grand news the system had spoken of? His son, at merely 15, expecting? The Emperor could not help but glance toward Yi Jing's midsection. Could a man truly bear a child? The assembled ministers rubbed their eyes, fearful that their aging sight might deceive them regarding the eighth prince's belly. The system felt a twinge of embarrassment. Host. Clarify. What you mean is that your eighth brother's little treasure is with child. Speaking of your eighth brother's little treasure, that is quite amusing indeed. Yi Ruanruan blinked her eyes. Ha ha ha, I understand. The little treasure of my eighth brother is right there, lying down, isn't it? Little treasure? Lying down? The Emperor of Qianqing found this utterly perplexing. Whose little treasure could be described in such a manner? Just as the crowd looked about, eager to glimpse the eighth prince's well-concealed little treasure, a peculiar snorting sound echoed through the silent courtyard. What in the world? The favored concubine beside the emperor pointed toward a pig pen, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I see a pig there, feasting." The creature, weighing over 200 pounds, was oblivious to the onlookers, contentedly munching away. The previous noise had indeed emanated from this very pig. The emperor's handsome visage froze in disbelief, a ludicrous thought flashing through his mind. Indeed, his beloved daughter's heart had already burst forth in laughter. That is not a pig, that is my eighth brother's little treasure. The emperor. He had been taken completely off guard by this revelation. The ministers collectively found themselves in a state of utter shock. The eighth prince's little treasure was a pig. What an astonishing twist of fate.
Huffed.
The Right Chancellor was the first to succumb to laughter. As his chuckle broke the silence, all eyes turned towards him. The Right Chancellor, unable to contain himself, realized that despite his advanced age, his composure had utterly failed him. Your Majesty, I can no longer hold it in. The Emperor graciously permitted. Then go ahead. The Right Chancellor paused, perplexed. Go where? Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. He dashed off, heading to the restroom. Moments later, raucous laughter erupted from the corner. The sound of his mirth echoed, his whole body shaking with glee. The civil and military officials covered their faces, or rather, their mouths, fearful of being discovered by the little princess.
Yi Ruanruan,
engrossed in the spectacle, became momentarily dazed. System. Did you hear that laughter? Why is the Right Chancellor's bathroom visit so jubilant? The system responded promptly. Perhaps his age has rendered him a bit eccentric. The ministers. The Right Chancellor emerged from the restroom, all seriousness, as if the earlier silliness had been another person entirely. Yet, he could no longer restrain himself. Other ministers hurriedly followed suit, racing to the restroom. A peculiar scene unfolded in the courtyard, as one after another, the ministers lined up, each entering the restroom only to burst into laughter before emerging with grave expressions. Yi Ruanruan's wide, glistening eyes were transfixed. System. I never knew that such eccentricity could be contagious. The ministers all laughed heartily before exiting. Is it the case that one cannot relieve themselves without a good laugh? The scent of laughter is quite potent. The system.
Yi Ruanruan,
Do you wish to reflect on your words? The ministers. They glanced at the solemn-faced emperor, who, while holding the little princess, was struggling to maintain his composure. The emperor collected himself and turned to the dazed eighth prince. Yi Jing, when did you acquire a pig for your household? Father, this is no ordinary pig. This is my little treasure. Yi Jing's voice trailed off in a whisper for the last few words, yet the crowd heard him distinctly.
Yi Ving,
What on earth are you doing, treating a pig as a treasure? In this vast imperial palace, in this grand Qian dynasty, what treasures are lacking that you must dote upon a pig? To each their own, Yi Jing defended. I have cared for this little darling since it was but a month old. It is only a year now, a mere baby. The emperor replied, a 200-pound baby? You truly are something. Why was I unaware of my son's penchant for pig-keeping? Who among the esteemed princes neglects their duties to rear pigs?
Observing ye wins don't just the manner.
The emperor felt a wave of exasperation. I have heard that you attempted to hang yourself today. What is the meaning of this? Yi Jing scratched his head, seemingly befuddled.
Ah?
That was an accident, a mere accident. If you weren't attempting to hang yourself, would such an accident have occurred? The emperor was exasperated. Ruanruan had been right. Yi Jing must be lacking in common sense. Had he forgotten a crucial part of his intellect during his previous life? This lifetime was fraught with such embarrassing incidents. Father, are you referring to that rope? Yi Jing pointed to the emperor's head. Where? Standing beneath a tree. The emperor suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, upon glancing up, he spotted a rope dangling precariously above him. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the rope to sway slightly, evoking a sense that the emperor was about to hang himself. Chapter 28. The One of Interest. Ptah. Ruanruan could no longer contain her laughter. Her little mouth breaking into a wide grin, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth.
Ye.
Jing. The emperor was nearly seething with rage. Father, please calm down. Do not be angry. This rope is a good one, untainted by evil spirits. I did not use it to seek death. I merely intended to find someone.
Ye wink.
Frightened, quickly embraced the tree, hiding behind it as he hastily explained, as if fearing the emperor might unleash his wrath at any moment. You used a rope to find someone? The emperor was gravely suspicious of his hearing. What was the logic behind Yi Jing's thoughts? The child was no fool. Why did he express himself so foolishly? System, please elucidate this absurdity. Does my eighth brother harbor some unspoken secret? Ruanruan's sweet, innocent voice floated out. And suddenly, Yi Jing, who was clinging to the tree in distress, broke down. He nodded vigorously at Ruanruan. Yes, yes. I indeed have something difficult to express. Little sister, if you can speak, please say more. The emperor shot Yi Jing an exasperated glance. The system chuckled lightly. What your eighth brother possesses is not a secret. It is a grand revelation. He has fallen for a female thief. Ruanruan. A female thief. Logically speaking, if a thief were to infiltrate the prince's residence, one would report it to the authorities, yet your eighth brother has not.
Ruanruan bilinket.
I hadn't considered reporting it. I was merely pondering what treasures could attract a thief to the eighth prince's residence. My brother seems rather impoverished, does he not? He is the poorest among the princes. Yi Jing felt a flush of embarrassment. His little sister's reasoning was peculiar. The ministers. The little princess was not concerned about the thief's entry but rather curious about what the thief aimed to steal. Little did they know, the system interjected. The eighth prince's residence lacks nothing, except milk. Ruanruan was momentarily baffled. What milk? The system gestured ahead. Look. You will understand by observing the eighth prince's little treasure. With the system's reminder, not only Ruanruan but also the ministers and the emperor could not resist casting their gazes toward the hefty pig weighing over 200 pounds. At this moment, the pig had finished its meal and lay comfortably in its nest. Hiss! The beloved little heart of the eighth prince has just given birth to a litter of piglets. The pig that had been standing earlier was blocking the view of the piglets, which had gone unnoticed. Now, as the beloved little heart settled down, the dozen or so piglets nestled in the pig's embrace, peacefully sleeping. The emperor of Qianqing twitched at the corners of his mouth. He seriously doubted his own sanity. Instead of attending to important state matters, he had come to the eighth prince's residence to observe pigs. Knight Yuantuan's small face was trembling with laughter. Ha ha, the pig milk. A thief has come to the eighth prince's residence to steal pig milk. The emperor of Qianqing was equally speechless. How peculiar. Who would steal pig milk? My eighth brother has a penchant for thieves. What does that have to do with hanging? Could it be that my seventh brother has a peculiar affinity for such antics? Surely not, he is only 15. The eighth prince's expression darkened. His little sister understood everything. Host, you are thinking askew. The story must begin a month ago. That night, the eighth prince's pet pig gave birth to piglets. The eighth prince, filled with joy, came to see his beloved little heart, only to find a slender thief with a delicate waist darting away from the pig's nest. At that moment, the thief was masked. And all the eighth prince could glimpse was a side profile, yet that fleeting sight caused him to be utterly captivated. Who would have thought that this thief would persist? Stealing pig milk day after day, for an entire month? The stolen piglets were all as skinny as twigs.
Ha ha ha.
No wonder the piglets born from the 200-plus-pound beloved little heart were so emaciated. It turns out all the milk had been pilfered. Haha, Knight Yuantuan had initially tried to suppress her laughter, but ultimately could not contain it. The Emperor of Qianqing observed the dozen or so piglets in the nest, gaunt and bony.
Puffed.
The right minister could not hold back any longer and was the first to laugh. The emperor suddenly cast a glance at him. The right minister quickly reined in his laughter, his expression seemingly saying, "Who drinks more milk than a pig?" The system continued. "Host, this is not even the humorous part. The truly amusing aspect is that your eighth brother has been lovesick for a month. One day, when the thief failed to arrive to steal the milk, your eighth brother was tormented by worry and could not sleep for an entire day and night, fearing he would never see the thief again. Thus, he resolved to meet the thief formally. In pursuit of a romantic encounter, he planned to play the hero and rescue the thief from peril. A few days ago, the eighth prince devised a plan to weave a net with rope to trap the thief. But guess what? The thief effortlessly broke free from the net. Undeterred, the eighth prince believed the rope was too flimsy and intended to test its strength today. As a result, he nearly hanged himself, but fortunately, the steward discovered and rescued him. The entire court of civil and military officials, the Emperor of Qianqing, if one day Knight Jing were to perish, it would surely be due to sheer foolishness. Knight Jing lowered his head, realizing that everyone now knew of his infatuation. Knight Yuantuan's heart was filled with glee. Oh, how I long to see what the eighth brother's beloved looks like. The system interjected, "Speaking of this beloved, it cannot be divorced from the right minister." The solemn right minister felt a chill run down his spine.
Huh.
He had been named. Were they not discussing the eighth prince's beloved? How had he suddenly become implicated? The ministers speculated amongst themselves. Good heavens, had the right minister sent a thief to ensnare the eighth prince?
But there was no reason for that.
The right minister seldom interacted with the eighth prince and had never crossed paths with him. The Emperor of Qianqing instinctively glanced at the right minister. "Did you send someone to confuse my son?" The right minister, frightened, quickly waved his hands in denial. "Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice. He was truly innocent."
Crack.
Just as the Emperor of Qianqing and the officials were pondering the identity of the thief, an unexpected sound suddenly erupted from a corner. "Host, look quickly. The thief has appeared during the day and cannot resist revealing themselves." Knight Yuantuan's little head promptly turned towards the source of the sound. She relished such gossip. What was that sound? The Emperor of Qianqing feigned ignorance and stepped forward. Knight Jing, forgetting to clutch the tree, swiftly chased after. Sure enough, he spotted a figure in azure darting past. It was she, the one he had been longing for. Knight Jing's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. The Emperor of Qianqing could not help but cheer him on, urging him to be swift, as he too wished to see what kind of vision captivated his son. The ministers craned their necks, eager to witness the spectacle. "Don't run." Knight Jing, swift of foot, swiftly captured the figure. Chapter 29. The sixth prince digs for coal. Knight Jing, concerned about startling the opponent, held back his strength and gently grasped the wrist of the figure clad in an azure skirt, their face concealed by a white veil. The Emperor of Qianqing narrowed his eyes, daring. Who dares to appear in the eighth prince's residence? The figure lowered their head, eyes averted. But Knight Jing kept signaling the Emperor, "Father, please lower your voice. Do not frighten her." "Wait, something feels off. Why does this person seem a bit strange?" The system chimed in. "Of course it's strange. They are not a woman." "Not a woman." Knight Jing was stunned. The Emperor of Qianqing felt as though the sky had caved in. His dear son is a homosexual? Knight Yuantuan suddenly felt bewildered. "What? You mean he is the right minister's son, Chen Feng?"
What?
With Knight Yuantuan's thought echoing, every person present was left in disarray. Knight Jing was dumbfounded. His eyes nearly bulged out. He had yet to recover from the revelation that the thief was not a woman when he learned that this person was the right minister's son.
Son.
The words echoed in Knight Jing's mind. Chen Feng, who had been keeping his head down, was now in a daze, for he could hear the little princess's thoughts. Hiss! Night Jing snapped back to reality and tore away the veil from Chen Feng's face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Night Jing felt as though he had been struck by lightning.
Goodness.
It truly was Chen Feng. My eighth brother's world has collapsed.
Ha ha ha.
His beloved is actually the right minister's son, the younger brother of the little emperor, and most importantly, they are classmates. The entire court was rendered speechless. The beloved whom the eighth prince yearned for day and night was, in fact, his classmate. Knight Yuantuan's heart quaked with laughter. Ha ha ha, system. Why did Chen Feng disguise himself as a woman? Indeed. Why on earth would a perfectly fine thief disguise himself as a woman? Chen Feng quickly waved his hands. Eighth prince, it was not intentional. I originally meant to dress as a maid to come to the eighth prince's residence. Night Jing dressed as a maid to come to the eighth prince's residence, and ended up being chosen by himself? The emperor of Qianqing could not bear to look at his foolish son any longer. You cannot even distinguish between male and female, yet you fall for someone truly foolish. Why would you dress as a maid to steal milk from the eighth prince? Night Jing felt himself becoming incoherent. Chen Feng lowered his head, meekly explaining, "My sister just gave birth, is weak, and my nephew has no milk to drink, so Eighth prince, I sincerely apologize. I should not have stolen your pig milk." Night Jing was on the verge of tears. Good grief. You stole my milk? You stole my heart.
No.
He needed to calm down. This world was too chaotic. In fact, when you think about it, it is not entirely Chen Feng's fault. He simply wanted to help his sister recover and felt pity for his little nephew, never intending to entice the eighth brother. In a way, Chen Feng is quite innocent. The system noted that although Chen Feng is a young man, he possesses a strikingly fair and clean appearance, resembling a handsome youth. Disguised as a woman, he proves to be more alluring than many females. The eighth prince is visibly flustered. Sister, look at me. I am the innocent one here. Among the court officials, the right chancellor exhibits the most excitement, rushing forward exclaiming, Feng, is that you? I am your father. My father? The right chancellor, already with tears in his eyes, recounted the events that transpired at the Chun residence the previous day in detail. Chen Feng responded, it was quite unexpected. My sister was rescued by His Highness the Cold Prince? The right chancellor, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, yes, yes. Your sister has returned to the Prime Minister's residence. I have searched for you for 2 days without success, and your sister is frantic. Come back to the residence with me. Chen Feng felt somewhat unaccustomed to the right chancellor's repeated address of father, given the abruptness of the situation. Ever since the Qin family was exiled, the Cold Prince and the right chancellor had tirelessly searched the capital for Chen Feng and the child. They pondered where a young boy, accompanied by an infant who had just turned a month old and required milk, could possibly go. What would happen if the baby became hungry? After all, at such a tender age, without teeth, the infant could not consume any solid food. The right chancellor and Chen Yenner were nearly driven to madness. However, they never anticipated that Chen Feng would be hiding with the child in the eighth prince's residence, seeking refuge due to the availability of milk. The reason Chen Feng finally revealed himself was that the milk he had stolen the previous night was insufficient. As year grew, his demand for milk had evidently increased, and now he was so hungry that he lacked the strength to even cry. The system remarked that in the original story, Chen Feng had aspired to serve the court and fight on the battlefield when he grew up, but due to the pursuit by Liu and Qin Qingqing, he met an untimely demise. A promising young general had been tragically overlooked. Now, with the Qin family exiled, it remained uncertain whether Chen Feng's fate of an early death had been altered. The system reassured, it should be considered changed, do not worry. Emperor Qianqing narrowed his eyes. So, Chen Feng is destined for such great fortune in the future? Heaven has truly opened its eyes. It has not treated this old man poorly. The right chancellor excitedly embraced Chen Feng. In a single night, he was not only blessed with a son and a daughter, but his daughter was to be the future Cold Prince's consort, and his son, a future general. The right chancellor would surely wake laughing from his dreams. A general. The Ling family has had several civil officials in their lineage, yet has never produced a military figure. How could one not be elated? The mere thought of the little princess's words, that the Qin family had caused his son's demise, made the right chancellor note it down in his mind. Once they left the residence, he would ensure that the exiled officials received news. And he would see to it that those wicked mother and daughter duo received their due punishment. For several consecutive days, Yi Ruanruan lived a life of luxury, spending her time drinking milk and counting IOUs, each stack representing money. Meanwhile, Emperor Qianqing and the court officials were deliberating state affairs. Suddenly, amidst the silence of the court, someone sneezed, instantly capturing Yi Ruanruan's attention.
Hey.
Someone over there is sneaking snacks. It was the one who sneezed just now. Even from a distance, she could smell it. Yi Ruanruan couldn't help but touch her little belly. Nearly 2 months old, she had consumed nothing but milk and had never tasted any snacks. The mere mention of snacks made her mouth water. The system interjected, "Host, that is your 6th royal brother, the 6th prince of the great Qian dynasty." Hiding in the corner, the 6th prince, munching on roasted chestnuts, thought to himself, he shouldn't have sneezed. He had been reluctant to attend the court today, as he was not particularly diligent. However, a couple of days prior, he had visited the 8th prince, who had informed him of something. He could hear the thoughts of the 9th princess. This prince, who loved nothing more than feasting and revelry, decided to attend the court today in hopes of encountering his 9th sister. Indeed, luck was on his side. Yi Ruanruan suddenly screamed internally, "I remember now. He is the unfortunate soul from the book who was exiled to the border to mine coal after failing in his coup."
What?
Emperor Qianqing, engaged in discussions with the ministers, found it hard to focus. The whispers of the 6th prince's coup were echoing in his ears. Whether he succeeded or not was secondary. The boy intended to usurp the throne. The officials murmured amongst themselves, while any prince might contemplate usurpation, this 6th prince? A slothful prince, known for his indulgence in food and drink. How could he possibly stage a coup?
With what his mouth?
Nevertheless, this news was indeed sensational. Perhaps they had all been misled by the 6th prince's innocent appearance. The more seemingly simple and guileless a prince appeared, the more likely he could be the one with the deepest schemes. Uncertain, they decided to listen further. With a clatter, the roasted chestnut the 6th prince was holding fell to the floor.
What?
My sister said he was going to mine what? Mine coal. Chapter 30. It's over. Why do I suddenly feel that the court has grown so quiet? Emperor Qianqing shot a glance at everyone, signaling them to speak up. Quickly, say something. Song Xianyuan stepped forward. Your Majesty, the drought in Jiangnan is imminent. We must quickly send a minister to provide disaster relief. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Emperor Qianqing nodded. I have already considered this. After the incident with the Zhao family and their corruption, I thought it prudent to select a capable minister from among the princes to allow them to hone their skills. Isn't this quite fortuitous? I remember in the original plot, the 6th brother began his path to usurpation through disaster relief. Emperor Qianqing's expression darkened. What is happening? Little girl, if you have something to say, speak more. The 6th prince in the corner was rendered speechless. It's over. Yi Ruanruan continued to recall the original plot. However, the 6th brother was indeed unfortunate. He was originally an idle prince with no great ambitions, only knowing how to feast and indulge. Yet he happened to have an ambitious uncle. The ministers exchanged glances. The 6th prince's mother was the empress, and her family surname was Wu. Now, the eldest son of the Wu family, who was also the 6th prince's uncle, was Wu Darren, an official of the 3rd rank in the Military Affairs Bureau. Today, Wu Darren was absent from court. As Yi Ruanruan observed the 6th prince, she couldn't help but criticize, 6th brother's uncle is no good. He intends to lead him into usurpation. 6th brother is entirely clueless in this regard. To enlighten him, Wu Darren devised a series of coup plans. Emperor Qianqing thought good news. His son is being encouraged. Bad news. His son will undoubtedly be successfully persuaded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met such a fate as mining coal to his death. What surprised Emperor Qianqing was that a mere official from the Military Affairs Bureau would dare to harbor thoughts of usurpation. Did he truly believe the throne of the great Qian dynasty was made of clay? Indeed, one might argue that a lowly official has no capital for usurpation, but this Wu Darren has powerful backing. Alas, Let's set aside the matter of his backing for now. As for the plan for usurpation, I recall the first step was for sixth brother to request to be appointed as the disaster relief envoy. The tyrant father's disaster funds would perfectly land in Wu Daren's pocket. Of course, sixth brother was completely unaware of it. He was merely a puppet. Wu Daren would use this sum to privately recruit troops and provisions, supporting sixth brother's rise to power. Initially, everything was going smoothly, but the tyrant father, with his wisdom, thwarted their plans just a day before the coup. Wu Daren fled, sixth brother became the scapegoat, and thus was exiled to the border to mine coal, ultimately meeting his demise. How tragic. How unjust. What a stroke of bad luck. Ruanruan shook her little head, sighing for the sixth prince. At this moment, the sixth prince was utterly bewildered. The chestnuts in his hand have lost all their fragrance. Did he meet such a tragic end? As a leisurely prince, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in feasting and revelry? Why must he seek to usurp the throne and even delve into coal mining? He is utterly incapable of such labor. The sixth prince, at this moment, wore a sullen expression. The civil and military officials dared not utter a sound, while others engaged in treachery with subtlety. The entire court is aware of the sixth prince's ambitions to usurp the throne. It's as if he were broadcasting his intentions through a loudspeaker. Regarding the disaster relief effort, do you wish to take on the role and gain some experience in Jiangnan? The sixth prince quickly waved his hands, protesting, No, father. I cannot possibly do that. Do I look like someone who could handle disaster relief? I am the one in need of rescue, the one deserving of aid, who will come to save this unfortunate soul. Oh dear, the developments are quite peculiar. Last night, Lord Wu personally sought out my elder brother, urging him to find a way to become the disaster relief commissioner today. Why, then, did the tyrannical father offer him the position only for him to refuse? The sixth prince exclaimed in distress, What do you mean? If I agree to be the disaster relief commissioner, I shall have to mine coal. I cannot possibly manage even a bit of that work. The entire court looked at the sixth prince with pity. After the court session, the Qianqing emperor summoned the right chancellor, Song Xuanfu, and a few others to the imperial study. Meanwhile, Ruanruan had just finished nursing in the inner chamber and had fallen into a deep slumber. Sitting at his desk, the Qianqing emperor scrutinized the ministers. Did you hear what the little princess said today? The ministers nodded in acknowledgement. Right, Chancellor, what are your thoughts? The right chancellor considered, acknowledging that since His Majesty had received credible information, they must guard against Lord Wu and the sixth prince. However, at this moment, they lacked concrete evidence of Lord Wu's conspiracy with the sixth prince. Mere speculation would not suffice. Even if they apprehended Lord Wu now, if he refused to confess, they would be powerless. The Qianqing emperor concurred with the right chancellor's assessment. If they took action against Lord Wu now, they would undoubtedly alert the enemy. Lord Wu could not orchestrate such a grand scheme alone. As Ruanbao mentioned, he had a formidable backer. Yet, Ruanbao had not revealed the identity of this powerful ally today. Such matters must be uprooted entirely. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Song Xuanfu interjected, Your Majesty. In truth, I feel the sixth prince is rather wronged. He likely remains unaware of Lord Wu's intentions to support him as a puppet emperor. The Qianqing emperor rubbed his temples, contemplating that if it were not for this, the sixth prince would not have been able to leave the court today. However, he was curious to see how the sixth prince would respond next. After all, he was his son. Should the sixth prince succumb to temptation and agree to Lord Wu's plot, then the emperor would not hesitate to be ruthless. In the opinion of the elder statesman, Your Majesty, it would be wise to observe the situation. Since the sixth prince did not become the disaster relief commissioner today, there will surely be movements from Lord Wu. As they seek to recruit soldiers and gather resources, they will require funds. If they cannot obtain them here, they will certainly acquire them elsewhere. Once they take action, we can catch a glimpse of their tail. The right chancellor analyzed. The Qianqing emperor's gaze deepened. The situation might not be as simple as you all presume. Ruanruan awoke, finding herself in the imperial study. Listening to the hushed discussions of the Qianqing emperor and the ministers outside, it seemed they were deliberating state affairs. The Qianqing emperor was troubled, and everyone was on edge. The little princess has awakened. How fortuitous. Having received the emperor's signal, Song Xuanfu theatrically declared, "Your Majesty, there is grave news. We have received concrete information that Lord Wu intends to conspire with the sixth prince to usurp the throne. What shall we do?" As he spoke, he stood at the door to ensure Ruanruan did not overhear, before hastily retreating into the chamber. "My father has received news of Lord Wu's intentions to usurp the throne at this very moment. System. Your father has many spies at his disposal. It seems quite impressive. Impressive or not, mere information without evidence cannot capture anyone, and besides, that Lord Wu is as tight-lipped as a duck's bill, only conspiring with his mighty backer. He has not even whispered a word to the sixth prince. Since they are gathering troops and supplies, they must surely be after ill-gotten gains. Indeed, the little princess has pinpointed their most pressing dilemma. Lord Wu remains obstinate. The whereabouts of the ill-gotten gains remain elusive, and it will not be easy to uncover them. According to the timeline, tonight, Lord Wu seems to be meeting with his powerful ally. Now, where is Lord Wu? Let me think. Oh, he is at the sixth prince's residence, reciting incantations to him. System. Host, trouble is brewing. Lord Wu appears to have had a falling out with the sixth prince, and is poised to deliver a shocking blow. Ruanruan's round face momentarily froze. What shocking blow? Lord Wu has a puppet talisman ready, intending to stealthily affix it to your elder brother when he is not paying attention. A puppet talisman? The Qianqing Emperor's heart abruptly constricted. Though he did not know what this talisman entailed, its name alone was foreboding. Thus, his sixth son did not wish to usurp the throne, yet would ultimately be treated as a puppet? This Lord Wu must be dealt with. He must die. Even a thorough flaying would not suffice to quell his rage. However, the Qianqing Emperor knew that he must remain calm and then take Ruanruan to see the sixth prince. Very well, you may all withdraw. Do not act rashly. I have not visited the sixth princess residence in quite some time. Tonight, it is time to pay him a visit.
Ruanruan,
still clutching her milk bottle in the inner chamber, perked up at the mention of her brother. My father is going to see my elder brother? Take me with you. I can dispel my brother's puppet talisman. Hurry, take me along. As Ruanruan's thoughts settled, the Qianqing Emperor entered, scooping her up and feigning a smile. Little girl, you have never been to the sixth prince's residence, have you? How about I take you out of the palace for a bit tonight? Yes, yes. Ruanruan waved her little arms excitedly. The night was deepening. At this moment, in the residence of the sixth prince, Lord Wu anxiously paced back and forth in the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The sixth prince sat leisurely in a chair, munching on sunflower seeds.
Eat. Eat. Eat.
Yi Xuanli, all you do is eat. Yi Xuanli shot him a glare, recalling the words of the ninth princess. Compared to plotting to usurp the throne, he was far more suited to indulging in feasting and merriment at home. Yi Xuanli, did you hear my earlier question? What question? Why did you not strive to become the Disaster Relief Commissioner today? Yi Xuanli chuckled. Who told you I was striving for that? You didn't even try? Of course not. Lord Wu nearly exploded with fury. If you don't strive for the Disaster Relief Commission, how will you hone your abilities? Without honing your abilities, how can you take on responsibilities in the future? What responsibilities? Yi Xuanli raised an eyebrow. Lord Wu waved his sleeve dismissively. Humph. Nothing. Uncle, you don't expect me to become emperor in the future, do you? Lord Wu frowned. Why not? You are a prince, the son of an emperor. The throne will inevitably fall to one of you princes. I won't do it. Whoever wants it can go mine coal. I certainly will not. Lord Wu gritted his teeth in frustration. Do you not have any ambition? None. I absolutely refuse to become emperor. If you keep insisting on this, I will take you to father and have you dealt with. Uncle, don't blame me for being ruthless. You would willingly send me to my doom. If I were to eliminate a little of your existence, it would hardly be wrong. Yi Xuanli considered himself quite merciful. Naturally, he would pretend he did not hear today's conversation and wish not to hear it again in the future. He had made his feelings abundantly clear. It is my fervent hope that my uncle will cease his actions in a timely manner. Otherwise, even the emperor himself would be unable to rescue him. Lord Wu was utterly astounded, for he and that individual had already arranged everything. What remained was merely a substantial sum of silver and a puppet. Has Yi Xuanli suddenly refused to cooperate? Yi Xuanli, what nonsense are you spouting? You must understand that you represent not only yourself. Consider your neglected mother and the years of cultivation we, the Wu family, have devoted to you. You must stand tall. You are a prince. You cannot spend your days indulging in feasting and drinking. You must undertake a grand endeavor. With a crunch, Yi Xuanli cracked open a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, waving dismissively at Lord Wu, proclaiming, "My grand endeavor is to be a good son to my father," relieving his worries.
Yi Xuanli.
A prince who does not aspire to be emperor is not a worthy prince. Do you comprehend? Yi Xuanli shot him a sidelong glance, stating, "Whoever wishes to be emperor may do so. I certainly do not. I have no desire to dig coal." Dig what? Lord Wu mused, wondering if perhaps he was growing old. Who would dare to make a prince dig coal? Yi Xuanli had already lost interest in his uncle's words. It was getting late. And he urged, "You should leave now. Do not return to my residence. I am going to sleep." Lord Wu was taken aback. His nephew showed no ambition whatsoever. Was he truly going to sleep as soon as night fell? Yet, what could Lord Wu do? After all, he was a prince, the only royal bloodline of the Wu family, from whom they hoped to derive unparalleled glory in the future. Lord Wu touched the small pouch at his waist, which contained a talisman given to him by that individual. He had been instructed that should Yi Xuanli prove disobedient, he was to affix it to him. Once the talisman was applied, Yi Xuanli would become utterly compliant. "Xuanli, you cannot fathom the immense hopes your uncle has placed upon you over the years. Now, since you refuse to heed my counsel, I shall not trouble you further. I will visit you another day." Lord Wu patted Yi Xuanli on the shoulder. Yi Xuanli frowned, feeling a sudden warmth at the point of contact, which vanished in an instant. When he reached to touch his back, he found nothing amiss. "Xuanli, see your uncle off." A wave of dizziness washed over Yi Xuanli. He wished to refuse, yet his body moved of its own accord. He was left in shock, mouth agape, questioning what was happening to him. His body was entirely beyond his control. It was Lord Wu's first time employing the puppet talisman, and he was astonished by its effectiveness. He felt a surge of delight. Indeed, that individual was formidable. As the sixth prince and Lord Wu progressed into the courtyard, the gates of the sixth prince's residence swung open, revealing the emperor, who was cradling knight Ruanruan. "Your Majesty?" Lord Wu did not expect to encounter the emperor at this moment. The emperor squinted. "Lord Wu? I thought you were ill and had taken a sick leave from court today. How is it that you possess the leisure to visit?" Feigning weakness, Lord Wu coughed lightly. "Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat better today and thought to take a stroll in the evening. While wandering, I found myself at the sixth prince's residence, wishing to check on my nephew."
Ha.
This is the first I have heard of an ailing uncle visiting a perfectly well nephew. Should it not be the nephew who visits the Wu family? Lord Wu felt a pang of anxiety. Had the emperor discerned something? Chapter 32. The sixth prince's defenses crumble. Absolutely not. This matter was only disclosed to the sixth prince tonight. "Father, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the emperor, Yi Xuanli's heart raced with trepidation. Surely, his father had not come to interrogate him? Oh no, he had already rebuffed his uncle. What if his father, in a fit of anger, sent him to dig coal? The mere thought made the sixth prince feel as if the sky were collapsing upon him. How would he partake in feasting and revelry if he were forced to dig coal? Ruanruan had mentioned that coal mining could be fatal. Alas, the sixth prince could hardly suppress his tears.
Hiss.
"Sixth brother is under the puppet talisman. It seems I have arrived too late. That scheming Lord Wu has already affixed the talisman to him." Knight Ruanruan glanced at Yi Xuanli standing in the courtyard. Yi Xuanli. A puppet talisman?
On him?
His uncle had placed it upon him? He recalled the sharp pain in his shoulder when his uncle had patted him. Oh no! Was he being ensorcelled? What would happen if he fell victim to the puppet talisman? The sixth prince stood frozen, like a block of wood. Was he destined to dig coal for the rest of his life? Could he not simply be a prince, living off the fruits of his title? Life has always led to death. Since death is inevitable, why could he not die comfortably? Yet his uncle seemed intent on depriving him of any comfort. The sixth prince was on the verge of breaking down. Why do I feel that my sixth brother is about to cry? Yi Xuanli, when death is imminent,
Who can find joy?
he did not wish to die. He did not wish to dig coal. He did not want to be a puppet.
Oh,
It is merely a puppet talisman. It is not such a grave matter. Knight Ruanruan did not want to witness Yi Xuanli's sorrowful expression and waved her little arms at him, greeting him cheerfully. Yi Xuanli's eyes brimmed with tears. Genuinely touched. Among his siblings, he had always felt isolated.
why?
Because he lacked ambition, and none wished to associate with him. They deemed him a waste of time, believing he had no future. Yet now, gazing upon his chubby ninth sister, Yi Xuanli felt a swell of emotion. She did not disdain him for his lack of drive. Was it that he did not wish to improve? Not quite. He simply believed he was not as clever as his brothers. He lacked the intellect. With any semblance of wit, he would rather contemplate where to play today and what to eat tomorrow, rather than plotting against others. Intrigues and conflicts were no match for simple pleasures. Moved by this realization, he could not help but speak. "Father, may I hold my little sister?" "Yes, yes. Hold me. I can dispel the talisman." The emperor promptly handed Knight Ruanruan to Yi Xuanli. Knight Ruanruan clutched the corner of her blanket, gazing up at Yi Xuanli with her big, bright eyes. This puppet talisman possesses a unique trait. Aside from the one who affixed it, no one else can remove it. It is inscribed into the very essence of the victim. As the emperor contemplated seeking a highly skilled Taoist priest to remove the talisman from Yi Xuanli, he mused. This talisman is quite formidable. Yi Xuanli glared at his uncle. Just as Lord Wu was concocting an excuse to leave, he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of his nephew. When he looked up, he was met with the sight of his usually obedient nephew, who now seemed intent on glaring him to death. Knight Ruanruan leaned against Yi Xuanli's shoulder. Lord Wu dismissed her entirely, viewing her merely as an inconsequential child, while his mind was preoccupied with how to incite Yi Xuanli to pursue grand ambitions. Knight Ruanruan's little hand gently scratched at Yi Xuanli's shoulder, as if tickling him. "Ha! Here it is." Overjoyed, Knight Ruanruan grasped something golden that had emerged from Yi Xuanli's body. With a pop, she crushed it in her palm. In that instant, Yi Xuanli felt something being extracted from his body. He instantly regained clarity of mind, and his limbs felt remarkably lighter. The system praised him. "Host, you are truly impressive, having found the puppet talismans so quickly." At times, the system felt that its host surpassed it in prowess. However, upon reflection, it was merely an onlooker system, incapable of managing talismans. Yet Knight Ruanruan could handle it. Despite her youth, this little girl was likely brimming with potential. This Lord Wu possesses an exceptionally cunning mind, harboring grand ambitions while showing utter disregard for the well-being of his own nephew. The more I ponder this, the more irate I become. Tongzi, does this Lord Wu have any significant weaknesses or juicy secrets? The most notable scandal surrounding Lord Wu, aside from his treasonous inclinations, is his fondness for his powerful patron. Of course, the pressing concern now is that Lord Wu intends to visit his benefactor immediately upon leaving the sixth prince's residence. Knight Ruanruan puffed her cheeks, clearly vexed. Let me think, who is his patron again? The system had previously shown Knight Ruanruan a glimpse of the original text. However, her attention had been fleeting, and she could only recall vague details, having forgotten the specifics. The Qianqing Emperor awaited Knight Ruanruan's revelation of Lord Wu's patron, as knowing this would expedite the resolution of the issue with Lord Wu. Alas, I can't remember, but it matters not. I can compel Lord Wu to divulge it himself. The system cast her a sidelong glance. Host, what are you plotting in that mind of yours? It's not a mere plot, but rather a brilliant scheme. A divine scheme. The system remained silent. Knight Ruanruan continued. Isn't this Lord Wu fond of casting charms? I could cast one on him as well. What was that phrase again? The system reminded her, using his own methods against him. Knight Ruanruan replied. Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable, Tongzi. Host, you may have forgotten that your little backpack is devoid of charms, but during this period, we've accumulated quite a bit of melon value from our observations, allowing you to exchange for the charms you need in the marketplace. Knight Ruanruan scrolled through the marketplace screen, browsing the category of charms for quite some time. Found it! I found it! The face-blind charm! Knight Ruanruan exclaimed with glee. The Qianqing Emperor and Knight Xian Li exchanged puzzled glances.
What charm?
The face-blind charm. What does that even do? It seemed rather underwhelming compared to the imposing and powerful thunder summoning charm. The system expressed exasperation. Host, do take a look at what category this face-blind charm belongs to. Knight Yuan glanced and saw 3 characters in the category, but she only recognized the last 2. Ignoring the first character, she read aloud, Gu charm? Not bad, not bad. The system emphasized, no, the first character is pronounced Jing. The face-blind charm you are looking at belongs to the mischief charm category. In simpler terms, it's merely a playful charm, devoid of lethality or defensive capabilities. Unlike a protective charm that wards off disasters and ailments. This Lord Wu is preparing for rebellion. Wouldn't you prefer to find a more formidable charm? Have you seen that thunder summoning charm? Slap it on him, and he'd be struck dead on the spot. Chapter 33. The Enraged Monkey. The Qianqing Emperor found it hard to suppress a chuckle. What should have been a serious matter became amusing when he learned that Knight Yuan did not recognize the character for Jing. As a father, he couldn't help but be amused. However, upon reflection, he realized that this little girl's thought process was quite unique. The system's suggestion was straightforward. Yet she seemed to sigh, contemplating an alternative plan. System, you simply don't understand. While striking down Lord Wu might be swift, it wouldn't reveal his patron, which is the true target I intend to confront. Today he may seek out Lord Wu, but tomorrow he could just as easily pursue Lord Li or Lord Sunday. The Qianqing Emperor wholeheartedly agreed with Knight Yuan's reasoning. He certainly hadn't anticipated that a mere infant could possess such astute intelligence. The system inquired, so, what will you do with this face-blind charm? The individual affected by the face-blind charm will perceive the first person they see as the one they most desire to behold. If Lord Wu were to regard the tyrant father as that individual, what do you think would happen? The system shrieked. He would divulge all plans without reservation? The tyrant would inquire, and he would answer, without hesitation. Knight Yuan nodded cheerfully, her small feet kicking in delight. Exactly. The Qianqing Emperor's eyes sparkled with realization. By the heavens! The efficacy of the face-blind charm had found its ideal application. It was far more explosive than the thunder-summoning charm. Killing Lord Wu was of little consequence. Extracting every secret from him was paramount. Moreover, the Qianqing Emperor was acutely aware of Lord Wu's duplicitous nature. He was notoriously tight-lipped, often requiring extreme measures to extract information. The 6th prince, listening from the side, was equally astonished. Such a charm existed? It sounded rather entertaining. Meanwhile, Lord Wu, standing in the courtyard, sensed a rather awkward atmosphere. The emperor appeared oblivious, gazing contentedly at the 6th prince cradling the little princess. He felt like a fool standing there. To avoid appearing foolish, Lord Wu declared his intention to return to his residence. Perhaps due to his guilty conscience, he felt a surge of panic whenever he faced the emperor. Host, Lord Wu is about to escape. You must affix that charm to him. The system urged anxiously. I'm at a disadvantage. I can't speak or move effectively. How can I stick it on him? Clutching the face-blind charm, she found it impossible to apply it. Knight Yuan was so anxious, she felt like she might take flight. Where does he think he is going? I have brought the little princess to the 6th prince's residence with great difficulty. Just look at how happily they're playing together. No one is here to converse with me, and Lord Wu is perfectly positioned. Lord Wu's expression was one of discomfort. The Qianqing Emperor, with a knowing smile, inquired, What? Does my dear Lord Wu not wish to keep me company? Certainly not. Since that was not the case, they should enter and enjoy a cup of tea. Engaging in pleasant conversation, the Qianqing Emperor led the way into the main hall, casting a significant glance at the 6th prince as he passed. A silent signal to assist in affixing the charm to his uncle. The 6th prince was taken aback. Such a subtle, yet profound look was something he could actually comprehend. After a moment's thought, he realized he could indeed assist. However, he had never done so before. Furthermore, recalling how his uncle had callously cast a puppet charm on him, the 6th prince felt an overwhelming rage. He must devise a way to affix the face-blind charm to his uncle, thus preventing his father from becoming angry with him. Perhaps this would also spare him from the arduous task of coal mining in the future. Yet, while undertaking this task, he must not let his sister discover that he could hear her thoughts. He also had to avoid detection by his uncle. Such a mentally taxing endeavor was far beyond the capabilities of someone as dim-witted as he. The sixth prince was utterly flabbergasted. His father had far too high an opinion of him. The tyrant father is remarkably astute to keep Lord Wu around. The key is... Can anyone come and take a look at the charm I hold in my hand? Knight Yuan toyed with the face-blind charm, holding it before her chest. Were it not for her short arms, she would have loved to flaunt it before the sixth prince and the Qianqing emperor. I'm being so overt, dear father. Sixth brother, could you spare me a glance? Just one glance will suffice. Knight Yuan blinked earnestly, waving her small arms. The sixth prince lowered his gaze and locked eyes with Knight Yuan. In that fleeting moment, he clearly saw the yellow charm at her chest. However, he chose to act as if he hadn't seen it, averting his gaze and lifting his head. Knight Yuan. What is happening? Sixth brother, can you not see the yellow charm on my chest? Open your eyes wide. It's so obvious. Can you truly not see it? The sixth prince felt a wave of embarrassment. He had seen it. He had indeed seen it. The pressing matter was how to smoothly obtain the charm. Taking a deep breath, the sixth prince placed Knight Yuan on a small table in the hall, then suddenly let out a wild scream. Ah! He pounded his chest, roaring like a furious gorilla. Even Knight Yuan, lying on the small table, burst into laughter. Haha, this is too funny. Sixth brother just went into a complete frenzy out of nowhere, without any warning, and started banging on himself. The system queried. Host, why are you laughing so merrily? Because you haven't seen how my sixth brother resembles an angry monkey, huh? The system, The Qianqing emperor, who was listening to Lord Wu, suddenly darkened in expression. What is the sixth one up to? Why is he pretending to be a monkey instead of putting the talisman on Lord Wu? The sixth prince, with a stoic face, unexpectedly approached Lord Wu, who was sipping tea. Upon noticing the sixth prince, Lord Wu exclaimed, Xuanli, what are you doing?
Bang.
In a flash, the sixth prince delivered a swift chop, rendering Lord Wu unconscious. Before the Qianqing emperor could comprehend the situation, the sixth prince had executed this impressive maneuver. The Qianqing emperor mused, It seems my sixth son is not particularly skilled in martial arts. How much strength did he use to knock Lord Wu out? Suddenly, the sixth prince trembled slightly. Father? Why has uncle fainted? What did I just do? The Qianqing emperor glanced at the little girl eagerly staring at them from the table. He understood. The sixth prince's act was quite convincing. The sixth prince slapped his forehead.
Oh my.
Father, I must have been possessed just now. No wonder I felt so distracted these past few days. I must have been under a spell. And I even knocked uncle out. By the way, wasn't I just holding my ninth sister? Where is she? I am right here. Knight Yuan regained her senses. Her little face filled with astonishment. My sixth brother is so brave. He was just possessed at the perfect moment and knocked Lord Wu out in one go. What a perfect timing for the talisman. Father, come see. My sister has a protective talisman on her belly. Oh my, you finally noticed my talisman. Don't just look. Pick it up. The Qianqing emperor twitched his mouth. His sixth son was acting like a fool. It must have been pure concubine who slipped it to Yuan before. Chapter 34. Playing tricks with father. Sister, are you giving me the protective talisman? The sixth prince saw Knight Yuan raising her little arm, the face-blind talisman clutched in her palm. The sixth prince was overjoyed. Sister, you saw that I was possessed and are willing to give me your protective talisman? How can you be so kind? Since my sister cares for me so much, I shall not be polite. Once I achieve success, when I leave the palace next time, I will ask for another talisman for you. I shall graciously accept this talisman for now. The sixth prince adeptly accepted the talisman. Father, look. I've received the face-blind talisman and haven't aroused my sister's suspicions. The Qianqing emperor could hardly bear to watch his foolish son. The system, host, your sixth brother seems like a simpleton. No wonder he was punished to mine coal in his past life. His intellect is somewhat lacking. The sixth prince, he would never admit he was a fool. This was called pretending to be foolish while outsmarting others. In front of Knight Yuan and the Qianqing emperor, the sixth prince stood before the unconscious Lord Wu. Sighed heavily. Father, I wish to give this peace talisman to uncle. Earlier, I was possessed and accidentally struck him. He seems rather unfortunate. I thought. Sending him a protective talisman would ensure his future safety. I hope that in the future, if I am possessed again, I won't strike him anymore.
Haha.
My sixth brother is truly kind-hearted, doing good deeds. I was just thinking about how to remind him to place the face-blind talisman on Lord Wu. Look, it's done. The Qianqing Emperor looked at the smiling sixth prince. This reasoning was quite clever, making him unable to refrain from complimenting the sixth son. You decide for yourself. The sixth prince joyfully tucked the face-blind talisman into Lord Wu's clothing and gently patted it. Uncle, this talisman will surely protect you. Please wake up soon. I promise not to hit you again. It worked. It worked. System. Look, my sixth brother has placed the talisman on Lord Wu's chest. Knight Yuan happily clenched her little fist. This is the telepathic bond between siblings. With Knight Yuan's praise, the sixth prince's smile stretched from ear to ear. Today was the happiest day of his life. No one had ever praised him before, not even his mother, but his sister always did. How thoughtful. What a wonderful little sister. He decided that from now on, his sister would be his most treasured sibling. Anyone who dared to touch a single hair on her head would face his wrath. When Lord Wu awoke, his mind was still hazy, and his neck felt heavy. Knight Yuan peered out from her swaddle. He's awake. A good show is about to unfold. Ha! How strange. Why did I faint? What is going on? Lord Wu shook his head. When he saw the Qianqing Emperor before him, his face suddenly tightened. Oh no! Your Majesty, what brings you to the sixth prince's residence? Did you not meet with his Majesty? The Qianqing Emperor's gaze flickered. Could it be that the face-blind talisman was acting up? Who did Lord Wu mistake him for? The tyrant father is so clever, he should be able to discern Lord Wu's odd behavior. The system interjected. Host, your father definitely noticed. I was just idly testing your father's intelligence, and I found that he is indeed more intelligent than you. Knight Yuan remarked. That doesn't sound much like a compliment to me. The Qianqing Emperor smoothly played along. You had an episode just now. His Majesty had urgent matters to attend to and left the palace. Lord Wu looked around, relieved that he had not encountered his Majesty. But, Your Majesty, why did you come to the sixth prince's residence without informing me beforehand? Xuanli is here too. Have you completely disregarded him? The sixth prince. Uncle doesn't recognize father, but he recognizes me. This face-blind talisman is truly remarkable. A person of great stature need not concern themselves with trivial matters. The Qianqing Emperor remarked. How strange. Why didn't His Majesty take the little princess with him when he returned to the palace? Lord Wu pondered. Knight Xuanli explained. I wanted to play with my sister a little longer, so I let father return to the palace first. I will take my sister back later. I see. Lord Wu furrowed his brow, glancing at the Qianqing Emperor. Your Majesty, may I have a word? The Qianqing Emperor nodded, leading him to the adjoining room. Please, Your Excellency. The Qianqing Emperor walked ahead. Lord Wu shook his head, feeling perplexed. How strange. Why does the voice of the Excellency seem a bit odd today? What is Lord Wu discussing with father? I wish to eavesdrop. Knight Xuanli chuckled, picking up Knight Yuan and approaching a wall, pressing a spot that revealed a hidden mechanism. A hole appeared in the wall. Through the hole, the Qianqing Emperor and uncle were preparing to discuss significant matters.
Wow.
My sixth brother even has hidden mechanisms in his own residence. Knight Xuanli felt quite pleased. Of course. I had nothing better to do, so I dug it myself. The system remarked, Host, this mechanism was indeed dug by your sixth brother himself. Knight Yuan exclaimed, It seems my sixth brother is not entirely useless aside from indulging in pleasures. His handiwork skills are impressive. No wonder he was sent to mine coal. Knight Xuanli. Now, whenever he hears the word coal mining, his heart twinges. He is utterly terrified. Like a little coward, he trembles, observing his uncle from the hole. The sixth prince pressed his forehead. Uncle, you must reveal everything. I do not wish to end up mining coal. Meanwhile, in the room, Lord Wu quietly observed the Qianqing Emperor before him. In his eyes, this was not the Qianqing Emperor, but rather his great support. He glanced around, confirming no one else was present before he approached with a smile, poking at the hem of the Qianqing Emperor's robe. The Qianqing Emperor shot him a glance. Lord Wu bashfully looked at the Qianqing Emperor. The Qianqing Emperor felt that Lord Wu was somewhat peculiar. Why does he keep smiling at him? They had come to discuss serious matters, not to engage in frivolities. Lord Wu playfully swayed his hips towards the Qianqing Emperor while casting a flirtatious glance. The Qianqing Emperor. What is happening? Wait a moment. It seems he previously overheard the system conversing with Ruanruan, mentioning that Lord Wu's interests, aside from usurping the throne, revolve around his powerful patron. Is that the kind of affection they refer to? Haraha, I am utterly amused. Lord Wu is casting flirtatious glances at the tyrant father, like a bashful young bride. The system explains, Lord Wu harbors fondness for his formidable patron. When they are together, they often indulge in tender exchanges. Lord Wu is the one beneath in this dynamic. Ruanruan's eyes widened in disbelief. So, when Lord Wu summoned my tyrant father to the next room just now, it wasn't for serious discussions, but for such purposes? Such purposes? Yi Xuanli was utterly bewildered. Although his sister and the system spoke in veiled terms, he comprehended their insinuations. Holy cow! Could it be that his uncle intends to engage in such frivolities with the emperor? How scandalous! Chapter 35. Dream Lover. At such an advanced age, Lord Wu still indulges in such frivolous antics. Does his powerful patron not find it distasteful? The system responded, who knows? Perhaps he revels in such behavior. However, it appears that Lord Wu currently regards your father as his patron, likely intending to delay serious matters until after their amusement.
Bang!
With a loud thud, Emperor Qianqing could no longer contain himself and stood, slamming the table. The Lord Wu, who had been playfully winking at the emperor like a dutiful girl, was momentarily stunned, startled. My lord?
Ruanruan climate. Huh?
The way Lord Wu speaks, how nauseating. Clearly, the tyrant father is struggling to contain himself, about to erupt in anger. Haha, it seems this is quite a predicament for him. Previously, he has been flirtatious with various consorts, and now he suddenly has an elderly Lord Wu, who was once his own subject. I imagine my father must have psychological scars from this, haha. Ruanruan's observations were spot on. The Emperor Qianqing truly found it hard to maintain his composure. Watching Lord Wu swaying in front of him made him feel nauseous. Yet, thinking of the serious matters at hand, he gritted his teeth and endured. Once he clarified all matters of usurpation, he would ensure that this Wu fellow met his end. Cough, cough. I'm merely restless. Is it wrong to slam the table? Emperor Qianqing grumbled, unwilling to even glance at Lord Wu. A flush crept onto Lord Wu's face as he gently poked the emperor's arm. My lord, please do not be so fierce. You were not like this before. Emperor Qianqing rubbed his temples. He cast a sidelong glance at Lord Wu. It was broad daylight, and he should behave more appropriately. They were not in his own residence, but in the sixth prince's manor, and it would not do to be seen like this. Yet, Lord Wu seemed utterly unperturbed. Despite being an elderly man, he acted like a fool before Emperor Qianqing. What's the matter? Xuanli is not one to babble unnecessarily. And besides, he is merely a puppet. I have adhered to your instructions and placed a puppet talisman on him today. Should he see anything, we can simply command him not to speak of it. Emperor Qianqing.
Disgusting.
This wretched man dares to lay a hand on him. How could a dignified emperor allow an old fool like you to touch him? Emperor Qianqing shot him a glare. Keep your distance from me. Ha ha ha. My father can hardly contain himself. He probably feels like retching right now. This is so entertaining. My father would never have imagined that one day he would be seen as a dream lover by his own subject. Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she peered through the hole. Previously, she had only heard the system speak of grand revelations. And today she finally witnessed a sensational spectacle firsthand, captivated beyond measure. She almost wished to poke her head through the hole. System. Do you think my father is trying to preserve his dignity, or is he enduring humiliation to extract crucial secrets from Lord Wu? The system replied, Host. I am also uncertain about the emperor. The imperial heart is notoriously difficult to decipher. Considering you are blood relatives, what do you believe he would do? With my tyrant father's temperament, expecting him to endure humiliation is utterly implausible. Just think, while others employ beauty traps, he has become the centerpiece of a beauty scheme himself. Can my father tolerate such indignity? Yi Xuanli wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Ruanruan. He nearly nodded in approval. The system joined in the amusement. What can the emperor do if he does not wish to endure humiliation?
Bang!
Yet again, a loud commotion erupted in the room. Emperor Qianqing, unable to withstand the delicate demeanor of Lord Wu, overturned the table. This time, Lord Wu was genuinely stunned, standing aside, tears welling up. My lord, what crime have I committed? Emperor Qianqing's face darkened. Today, I am truly vexed. Does the lord find me bothersome? Indeed. I am in a foul mood today. Speak if you have business, otherwise leave. The flames of fury blazed within him. Wu, once I uncover your plans for usurpation, you shall meet your doom. The table has been overturned. The table has been overturned. Yi Ruanruan was so ecstatic, she nearly leapt from Yi Xuanli's embrace. Wow. Father is so impressive. Upon hearing his little darling's praise, the gloom within Emperor Qianqing lifted. The heavens might rage, but a kind word from his obedient daughter was far more soothing, endearing him as a father. The system chuckled. Host, did you notice the adoration in Lord Wu's gaze towards the emperor? At this point, Lord Wu is utterly smitten with him. Huh? Just a moment ago, my father was furious enough to overturn the table, and yet Lord Wu is still in love. The system clarified. You might not understand. If you find your father handsome, how could Lord Wu not see it, especially after your father's dramatic table flip? Now Lord Wu is utterly enchanted by him. Yi Ruanruan quipped. So, overturning tables can evoke feelings now. Emperor Qianqing. Yi Xuanli. Were it not for holding his sister, he would be laughing uncontrollably. He had feasted and entertained for years in the manor, yet nothing compared to today's delight of sharing this spectacle with his sister, especially when it involved his illustrious father. Lord Wu gazed adoringly at Emperor Qianqing, his eyes brimming with fervent infatuation. My lord, you are so handsome today, such a man. I adore you. I am utterly smitten. Lord Wu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he stomped his feet. Emperor Qianqing. What a sight. How utterly distracting. Once the serious matters are addressed, I shall indulge you. To the point of ruin. Lord Wu's eyes lit up instantly. Wonderful. Then let us discuss serious matters first. Emperor Qianqing's lips twitched. Wu, just wait. You reek too much. Stay away from me when speaking. Emperor Qianqing sought to avoid close proximity to Lord Wu. Lord Wu, feeling wronged, sniffed himself. I don't smell. I am wearing the fragrance you gifted me last time. Emperor Qianqing pondered. Who could be the person behind Lord Wu that shares such peculiarities? Let us discuss serious matters. Certainly. Lord Wu eagerly sat across from Emperor Qianqing, bubbling with excitement, waiting to conclude the serious discussions so they could indulge in flirtations. Previously, each meeting with his powerful patron had unfolded similarly. However, this time, since they were in the sixth prince's manor, he moderated his behavior slightly. Yet, he was certain the emperor also harbored feelings for him, which was more than sufficient. Have you secured the items we previously discussed? Emperor Qianqing initiated the conversation. Lord Wu chuckled. Naturally. I have concealed them as per your instructions, my lord. They are hidden quite discreetly. Is that location safe? Remember, it must not be discovered by the emperor. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Lord Wu, brimming with confidence, reassured him, My lord, rest assured, those items are hidden in my ancestral grave. My ancestors have rendered great service to the royal family. Even if the emperor racked his brain, he would never suspect that we would hide weapons in the Wu family tomb. Chapter 36. Devotees offer tribute. Emperor Qianqing's expression suddenly turned grave. The Wu family tomb. Had it not been for Wu Liangyi's own words, he would have found it impossible to trace. The venerable patriarch of the Wu family, Wu Liangyi's grandfather, once risked his life to save the former emperor during an imperial procession. It was precisely due to this act of valor that the descendants of the Wu family secured their place within the court. Yet, this very Wu Liangyi has devised a treacherous scheme, concealing arms and wealth within the ancestral grave. The Qianqing emperor cast a glance his way, calmly sipping his tea, aware of the security of that location. However, it seems that Yi Xuanli is not particularly astute. To what extent have you spoken with him? Truth be told, I have yet to disclose this matter to Xuanli. Nevertheless, last night, I followed the plan and had Yi Xuanli retrieve a disaster relief record. In this manner, the funds allocated from the treasury for disaster relief could be maneuvered into our hands. The costs for military supplies and provisions are substantial. When I spoke to Yi Xuanli yesterday, he seemed rather distracted. When I inquired about the events of the court during the day, it turned out he did not take the disaster relief record seriously. I felt quite anxious and divulged to him the matter of usurping the throne. You would not believe the outcome. The Qianqing Emperor's eyelids twitched slightly as he inquired, clearly suspecting that he would not agree. If he were to consent, would you be able to label him as a puppet? Indeed. Not only did Yi Xuanli refuse, but he also wished to sever his uncle-nephew relationship with me. Seeing his demeanor becoming somewhat uncontrollable, I had no choice but to affix the label. That label proved effective. When I requested Yi Xuanli to escort me out, he complied without hesitation. However, once His Majesty arrived, the subsequent events unfolded as you are aware. Observing the silence from the Qianqing Emperor, Wu Liangyi produced a set of blueprints from his bosom. Your Excellency, regarding those funds, it is time for us to alter their location. This matter requires thorough discussion with you. This urgency was the very reason he sought the support of a powerful ally tonight. Indeed, Wu Liangyi is quite cunning. Every month, those substantial sums are relocated, significantly diminishing the risk of discovery by others. System. Who could argue otherwise? How could Wu Liangyi possess the audacity to plot against the throne? After all, even the most courageous individual would feel daunted before a tyrant.
Ruanruan chucked.
I truly wish to witness Wu Liangyi's reaction upon awakening to find the tyrant before him. Would he faint from fright, I wonder? Wu Liangyi eagerly unfurled the map before the Qianqing Emperor. The map bore markings in both red and black. The black indicated the current location of the funds, while the red denoted the new location to be established. Possessing an exceptional memory, the Qianqing Emperor memorized the markings at a mere glance.
Meanwhile,
a group of ministers concealed themselves behind the greenery in the courtyard, keenly observing the unfolding drama. They had followed His Majesty, arriving shortly after him, yet dared not utter a word or enter the hall, instead sitting on small stools outside. They could not resist the allure of gossip. Their sleep would be elusive without it. Did you hear that? Wu Liangyi has unveiled his treasure. Truly foolish, digging his own grave. They mused, alas. Our sovereign is indeed wise and fortunate. Capturing Wu Liangyi requires no effort. He has delivered himself right to us. Following this incident, they pondered not to engage in treachery again, lest their own undergarments be exposed by the little princess. Your Excellency, why do you appear so discontent? Wu Liangyi glanced at the Qianqing Emperor, who could hardly restrain the urge to deliver a slap to Wu Liangyi's face. You seek to usurp my position. How could I find joy in that? As time passed, Wu Liangyi feigned ignorance. Is this all the silver we possess? Points? Wu Liangyi exclaimed. This is no mere matter of points. It is an enormous sum. The Qianqing Emperor mused. Such a vast fortune does not seem to have been allocated from the treasury. How did Wu Liangyi and his accomplices manage to embezzle it so quietly? Your Excellency, do you not recall the silver offerings from the previous devotees? They are all included. Offering? Devotees? The Qianqing Emperor's interest was piqued. Speak up quickly. Ruanruan's eyes widened in anticipation. The officials outside listened intently, straining to hear who would dare conspire with Wu Liangyi to usurp power. The Qianqing Emperor seemed to have an inkling, but uncertainty lingered. He needed to extract the truth directly from Wu Liangyi. Wu Liangyi, I trust your capabilities. Hiding the silver in various locations and concealing weapons in your ancestral grave is a matter so discreet that the Emperor would surely be unable to uncover it. You have executed this splendidly. I shall reward you handsomely. Reward? Wu Liangyi grinned widely. Your praise is more than enough for me. My heart beats solely for you. My devotion unwavering.
Ugh.
Ruanruan could no longer contain herself, nearly retching. Yi Xuanli hastily covered her mouth. Little ancestor, be good. Your Excellency, did you hear something? No, you must be imagining things. Wu Liangyi retorted. Is that so? I could have sworn I heard someone about to be sick. The Qianqing Emperor's expression darkened. He could barely contain his frustration. He needed to extract the truth swiftly. Very well, you shall proceed with this matter. Upon its successful completion, I shall reward you. Wu Liangyi quickly covered the Qianqing Emperor's mouth. Your Excellency. Hush. You mustn't speak thus. Be wary of ears on the wall. Did we not agree that your identity must remain undisclosed? Indeed. He was the national master. The Qianqing Emperor had confirmed it. The ministers in the courtyard, secretly indulging in spectacle, gasped. Ah, the national master? The one colluding with Wu Liangyi? Unbelievable. The Qianqing Emperor glared icily at Wu Liangyi, having unwittingly divulged everything that should have remained undisclosed. He could no longer maintain his facade. The tyrant is furious. Oh dear. The face blindness charm is about to wear off. The tyrant's probing was too timely. Ruanruan, no longer feeling nauseated, peered intently at the impending wrath of the Qianqing Emperor. Previously, she would have been terrified at the prospect of his anger. Now, she was excited, salivating at the thought of punishing the wicked. Wu Liangyi shuddered, his entire being trembling as he struggled to comprehend why his once kind superior now spoke with such icy detachment. He felt as if struck by lightning. The scene before him sharpened into clarity. He found himself face to face with the Qianqing Emperor. Your Majesty? Wu Liangyi exclaimed in shock. Wait a moment. Wasn't I just discussing confidential matters with the national master? Why do I suddenly see the Emperor? Chapter 37. How easily deceived the little princess is. Wu Liangyi's mind raced, and he promptly knelt. Your Majesty, what brings you here? The Qianqing Emperor snorted. If I were not here, how would I know you were relocating the silver and hiding weapons in your ancestral grave? The voice. Wu Liangyi was taken aback. This was indeed the voice of the Emperor from moments before. He quickly raised his head, rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was indeed facing His Majesty. I must have been bewitched. Your Majesty, I was just under a spell. Therefore, you heard everything I said to the national master. The Emperor had become aware.
Fool.
That was merely a face blindness charm, not a memory loss charm. Wu Liangyi reflected on the events and realized he might as well wish for death. Indeed, with this little one present, the wicked would meet their end. The Qianqing Emperor kicked Wu Liangyi's shoulder. Your markings on this map are quite impressive, Wu Liangyi.
Today,
you have rendered a great service. I shall fulfill your wish and execute you. No, Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. The situation is not as you perceive. I was merely speaking nonsense under the influence of a spell. Enough. The Qianqing Emperor interjected. Your words are nauseating.
Guards.
Throw Wu Liangyi into the dungeons. The sixth prince. Indeed, the sixth prince. Wu Liangyi, of course, wished to avoid the prison, and his only hope lay with the sixth prince. If he could persuade the sixth prince to risk his life for him, perhaps the Emperor, considering the prince's royal blood, might grant him leniency. Xuanli, please. Intercede for your uncle, he implored. Knight Xuanli rolled his eyes and entered the room, addressing his father, the Emperor of Qianqing, whose countenance was darkened. It seemed that should Knight Xuanli dare to speak, he would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned alongside his uncle. I request a severe sentence for my uncle. Knight Xuanli.
How dare you?
I am your uncle. Wu Liangyi stared in disbelief. Was this truly his foolish nephew? No, Knight Xuanli had been afflicted by the puppet spell. So why had he not obediently pleaded for him? The Grand Master's spell was supposed to be quite effective. Where had it gone awry? The Emperor of Qianqing was somewhat satisfied with Knight Xuanli's performance. The boy, though somewhat lazy, was still capable of discerning right from wrong. Suddenly, the door burst open, and several guards rushed in, pinning Wu Liangyi to the ground, his face pressed against the floor. Wu Liangyi yelped in distress. The Emperor, seemingly weary of the spectacle, waved his hand dismissively, instructing the guards to drag Wu Liangyi away. Your Majesty, sixth prince, I still have something to say. Are you referring to the puppet spell? Knight Xuanli leaned closer to Wu Liangyi. What? The sixth prince actually knows about it. Wu Liangyi exclaimed, bewildered. It's merely a worthless talisman. It holds no value for me, Knight Xuanli declared with a commanding presence. When the spell fails, it feels rather liberating, doesn't it? Uncle, do you know where you stumbled today? You'd never guess. You've also fallen under a spell. Ha ha ha. Impossible. Have you heard of the face blindness talisman? Wu Liangyi stammered. Just as he was about to shout, Knight Xuanli swiftly covered his mouth to prevent his sister from overhearing. You've mistaken someone. Everyone looks like the Grand Master to you. Uncle, it's time to reflect in prison. Knight Xuanli waved dismissively. Wu Liangyi's eyes widened in terror. What had gone wrong? As he left, Wu Liangyi spotted several colleagues in the courtyard, utterly perplexed. What in the world? When did these officials arrive at the sixth prince's residence? What are these ministers doing squatting there? Knight Ruanruan blinked, noticing an adult crouching behind a flower pot. Their back turned to her. System, why does that figure behind the flower pot look so familiar? The system replied, of course, it's Song Xianfang. Knight Ruanruan pondered. What is Song Xianfang doing at the sixth prince's residence? The system responded, it seems they're enjoying some gossip. Knight Ruanruan was taken aback. Hearing the noise, Song Xianfang emerged, clutching half a watermelon. You scared me. They are actually eating watermelon. I thought they were here for our gossip, but they're simply enjoying watermelon. Knight Ruanruan had been contemplating how she loved watermelons, and now it seemed this group of ministers shared her fondness. It turned out the system's mention of eating gossip had a different connotation. Song Xianfang approached with a smile. Your Highness, the watermelons in your residence are indeed large and sweet. They felt their time spent waiting was not in vain, especially considering the hilarity of Wu Liangyi attempting to curry favor with the emperor. The emperor of Qianqing, holding Knight Ruanruan, summoned Song Xianfang, the right minister, and 2 other officials into the chamber to discuss the recent revelations of treason. A pressing concern for the emperor was whether the consort Shi was aware of these matters. As the sister of Wu Liangyi and the mother of the sixth prince, if she were in the know, her position in the harem would be untenable, along with Wu Liangyi facing charges. Meanwhile, Knight Ruanruan, cradled in her swaddling, had fallen fast asleep, her primary concern being her milk. This situation required thorough investigation, leaving no room for error, particularly regarding consort Shi. The ministers understood this well. This is the map. Follow the markings to locate the silver and the hidden weapons. Excavate them all, the emperor instructed the ministers. A day later, all the silver and weapons were recovered. The ministers were left dumbfounded upon discovering the contraband. Where did this silver come from? They heard it was the incense money offered to the Grand Master from various regions. Outside the hall, Knight Ruanruan listened to the minister's report to the emperor, a look of confusion crossing her face. System, is the Grand Master truly that formidable? Those silver coins were all offerings to him. What is his origin that allows people to support him? He seems more like a deity than a mere mortal. The system scrolled through information about the Grand Master. You see, the Grand Master of the Great Qian Dynasty is quite mysterious. He has been in power for 10 years. A decade ago, during a drought in a border town, he personally held a ceremony to pray for rain. Subsequently, rain did indeed fall. The tyrant was incognito in the town at the time and witnessed it firsthand. He thought, here is a talent, and brought him to the capital. Many commoners believe the prosperity of the Great Qian Dynasty over the past decade is due to the Grand Master's blessings. Over time, his reputation grew immensely, with some even crafting statues in his honor. So impressive? I can't help but feel that if this continues, the Grand Master's influence over the populace will undermine my tyrant father's authority. The Emperor of Qianqing and the ministers exchanged glances, realizing the validity of the little princess's words. Chapter 38. The Grand Master's Secrets. Of course, the tyrant has considered this, but the entire court, including the tyrant, believes in the Grand Master's prowess. Knight Ruanruan blinked. If he is so capable, why is there still a famine in Jiangnan? Shouldn't he seize this excellent opportunity to make a name for himself? As the Grand Master, he shouldn't let it slip by. There must be some hidden circumstances. The system shuffled through information. Indeed, there are hidden circumstances. In truth, the Grand Master does not possess such great abilities. He merely has 3 rain talismans. He found them by chance. However, he has exhausted them over the past decade, so now if you ask him to address the famine in Jiangnan, he has no talismans left to use. 3 rain talismans? Does the Grand Master not know how to draw talismans? The system shook its head. Not at all. Have you heard the saying, no business for 3 years? Once opened, it lasts for 3 years? For the past decade, the Grand Master has relied on these 3 rain talismans to deceive the populace and the tyrant. Whenever drought occurred, he would use one. Moreover, the Grand Master is not just the Grand Master of the Great Qian Dynasty, his true identity is that of the Grand Master of the Z Kingdom. 10 years ago, the Z Kingdom sought to contend with the Great Qian Dynasty and devised a plan to infiltrate it. That rain ceremony was intentionally staged for the tyrant's viewing, where he secretly burned one rain talisman. Goodness. So the Grand Master's collusion with Wu Liangyi to usurp the throne is ultimately for the Z Kingdom? The system nodded. Previously, the Grand Master was entirely devoted to the Z Kingdom. Now, however, the Emperor of Qianqing glared at the ministers before him. Realizing he had been deceived, he felt an urge to slap himself. Where had his wits gone? How could he have investigated the Grand Master for so long without uncovering his true background? Knight Ruanruan wiggled her tiny hands. Is the Grand Master not acting for the Z Kingdom now? The system clarified. Not exactly. It appears he has a significant secret to unveil. Yi Ruanruan was instantly filled with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Wow! The Grand Master's juicy gossip." Several ministers perked up at once. Although the Qianqing Emperor was initially in a particularly foul mood, upon hearing of the Grand Master's scandal, he eagerly exclaimed, "I want to hear. Please do tell." The system sighed. "Let me give you a heads up. The Grand Master is not here at the moment, so the gossip is incomplete. However, it is indeed tantalizing, absolutely thrilling." Yi Ruanruan looked around eagerly, her little head bobbing like a rattledrum. "Oh dear, the Grand Master is absent, and I cannot feast on the ripe gossip." "Do not fret, you shall have your fill tomorrow," came the reply.
Why? Yi Ruanruan invited.
"Because tomorrow is the autumn banquet, and according to palace protocol, a number of ministers, consorts, and the Grand Master are to be present. Moreover, given the recent incident with Wu Liangyi being imprisoned, the Grand Master has received the news and is currently en route back to the capital. By tomorrow, when the Grand Master makes his appearance, I shall ensure you indulge in the delightful gossip." At that moment, the voices of the Qianqing Emperor and several ministers echoed within the hall. "Your Majesty, it appears the Grand Master conspired with Wu Liangyi to usurp the throne. Now that we have captured Wu Liangyi, we must also apprehend the Grand Master. But he is currently not in the capital." One minister proposed, "In my humble opinion, to avoid alarming the prey, we should lure the Grand Master into the palace, where we can set a trap to apprehend him." Song Xuanfu's suggestion mirrored the thoughts of several ministers present. Within the palace, not only could they capture the Grand Master, but they could also enjoy the juicy gossip. Truly, it was a double-edged sword. The Qianqing Emperor was well aware of the minister's intentions. After all, it was merely gossip. This promised to be quite entertaining. That evening, the Qianqing Emperor took refuge in the Lioli Palace. Haha, this is simply delightful. As he was in the room crafting little garments for Yi Ruanruan, Chun Fei cast a silent glance at her daughter in the cradle. The sound drew the attention of the Qianqing Emperor, who was busy reviewing memorials. "What is so delightful?" Yi Ruanruan was grinning broadly, her small hands clutching a stack of paper. "Is this paper? No, it's money. Each IOU was filled with cash."
Yi Ruanruan.
With one hand caressing the paper and the other holding the golden rooster gifted by the Prime Minister, was overjoyed. The Qianqing Emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment at her avarice. "I still feel there is something amiss with this golden rooster. What seems to be the issue?" the system inquired. Yi Ruanruan pondered for a moment. "I don't know how to explain it, but it feels as though something resides within." "You're overthinking it. This was a gift from the Prime Minister, a family heirloom. He wouldn't dare harm you in front of the court and your father." "True. But I recall the Prime Minister mentioning that the Grand Master had blessed it, and he nearly had an accident. Can we trust such blessings?" Yi Ruanruan suspected the Prime Minister had been deceived. "No, I think I shall conceal it." The system retorted. "Host, what devious scheme are you concocting now?" Yi Ruanruan began browsing items in the marketplace. The following morning, Chun Fei noticed something dark and ominous added to Yi Ruanruan's cradle, resembling a heavy black stone. "Your Majesty, come quickly. It appears Ruanruan was ambushed by something last night." Chun Fei exclaimed in panic. The Qianqing Emperor rushed over. Yi Ruanruan rubbed her eyes and found both the Qianqing Emperor and Chun Fei staring at her. Confused, she asked, "What is happening? Why are father and mother looking at me like that?" With tear-filled eyes, Chun Fei anxiously examined Ruanruan's body. Let me see, did this enormous stone injure you? The Qianqing emperor, with a dark expression, hastily summoned the imperial physician. No, no. Who was struck? Father, mother, I am perfectly fine. Ruanruan exclaimed. Such a sizable rock would surely hurt. Chun Fei wiped her tears. How could you be fine?
Ah?
That's not a stone. It's a golden rooster. Chun Fei froze. A golden rooster? She looked at the Qianqing emperor, who was equally perplexed. Isn't a golden rooster supposed to be golden? How did it turn black overnight? The system interjected. Host, how did you dye the golden rooster black? Last night. The golden rooster shone so brightly that I couldn't sleep, so I made it a little outfit, Ruanruan explained. The system inquired, where did you procure this outfit? You can't even turn over. How could you dress it? Ruanruan boasted, oh, I exchanged some black talismans from the marketplace using the gossip points I earned. I'm not sure what they are, but they're just dark paper. I couldn't see the characters clearly. The system sighed. You didn't just fail to see the characters. You don't know how to read, do you? Ruanruan remained silent. It's a thunder summoning talisman. Host. I just counted. You exchanged a total of 18 thunder summoning talismans and affixed them to the golden rooster. It is no longer merely a golden rooster. It has transformed into a bomb. Chapter 39, pointing at Ruanruan, declaring her a demon. The Qianqing emperor, alarmed, swiftly removed the black golden rooster from the cradle. For it was simply too hideous. He needed to dispose of it in the courtyard. If it were to explode, the Liuli palace would surely be lost. He could always rebuild the palace, but he must protect his little Ruanruan. Ruanruan yawned. Oh, I've been awake all night. I can barely keep my eyes open. I need to sleep for a bit. Before she could finish her thought, she laid her head down and drifted off to sleep. At the same time, in a dark secret chamber within the capital, the Grand Master was mumbling incantations into a transmission talisman, but the talisman failed to illuminate. How strange. Why could he not reach Wu Liangyi? Did they not agree to meet tonight? Wu Liangyi had never stood him up. Could it be that something had happened to Wu Liangyi? The Grand Master, always meticulous, dispatched his subordinates to investigate near the Wu residence. If Wu Liangyi were in trouble, the Wu family would be unable to protect themselves. Soon, his subordinates returned with reports indicating that all was well at the Wu residence. And it appeared that Wu Liangyi was merely enjoying a small gathering in the courtyard over drinks. The Grand Master understood at once. Wu Liangyi must have simply overindulged. After dismissing his subordinates, the Grand Master reflected on the upcoming autumn banquet at the palace. Your Majesty, I do not covet your throne, yet all of this has been forced upon me. The Grand Master harbored no concerns about the potential exposure of his plans. Even if discovered by the Qianqing Emperor, he had means to extricate himself. He was as resilient as a cockroach. Not only did he possess a disguise pill, but he also had a unique talent for evasion. His current cultivation had reached an extraordinary level. Unless someone could find his true form, he had hidden it in a place utterly unimaginable to anyone. Ha ha ha. In the imperial palace, within the royal study, Your Majesty, as you suspected, the Grand Master has indeed secretly dispatched individuals to investigate the Wu family, Song Xuanfu remarked, greatly admiring the Emperor's insight. He had managed to discern the Grand Master's next moves. The Qianqing Emperor sat at his desk, aware that the Grand Master's suspicion was high. Unable to reach Wu Liangyi, the Grand Master would naturally feel uneasy. As long as they could keep the Grand Master steady tonight, they would be able to strike him down tomorrow. However, Your Majesty, I believe the Grand Master possesses significant abilities, Song Xuanfu cautioned. Are you suggesting he practices sorcery in secret? The Qianqing Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed. In tomorrow's confrontation, Your Majesty must remain vigilant. The Qianqing Emperor was unconcerned for his own safety. Rather, he was worried for Ruanruan. As the youngest in attendance at the banquet, he had to ensure her protection at all times. The next morning, as the time for the autumn banquet approached, the Qianqing Emperor cradled Ruanruan as they made their entrance into the imperial garden. Many consorts had already taken their seats, and several important civil and military officials had arrived with their families. The entire garden was filled with the gentle warmth of the autumn breeze. The Grand Master has arrived. Yi Ruanruan perched herself upon the lap of the Emperor Qianqing, her strikingly distinct eyes peering outward. She caught sight of a man clad in a black robe approaching. The man appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an air of defiance. Yi Ruanruan leaned forward, glancing twice and mused, "Is this the national master? He looks quite presentable, yet seems utterly ineffectual." Emperor Qianqing, the concubines, the civil and military officials, the national master, standing still, was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard a child's voice. Who dares to insult him? Once he regained his composure, he suppressed his emotions and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Emperor Qianqing gestured for the national master to take a seat. The autumn banquet was essentially a gathering for feasting and merriment, allowing for discussions on state affairs amidst the autumnal ambience. "Your Highness, did you not say there would be some juicy news about the national master today? Where is it?" Yi Ruanruan yawned, having risen early in anticipation of the gossip, fearing that her tyrannical father might not include her. She longed to assert her presence before him. As expected, her tyrannical father had indeed embraced her. The system cheerily chimed in, "Today's scoop about the national master is related to the tyrant." The emperor's scoop. The concubines. What a rare treat to partake in the emperor's news. The civil and military officials. This autumn banquet was evidently far more intriguing than those of yore. The 8th and 6th princes were also present, merely there to join the revelry. As they mingled, they found themselves swept into the gossip, which was utterly delightful. Only Emperor Qianqing, upon hearing the system's words, felt his previously upright posture stiffen instantaneously. What news regarding the national master could possibly concern him? The national master, seated, cast a piercing glance at Yi Ruanruan. "Host, the national master is glaring at you." Yi Ruanruan scoffed. "Does he dare to glare at me? Once I finish indulging in his gossip, I shall find a talisman to blow him up." The crowd. The little princess harbors a grudge. The national master was about to accuse Yi Ruanruan of being a monster when Emperor Qianqing interjected, "Guards, seize the national master." National master? Before he could settle into a seat, 2 elite guards emerged from the shadows and restrained his arms. The national master was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He had come with the intention of attending a banquet, without any notion of such preparations. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" Emperor Qianqing snorted coldly. "What is the meaning? Are you unaware of your own transgressions?" The national master was rendered speechless. Had his dealings with Wu Liangyi been uncovered?
Yay.
He has been captured. System. While the tyrant hasn't executed the national master yet, let me savor his gossip. You mentioned that the national master's news is related to my tyrannical father. What exactly is this about? I am aware that the national master and Wu Liangyi have been entangled. How does he relate to my tyrannical father? The system replied, in the national master's eyes, Wu Liangyi is merely the tyrant's substitute. In truth, the national master harbors genuine affection for the great tyrant. Yi Ruanruan shrieked. "What?" Emperor Qianqing, mid-sip of tea, spluttered it forth. Yi Ruanruan tilted her head. "What ails my tyrannical father?" The system posited, perhaps he is anxious for the national master to confess. The civil and military officials lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound, holding their breath. The gossip had commenced with such explosive revelations. That startled me. Yi Ruanruan sighed in relief. The system continued, "This is merely the beginning. There is even more thrilling news. Quickly tell me. You previously inquired whether the national master conspired to usurp the throne for the sake of the Purple Kingdom. I can assure you, that is not the case. The national master's motivations stem entirely from his unrequited love for the great tyrant." Yi Ruanruan questioned, "But if one loves someone, would they not wish for their happiness? Why plot against my tyrannical father? Are you familiar with the concept of love unreturned? When the national master first arrived at the great Qian dynasty, he was indeed sent by the emperor of the Purple Kingdom as a spy. Yet, upon catching his first glimpse of the great tyrant amidst the crowd, he fell hopelessly in love, unable to extricate himself. After years of restraint, he finally succumbed, leading to his encounter with Wu Liangyi. Wu Liangyi, being a broken sleeve, became the national master's outlet for his pent-up desires. Thus he devised a plan to have Wu Liangyi impersonate the great tyrant during their encounters. Chapter 40. Captivity of the Great Tyrant. What on earth? The National Master is so twisted. The system explained, whenever he engages with Wu Liangyi, he insists that Wu Liangyi don yellow garments. Wu Liangyi, believing the National Master has a peculiar affinity for the color, is unaware that it is merely a means for the National Master to indulge his twisted psyche, as it resembles the sight of the great tyrant in his dragon robe. Yi Ruanruan lamented, "Goodness, indulging in roleplay with Wu Liangyi while masquerading as my tyrannical father? This is utterly explosive. If my tyrannical father were to discover this, he would surely overturn the table."
Bang!
Emperor Qianqing could no longer contain his fury and flipped the table. Yi Ruanruan gasped, "My tyrannical father is enraged." The concubines. Hiss. How exhilarating! The civil and military officials lowered their heads even further. Laughter was forbidden. To chuckle might provoke the wrath of the irate emperor, leading to execution. Even the cold prince, seated in a wheelchair, could not resist standing up. He needed to step outside, laugh to his heart's content, and then return for the gossip. In full view of the assembly, the cold prince abandoned his wheelchair, striding gracefully behind the rockery to stifle his laughter. The officials, the cold prince is truly remarkable. What a scandal! Emperor Qianqing pointed furiously at the National Master, pinned to the ground, seething with rage. He felt sullied. The notion that he, a dignified emperor, had become the object of the National Master's secret affections was repugnant. The National Master, eyes wide with fear, was horrified that his long-buried secret had been uncovered by the little princess and that entity known as the system. Observing the expressions of those around him, it was clear they were all aware of his secret. Defiant, the National Master attempted to silence Yi Ruanruan, but before he could utter a word, the sixth prince, closest to him, delivered a swift kick to his face.
How dare you glare at me?
National Master, are you out of your mind? When did I glare at the sixth prince? The sixth prince, with a look that proclaimed, "If I say you glared at me, then you indeed did," incited the National Master's ire. "Father, the National Master insulted me," he cried, pointing at the esteemed National Master. "I have never been insulted in my life. And now he dares to do so." Emperor Qianqing commanded, "National Master, your treachery with Wu Liangyi in seeking to usurp the throne. And now you dare provoke my sick son before me?"
Guards.
Muzzle the National Master. "I'll do it." The sixth prince, ever eager for such tasks, had already prepared a foul sock for the occasion.
Whose stinky sock is this?
The National Master, bewildered by the odor, pondered how any prince would carry a dirty sock while out in public. Upon having his mouth gagged, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathered assembly. All felt reassured. Had the National Master revealed that he overheard the little princess's thoughts, how could they ever enjoy gossip again? Yi Ruanruan urged system. "My tyrannical father is beginning to interrogate the National Master. Let us quickly seize this moment to finish the gossip. You mentioned that the National Master considers Wu Liangyi a substitute. Why then does he conspire with Wu Liangyi and others to usurp the throne? This leads us back to the National Master's profoundly twisted psyche. Because of unrequited love, he harbors a deep-seated resentment. He has become obsessed with the great tyrant. Initially, he intended to usurp the throne, dethrone the great tyrant, and imprison him. Thus, the tyrant belonged solely to him. He despised others coveting the tyrant, believing it was meant exclusively for him. Yi Ruanruan exclaimed, "Wow! This possessiveness is so intense that he wishes to imprison the tyrant. How utterly mad." The ministers inhaled sharply. Indeed, the national advisor was nothing short of a lunatic. To be so infatuated with the emperor that he would resort to such drastic measures was truly an eye-opener for them. However, since this was the emperor's affair, they could only silently gasp and dared not meet the emperor's gaze. Yi Ruanruan gazed out at the national advisor with twinkling eyes. The sunlight fell perfectly upon the national advisor's rather handsome face, giving him the appearance of a refined gentleman. The system sighed. Do not be deceived by the national advisor's calm demeanor. He equally loathes every concubine present. The concubines were taken aback. What was this? The national advisor despised them?
Why?
They had never interacted with him. After all, in the past decade, including today, some concubines had only seen him a couple of times. In fact, a few had never even laid eyes on him until today. These concubines haven't provoked the national advisor, have they? Where does his animosity towards them stem from?
Ye Yuan pondered.
Her question struck a chord with the concubines as well. Not only them, but even the officials were intrigued. Among them, the cold prince, who had just returned from the restroom, had barely settled into his wheelchair when he overheard the system's words. The emperor, sitting at the head, clenched his cup and glared at the national advisor. A glance at the crowd caused the ministers to hastily bow their heads. While they could indulge in the emperor's affairs freely, they needed to tread lightly when it came to his personal matters. Because they are able to serve the tyrant, you may not know that whenever the national advisor learns of which concubine has been favored by the tyrant at night, he quietly notes it down in a ledger. The entries of what he knows and what he does not have made that ledger quite thick. He remembers better than the empress who has spent the night with the tyrant the most and who the least. Each day, as he looks at the names in that ledger, he silently curses them countless times for having won the affection of his beloved tyrant. The concubines were taken aback. Is it truly just because of serving the tyrant? Moreover, their current seating places them closest to the tyrant, a thorn in the national advisor's side. Every time he encounters the tyrant, he must maintain a certain distance. He dreams countless times of being close to the tyrant, yet his status prohibits it. Yi Yuan tilted her head. Isn't this just the national advisor viewing these concubines as rivals? The system replied, one could say that not only the concubines, but even Eunuch Fu, the national advisor, would not hesitate to eliminate him. Eunuch Fu, feeling weak in the knees, thought, what have I done wrong? Is it because Eunuch Fu has been by the tyrant's side all these years? Precisely. The system confirmed. Yi Yuan gasped, this is insane. The national advisor is truly quite unwell. It's one thing to harbor hatred for the concubines, but to even hold a grudge against a eunuch? This overwhelming possessiveness is reminiscent of madness.
Eunuch Fu felt a warm glow.
The little princess was right. He was merely a physically frail eunuch. Yet he had become an object of the national advisor's disdain. The officials exchanged glances, realizing the national advisor had descended into such levels of perversion, which was terrifying. The system shook its head. In truth, if we were to determine who the national advisor loathes the most, the concubines and the eunuch are nothing in comparison. Yi Yuan questioned, among all these individuals, the national advisor's utmost hatred lies elsewhere? Who could it possibly be? I am eager to discover who holds the first place in the national advisor's twisted affections. Chapter 41. Summoning Thunder. The system spoke softly. It is you. Yi Yuan responded. What?
Me?
The system nodded. Indeed, it is you. Yi Yuan was taken aback, her small fist frozen in motion, drool spilling from her lips. How can it be me? The concubines echoed her confusion. How could it be the little princess? The civil and military officials were equally curious. The little princess was merely over 2 months old, still a babe who knew nothing but to drink milk. The emperor's expression turned grave. The deranged national advisor had elevated his Yuan to the top of his list. Upon receiving this information, the emperor's gaze toward the national advisor turned icy. To dare harbor hatred for his Yuan was unforgivable, because the national advisor has long received word that since your birth, you have become the tyrant's treasure, accompanying him in court, holding you while reviewing documents, and watching over you as he sleeps. Especially now, as you are cradled in the tyrant's arms. The national advisor would wish to see you torn to shreds. The entire court was taken aback. They had not anticipated this at all. However, given the national advisor's already twisted nature, his thoughts were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yi Yuan was left speechless, rolling her eyes. Is it truly just because of this? Oh, this national advisor is quite unwell. Not just unwell. The national advisor has reached the brink of madness. This time, at the autumn feast, he has made preparations in advance. His hatred for you is so intense that he wishes for your demise. Thus, he plans to assassinate you today. Yi Yuan's heart screamed. The deranged national advisor wants to kill me? The concubines lowered their heads in silence. The national advisor was doomed. The civil and military officials shook their heads in disbelief. Such boldness from the national advisor was audacious. The cold prince's gaze turned frosty, his long fingers gripping the wheelchair. Turning pale as he restrained his fury, the 6th and 8th princes exchanged glances, their youthful exuberance getting the better of them. The sixth prince, unable to contain himself, kicked the national advisor's face, exclaiming, "I'll kick you to death, you perverted fiend. What is happening? Why is my sixth brother suddenly fighting the national advisor and calling him a pervert?" The system replied, "I have no idea. We were just minding our own business." The sixth prince exclaimed to the emperor, "Just now, the national advisor glared at me, and I seriously suspect he is a pervert, always staring at me for no reason." Everyone was left speechless. The sixth prince's reasoning was beyond their comprehension. The national advisor was nearly driven to madness. When did he glare at the sixth prince? The sixth prince was clearly fabricating lies. "I have always been protective of my own. The national advisor is guilty of such disrespect and dares to act inappropriately. Sixth, do as you see fit." With the emperor's words, the sixth prince's actions became even more unrestrained. "If you dare harm my sister, I will kick you to death." The sixth prince whispered this directly into the national advisor's ear. Yuan did not hear it, but the ministers nearby did. "Yes, beat him up. Beat him to death. Host, beware. An assassin prepared by the national advisor has been detected on site. He is about to make a move against you." Yuan tilted her little head, her eyes darting around in excitement. "Where's the assassin?" The crowd chuckled. Why did the little princess sound thrilled rather than frightened? Yuan was indeed exhilarated. She had never encountered an assassin in either her past or present life. The tyrant instinctively tightened his embrace around Yuan, gently patting the little girl in his arms to ease her anxiety. Little did he know, Yuan felt no fear, only excitement. It was her first encounter with an assassin in both lifetimes. Suddenly, the national advisor, who had been subdued on the ground, broke free from the guard's grasp and stood up. A bright light erupted from his body, forcing the sixth prince back. The national advisor discarded the foul sock from his mouth and glared coldly at the emperor, exclaiming, "Enough! Just because the tiger does not roar, do not mistake me for a sickly cat." System. Why has the national master suddenly become so spirited? What was that white light surrounding him just now? System. The national master has been secretly practicing Taoism for years. Just now, fueled by his inner rage, he broke free from the guards. "Look, the assassin has revealed himself." As the system's words fell, the national master produced a yellow talisman, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have genuinely cared for you. I never anticipated you would plot against me. After 10 years of assisting you, how could you treat me so ruthlessly? I despise you. Since you have shown me no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of justice. I will kill the one you cherish most, plunging you into endless agony. Just as I am. Ha ha ha." The yellow talisman in the national master's hand ignited spontaneously, and he bellowed, "Appear!" Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged. Ruanruan raised an eyebrow. "There are no shadows. These are puppets." Instantly, the concubines gasped. The Qianqing emperor embraced Ruanruan and summoned the guards. The civil and military officials all took cover. The sixth prince and the eighth prince stood protectively in front of the Qianqing emperor. The sixth prince urged, "Father, take sister to safety. It is dangerous here." Knight Jing added, "Father, just leave this to me and sixth brother. You must be cautious." The Qianqing emperor felt a surge of gratitude for his son's protective instincts. However, he patted them, signaling them to step aside. Wave after wave of imperial guards appeared. Ruanruan craned her neck to observe, eager not to miss the excitement. The combat strength of these puppets is relentless, and their bodies are impervious to blades. Even if they sustain injuries, they will heal automatically. It seems this deranged national master truly wishes for my demise. The system comforted Ruanruan. "Host, do not fear. If we are to perish, let us do so together. I shall remain by your side forever." Ruanruan gazed at the puppets, her eyes growing brighter. "Oh, spare me your foolish words. Have you forgotten what my greatest talent is?" The system pondered, eating melon. No. The onlookers were perplexed. In such a life-threatening situation, how could the young princess and the system remain so unfazed? They were on the verge of panic, witnessing the indestructible puppets. It was said that such sinister beings could even terrify ghosts. The national master had gone mad, seemingly intent on perishing alongside the emperor and the young princess. Ruanruan's sweet voice rang out, While others may not know what these puppets fear, I do. The heavenly thunder is their nemesis, and summoning thunder is my forte. The National Master can wield Taoism? Those are mere child's play for me. Though I may be small now, I am certainly not foolish. The National Master thinks he can eliminate me with a few puppets? Not a chance. The system, anxious, inquired, Host, what do you intend to do? After all, you currently cannot speak or walk. It was merely a melon-eating system, not omnipotent. Many tasks still relied on Ruanruan's own abilities. Hearing her thoughts, the National Master scoffed. Foolish little ones attack. Kill that little wretch. Tear that child to shreds. His eyes gleamed with madness, as if murdering Ruanruan would secure the Qianqing Emperor for him. Chapter 42. Laughter Gone Mad. The crowd shrieked and scattered. The guards surged forward, and chaos erupted in the Imperial Garden. The National Master observed this scene, cackling sinisterly. Only the Qianqing Emperor remained calm, directing the guards. Though they were no match for the puppets, they could momentarily stall them. Host, do not look. You exchanged all the resources for the thunder-summoning talismans last night. There is nothing left to redeem now, the system fretted. No more exchanges? Then I suppose I shall resort to shouting, she replied. The system. ? Ruanruan called out to the sky. Thunderous one, come down. If you do not descend, I shall ascend. The National Master sneered, finding the young princess amusing. Did she truly believe that merely calling out could summon thunder? This Taoist technique was notoriously difficult to master. The thunder-summoning talisman was the hardest to draw. He had yet to learn it. Rumbling. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. The Qianqing Emperor looked up in astonishment. Could it be that his Ruanruan could truly summon thunder? The National Master's eyes widened in shock. A bolt of lightning struck one of the puppets, shattering it to pieces.
Boom.
3 bolts of lightning followed, obliterating several more puppets. Ha ha ha, father. The National Master attempted to rebel, and even heaven could not bear to witness it. Strike him. End him. The 6th prince exclaimed joyfully, realizing his sister seemed capable of summoning thunder. How remarkable! The National Master's expression shifted dramatically, but he showed no signs of panic as dozens of puppets fell. Strike him. Strike the National Master. Ruanruan cheered, watching the National Master dance about in excitement. The lightning arced downward, finding its mark on the National Master, just as he was chanting the talisman's incantation. What the? He hadn't even finished reciting the spell. Host, something is amiss. Look at the National Master. He was struck by lightning, yet aside from singed hair and a darkened face, he seems entirely unscathed. Ruanruan realized. What is this? The National Master can evade lightning? That cannot be. Wait, let me investigate the National Master's secrets. Surround him, commanded the Qianqing Emperor. Found it. Hiss. The figure currently before everyone is not his true self. He has concealed his true form. Only by destroying his true self can he perish. Otherwise, he will endure indefinitely.
Ruanruan furolet her brof.
Are you suggesting that the National Master we see now is merely an illusion? Close enough, but we must swiftly locate the National Master's true self. At that moment, the National Master erupted into mad laughter. Your Majesty, I know you wish to kill me, but alas, no one can slay me. However, I can eliminate you, and this little wretch.
D.
The National Master suddenly drew a long sword from his waist, lunging toward Ruanruan in the Qianqing Emperor's arms. Sister, princess, be careful. As the sword neared Ruanruan, the Qianqing Emperor swiftly shielded her. Damn it, this baby is furious. Father, fetch the golden chicken, yes. The golden chicken. Smash him with the golden chicken. The National Master suddenly could no longer hear Ruanruan's thoughts. The Qianqing Emperor, with no time to ponder why, recalled that he had brought the golden chicken to the autumn banquet, intending to toss it aside. However, it was the little girl's cherished possession, and he had merely spoken of discarding it, fearing she might seek it out during the banquet. Thus, he had kept it at hand, hidden on the table. That black object went unnoticed, even by the National Master standing before the table. The Qianqing Emperor dashed over, seizing the golden chicken and hurling it at the National Master. What is this nonsense? The national master, caught off guard, had intended to listen for Ruanruan's thoughts, but found an eerie silence. As he pondered this, a dark object struck him, causing pain to ripple through his otherwise insensate body, leaving his face pale.
Ruanruan, nestet in her siadling.
Clenched her tiny fists and mumbled incessantly. No one knew what she was muttering, but the system understood. It was the thunder-summoning talisman. I summon thunder. The national master, seeing a shadowy object at his feet suddenly radiate golden light, approached it, and a bolt of thunder struck the golden chicken. The national master's body trembled. Is that the golden chicken from the right minister's family? The national master could hardly believe it. Hidden behind a large tree, the right minister exclaimed, "Yes. That was indeed the gift I presented to the young princess for her full moon celebration." Though the hue had changed, the shape was unmistakably recognized by him. The true form of the national master is concealed within the golden rooster. TSK. The right chancellor exclaimed, "What?" The true form of the national master is hidden inside the golden rooster gifted to the little princess. Good heavens! He is finished. The emperor of Qianqing was equally astonished. Yet, Ruanruan remained unfazed, the little girl still shaking her tiny fists, eagerly gazing at the national master. I wondered why that golden rooster seemed so peculiar. It was housing the true form of the national master. Haha. Ruanruan was beside herself with joy. The crowd was oblivious to the reason behind her elation. But the emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recalled the black talismans that Ruanruan had affixed to the golden rooster the previous night. The system remarked, "Host, you have placed all 18 thunder-summoning talismans on the golden rooster, which is tantamount to affixing them to the national master's true form." The current national master. The civil and military officials comprehended the gravity of the situation. The current national master was akin to a ticking time bomb. The moment he would be struck by lightning was entirely at the little princess's discretion.
Ruanruan giglet uncontrollable.
The national master assumed she had been rendered speechless by fear. He too burst into laughter. "As long as the green mountains remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood. Your Majesty, I shall spare you, and this little wretch for now. Await my return. Oh, attempting to flee? Strike him."
Ruanruan clenched her tiny fists.
Her eyes sparkling with golden light. The sky darkened with ominous clouds and thunder roared. It struck the golden rooster with a resounding force. The national master, who was about to escape, found his body contorted instantaneously. He beheld the dark object before him, a talisman drifting gracefully in the air, and he discerned the runes inscribed upon it. It was a thunder-summoning talisman.
Ah.
The national master went insane. His true form was plastered with thunder-summoning talismans, a rarity to obtain, and yet his true form was adorned with 18. The national master stared wide-eyed at Ruanruan. She waved at him, grinning widely, her toothless gums exposed as she chuckled. "You monstrous creature! Even if I perish, you shall not live. Ha ha. You are doomed." 18 bolts of lightning descended, obliterating the national master to nothingness. Chapter 43. The civil and military officials lamented. Ruanruan, satisfied, munched on her little hands. "Oh yeah.
Struck down.
Evildoers have their comeuppance. They wish to harm me and my father. Humph.
Dream on."
The emperor of Qianqing gently caressed Ruanruan's cheek, reflecting on the perilous moments they had just endured, grateful for Wanbao. "Father, the national master is dead." The sixth prince rubbed his eyes. The national master had long since vanished. The emperor gazed towards the direction where the national master had disappeared, his expression darkening. As a ruler, he was inherently sensitive. The national master's words before his demise carried significant implications. My head feels so dizzy, and I am so sleepy." Ruanruan, who had been frolicking just moments ago, suddenly felt exhausted. She tugged at the emperor's clothing and promptly fell asleep. The banquet concluded. The emperor of Qianqing carried Ruanruan back to the study and summoned several key ministers. As the right chancellor, the deputy minister of justice, and Song Xuanfu awaited within the hall, the emperor personally warmed milk for Ruanruan. He lovingly poured it into a milk jug to feed her. The three ministers, observing the emperor tending to the little princess, exchanging diapers and wrapping her in a small quilt, craned their necks in astonishment. What a heartwarming scene! Previously, Whenever they had discussed matters with His Majesty in the study, he had always worn a stern expression. Since the arrival of the ninth princess, he had been all smiles. His demeanor radiated warmth and joy. They too, being of a certain age, found themselves fond of children, pondering when they might have a similarly sweet and endearing little one of their own. Ruanruan, having exhausted herself with the thunder summoning, slept soundly for quite some time. The emperor, meanwhile, conversed with the ministers outside. "What are your thoughts on the national master's death?" The three exchanged glances. The emperor's words carried weight. He sat at the desk, his handsome face clouded with concern. The cool demeanor he exhibited now starkly contrasted with the tenderness he had shown while with Ruanruan. The Right Chancellor inquired, "Your Majesty, have you uncovered something?" They recalled the national master's final words. He had died rather swiftly, but not before uttering a dire warning that even in death, the emperor would not survive. Such a declaration was one they would never dare voice. Yet the national master had been audacious. The Right Chancellor gasped, "Your Majesty, are you suggesting the national master had a contingency plan?" The emperor nodded gravely. There was likely a hidden peril in the capital. He was not daunted by the national master's threats, but rather concerned for Ruanruan's safety. "Your Majesty, I just recalled something. The national master practiced Taoism and had a master. I encountered him once. During the incident where the national master performed a blessing on the golden rooster, I saw him in the national master's residence. He was a Taoist priest. However, I did not see him clearly as he departed swiftly, only catching a glimpse of a shadow. Now that you mention it, I find myself wondering if the national master's master might seek vengeance for his death." The emperor's expression darkened. The Right Chancellor and the two ministers exchanged worried glances. If that Taoist priest were to seek revenge, it would undoubtedly threaten the safety of the princess. "Investigate. This matter falls to you. Ensure you uncover the identity of the national master's master." The Right Chancellor assented. Ruanruan awoke naturally from her slumber. For several consecutive days, she drank milk during the day, then dozed off, hardly finding time to open her eyes. The little girl must have been utterly exhausted. During this time, the emperor, feeling sympathetic towards her, refrained from taking her to court. The court ministers were quite distressed. In the Lioli Palace, Consort Chun had dressed the little girl in a new outfit, one she had personally sewn, adorned with pink floral patterns. They say that children grow and develop rapidly. Yet almost 4 months old, Ruanruan could briefly sit on the bed. At that moment, she sat with her tiny feet crossed, cradling a milk jug and drinking. "I am so bored. I long to go out of the palace and play." The last time she left the palace was to visit the residences of her 6th and 8th brothers. Upon her return to the palace, she had been asleep. Since her birth, the little girl had never ventured beyond the palace walls. "Ruanruan, today your mother is going out with your aunt to shop. Would you like to accompany me outside?" Consort Chun emerged, having changed her attire, and lifted Ruanruan from her crib. She had made arrangements with Princess Chongning the previous month. A few days prior, she had informed the emperor, considering it a formal leave from the palace. Yes. Finally, I am going out to play." Ruanruan exclaimed with delight, planting a kiss on Consort Chun's cheek, leaving drool all over her face. Consort Chun chuckled. When the emperor of Qianqing entered, he witnessed the scene. Consort Chun immediately composed herself. "Your Majesty, are you also leaving the palace?" The emperor had donned a pristine white outfit. "Of course. The matter regarding the national master remains unresolved, and I cannot rest easy allowing Ruanruan and you, mother and daughter, to venture out unaccompanied. Even with the shadow guards, my heart remains uneasy. Thus, I shall accompany you. I just remembered. I have not seen Chongning in 2 months. I hear she has been resting at the princess's residence. By now, she must be quite advanced in her pregnancy. So, I shall take the opportunity to visit her." The emperor had 2 younger sisters, both from the same mother. Princess Chongning was the younger sibling. In the carriage, the emperor held Ruanruan, bringing her a rattle. Ruanruan beamed with joy. "Your Majesty, we have arrived." Consort Chun pointed towards a tea house ahead. At the entrance of the tea house stood a woman in a green dress, ready to greet them. "Sister Chun," Princess Chongning exclaimed, joyfully approaching her. Chongning was 3 years younger than Consort Chun. Prior to her entering the palace, they had been close friends. They often gathered at Consort Chun's family home, the Xie residence. Ever since Consort Chun entered the palace, and with Chongning finding a suitable husband, their encounters had become infrequent. In recent years, Chongning had visited the palace less often, as she was currently pregnant and suffering from severe pregnancy symptoms, often remaining at the princess's residence without going out. Before Chun Fei had given birth, she had visited the princess mansion to see her. At that time, Princess Chongning was just experiencing severe morning sickness due to her pregnancy. Now, however, Ruanruan is already 4 months old, and Chongning is 6 months along. Seizing the opportunity, Chongning invited Chun Fei to leave the palace and go shopping together. Chun Fei glanced at Chongning's abdomen and remarked, "Chongning, you're already 6 months along, yet your belly is not very pronounced." Chongning gently caressed her belly and smiled. "Perhaps it's due to my loose clothing. Has your majesty also come?" "Oh, this must be little Ruanruan. Auntie is meeting you for the first time today. Come here and let me hold you." Upon seeing the little Ruanruan in the arms of the emperor, Chongning's eyes sparkled with joy. "What an adorable child. She is indeed my niece." The emperor interjected, "Chongning, perhaps it is best if you refrain from holding her. You are with child, so it is wise to be cautious." Chongning pouted, "It's all right, your majesty. I've been taking good care of myself lately, and I have not experienced any discomfort. Ruanruan is already 4 months old. I intended to visit her earlier, but I was unwell and unable to rise from my bed for several months. The little girl has grown so lovely. Come, let Annie hold you." Little Ruanruan stretched out her tiny arms, requesting to be held. "Auntie, hold me." Chongning's expression stiffened for a moment as she looked at the emperor and then at the composed Chun Fei, both of whom were smiling at her. Chongning carefully cradled Ruanruan in her arms, stroking the chubby little face. Suddenly, she heard a voice that echoed in her mind, "Auntie, hello there." Chongning maintained her composure, though her heart was tumultuous. She had heard the little girl's thoughts. "Let us not linger here. Let us go inside for some tea. It is a rare occasion for us to be out of the palace. We should enjoy our time together." Chongning walked towards the tea house, holding Ruanruan, who nestled in her embrace, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She adored her Auntie Chongning. What a beautiful aunt. It's just such a tragic fate. Chapter 44. A shocking revelation. As Chongning settled into her chair with Ruanruan, she was taken aback by the comment. Chun Fei and the emperor also appeared unusually tense. Tragic fate? Why does Ruanruan say that Chongning has a tragic fate? Given that Chongning was the emperor's sister, he had always been particularly protective of her, fearing any discord between her and her husband. Yet, it was evident that the emperor's concerns were unfounded. Chongning not only enjoyed a harmonious relationship with her husband, but also shared a close bond with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Their marital bliss and familial harmony rendered Chongning's life extraordinarily delightful. The system chimed in, "Host, you have finally recalled Princess Chongning's fate." Ruanruan's eyes dimmed as she cupped Chongning's face in her tiny hands and leaned in to give her a kiss.
Wow.
Auntie died tragically on the day of childbirth, not even able to see her unborn child. Chongning's face turned pale. Chun Fei was utterly astonished, while the emperor felt a pang of sorrow. Would Chongning perish during childbirth due to complications? Meanwhile, in the adjacent tea room, several ministers were preparing to leave after their tea. However, upon spotting the carriage emerging from the palace, they noticed that the emperor, along with Chun Fei and Princess Chongning, had arrived at the tea house. They had not seen the little princess attend court in over a month, and the ministers had been feeling quite lonely and bored during that time, longing for the princess's presence and the latest gossip. Upon seeing the princess, they quietly and unanimously took their seats again. To their astonishment, they directly overheard the unfolding tale of Princess Chongning. Inside the private room, Chun Fei, fearing that little Ruanruan might sense something amiss, poured tea for Chongning and the emperor. "Your Majesty, I plan to go shopping with Chongning later. Would you like to join us, or would you prefer to stay here and wait?" The emperor replied with a forced smile. "I will accompany you to see what you ladies intend to purchase." In truth, there was not much needed. Primarily, it was Chongning's first pregnancy, and she had prepared an abundance of items. Most of what was required had already been arranged by the palace's wet nurses, and the Empress Dowager. It was merely that she had not ventured out for an extended period and desired to enjoy a leisurely outing. As they conversed, Ruanruan summoned the system. Let me see if there is a resurrection talisman in the shop. If my aunt truly perishes that day, I could save her. The system sighed. Host, it's futile. No talisman can save Princess Chongning. Ruanruan was momentarily bewildered. Why not? Think carefully. Did Princess Chongning truly die from childbirth complications? The system had previously instructed Ruanruan to memorize the original story. However, upon revisiting it, she found herself growing drowsy, struggling to recall many plot points. Yet she distinctly remembered the fate of Princess Chongning.
Wait.
I remember now. She didn't die from complications. She died from being cursed. Cursed? Chongning's complexion paled further. Curses are typically associated with the Western regions, are they not? Why would I be cursed? The Emperor shot Chongning a reassuring glance, signaling her to remain calm and listen to Ruanruan. The system nodded in affirmation. Correct. I distinctly recall my aunt's tragic demise. System, do you know the specifics? The system replied, this is the scandal surrounding Princess Chongning, which I intended to share with you today. Ruanruan furrowed her brow. Who placed the curse on my aunt? The original plot merely indicated that Princess Chongning succumbed to the poison of the curse, without revealing who had inflicted it upon her. This was a sorrowful detail in the narrative. The system flipped through the details of the scandal. You would never guess. The curse on your aunt is far more tragic than we can imagine. It's a sensational and devastating revelation that will shatter your perceptions. Ruanruan urged. Stop teasing me and tell me quickly. This time, her eagerness had transformed into deep concern. The system began. The curse that Princess Chongning fell victim to was cast by Su Sui.
Su.
Chongning's grip on her teacup tightened suddenly. Su Sui was her mother-in-law, the mother of her husband. Who is Su Sui? Ruanruan inquired. Was there such a character in the original narrative? There should be, but regrettably, she had not remembered. The system nervously replied, she is the mother of your aunt's husband, currently residing in the princess mansion alongside him. This curse is no ordinary curse. It is a false pregnancy curse. Those afflicted by it will experience a swelling abdomen over time, presenting symptoms akin to pregnancy. On the day of delivery, the curse will activate, leading to the death of the cursed individual. Ruanruan's dark eyes widened slowly. My aunt is not actually pregnant. There is no baby in her belly? Correct. What your aunt carries is not a baby, but the effects of the curse. Meanwhile, the ministers nearby were in shock. What a shocking revelation. The pregnant Princess Chongning is not actually pregnant but cursed? The one who cast the curse is none other than her mother-in-law?
But why?
The ministers were well aware that the presence of the princess ensured their prosperity and glory. If the princess were to perish, what benefit would it bring to the wicked mother-in-law? The ramifications of this revelation would not only impact the ministers, but also deeply affect the emperor. Everyone knew that the emperor cherished Princess Chongning above all, as she was the youngest among the princes and had been closest to him in her childhood. To think that someone had secretly harmed his beloved sister was a blow that no one could endure. Princess Chun held Chongning's hand beneath the table, anxious that any emotional upheaval from Chongning might spark a greater disturbance. She continuously signaled to Chongning with her eyes, urging her to listen and discern the unfolding situation. If the information was relayed by the system and Ruanruan, it must undoubtedly be true. Only by uncovering the motives behind that wicked mother-in-law's actions could they hope to confront her. Tolerance? Absolutely intolerable. Knight Ruanruan's cheeks puffed up with indignation, her legs quivering with frustration. What? My aunt's mother-in-law has cursed her? Consuming and drinking from the princess's estate, and yet she dares to place a curse on my aunt? Has she lost her senses? How could she commit such a heinous act? Does she intend to eliminate my aunt and seize the princess's estate for herself? But as an old woman, how long could she possibly maintain control? The system sighed. Host, you are mistaken. That malicious woman does not seek to occupy the princess's estate. Then what is her intention? To claim the prince consort for herself. Knight Ruanruan. The Ministers of Civil and Military Affairs. Chapter 45. The melodrama unfolds. Emperor Qianqing was equally perplexed, gazing down at his teacup, sipping absent-mindedly. Internally, however, A storm of emotions was brewing. Isn't the prince consort her son? Why would she seek to usurp her own son? That woman is not the prince consort's mother. She was the prince consort's first wife before he wed Princess Chongning. Knight Yuan's mind screamed. What nonsense! The prince consort has a first wife? The system nodded. Indeed, Su Sui is of a similar age to Princess Chongning, but she was previously the courtesan of a flower house, skilled in disguise. She has masqueraded as an elderly woman, assuming the role of the prince consort's mother, and taken residence in the princess's estate. Knight Yuan's face tightened with fury. So the elder whom my aunt dutifully attends to every day is, in reality, her husband's concubine? That is merely the tip of the iceberg. Knight Yuan exclaimed, a concubine infiltrating the princess's estate, compelling my aunt to call her mother, and this isn't explosive enough? Precisely, and do not forget, the prince consort publicly brought both his mother and sister-in-law into the princess's estate. Only then did Knight Yuan recollect. Right. You mentioned Su Sui is the prince consort's first wife. Does that imply the prince consort has a second wife? The system confirmed with a nod. Indeed. The second wife is Princess Chongning's sister-in-law, the prince consort's younger sibling. Knight Yuan's face flushed with anger. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. I shall slay him. The system hurried to placate her. Host, the shocking revelations have yet to conclude. Knight Yuan, overwhelmed by her emotions, cried out, what more is there? You have divulged everything. Once I finish this revelation, I shall take a knife and slay that scoundrel. She had evidently forgotten her tender age. Only capable of drinking milk. Not to mention a knife, she could hardly wield chopsticks. Previously, to facilitate the entrance of his second wife into the princess's estate, the prince consort told Princess Chongning that his sister had married a lazy and abusive man back in their hometown. The man was a vile character. And, unable to endure, she fled with her child from her husband. Yet, in a moment of desperation, mother and child found themselves without a refuge. At that time, the prince consort recounted the tale to Princess Chongning amidst tears, embodying the image of a brother grieving for a sister. Knight Yuan's mind struggled to process the information. The scoundrel's second wife already has a child? Do not tell me that child is the scoundrel's. The system sighed. Indeed, the scoundrel claims the child as his sister's, but in reality, it is his own, already aged 8. Knight Yuan gasped. So the scoundrel brought his first wife, second wife, and child, disguised and altering identities, into the princess's estate, living off the princess's resources. And the first wife even cursed my aunt into a false pregnancy? Goodness! Is there no law left to uphold? In her 2 lifetimes, Knight Yuan had never encountered such a scandalous affair. Thus, by this reckoning, Princess Chongning cannot merely be considered the scoundrel's third party, she is effectively the fourth. And the most wretched of them all. Not only does she sustain the scoundrel, but she also bears the burden of his 2 wives and their child. Moreover, Princess Chongning, being kind-hearted, has always treated that child as her own, showering him with kindness. Furthermore, as a member of the royal family, she is well-versed in propriety. Each morning, she pays her respects to her mother-in-law, believing that despite her royal status as the prince consort's wife, she ought to honor her elder. She dutifully attends to Su Sui. In truth, whenever Princess Chongning is absent from the estate, the prince consort engages in indiscretions with Su Sui. Not only that, but the second wife, Ma Ting, also joins them, forming a particularly close bond. On occasion, even when Princess Chongning is present, they carry on in such a manner. The system took a breath, fully engrossed in the unfolding drama, oblivious to the fact that the room had grown eerily silent. Su Sui's motive for poisoning Princess Chongning was primarily to ensure that upon her demise, she could seize control of the entire princess's estate. Thus, within the princess's estate, she would hold absolute power. How shameless! Such malice is beyond comprehension. Not only does she take without giving, but she also resorts to thievery. Infuriating! I feel as if I am about to combust with rage. I am nearly suffocated by my anger. Knight Yuan wailed, succumbing to tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her little nose turning red as she sobbed uncontrollably, her entire small frame trembling. For the first time, while indulging in this gossip, Knight Yuan found herself not laughing heartily, but instead crying. How tragic. Woe is my aunt, truly too tragic. The tyrant immediately slammed the table, nearly beside himself with rage. Utterly speechless. It was simply beyond comprehension. But as soon as Knight Yuan began to cry, the tyrant's attention was drawn to her. He scooped her into his arms, hastily comforting the little one. Do not cry, Yuan. You are the most obedient. Knight Yuan, still trembling with anger, shouted in her heart. Do not restrain me. Let me crawl to the prince consort's estate. I shall slay that scoundrel. Slay. It wasn't merely about slaying. Even skinning him alive would not suffice. The system quickly reassured her. Host, calm down. You are still too small to wield a knife. Knight Yuan huffed. I shall strike him. I will use lightning talismans to smite him. The system remained silent. Princess Chun bit her lip, glancing at the anguished Princess Chongning beside her. She had been gripping Chongning's hand, but now, Chongning's mounting fury had led her to pinch Princess Chun's hand tightly. Though it pained her greatly, Princess Chun bore it silently. Indeed, how could one not be enraged? It turned out the prince consort had been married before his union with Princess Chongning. Not just to one woman, but two. One was his mother, and the other his sister. And there were children involved. Princess Chun felt utterly shattered. Oh dear. Princess Chongning, in a fit of rage, slammed the table and rose to her feet, embracing Princess Chun as she wept bitterly upon her shoulder. Knight Yuan joined in the tears, and as they cried, Knight Yuan eventually ceased her sobbing. She looked up at Princess Chongning, her eyes glistening with tears. Why is my aunt crying? The system replied. Perhaps your aunt is experiencing discomfort due to her pregnancy, causing her to weep. Knight Yuan harbored no doubts. Although she was young, she understood that pregnancy was a delicate matter for women. Yet, this realization only deepened her sorrow. If her aunt was indeed pregnant, she would endure the hardships of bearing a child. But alas, her aunt's pregnancy was merely a facade, the result of a curse. Ultimately, this would lead to a tragic end. Princess Chun gently patted Princess Chongning's back, softly comforting her. Chongning, are you feeling unwell? I am aware that this woman is with child. The plight of a mother is indeed most arduous. You may weep freely, for there is no need to stifle your sorrow. Once you have shed your tears, you shall seek retribution from that scoundrel. The tyrant, observing his weeping sister, felt a surge of indignation upon recalling the vile men and women within the princess's residence. Chongning, he exclaimed, given your distress, how can the prince not be by your side to care for you? Where has that dog run off to? Chapter 46. The Wrath of Heaven and Man. Host. We have detected the scoundrel engaging in frivolities with his wives at the princess's abode. If we proceed there now, we might catch them in the act. Ruanruan was nearly beside herself with anxiety. To the princess's residence? No. I must alert my aunt. Nestled in the tyrant's embrace, Ruanruan kept burrowing into Princess Chongning's arms. Auntie, hold me. Auntie, hold me. With her little arms outstretched, she implored for the princess's embrace. At that moment, Princess Chongning's tear-streaked face softened as she took Ruanruan into her arms. Chun Fei promptly remarked, Ruanruan wishes to play with her aunt. Ruanruan reached toward the window, cradling Chongning's face, urging her to gaze outside. Naturally, Chongning understood the child's intent and obediently turned her gaze outward. Do you want to go out with Auntie? Yes. I wish to go out, but not for play. It's to catch that scoundrel. To slay that scoundrel. The tyrant, fully in accord, replied, the sun is too harsh outside, so it would be best for you two sisters to refrain from shopping. A conversation in a shaded spot would suffice. I see that Ruanruan has a particular fondness for Chongning. Why not take her to the princess's residence for a visit? The emperor's words echoed the thoughts of both Chongning and Chun Fei. Chongning replied, very well. I shall take Ruanruan back to the princess's residence. Sister Chun Fei, royal brother, you should accompany us as well. It has been far too long since we gathered like this. She suppressed her urgency and sorrow, her voice slightly hoarse from the intensity of her emotions. Truly, she was aflame with anxiety. All she wished was to hasten back to the residence. Fear and astonishment gripped her heart. Previously, she had never heeded Ruanruan's words nor the system's counsel, but witnessing her royal brother and sister Chun Fei's unwavering belief in Ruanruan's sentiments confirmed their authenticity. As she stood, making her way outside, the day's events overwhelmed her, and her vision darkened. In a reflexive act, she desperately shielded Yi Ruanruan. Yet the Emperor's swift hands caught the child just in time. Phew. Host, that was close. You frightened me. Thankfully, the tyrant caught you. The system expressed its concern for Yi Ruanruan. The child turned her gaze toward the unconscious Princess Chongning, exclaiming, "Auntie has fainted." Chun Fei rushed over to support Chongning. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" The princess, "I shall first have someone assist her into the carriage and return her to the princess's residence. After we arrive, I will summon the imperial physician," the emperor commanded, fully aware that Chongning had been rendered faint by her indignation. Upon hearing Ruanruan and the system's revelations, it was not only Chongning who nearly succumbed to rage, he too had come perilously close to fainting. The prince's actions were nothing short of inhumane. Once the emperor and his entourage departed, several ministers in the adjoining room exchanged glances, each silently assessing the other's thoughts, before beginning to pound the table in outrage. This is too much. How can this be tolerated? Such blatant disregard for the law. What of propriety and moral conduct? Only a person of the lowest kind could commit such deeds, and yet that prince has done precisely that. What an utter aberration. Though they were all gentlemen, they could not condone the prince's behavior. As a man who had been taken into the princess's household, enjoying the comforts provided by her, and being related to the royal family, her brother being the emperor and the empress dowager's cherished child, how could he, in terms of appearance or lineage, possibly compare to women from outside? No, it must be said that even women from before marriage would not be worthy of comparison. Was it not enough to lead a good life with Princess Chongning? Instead, he had brought all his former wives into the princess's residence, even including children in the mix, brazenly cavorting beneath the princess's very nose, all while demanding her respect and reverence. They, as mere spectators, found this outrageous. Enough of this. The emperor and the little princess have already left. What shall we do now? Song Xuanfu glanced at his fellow ministers. What else can we do? Let us proceed to the princess's residence. We cannot miss out on this extraordinary spectacle. Song Xuanfu sighed. You speak so lightly of it. This is the princess's residence. And we are court officials. We must find a proper reason to visit. What of it? We can simply say we saw the emperor on the street and wished to invite him to gather outside the palace, only to discover he was headed to the princess's residence. We simply missed the emperor and decided to follow, suggested the Minister of Rights. Song Xuanfu shot him a disapproving glance. Who would believe such an excuse? We are with the emperor daily in court. How could we possibly miss him? We need only say it. If the little princess believes it, that is sufficient, the Minister of Rights insisted. Upon reflection, Song Xuanfu realized the logic in this reasoning and noted the other ministers nodding in agreement. Very well, let us go to the princess's residence to witness the unfolding drama. At the princess's residence, as the carriage arrived, Chongning regained consciousness. Gazing at the gates of the residence, a wave of sorrow engulfed her, and anger surged within her. Behind these gates, she had once believed resided her most cherished beloved, yet what had become of that? In an instant, her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Auntie, hurry inside and drag that scoundrel out to slay him. Why does Auntie suddenly appear so melancholy? She seemed fine when we returned earlier. The system quietly remarked, Host. The only ones privy to the spectacle we have witnessed are you and I. Thus, your anger and fury are well-founded. However, Princess Chongning remains unaware, likely still contemplating how to maintain a loving relationship with that scoundrel. Even in the face of such divine wrath, how can she continue to live her life? Yi Ruanruan, cradled in the tyrant's arms beside Princess Chongning, was on the brink of a tantrum upon hearing the system's words. Her little fists clenched, ready to strike the scoundrel. Seeing Yi Ruanruan's irate expression, Chongning suddenly smiled, affectionately pulling the child closer. Indeed, she had yet to grasp the child's clarity. If you are unkind, then I shall be unjust. Auntie, you must not be so infatuated with love. Cast it aside and keep your eyes wide open. Ruanruan gently caressed Princess Chongning's face. I feel for you, Auntie. Meanwhile, within the princess's residence, Zhu Tingting hurriedly knocked on the door. Husband, sister. Terrible news. Her Highness the princess has returned. The carriage has arrived at the gates, and she may already have entered the residence. You two must cease your antics at once. Inside the room, Su Sui removed her human mask, completely undressed, engaging in intimate play with the prince. Upon hearing this, the prince's complexion paled in fright. What? How can that wretched woman return? Was she not out shopping? Su Sui nestled in the prince's embrace, glancing toward the door. Ting, did you see clearly? That little wretch finally ventured out, and we have yet to enjoy our time together. Zhu Tingting burst into the room, and upon seeing the two on the bed, she felt no jealousy. Instead, her interest piqued. I did not misjudge. You must hurry and put on your clothes. If that little wretch sees us, we shall all be doomed. Chapter 47. The Tyrant Truly Delivers. Su Sui remained unconcerned, asserting that even if the little wretch discovered them, they would not face ruin. That little wretch adores my husband. He can simply sweet-talk her, and she will happily follow him like a little tail, begging for his affection. Zhu Tingting rolled her eyes. While your words may hold some truth, it is better to be safe than sorry. Hurry and get ready. I shall distract the little wretch. With that, Zhu Tingting rushed out. In their eyes, was Chongning truly a princess?
No.
She merely had the fortune of being born into the right family. She was nothing but a little wretch. Were it not for her status as a princess, who would spare a glance at Chongning as she walked down the street. Even her husband would not harbor any affection for her. All the attention she garnered was merely due to the opulence of the princess's residence.
Sister-in-law.
How have you returned so swiftly? Just as Zhu Tingting approached the gates, she encountered Princess Chongning, who was cradling Ruanruan. With a cold demeanor, Princess Chongning inquired,
What do you mean by that?
Are you implying that you do not wish for this princess to return? What nonsense are you speaking, sister-in-law? I was simply concerned for you, Zhu Tingting replied, perplexed. The little wretch's words today seemed devoid of warmth. Previously, she had greeted her with a bright smile. Sister-in-law, this is Zhu Tingting, who has never met Emperor Qianqing or Consort Chun. Thus, she does not recognize them, only sensing their extraordinary presence. These are my elder brother and Consort Chun. The Emperor? Zhu Tingting gasped. This humble subject pays her respects to your majesty and to Consort Chun. Good heavens! How could the Emperor and the consort be present at the princess's residence? Moreover, the little wretch was holding a child. Surely, it must be the Emperor's offspring. What to do? What to do? She fervently hoped that the Emperor would not discover her husband's affairs. Mother! The 8-year-old Mingur ran over, and upon seeing the child in Princess Chongning's arms, he pouted, Aunt, whose child are you holding? Do not hold her. Hold me instead. A child so small cannot even speak. They are of no consequence. I can tell you jokes. Princess Chongning glared at him. I see you as a joke. Mingur immediately burst into tears.
Wah.
Aunt is being mean to me. Does Aunt no longer love Mingur now that she has another child? Zhu Tingting hastily pulled Mingur closer. Be quiet. Zhu Tingting assumed that Chongning was being stern out of protectiveness for Mingur, especially with the Emperor and Consort Chun present. Mother, I speak the truth. This little one cannot talk anyway, and did you not say that I am your favorite child? If you love me so much, how could you hold another child? Zhu Tingting nearly wished to silence Mingur entirely. Princess Chongning was nearly amused by her exasperation. How had she once been so blind as to regard such a child as her own? Who dares to show such disrespect to the princess? Emperor Qianqing's voice was deep and authoritative, filled with unspoken wrath. Zhu Tingting quickly knelt with Mingur. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. He did not mean it. He is just a child. I beg your Majesty to spare us. Zhu Tingting cast a pleading glance at Chongning. Princess Chongning addressed Emperor Qianqing, elder brother. I believe Mingur has been spoiled. At 8 years old, he ought to be better disciplined. If not, who knows what he might become. You need not worry about my feelings. Punish him as you see fit. Sister-in-law. Do not call me sister-in-law. Su Tingting exclaimed. No. Is the little wretch on some sort of powder?
Minge mere gesproken a sin remark.
Previously, when Mingutter said something similar, she laughed and said, "Children speak without a filter." Now it has become, "Punish him as you see fit." Emperor Qianqing initially held no animosity towards Mingur. After all, he was just a child. However, the bad habits of the upper ranks often influence those below. Did Mingur truly remain oblivious to Zhu Tingting's relationship with the prince? Emperor Qianqing snorted. Perhaps it is time for a lesson. Someone, take this child away and give him 50 slaps. Zhu Tingting's eyes widened. Your Majesty, please forgive him. He is just a child. 50 slaps would leave her son's face swollen. A child? Today he dares to disrespect the little princess. Tomorrow he will dare to disrespect me. Host, the tyrant is truly formidable today. He intends to teach Mingur a lesson. Ruanruan glanced at the small boy standing nearby, thin and dark. Does this Mingur know who his real father is? The system replied, of course he knows. But his mother has told him that he must wait until Princess Chongning is dead before he can call the prince father.
Ruanruan checked it.
It seems the whole family has schemed together, just waiting to conspire against my aunt, even using a child to deceive her. The more she pondered, the more she felt pity for Princess Chongning. Who can argue with that? The reason Mingur deceives Princess Chongning so is that he believes her to be easily manipulated. All his toys and silver are given by Princess Chongning. The more she provides, the more he wishes for her demise. In that case, the entire princess's residence would belong solely to him. He would be the only bloodline left of the prince. On that day, he would no longer need to ask Princess Chongning for toys and silver. Ruanruan was so furious that she could hardly contain herself. What a wretched bamboo produces a wretched shoot. The system interjected, there are indeed good shoots from bad bamboo, but they are rare. Princess Chongning's body swayed slightly, her heart constricting. The elder deceived her, and the younger betrayed her. She truly felt like a great victim. Emperor Qianqing's heart had turned cold. This child was aware of the truth. It seemed the 50 slaps were indeed justified. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Song Xuanfu, the Deputy Minister of Justice, along with several other ministers, hastily arrived at the princess's residence. Princess Chongning was left dumbfounded. The ministers exchanged glances with her, and unspoken words passed among them.
Ah.
So you have all come to witness my misfortune? Princess Chongning remarked. Your Majesty, we intended to invite you for a drink, but upon seeing you busy at the princess's residence, we are willing to wait until you finish, spoke Song Xuanfu. You all think you can deceive me? Do you truly believe I cannot see through your schemes? Emperor Qianqing retorted, his voice laden with irony. The ministers averted their gazes, aware that this excuse was merely for the benefit of the little princess. Oh dear, this group of ministers has arrived at the perfect moment. Ruanruan gleefully noted, let us liven up the princess's residence, and when the time comes, expose the scoundrel, ensuring all of the capital becomes aware. Chapter 48. Unmasking the False Facade. Host. Have you heard the saying that family shame should not be aired? The system commented, noting the young girl's relish in the chaos. Ruanruan tilted her head, snorting. Only those who create family shame would utter such words. Those who truly suffer are never afraid of exposing it. The ministers were taken aback. It must be said, the little princess speaks with remarkable clarity. In that instant, Princess Chongning felt as though she had suddenly gained enlightenment. Indeed, she was the victim. Why should she fear the laughter of others? She had never wronged the prince, nor behaved inappropriately. What right did she have to be afraid of slander? Those who are upright need not fear shadows. It is only the one who is not upright who should tremble. Emperor Qianqing and Consort Chen regarded Ruanruan with increased interest. System, what is happening? Why do I suddenly feel their gazes upon me? The system provided a plausible explanation. Of course, you are the most adorable one here. Initially downcast, Ruanruan's face brightened at the system's words. She shook her small fist at Princess Chongning and, let us confront the scoundrel. Fear not, I will stand by you and give you courage. Chongning's heart warmed as she gently stroked Ruanruan's fair, plump face.
My little Ruanruan.
Meanwhile, Mingur had already received his punishment. His mouth was swollen, and he wailed incessantly. Zhu Tingting knelt on the ground, afraid to console him.
Wait.
Is the prince not in the residence? Why have you come out alone? Princess Chongning's gaze darkened. Zhu Tingting shook her head. Sister-in-law, mother is unwell, and my brother must attend to her. Then I shall go and see her as well. Zhu Tingting wished to intervene, yet the mere thought of His Majesty's presence rendered her timid. Chongning, cradling Ruanruan, led the way, followed closely by Emperor Qianqing, Consort Chun, and a host of ministers. Witnessing the scene, Zhu Tingting felt her heart race with anxiety. Surely, her sister and husband had prepared themselves by now. Upon reaching the main courtyard, Chongning found the surroundings devoid of maidservants and guards. A cold smile crept across her face. Indeed, to engage in a clandestine affair in broad daylight necessitated the dismissal of attendants. Kick the door open. Slay the scoundrel. Ruanruan's internal outcry nearly reached a fever pitch. The ministers, meanwhile, rubbed their hands together in hushed excitement. This was their first encounter with such a scandalous act of infidelity. Consort Chun discreetly grasped the emperor's hand, anticipating a particularly scandalous sight once the door was flung open. As the brother of Princess Chongning, His Majesty would likely erupt with fury, perhaps even drawing his sword to slay the prince consort. Consort Chun believed it prudent to ascertain the full context of the situation before allowing the deceivers to meet their demise. Especially considering that Chongning was under the influence of a poisonous curse. At the very least, she needed to secure the antidote. Just as Chongning was about to open the door, it creaked open with a soft sound. The prince consort, upon seeing a throng of people outside, was taken aback.
Oh.
The esteemed Princess Ninger has arrived. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. He greeted the emperor with an air of nonchalance. Noting the ministers behind the emperor, he nodded to a few, acknowledging their presence. Ninger, what is the meaning of this? Why did you not inform me that the emperor and the ministers were visiting the princess's residence? The prince consort whispered conspiratorially, pulling Chongning aside. Chongning regarded him with a frosty glare. The prince consort shivered slightly. Ninger, why do you look at me so? What were you doing inside? My mother is ill, and I was tending to her. The prince consort pondered whether Princess Chongning was unwell today. Her demeanor was uncharacteristically harsh, unlike her usual gentle self. Chongning shrugged off his grasp and entered the room, holding Ruanruan. Su Sui lay in bed, and the emperor, along with the ministers, naturally refrained from entering. Even if they recognized Su Sui as a young woman rather than a wicked matron, it would be improper to intrude. They waited outside. Consort Chun, concerned for Chongning, stood by her side, offering silent support. Ninger has arrived, Su Sui greeted weakly, her frail form swathed in blankets, revealing only her head, reminiscent of a rice dumpling. This was the first time Su Sui had encountered Consort Chun. This is Her Majesty, Consort Chun, from the palace, Chongning replied coldly. Su Sui's heart raced in surprise.
Ah?
The consort has come to the prince consort's residence?
Ah.
Su Sui is quite adept at feigning weakness, but this disguise is impressively convincing. Ruanruan observed Su Sui with curiosity, noting her visage appeared to belong to a woman over 60. The system alerted, do not be deceived by Su Sui's current frailty. She is, in fact, unclothed, having been engaged in a raucous affair with the scoundrel without time to dress. Chongning, upon hearing this, felt nearly faint with rage. Standing in this room, she felt utterly revolted. Consort Chun quietly clasped Chongning's hand. Taking a deep breath, Chongning entrusted Ruanruan to Consort Chun and approached the bed.
Su Sui.
Sensing an inexplicable dread, coughed. Ninger, I carry an illness. You are with child, so please do not come too close, lest I transmit my malady to you, which would be detrimental to both you and the unborn. Su Sui spoke in an exaggeratedly old-fashioned tone. I am not afraid. If you are ill, I must care for you, Chongning replied. The prince consort is clumsy and surely has not changed your clothes. Let me assist you.
Ah?
No need to change. I cannot catch a draft.
Su has the interjet?
Before she could finish, Chongning had already pulled back the covers, revealing Su Sui's unclothed form. Consort Chun was the first to exclaim, what is happening here? Why is she unclothed? The ministers outside, along with the emperor, were rendered speechless. Chongning gazed at Su Sui's bare body, her shock palpable. What is going on? Your skin does not appear to match your aged face. Who are you? Chongning demanded. Su Sui quickly covered herself with a blanket. I am the prince consort's biological mother, your mother-in-law. Chongning scoffed. You are not. How can someone's body and face be so disparate? You are clearly a fraud. Someone come. Xiaoer, Chongning's personal maid, entered from outside. Yi Ruanruan watched the scene unfold. Her eyes wide with excitement, nearly bouncing with joy. Auntie is so clever. Yes, tear off the scoundrel's false face. A smile crept across Chongning's lips. Xiaoer restrained Su Sui, but she managed to break free. Chongning's gaze turned icy. Such noncompliance warranted her to take more forceful measures. She summoned the guards. Hearing the commotion inside, the prince consort rushed in, only to find 2 guards holding Su Sui's arms. Su Sui screamed frantically, even in her state of undress. Let me go. Chongning, I am your mother-in-law. How can you be so unmindful of rank? I am exposed. How can I live with this shame?
I might as well die.
Chapter 49. Father was struck by lightning. Stop. What are you doing? The prince consort's sudden entrance drew disapproving sighs from the ministers. They had seen foolishness before, but this was a new level of absurdity. Did he not realize he was walking willingly into a trap? Chongning regarded the prince consort with an impassive expression. Su Sui cried out for help. Son, save me. Save your mother. Chongning, what is the meaning of this? She is my mother. Is she truly? The prince consort hesitated. Of course. How could my biological mother be false? Anxiety gnawed at him. Today was oddly unsettling. He felt an inexplicable fluttering in his chest. Chongning smirked. Your mother's face and body do not match. Are you aware of this? Oh, you misunderstand. My mother is simply like this. Her skin has always been flawless. The ministers gasped. How shameless. How could one speak so of their own mother? The emperor turned to Song Xuanfu, recalling that he was still single and had an elderly mother in his household. Would you ever speak of your mother in such a manner? Song Xuanfu shook his head vigorously. That is impossible. I am far too old for such a thing. The prince consort's mind must have been muddled to utter such words. Chongning could only laugh in exasperation. It appears the prince consort knows your mother quite well. You are grown, yet you are aware of her fine skin. Surely, you have not lacked in touching her? What nonsense! The prince consort's face turned crimson with indignation. Chongning, cease this at once. The emperor and the ministers are listening. Why are you having the guards restrain my mother? Release her. If she is not a fraud, I shall verify it myself. Chongning advanced towards Su Sui, reaching out to touch her face, and with a swift motion, tore off a mask revealing a stranger's visage.
Gasp.
The truth is unveiled. Let us see what excuses the scoundrels have now. The system notified, the scoundrel will not easily succumb. He will surely claim ignorance. Prince consort, it appears your mother possesses 2 faces. The prince consort's face drained of color. He knew well what Su Sui truly looked like. He was merely curious as to how Chongning had uncovered this deceit. This was a calamity.
Ah, Su Shui.
Chongning narrowed her eyes. Who are you, truly? I do not know. I do not know.
Su sợ tam incohentin.
Chongning turned her gaze back to the prince consort. The prince immediately exclaimed, Ninger, I was completely unaware of all this. I have no idea who she is. I was utterly bewildered. The system chirped cheerfully, Host C. I told you I was right. Yi Ruanruan craned her neck to look outside. System, what is that red object on the bed? The system glanced over and replied, Oh, that's the prince's belt. Yi Ruanruan perked up and, look, the prince's belt. This is evidence. What was that? Chongning turned towards the bed. Upon seeing the red belt, both the prince and Su Sui were struck dumb. How could they have forgotten to hide the belt? Chongning approached and picked it up. Prince, this the belt I gifted you? You claim to be caring for your false mother, but it turns out you were unfastening your belt to care for her in bed? No, princess. Please let me explain. The prince's mind raced. Chongning swiftly slapped the prince across the face, the crisp sound resonating throughout the room. Explain? This woman is lying naked in bed, clutching your belt. How do you intend to explain that? The prince shouted, Open the window. I swear to the heavens. I have never done anything to wrong the princess. Strike him. Punish the scoundrel. Thunder rumbled ominously. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. The prince was stupefied. What on earth is happening? A bolt of lightning snaked through the window, striking him on the backside. He jumped up from the ground, clutching his rear and running outside. Lightning. Strike his legs. Ruanruan clenched her little fists, her face puffed up with indignation. Whenever she was angry, the sky seemed to respond with rapid lightning strikes.
Crack.
One struck the prince's leg.
Ah.
Help! Next strike the other leg. Cripple him. When the third bolt of lightning descended, the prince covered his head. Enduring the pain as both legs were struck, he writhed on the ground in agony. Hooray! Liars are struck by lightning.
Ye Ruanruan kliput her tiny hands.
Laughing gleefully at the prince, Princess Changle swallowed hard in shock. Wanbao was quite formidable indeed. The ministers were left speechless, utterly astonished. Emperor Qianqing looked at Ruanruan, a paternal smile gracing his lips. Only the prince cried out desperately, "Heaven above, I was wrong, I was wrong." Chongning stepped forward. "Zhao Yu, you deceived this princess. Even the heavens cannot bear witness to your shame. Do you still have the audacity to swear?"
Will you?
Zhao Yu glanced at the heavens, as if fearing that the moment he raised his hand to swear, another bolt of lightning would strike him. Trembling, he stammered, "No, I won't swear." Kongning skoffet. "Don't disgrace the heavens. Do you really think the heavens are blind? Throw that wretched woman out." Su Sui Sui was unceremoniously tossed out, draped in a tattered blanket, not for her dignity, but to spare the eyes of the onlookers. Chongning surveyed the two. Zhu Tingting arrived with Mingo in tow. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Tingting instinctively took a step back, falling onto the ground. Mingo shook her vigorously. "Mother, it's terrible. Father has been struck dead by lightning." As soon as he spoke, Zhu Tingting snapped back to reality, hurriedly covering his mouth. Yet, everyone heard him clearly. Ruanruan laughed so hard that she nearly drooled. "Fool. There's nothing to fear from a formidable adversary, but to fear a bumbling teammate. Aunt hasn't even interrogated him yet. And this little rascal spills the beans. What a splendid blunder." Chongning's gaze darkened. "Arrest them both." She pointed at Zhu Tingting and Mingo. Immediately, guards stepped forward, forcing the three, 2 adults and a child, to kneel in the courtyard. "Zhao Yu, this child just called you father." Chongning's eyes narrowed. Zhao Yu waved his hands. "Who is his father?" "He is my sister's child."
Denial?
Chongning's expression hardened. Zhao Yu glanced at Su Sui Sui and Zhu Tingting. The three exchanged glances, preparing to stubbornly refuse acknowledgement. Acknowledgement would mean death. Denial might allow them to survive. The system remarked, "Host, Zhao Yu and the others are determined to deny everything." Ruanruan rolled her eyes. "Give him a chance. Every second this scoundrel lives is a waste of air." The system inquired curiously, "Host, do you have a plan?" Chapter 50. A Sudden Revelation. I recall there are truth-telling talismans in the shop. Once applied, one cannot help but reveal their innermost truths. Ruanruan glanced at her remaining melon points. Only 100 left. The value of the points was determined by the size and intensity of the gossip. She had previously exchanged many lightning talismans, and after consuming one on the prince, she was left with just 100 points. Found it. Haha, so expensive? 100 points can only buy one truth-telling talisman. But that's fine, I'll just stick it on the scoundrel. Ruanruan looked at the talismans in the shop. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Why did each talisman look so familiar? They resembled the useless talismans she had carelessly drawn and discarded. Never mind. She would ask the system about it another day. With a truth-telling talisman now in hand, she had gained some strength at over 4 months old, standing beside the prince with her mother, holding her. Ruanruan glanced around and noticed the ministers, all exchanging looks with one another, avoiding her gaze. Even her father and mother were whispering to each other. What a perfect opportunity to apply the talisman. Ruanruan leaned on Chuanfei's shoulder, gathering her strength, and threw a talisman at Zhao Yu. The talisman stuck to his back.
Hey!
The show is about to begin. The ministers echoed in agreement, yes, yes. The show is about to begin. It was worth their while to follow like shadows to the princess's residence for this gossip. Zhao Yu, who is this woman? If you don't speak, do you really think the emperor and I cannot uncover the truth? Ning's voice was commanding, no longer resembling the docile lamb she usually portrayed. Ever since her marriage, she had never treated Zhao Yu harshly, even showing respect to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Having been meek for so long, everyone regarded her as a mere puppet, unaware that she was the princess of the great Qian dynasty. Her inherent authority and nobility could not be concealed. Zhao Yu began to make excuses. Princess, I am sincere with you. I truly do not know who this woman is. She is Su Sui Sui, my first wife before marrying you. He quickly covered his mouth.
Ah.
Why did I reveal the truth? Why can't I control my mouth? I certainly didn't want to say that. Ning stared at Zhao Yu. Is this the truth-telling talisman? How fascinating. The ministers murmured in astonishment. What a remarkable little princess. With a firm command, Ning declared, You two, go and chop off Zhao Yu's hand, still daring to cover his mouth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu was terrified. Ning, you viper, how can you order my hand to be chopped off? I am your husband. Your husband. Whether he is the princess's husband or someone else's remains to be seen. Zhao Yu could not help but exclaim, Am I not the husband of all three of you? Other men have multiple wives. What's wrong with marrying you as a concubine? The ministers were astounded. Zhao Yu has completely lost his mind. Other men are other men. You are the prince. Penniless and without resources, relying entirely on the princess's household for sustenance. And you want to treat the princess as a concubine? If this gets out, how will the entire great Qian royal family save face? Who marries a princess and doesn't he treat her like an ancestor? You think you can treat the princess as a concubine? Do you have the right? Zhao Yu had no shame in saying such things. Emperor Qianqing kicked Zhao Yu, causing him to cry out in pain. Zhao Yu found himself utterly bewildered, wondering how he had voiced such intimate thoughts.
Cut off his arms.
I wished to see him cleaved into 18 pieces. The Qianqing emperor was consumed by a desire to dismember Zhao Yu for daring to allow his sister to be his concubine. How audacious. Yes, yes. Execute the scoundrel. Hearing this makes my blood boil. It is infuriating and utterly shameless. Ruanruan clenched her small fists, fantasizing about slaying Zhao Yu. Yet, should a bolt of lightning strike him down, how could she ever hear his confessions? The Qianqing emperor exchanged knowing glances with Song Xuanfu. Quick-witted, Song Xuanfu understood the emperor's silent command and promptly produced paper and ink, diligently recording every detail of the events unfolding in the princess's residence, particularly the heartless words spoken by the prince consort, capturing them verbatim. He intended to create a narrative that would be disseminated throughout the capital, unveiling the true nature of the prince consort as a despicable man to the world. Zhao Yu wept, wishing to cover his mouth, but his arms had been severed. Who are these wretches? Speak, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu lamented. You are aware that Su Sui Sui is my primary wife, while Zhu Tingting is my secondary wife. And Mingur is my son. My own flesh and blood. No, this is not how it is. Those words were not mine. I am sobbing. Zhao Yu wished he could bite off his own tongue, yet dared not. Zhao Yu, how could you so deceitfully mislead this princess? Zhao Yu retorted. What is your deception compared to ours? You are unaware that we have secretly poisoned you with a curse. Your pregnancy is a ruse. You are ensnared by the curse, and upon your childbirth, your demise shall follow. Once you perish, the entire princess's residence will belong to my son and me. You are left with nothing. Everyone glared at Zhao Yu in unison, including Su Sui Sui and Zhu Tingting. Princess, it was Zhao Yu alone who cast the curse. We are innocent. We were coerced by him and had no desire to come to the princess's residence. Yet Zhao Yu insisted we come. We had no choice. They pleaded. You wretched harlots. How dare you speak such nonsense before me? It is clear that you crave the riches and glory of the princess's residence, seducing me under the cover of night to bring you here. Now, you shift the blame onto me. Zhao Yu retaliated. Why didn't you confess your intentions when you were enticing me? You are the shameless one. Su Sui Sui spat. You fool. You have revealed everything. You have brought about our ruin. You dim-witted imbecile. Zhu Tingting pointed at Zhao Yu, exclaiming, My husband, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you. Think of our son. A tiger does not eat its own cubs. Who are you trying to endanger? Zhao Yu's eyes bulged. and he found himself at a loss for tears. He had not wished to utter those words. Who knew he could not contain himself? His mouth seemed to have a will of its own. Song Xuanfu could no longer bear to watch and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the prince consort is utterly devoid of conscience." The Right Chancellor added, "To execute him would waste a fine blade." The Minister of Rights remarked, "Is he even a man? He is a base scoundrel." Ruanruan found herself laughing in exasperation. Finally, he has spoken his mind. The Right Chancellor is correct. It would be a waste of a blade to slay him. The Qianqing Emperor's eyes burned with fury. Pure concubine soothed him. "Your Majesty, the Zhao fellow claims the princess has been cursed. We must urgently find a remedy to help her." This struck a chord with the Qianqing Emperor. If anyone wished for Zhao Yu's demise, it was not Princess Chongning, but rather the Qianqing Emperor himself. An antidote. The Qianqing Emperor's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Zhao Yu, tears streaming down his face, cried out, "There is no antidote. I procured the curse from a man in black. How could there be an antidote?"
None?
The Qianqing Emperor's expression darkened. His dragon countenance was filled with rage. "Your Majesty, spare my life, and I shall locate that man in black to find the antidote for the princess." Zhao Yu's heart yearned desperately to survive.
Buffed.
Is it merely a small curse? Must a scoundrel handle it? "Father, I can resolve it. Allow me." The Qianqing Emperor silently glanced at the little girl in pure concubine's arms. The ministers breathed a collective sigh of relief. In a crucial moment, it was indeed the little princess who might save the day. Chongning regained her composure, realizing that Zhao Yu was utterly useless alive. Such a person should not be allowed to live, waiting for the new year. "This princess shall annul our marriage. As for you three, one large and two small, daring to impersonate identities to feast and frolic in the princess's residence, I shall see to it that you meet your end."
No.
Death would not suffice to quench my wrath. Chongning seethed, her face pale with fury. While at the tea-house, upon hearing Ruanruan and the system's remarks, she had fainted in anger. Initially, she thought her anger had subsided, but upon hearing Zhao Yu's own admission, she was still left with a splitting headache. Was it because she was heartbroken to discover her husband was seeking women behind her back?
No.
It was Chongning's sudden realization that she had been blind, unable to discern character. In the past, she had chosen the prince consort for his eloquent writing, believing him to possess gentlemanly qualities. She had been enchanted by his appearance, despite her elder brother and mother's disapproval, and she had resolutely married him. Who would have known it was a pitfall? A treacherous scoundrel, duplicitous. He was a grand deceiver. "Brother, these three have gone too far. I demand they be severely punished. They have scorned the law, disrespected the royal family, and conspired against the princess. Their crimes deserve annihilation down to the 9th generation. Let them be paraded through the streets, drowned in a pig's cage. Your Highness, Your Majesty, you cannot execute us. If we are put to death, the princess will accompany us in death. That is not a favorable outcome." Zhao Yu shouted. The Qianqing Emperor sneered. "It is but a trifling curse." He turned to Chongning, saying, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall take you back to the palace. Where there are physicians skilled in curing curses, you shall be unharmed." The system suddenly interjected, "Host, trouble is brewing. Zhao Yu intends to flee."
Ruanruan.
Cradled by the tyrant, looked shrewdly at Zhao Yu. Is escaping so simple? This baby shall ensure he runs to his heart's content. The ministers murmured. What does it mean to run to one's heart's content? Zhao Yu suddenly met Ruanruan's gaze and shivered, feeling utterly exposed before the little princess. As if no secrets remained.
Damn.
How could I fear a mere child? Seizing the moment, Zhao Yu fled. Strangely enough, not a single guard pursued him. Zhao Yu felt immense relief, running away with glee. Despite having a leg struck by lightning and racked with pain, the thought of escaping with his life made him disregard his injury. As long as he still drew breath, he would run. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yu, the Qianqing Emperor had already alerted the guards to let him go. Zhao Yu paid no heed to Su Sui, Zhu Tingting, or Minggur. Suddenly, a crack of thunder echoed. Lightning struck at Zhao Yu's feet. Frantic, he dashed towards the princess's residence, calling out as the thunder rolled ominously behind him. The lightning seemed to pursue him, compelling him to flee. Despite being a scholar, He ran faster than a rabbit, driven by a primal instinct. An absurd scene unfolded as a one-armed madman sprinted through the streets, lightning chasing after him. The entire capital was left in shock. This spectacle was truly unprecedented. Some recognized Zhao Yu as the prince consort. Has the prince consort invoked divine retribution? Why is lightning chasing him?
Look.
The prince consort is scared out of his wits, exclaimed the onlookers. His eyes nearly popped out. How tragic. The citizens buzzed with curiosity. Meanwhile, Song Xuanfu completed the narrative and, following the tyrant's instructions, dispatched it to the storytelling tea house. The storyteller, upon reading the tale penned by Song Xuanfu, was utterly astonished. Goodness gracious. This is simply unbelievable. Quick. Let us transcribe it and disseminate it forthwith. Such explosive gossip is bound to ignite lively discussions in the capital. As the narrative burst forth from the tea house, it accompanied the startling revelation of the prince's death by divine retribution, propelling the scandal to the forefront of the headlines in the capital. The townsfolk, during their leisurely moments over tea and meals, could not cease their chatter about it. Even passing dogs barked in outrage. It was a tragedy, a grave injustice, that such despicable individuals could deceive a princess. However, the scoundrel met his end by lightning, while the vile woman faced public humiliation and punishment. A small measure of satisfaction. That night, Ruanruan returned to the palace, sitting cross-legged on her bed. The pure consort elegantly summoned the imperial physician to Lioli Palace, with Princess Chongning at her side. The physician had heard whispers of the day's events, having fortuitously remained at home to accompany his wife on a shopping expedition. He stumbled upon the new topic of gossip circulating in the capital and purchased a hand-copied report, which unveiled the sensational scandal. The physician seethed with indignation, having never witnessed such a callous act. What sort of man could perpetrate such a deed? He was utterly inhuman. As the physician examined Princess Chongning's pulse, he realized she had been afflicted with poison. This revelation did not stem from his examination, but rather from the gossip he had absorbed while in the capital. After concluding the pulse check, he sighed heavily, following his customary practice. The pure consort, anxious for the princess's well-being, awaited the physician's assessment. Another sigh escaped him, indicating a grim prognosis. It cannot be cured. It is utterly beyond remedy. Meanwhile, Ruanruan clutched a teething stick, attempting to gnaw on it. She was reluctant to engage in such behavior, but since becoming a fetus, many things were no longer within her control. For instance, speaking had become an arduous challenge. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but when she attempted to do so, it resulted in incoherent babbling. In her previous life, she had been no older than 4.5, yet she was agile and mobile. However, she had come to accept her situation.
Now.
With the teething stick in hand and drool trickling down her chin, she gazed at the physician and Princess Chongning, sighing inwardly. The physician's skills are indeed exceptional, but alas, he only treats ailments, not poisons. The physician cast furtive glances at the pure consort, who, being astute, comprehended his unspoken words. They stepped aside to converse in hushed tones. Chapter 52. Double Fortune. To Ruanruan, it appeared as though they were avoiding Princess Chongning to discuss her condition. The physician remarked, "Your Highness, I truly cannot cure this poison." The little princess was absolutely correct. While I am adept at treating illnesses, I am ill-equipped to handle poisons. The pure consort, aware of the physician's limitations, understood the necessity of maintaining appearances to prevent suspicion from Ruanruan and her mysterious system. "I understand. Then, Your Highness, it may be prudent to consult the little princess." The implications of his words were clear. The physician sighed, sometimes feeling he was less mature than a child. His medical knowledge was insufficient, and he resolved to study more medical texts upon his return. What are the two of them discussing? If only I could eavesdrop and offer my counsel. Ruanruan's eyes widened with urgency as she attempted to crawl towards them. However, being only 4 months along in her development, her efforts resulted in her tumbling off the bed. I am going to fall and make a fool of myself," the system screamed. "Ruanruan, you're going to hurt yourself." Princess Chongning, quick on her feet, rushed to catch Ruanruan, who was startled to find herself cradled in her embrace. "Thank goodness, my aunt caught me." Otherwise, how embarrassing it would have been to fall. The newly appointed little ruler had nearly met her demise by tumbling from the bed. Chongning, soothingly, examined her, despite her own discomfort, expressing concern. "My dear, let me see if you're injured." The pure consort hurried over in a fluster. "I am fine. I am clever." Hearing this, the pure consort breathed a sigh of relief. Chongning chuckled softly, pinching Ruanruan's chubby cheek, relieved that she was unhurt. "System. Is there a charm to dispel poisons in the store?" The system shook its head. "No, there isn't." Ruanruan paused. "Your system is lacking. How can it not possess a simple charm to dispel poison?" The system retorted. "You didn't draw one at the time?" Ruanruan seemed to uncover a significant secret. "What do you mean? Aren't the items in the store supposed to be part of your inventory? What does my drawing have to do with it?" The system fell silent. Disaster. The little girl had uncovered their secret. Ruanruan's eyes darted. "System. I have a question. I have always thought the charms in the store looked quite familiar. Where did you acquire them?" The system weakly replied. "They are part of my inventory."
Ruanruan roulette Hades.
"Really?" The system remained silent. Ruanruan appeared to recall something. "Why do I feel as though they were drawn by me?" The system exclaimed. "Host, you should swiftly find a way to cure Princess Chongning's poison, rather than pondering what items are available in the store. Once we have the gossip value, we can exchange for anything we desire." Ruanruan nodded her head, aligning with the system's reasoning. "You are right." The system chuckled to itself.
Ha ha ha.
"You see, the little one is so easily deceived." Ruanruan turned to Princess Chongning. "And do not worry. Even without a charm to dispel poison, I will not let you perish. You still have me." Chongning's eyes glistened with tears, her heart swelling with gratitude. Having Ruanruan was a blessing not only for her as an aunt, but for the entire Qian dynasty. Ruanruan leaned closer to Chongning and planted a kiss on her cheek. Chongning was momentarily taken aback, her heart soaring with joy. The little girl was undeniably endearing. As Ruanruan gnawed on her teething stick, drool dripped onto Chongning's face, but she paid it no mind, her lips curving into a smile. "Hee. The poison has been dispelled, Auntie." Both the pure consort and the physician were left dumbfounded. Had it truly been dispelled? How was this possible? Chongning, caught in a moment of disbelief, suddenly felt dizzy. She swayed slightly, prompting the pure consort to quickly take Ruanruan from her. "Chongning, what is wrong?" The physician rushed forward to check her pulse, noting the irregularity. Chongning, feeling unwell, clutched her mouth but was unable to suppress a sudden cough. Spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, which contained a blood-red worm that writhed momentarily before lying still on the ground.
"All right."
"The poison has been expelled," the pure consort exclaimed. "Princess, you have expelled the poison." The physician, ever the mood-maker, declared. "Sister pure consort, I am unscathed. I suddenly feel much lighter." "Though my head is a bit dizzy," Chongning replied, massaging her temple. She understood that this was likely a result of the poison being expelled, and her body needed time to adjust. The physician promptly checked her pulse again. "Excellent. Princess Chongning's poison has been dispelled. Her previously erratic pulse is returning to normal. It seems that Princess Chongning is indeed fortunate, having expelled the poison from her own body." The physician beamed with delight. How extraordinary! A kiss from the little princess caused the poison to be expelled. That saliva must be extraordinary indeed. "I wish I could collect a drop for further study," he mused, but he dared not express such thoughts aloud. "Sister pure consort, I feel dizzy. I shall take my leave for now," Chongning said, rubbing her temple. Aside from the dizziness, she felt relatively well and believed a short rest would suffice. However, within the confines of the palace, it was rather inappropriate for a married woman like her to find solace at the residence of Sister Chuanfei. "System, why does it seem like there's a dark aura hovering above my aunt's head?" The system began to analyze the situation. "Host, have you completely forgotten the plot from the script I previously showed you?" Knowing that the young host was about to be reincarnated into a new world, the system presented her with various scripts daily to help her acclimatize to this realm, even employing an audiobook feature. Yet, it was evident that the young host was not academically inclined. Whenever she opened a book, she either dozed off or indulged in snacks. The system was quite exasperated. Do you remember anything? The system inquired. What have you retained? Ruanruan scoffed softly. Oh, quite a bit. Then tell me about the plot concerning Princess Chongning. Ruanruan chuckled. She died from a curse, you know. The system fell silent. Never mind. It would just have to pamper its own host. The dark aura surrounding Princess Chongning signifies that although she has survived, her fortunes have diminished. So? The system continued. Princess Chongning's survival has altered the original plot's trajectory, and it seems she still faces a trial ahead. Ruanruan gazed intently at Chongning. My aunt is so beautiful. Surely she can bypass this trial. The system replied, I too wish to see your Aunt Chongning live, but the crucial question is, what can you do? Ruanruan fell silent. My earlier kiss was not in vain. Now my aunt is blessed with abundant fortune, though she lacks virtue. As long as she accumulates virtue, her fortunes will be restored. With her beauty and kind heart, she will surely navigate this trial safely and in the future achieve great things to benefit the common folk. Chapter 53. She is the nation's fortune. Hearing Ruanruan's words, Princess Chongning, who had been preparing to leave, suddenly felt invigorated. Ruanruan has secretly assisted her so much. Moreover, would she truly be that powerful in the future? Chongning smiled inwardly. Whatever happens later is a matter for another day. For now, she must cherish every moment. Chuanfei gently patted Chongning, offering comfort. Princess, I have arranged for you to be escorted out of the palace. After Chongning departed, the royal physician followed suit. Ruanruan nestled against Chuanfei's shoulder, sighing intermittently. Mother, look at me, I'm so hungry. I haven't had any milk today, have I? Chuanfei responded, perplexed. Haven't you had milk? That can't be right. She glanced at the now empty, plump milk jug on the table. Earlier, while Chongning was with the physician, the little girl had been on the bed, drinking milk and nibbling on teething biscuits. The milk had only just been consumed. Mother, I'm so hungry. My tummy is absolutely empty. Quick, look at my tummy. Ruanruan gazed longingly outside, and as she watched, she pouted and began to cry. Chuanfei was still in a daze when she turned around and noticed a fluffy, white dog in the courtyard. The little dog was gnawing on a large chicken leg in the corner. Ruanruan's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Oh my, that's a giant chicken leg. How can that curly-haired dog eat such a large chicken leg? It looks freshly roasted, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside. Chuanfei raised an eyebrow. From this distance, you can see so clearly. But the question remains, where did this curly-haired dog come from? There are no such dogs in the Lioli Palace. Chuanfei sat Ruanruan down on the bed and instructed Qingxin to close the window. Without the view outside, Ruanruan began to cry again. She didn't wish to cry, it was just that she couldn't hold back her tears. Eventually, she fell asleep on the couch, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, her mouth sucking on her fingers. Qingxin, Chuanfei's maid who had accompanied her from the Taifu Manor, remarked, Madam, look how pitiful the little princess is while crying. She fell asleep just now, still sobbing in her dreams. The child has a sweet tooth. She must have seen something she shouldn't have and is craving it. Once she grows a bit more, she can enjoy some solid food to satisfy her cravings. Madam, are you referring to that little white dog outside? Oh, I believe that is the sixth prince's dog, named Snowball. Qingxin recalled having seen the sixth prince bring Snowball to the palace for a visit. It seemed likely that the sixth prince had come to see Shufei, and the little dog had wandered into the Lioli Palace. Chuanfei paid little mind to it, knowing the sixth prince was amiable and had been implicated in the recent rebellion orchestrated by Wu Liangyi and the national master. Thankfully, His Majesty was wise and had not implicated Shufei or the sixth prince. After Ruanruan fell asleep, she found herself dreaming. It was her first dream, and she found it quite amusing. In her dream, she was in a pitch-black place, completely unaware of where she was. The little girl floated above the ground, still appearing as she did at 4.5 years old. She got up and looked around, wondering, where's this place? System, come quickly. There is something fun here. The system emerged. Host, do you know where this is? Ruanruan blinked a few times. Isn't this my dream? The system surveyed the surroundings. Take a closer look. Ruanruan examined her little hands and arms and then the pitch-black surroundings. Have I returned to the underworld? No, this is beneath the Dacian dynasty. Look at that wall to the east. Ruanruan waddled over with her short legs, noticing what appeared to be a dragon bone, as thick as an arm, resembling a mural etched into the wall. Standing at the base of the wall, she gazed upwards at the seemingly endless dragon bone and pondered for a moment. The system provided an explanation. Host, what you see before you. This elongated object resembling a withered tree branch is the dragon vein of the Dacian dynasty. Ruanruan reached out her chubby little hand to touch it, feeling a chill. Yet, where her hand brushed against, a golden light flickered momentarily. So this is the dragon vein. The system adopted a serious tone. Indeed, the existence of the dragon vein is crucial for the Dacian dynasty to endure. But this dragon vein looks like a withered tree branch. It appears to be withered and lifeless. The system was somewhat exasperated. Little host, take a good look. It's not entirely dead yet. If the dragon vein were to wither completely, the Dacian dynasty would cease to exist, and at that time, your father, your mother, your royal brothers, and all those who care for you, including your beloved relatives, would perish. Ruanruan felt disheartened. However, after a moment of reflection, she thought, if they die, I will go with them. That way, we can reunite in the underworld. The system was at a loss for words. Sometimes, the little girl was quite astute. Yet at other times, she was adorably naive. Ahem, if you die, you won't be able to see them. It's a complete disappearance, even in the underworld. Not even if you were the little Yama. Ruanruan puffed out her cheeks. Then I won't let the dragon vein die, will I? Exactly.
You should think of it that way.
Ruanruan began to suspect that the system was intentionally steering her in this direction. Ruanruan, do you remember the mission I mentioned to you when you came to this world? To eat melons. The system felt like crying. Aside from eating melons, your task is to alter the fate of the entire Dacian royal family, saving the Dacian dynasty from ruin and preventing its downfall. My father is not inclined toward tyranny. The Dacian dynasty will improve. She had faith in her father. He was a good father and an admirable ruler. The system shook its head. That one tea suffice, even if your father becomes a wise monarch in the future. It's still one tea change the fate of the Dacian dynasty's demise, as the dragon vein's current state will inevitably affect the future of the Dacian dynasty. Your task is to find a way to restore the dragon vein. Ruanruan felt a bit lost. How do I restore it? The system replied, You. Me? Only you can accomplish this. Give it a try. Knight Ruanruan furrowed her delicate brows and reached out to touch the dragon vein. The section of the dragon vein she had caressed emitted a faint golden glow, transforming the withered wood into a radiant gold. A wave of dizziness washed over Knight Ruanruan. Host, quickly release your grip. Upon loosening her hold, she observed that only the spot she had touched glimmered in gold, while the rest remained desolate. Why am I feeling so lightheaded? The system explained. The dragon vein is dependent on the national fortune for its vitality. A strong national fortune begets a robust dragon vein. And you, my dear Ruanruan, in your previous life, were a king of the underworld. In this life, you bear the fortunes of 5 nations, making you a sovereign among mortals. However, you are still too young. The national fortune you can muster is minimal. You must grow quickly to accumulate more national fortune to restore the dragon vein to its entirety. Knight Ruanruan scratched her head. How much must I grow to repair such a long dragon vein? The system remained silent. Knight Ruanruan's thought process was always uniquely her own. The system attempted to guide her. You can accumulate national fortune, you know. Knight Ruanruan inquired. How do I gather national fortune? Chapter 54. Come out. I will hammer you to pieces. Every act of virtue can transform within you into national fortune. Recently, we have encountered quite a few unfortunate events, and many of these protagonists have inexplicably altered their tragic fates. However, whenever a tragic protagonist changes their destiny, the virtue is attributed to you. The more virtue you accumulate, the stronger the national fortune becomes, and only you can nurture the dragon vein. Knight Ruanruan gazed at the small patch of gold on the dragon vein. Grow quickly, then I can save you. At that time, the Grand Qian dynasty, protected by father, will flourish once more. Mother and my brothers will not leave me. Knight Ruanruan was awakened by hunger. Upon awakening, she saw Chun Fei had warmed her milk. During her slumber, the Qianqing Emperor had also visited the Lioli Palace. Chun Fei was discussing the matter of Princess Chongning expelling the poisonous curse with the Qianqing Emperor. The Qianqing Emperor's expression relaxed upon hearing this. While the two adults conversed, Knight Yuan, cradling the milk jug, chatted with the system. By the way, I just remembered something. Why do the talismans in the shop seem so familiar? The system grew flustered. How could this little girl recall this matter again? Why does every talisman I exchanged resemble the little rubbish I used to draw? During her idle time in the underworld, what was Knight Yuan doing? She was sketching various talismans, discarding the ugly ones, the complicated ones, and those drawn out of a foul mood or hunger, while others toiled to draw a talisman, feeling as if their lives were at stake. For Knight Yuan, drawing talismans was as routine as breathing. Each day, she was full of energy. In the underworld, she was not a little King Yen. She was clearly a little demon king. Knight Yuan suddenly realized, System, did you pick up the trash I discarded and put it in the shop for me to exchange? The system responded with alarm. Having a clever host might not be a good thing after all. Come out. I will hammer you to pieces. Why should she exchange her own belongings? I ask you, how many items in the shop are actually mine? Did you move all my treasures into the shop? The system shook its head. Not at all. Besides the talismans, all other elixirs and rare treasures are my own. Meanwhile, the two little ones were engaged in a quarrel. Chun Fei and the Qianqing Emperor exchanged glances and shared a discreet smile. Your Majesty, there is trouble in Jiangnan. Eunuch Fu hurriedly reported that the Right Chancellor, along with the town general and other officials, sought an audience in the imperial study. The Qianqing Emperor's expression darkened. After finishing her milk and the quarrel, Knight Yuan was lifted by the Qianqing Emperor. After letting out a satisfied burp, she was cradled in the Emperor's arms, swaying gently as she fell asleep on his shoulder. In the imperial study, the ministers were visibly excited upon seeing the Qianqing Emperor holding the little princess. This time, their excitement was not merely due to the prospect of gossip, but the hope that the little princess might offer them some insights. A thick little bed was placed in the corner of the study, devoid of legs. The Qianqing Emperor laid Knight Yuan down, tucked her in, and, watching his daughter sleep soundly, began to attend to state affairs. This way, he could see Knight Yuan with a mere glance and need not worry about her falling off the bed. The Right Chancellor said, Your Majesty, the drought in Jiangnan has resulted in a total crop failure, leading to numerous fatalities. Recently, other issues have also arisen there. Due to the high death toll, a plague has emerged. However, His Highness the Cold King and the young lady have already headed to the epidemic zone, and currently, the plague in Jiangnan is under temporary control. Excellent. The Qianqing Emperor considered this news a great delight. However, despite the plague being contained, Master Qingfeng had summoned rain talismans for several days. Although it rained for 7 days, the land there appeared toxic, according to reports from the young lady. No crops could survive. This region had traditionally relied on rice cultivation. Yet now, while the people had survived the drought and the plague, they faced famine. If this continued, the entire populace of Jiangnan would starve to death. This was the reason he had come to seek an audience with the emperor after receiving news from the disaster area. Given the severity of the situation, the Qianqing Emperor was troubled. Your Majesty, Master Qingfeng requests an audience. Quickly summon him. Master Qingfeng entered the hall, holding a whisk and bowing. Greetings, Your Majesty. I bring good news. The Qianqing Emperor recognized the familiar face before him. Master Qingfeng, are you not in Jiangnan? How have you returned so swiftly? Song Xuanfu was astonished to see Master Qingfeng, as Jiangnan was several thousand miles from the capital, requiring several days of travel. With the application of my Taoist techniques, I naturally returned in a flash. The others were astonished. Your Majesty, I must share the joyous news with you. Jiangnan has produced rice. Overnight, the entire Jiangnan has recovered. Not only has the drought vanished, but the plague has also dissipated. And even the crops sprouted overnight. The more Master Qingfeng spoke, the more animated he became, his face flushed with excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. I have observed the celestial signs. A fortunate star is protecting our Qian dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the Qianqing Emperor beamed widely. What splendid news! After nearly 4 months of distress over the disasters, Everything has turned safe overnight. The Right Chancellor and the others were equally elated. Song Xuanfu tugged at the Right Chancellor's sleeve. My lord, why does this Master Qingfeng seem so familiar to me? The Right Chancellor whispered. To speak frankly, I find him familiar as well, but I hesitate to inquire. I feel as though I have seen him before. Knight Yuan awoke, rubbing her eyes on the little bed. The system cheerfully reported. Host, did you hear? The disaster situation in Jiangnan has ceased. The system chuckled. Indeed. This is largely thanks to you. What does it have to do with me? The system laughed. Have you forgotten the dragon vein you touched last night? Touching the dragon vein. Goodness. What had the little princess been up to last night? She had actually touched the dragon vein. They had lived for a long time without ever encountering the dragon vein of the Qian Dynasty. Oh, what happened to the dragon vein? The system explained. The section of the dragon vein you touched corresponds directly to the disaster area in Jiangnan, and now that part of the dragon vein has been imbued with a hint of national fortune, the disaster will naturally dissipate gradually. Knight Yuan found it quite miraculous. Lost in thought, she looked up and met the gaze of Master Qingfeng, who was watching her.
Ah.
This Master Qingfeng radiates a Buddhist glow. The system was in high spirits. This brings us to Master Qingfeng's tale. Knight Yuan became intrigued, as she had just eaten and woken up with nothing to do. What tale? This Master Qingfeng is the abbot of the State Protection Temple by day and a Taoist priest of the Ziyun Temple by night. The ministers were astonished.
Ah?
A dual practitioner of Buddhism and Taoism? It can be done? Song Xuanfu and the Right Chancellor exchanged a glance, both rendered speechless. No wonder they found the Taoist Qingfeng so familiar. It turned out he was the abbot of the Guoguang Temple. Chapter 55. What kind of suffering? During past imperial ancestor worship ceremonies, His Majesty would summon the monks from Guoguang Temple, with the abbot leading the group. They had encountered the abbot several times. Hence the sense of familiarity. It must be said, the contrast between his long hair and the bald head truly presented a different image. Taoist Qingfeng was utterly astonished. He gazed at the small figure on the bed. This? With the palace enveloped in silence, Taoist Qingfeng dared not utter a word. Ha ha ha. Does the great Qian dynasty lack personnel? Taoist Qingfeng is serving multiple roles. The system chimed in, primarily last year when Taoist Qingfeng was traveling. He stumbled upon a bottle of hair growth serum. Mistaking it for a mystical elixir, he consumed it, and after a night, he awoke to find his hair grown, as if he had returned to secular life. His hair now surpasses even your father's. He was utterly dumbfounded. Just imagine. If the monks of Guoguang Temple learned that their abbot had suddenly sprouted hair, they would surely be in stitches. Taoist Qingfeng. The system's words were spot on. Emperor Qianqing smiled at the system's revelations. He had witnessed this event. On the very first day, Qingfeng had come to the palace, lamenting while simultaneously trying to shave his head. Yet, the hair seemed to be glued to his scalp, regrowing instantly. Qingfeng was distraught, unable to keep up with the relentless growth. That day, Taoist Qingfeng had wept in his arms for quite some time. He mused that since Ziyun Temple seemed to lack a Taoist, it would be better to combine roles. After all, whether as abbot or Taoist, it was all the same. Little did he know, Taoist Qingfeng was quite pleased with this suggestion and agreed on the spot. Thus, Taoist Qingfeng clapped his thigh, taking on both the roles of monk and Taoist. Haha, anyone else would struggle with such dual responsibilities, but Taoist Qingfeng is truly remarkable. Taoist Qingfeng immediately straightened up. Indeed. The little princess was affirming his capabilities. His heart swelled with excitement. The civil and military officials discreetly glanced at Taoist Qingfeng, acknowledging his prowess. The system sighed. Soon enough. He won't be so remarkable. Ruanruan perked up. What do you mean? He's nearing the end of his rope. How can he still be remarkable? Ruanruan sat on the small bed, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could he suddenly be at the end of his rope? Emperor Qianqing was equally perplexed. The situation unfolded like this. Last month, Taoist Qingfeng took in a devotee who resonated deeply with him. They often exchanged philosophical insights. Taoist Qingfeng grew fond of this devotee, who in turn held him in high regard. Ruanruan speculated, oh, did they develop feelings for one another? The system responded awkwardly, not quite. However, they became best friends. Yi-Wan Yuan blinked. That sounds lovely. Why then is Taoist Qingfeng in such peril? Are you aware of the devotee's true identity?
Ye Ruanruan froze.
Typically, when the system posed such a question, it indicated a troubling revelation. The system continued. That devotee is the master of the deceased national teacher. The true grand master behind the scenes of the Zigua. What? Emperor Qianqing? The already deceased national teacher's master? He glanced at the Right Chancellor. The Right Chancellor had grown weary of the conversation. Earlier, he had mentioned to Emperor Qianqing that the national teacher had a master who was a Taoist. With the national teacher dead, that Taoist would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his disciple. Little did they expect the Grand Master of Zigua to disguise himself as a devotee and brazenly infiltrate the capital. Clearly, he aimed to avenge his pupil. This meant danger for both the little princess and His Majesty. Taoist Qingfeng's expression shifted. A dear friend transformed into the Grand Master of a rival nation? No storyteller would dare to weave such a tale. The reason the Grand Master of Zigua infiltrated the capital is undoubtedly for revenge, and through his calculations, he deduced that it was you, not the tyrant, who was responsible for his disciple's demise. Hence, his ultimate goal is to eliminate you. Yi-Wan Yuan dropped the teething stick from her hands. The little girl was not frightened, but rather astonished. She realized she had been duped. He disguised himself as a devotee to kill me? The system wiped sweat from its brow. The Grand Master of Zigua has devised a series of plans to ensure your demise. He was aware that Taoist Qingfeng was the abbot of Guoguang Temple, so he sought refuge among the monks. During the annual festivals, the tyrant summons the monks to the palace to chant scriptures and pray for blessings. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, the Grand Master could enter the palace and wreak havoc. Once the palace is drenched in blood, and he escapes, he would inevitably be traced back to Taoist Qingfeng's arrangements in Guoguang Temple. Wouldn't the tyrant execute Taoist Qingfeng then? The civil and military officials. Undoubtedly, he would be executed. Not just one stroke, but several. Taoist Qingfeng turned pale. What an insidious scheme by the Grand Master of Zigua. To harbor such a plot while aspiring to become a monk and infiltrate the palace? How could he be so cunning? Your words suggest that Taoist Qingfeng's demise is all but certain. The system suddenly interjected. Hiss. Currently, the devotee is hanging a rope from the temple beam, awaiting Taoist Qingfeng's return to enact a plot of self-sacrifice. Yi-Wan Yuan, with her little feet dangling, munched on her teething stick. What kind of self-sacrifice? The Grand Master of Zigua will wail and lament his despair, wishing to renounce worldly ties. To save a life, Taoist Qingfeng will agree to introduce him to Guoguang Temple. Taoist Qingfeng's lips twitched. Ever since he met that devotee, the latter had constantly expressed thoughts of despair and wanting to leave this world. It appeared he had dug a pit and was merely waiting for him to fall in. A self-sacrifice, indeed? If this truly came to fruition, wouldn't it effortlessly eliminate the Grand Master of Zigua?
Ha ha ha.
Your humble servant shall take his leave, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else. Emperor Qianqing glanced at Qingfeng, seemingly discerning his thoughts. Taoist Qingfeng, have you forgotten something? Taoist Qingfeng. Emperor Qianqing remarked, didn't you mention that upon your return to the capital, you would invite me to Xian Temple for a visit and prayers? Taoist Qingfeng stared in disbelief. Did he ever say such a thing? Emperor Qianqing smiled knowingly. You did say it. You must have. Taoist Qingfeng suddenly realized. His Majesty was eager to visit Xian Temple for gossip? Taoist, you also mentioned inviting us. We haven't forgotten. There's no time like the present. Shall we accompany you to Xian Temple today? The Right Chancellor gazed at Taoist Qingfeng with great anticipation. Yi-Wan Yuan had unknowingly climbed onto Emperor Qianqing's lap. Father, take me with you. I want to leave the palace too. On the way to Xian Temple, Yi-Wan Yuan was elated, feeling a profound connection with her tyrant father. Inside Xian Temple, the Grand Master of Zigua had already prepared a stool and rope, waiting for Taoist Qingfeng's appearance to enact his self-sacrifice.
Ha ha ha.
The self-sacrifice would compel Taoist Qingfeng to accept him. Look how clever I am. The 9th princess of the great Qian dynasty, My disciple died because of you. This grudge must be avenged. Just wait. This Grand Master will soon eliminate you. Chapter 56. The The demise couldn't be more perfect. Shadows appeared at the temple's entrance. Chu Fei instantly recognized Taoist Qingfeng's voice. Who was he speaking with? Never mind. He had to execute his plan immediately. Heaven, I can no longer bear this. Chu Fei sighed deeply, stepping onto the stool and hanging the rope, kicking the stool away in one fluid motion. The location he chose was ideal, right beneath a crooked tree in the temple. Upon seeing Qingfeng enter, Chu Fei was still glaring at his legs. But lo and behold, why were there so many people behind Qingfeng?
Hey.
Is that not the esteemed national master of the Zigua? Oh dear, this escalated quickly. The scheme of self-infliction commenced rather timely. Chu Fei kicked his legs vigorously. He heard a soft, babyish voice. Looking again, he saw a man clad in dark robes holding a chubby, fair-skinned baby. She was actually aware of his self-sacrificial strategy. Your Majesty, avert your gaze, do not look. As soon as Qingfeng spotted Chu Fei hanging, he immediately shielded the Qianqing Emperor, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Such matters may tarnish your eyes. Chu Fei reached out towards Qingfeng. Your Majesty? That man holding the child is the Qianqing Emperor of the Dacian Dynasty. And just now, that baby must be the 9th princess of the Dacian. The one responsible for the death of my disciple? They actually came here. This, however, was not the crux of Chu Fei's anxiety. What truly troubled him was, Qingfeng, please look at me. I am still hanging here. Come save me. Where are your eyes? Look this way. If you don't, I might just hang myself. Imagine the Grand National Master of Zigua being hanged before the Qianqing Emperor. What would he return to Zigua with? Qingfeng Taoist remarked, Look, someone is hanging. The right minister prodded Qingfeng Taoist. Qingfeng Taoist, with an inscrutable demeanor, replied, Yes, I see. Poor Qingfeng, both a Taoist and an abbot, is about to fall into the national master's cunning scheme of Zigua. One can't help but feel sorrow for him. Yi Yuan couldn't help but shake her head. Standing beside the Qianqing Emperor, Qingfeng Taoist stared intently at Chu Fei, his whisk in hand. Yet he remained unmoving. Chu Fei, hanging there, was turning red in the face, nearly gasping for breath. After sighing, Yi Yuan noticed that no one around had moved. And her curiosity piqued. System, do you not find something strange here? Chu Fei is hanging there, yet no one is doing anything, especially Qingfeng Taoist. Shouldn't he rush over to save Chu Fei, console him, and agree to his request to renounce his worldly ties and become a monk? At this moment, Qingfeng's heart had grown cold. If it weren't for hearing the conversation between that delicate child and the princess, he would have rushed over as the princess had guessed. Now that he knew who this person was, anyone who rushed over would be a fool. Qingfeng, what is happening in your temple? Someone is seeking death. Why do you not intervene? The Qianqing Emperor acted as if nothing were amiss. Qingfeng Taoist muttered cryptically, Your Majesty, you may not know, but in such matters, no one can intervene. The hanging Chu Fei. What the hell? Do you not wish to hear the nonsense you're spouting? What do you mean no one can intervene? Does that imply you'll just watch me hang to death? Where is your compassion? Where is your courage to act? Have they all been blown away by the wind? Chu Fei was full of grievances. But he couldn't utter a word. He wept, tears streaming down his face. Hanging was truly unbearable. This one to do. I can hardly breathe. Someone?
Please save me.
The Qianqing Emperor raised an eyebrow and asked, Qingfeng Taoist, what do you mean by that? Qingfeng Taoist shook his head and sighed, Your Majesty. Have you ever heard the saying, respect others' destinies and let go of the desire to help? I have long been acquainted with that person. I understand his character all too well. He has already resigned himself to death. Given this, all I can do is accompany him on his journey. The Qianqing Emperor, you certainly have a way with words. Several ministers remarked, Qingfeng Taoist, if you have words, please share more. This reasoning sounded rather plausible to them, leaving no room for criticism. It was likely that the princess and the delicate child would harbor no doubts either. However, upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Chu Fei began to roll his eyes. Do not respect my fate. I have not resigned myself to death. I merely wanted to use a self-sacrificial ploy. Who knew you would take it so seriously?
I
am dying. With his last breath, Chu Fei never anticipated he would die hanging before the Qianqing Emperor. He hadn't even avenged his disciple. Tsk. Who would have thought Qingfeng Daoist would be so insightful? The system interjected. Isn't that right? Qingfeng Daoist's realization helped him escape a calamity. Qingfeng secretly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Chu Fei glared at Qingfeng, dead. It was uncertain whether he perished from hanging or from fury. He had reason to suspect that these people could hear the conversation between the princess and the system, hence their blatant indifference to his suffering. Truly a death wish. Your Majesty, urgent news from the secret guards. The right minister approached, presenting a note with great solemnity. Yi Yuan, intrigued, leaned her head towards the Qianqing Emperor's hand. But she couldn't see what was written on the note. The Qianqing Emperor opened it with a grave expression, feigning surprise. What? This hanging acolyte is actually the mysterious national master of Zigua. Good heavens, my tyrant father's intelligence arrives so timely and accurately, the moment he dies. They uncover his identity. The system rolled its eyes. Host, your father is a sovereign. Gathering intelligence should not be a difficult task. The Qianqing Emperor felt a mixture of emotions. In truth, it was quite challenging, especially regarding Chu Fei's true identity. Not only Dakian, but even other nations had secretly investigated the national master of Zigua, as he was so enigmatic that no one had seen his face. Thus, there was no way to trace him. They had to thank Ruanruan and the system. Otherwise, not just Qingfeng, but even he and Ruanruan would have found themselves in peril. The right minister and others set the atmosphere. Your Majesty, this individual being the national master is indeed quite remarkable. I mentioned before that the national master who sought death during the auspicious ceremony for the Golden Rooster had seen his master in Taoist robes. Who would have thought his master was hiding in Ziyun Temple? It seems our visit to Ziyun Temple today for blessings was indeed fortuitous. Song Xiangua chuckled. Yes, Your Majesty. But who would have expected the national master of Zigua would also have a day of despair, saving Your Majesty the trouble of sending people to deal with him. He essentially dug his own grave. Chapter 57. The Nephew's Gossip. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and the Minister of Rights could not help but lower their heads and laugh. Song Xuangua's last remark about digging his own grave was particularly brilliant. Qingfeng Daoist commanded his men to remove the corpse of the national master of Zigua and dispose of it in the back mountain. The Qianqing Emperor thought, since they had come to Ziyun Temple, in addition to enjoying the spectacle, he should also bring a few ministers to pray for blessings. Simultaneously, in the imperial palace of Zigua, the old emperor was lying in bed, having just finished a session with the young concubine Siha, utterly exhausted and collapsed on the bed. Your Majesty, why is there smoke in the palace? What is burning? The old emperor pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, your dragon robe is on fire. The young concubine exclaimed, hastily calling eunuchs and maidservants to extinguish the flames. The fire was not large, but the old emperor was startled. Upon opening his robe, he discovered it was ignited by his talisman. This talisman had been gifted by the national master. This is bad. The national master must be in trouble. The great national master had previously informed him that only upon his death would the talisman ignite. So, has the national master died now? The old emperor recalled the recent actions he had taken to provoke the Dakian dynasty, and his heart sank. First, the national master had sent his disciple there, who reportedly perished 2 months ago. Now the national master had also died? Could the Dakian dynasty still send anyone? One by one, they were all perishing. Even the 3 envoys he had sent previously had all died. 1 went mad, and 2 went insane. What monstrous calamity does the Dakian dynasty possess? Your Majesty, grave news. The scouts report that the national master, he is dead. The old emperor had been speculating about this news, and now he received confirmation. His anxious heart finally ceased. Unable to withstand the blow, the old emperor's vision darkened, and he fainted. Not good. Quickly, someone come. The emperor has fainted from a stroke. The news of the old emperor of the Purple Nation suffering a stroke and being bedridden swiftly reached the imperial study of the great Qian dynasty. Ha ha ha. How splendid. The Qianqing emperor laughed heartily. Little Yuan was playing with a small ball on her cot. System. Don't you think my tyrant father seems as pleased as a braying donkey? Pfft. The officials gathered in the hall to discuss state affairs could hardly contain their amusement, almost bursting into laughter. It was the first time they had heard the little princess describe her own father in such a manner. The system suddenly asked mischievously, when you grow up and can speak, would you dare to say that to your father's face? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuyuan replied, "What did I say? I didn't say anything just now." Playing the innocent, she was quite adept at it. Beside her, the Qianqing emperor remarked, "What of a donkey? That is also the little girl's father. Regardless of how she describes him, he is delighted. If you have the ability, you too should bear a daughter as adorable as this one." The officials responded, "Your Majesty, have some decorum." Days passed. In the great Qian dynasty within the court, little Yuyuan, soft and chubby, slid down from the dragon throne to sit beside the Qianqing emperor, clutching a teething stick. She stuffed it into her mouth while her eyes wandered among the officials. "System, are there any juicy tidbits today?" The system began to rummage. "You've missed court for several days, so you wouldn't know that I've saved up several juicy stories for you. If you don't consume them soon, they will expire. Some stories have time limits. For instance, if the big and small stories do not unfold within 7 days, they will vanish. In due time, new stories may emerge." When it comes to savoring gossip, Yuyuan is never picky. She eats whatever is available, confident that indulging in gossip will yield more of it. With idle time on her hands, she could also exchange for delightful items in the marketplace. Suddenly, a figure entered the hall. "Oh, this person resembles my mother just a tad." The system glanced at Yuyuan. "That is your maternal uncle, your mother's biological brother. They share the same mother. Do you not see the resemblance?" As Xiaqingyu stepped into the hall, he nearly stumbled, only to be steadied by the sixth prince behind him. "Thank you, sixth prince." Xiaqingyu quickly expressed his gratitude. Today marked his first day attending court, as 6 months prior. He had accompanied his father on official duty outside the capital and had just returned yesterday. Who would have known that upon entering the hall, he would hear a soft voice calling him little uncle? He had only one sister, the pure concubine, who had given birth a few months ago, and he had yet to visit her in the palace, having been hastily summoned by his father to attend court. The only one who could call him uncle must be his sister's child. Where could they be? Xiaqingyu searched the hall. The sixth prince pointed him in a direction. Upon noticing, Xiaqingyu saw a plump little person sitting on the steps beside the dragon throne. Yuyuan caught off guard, locked eyes with Xiaqingyu. With her eyes sparkling, she broke into a wide smile, attempting to crawl towards him. Indeed, crawl. At 5 months old, she had yet to learn to walk. "Little uncle, I'm over here." Xiaqingyu, at 18, was a handsome youth who technically had no business attending court. He was there in place of his father, who had been granted a few days of rest by the emperor upon their return to the capital. However, his father was diligent and could not neglect state affairs even while resting. He had informed the emperor in advance that Xiaqingyu would attend court today. Thus, it was their first meeting. Such a tiny bundle. How adorable. Xiaqingyu stepped forward, wishing to embrace Yuyuan, but then hesitated, realizing this was the court, not home. He remained still, smiling at her. "Little one, I'll hold you once I'm done with court." Yuyuan had only crawled a couple of steps when the Qianqing emperor scooped her up with a large hand. "Don't stop me, I want to hug my little uncle, or I might not get the chance later." The Qianqing emperor replied, "How could you not get the chance? ISN to your little uncle standing right here? The lad is still young. There will be many opportunities to hold her in the future. If I recall correctly, my little uncle is destined to meet a tragic fate. On the night of his appointment as a general, he will suffer a violent demise, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Alas, such a grim fate?" The Qianqing emperor's expression darkened. The officials were taken aback. Xiaqingyu, not only was he handsome, but he was also highly skilled thanks to the teachings of the grand tutor. Moreover, this young man possessed a commendable character and a promising future. How could he meet such an end? "Host, you finally remembered correctly for once." Yuyuan sighed. "But why?" The system eagerly elaborated. "This is the juicy story I wanted to share with you today." Upon hearing there was gossip to be shared, Yuyuan settled down in the Qianqing emperor's embrace, ready to listen. The officials, sharp-witted as ever, observed the Qianqing emperor, who, to prevent Yuyuan from becoming suspicious, began inquiring about Xiaqingyu's recent affairs. Xie Qingyu answered truthfully, though internally he was tumultuous with curiosity about the gossip concerning him. Host, do you find your little uncle handsome? Yi Yuan replied. Isn't that obvious? The system urged, take a closer look at what sets your little uncle apart from others. Yi Yuan glanced again. System, you're right. I've noticed that my little uncle's brow is darkened. That doesn't seem like a good omen. The system muttered, a harbinger of great misfortune. Chapter 58. Alive, he is his. Dead, he is his ghost. The civil and military officials simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xie Qingyu. A darkened brow? A harbinger of great misfortune? They found him looking perfectly normal. Regarding your little uncle, there are 2 stories in total. Yi Yuan's eyes brightened. 2 stories? Then please tell me about the one concerning my little uncle's darkened brow first. After that, I'll hear the next one. The system complied. All right. The first reason is that 6 months ago, your little uncle encountered the young miss of the Li family by chance. The Li family is the wealthiest in the capital. They met once and left a good impression on each other. Over the past 6 months, your little uncle has frequently exchanged letters with her while working outside, cultivating their feelings. Over time, your little uncle has come to admire the Li young miss for her virtuous character. Your maternal grandparents also highly value this match. Just yesterday, upon returning to the capital, your maternal grandfather arranged for your little uncle to meet the Li young miss for a boat outing to discuss their engagement. Yi Yuan frowned. This sounds like good news. Why is it a harbinger of great misfortune? It is indeed good news. But the crux is that the girl your little uncle is courting is not human. She is a ghost, a male ghost disguised as a woman. And the engagement is merely a pretext to arrange a ghost marriage with Xie Qingyu. Yi Yuan could not contain herself and exclaimed, What? My little uncle is being targeted by a male ghost for a ghost marriage.
Gasp.
The Qianqing emperor almost spat out his tea. It was not shock but horror. Xie Qingyu, born with a tragic fate, the son of the Grand Tutor, the brother of the pure concubine, and also Yi Yuan's little uncle, was actually being arranged for a ghost marriage. A ghost marriage. That meant he was alive to the other person but dead to him. The officials, Weavy, gained insight. This was the first time they had heard such a thrilling and explosive story. They had heard of ghost marriages before, but those were typically for deceased couples. How could such a promising young man like Xie Qingyu be targeted? Xie Qingyu, upon hearing the system and Yi Yuan's words, was utterly stunned, his body swaying as if he might collapse. Fortunately, the 6th prince was there to support him. Qingyu, have you been overexerting yourself with your recent endeavors? If your health is compromised, you ought to request a leave of absence from the emperor. Yi Xuanli expressed his sympathy for Xie Qingyu. One could argue that his own plight was rather unfortunate, yet upon hearing about Xie Qingyu's distressing circumstances, he felt little better off. While he toiled in the mines, Xie Qingyu was being forced into a ghostly marriage. Alas, both were victims of their respective fates. Yi Ruanruan, observing Xie Qingyu's pallid complexion, did not harbor any suspicions, simply attributing his condition to overwork. The young girl sighed. My dear uncle has taken quite a liking to that young man from the Li family, or rather, the young master of the Li family, I suppose? The system interjected. To put it plainly, your uncle is likely uncertain of his own feelings, as the young master of the Li family is essentially his first love. They have only met a couple of times since their acquaintance, with a mere 6 months of correspondence to deepen their connection. It cannot be said that their feelings are profound, but a spark has certainly ignited. I see, she replied. Given my uncle's age, it would be more appropriate to cultivate feelings post-marriage. The crucial detail, however, is that the other party is a male ghost. While others can develop their affections after marriage, my uncle's situation is a matter of life and death. Indeed, the system confirmed, once the marriage contract is signed, it signifies that your uncle has consented to the ghostly union. Consequently, on the wedding night, he is bound to meet an untimely demise. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan to allure my uncle. This transcends mere deceit in marriage. This is a matter of life and death. The ministers nodded in unison, affirming her assertion. Yi Ruanruan, perplexed, remarked, How could a deceased ghost manage to present itself without my uncle noticing? Xie Qingyu could hardly believe his own eyes. How could one confuse a ghost with a living person? It is because Lady Li specifically sought a talisman from the Taoist temple. which allows the young master of the Li family to appear human when he emerges at night. However, this talisman is solely effective for your uncle. To him, the young master appears as a man, while to others, he is undeniably a ghost. Ruanruan's face darkened. Doesn't that amount to casting a veil over my uncle's eyes? Precisely. The ministers turned their gazes towards Xie Qingyu, lamenting his tragic fate, being entangled in a ghostly marriage and further ensnared by a deceptive illusion. Stunned, Xie Qingyu found himself at a loss for words, as this reminded him of a certain incident. He recalled his first evening outing with Li Chu, which had also taken place at night. Having grown accustomed to their nocturnal meetings, he had given it little thought. On that occasion they had gone boating, and, during their time on the boat, he conversed at length with Li Chu. They were not alone on the vessel. Others were present as well. Strangely, those aboard other boats had stared at him with peculiar fascination, as if he were a fool. He had been puzzled by their rapt attention. It dawned on him that they could not see Li Chu. They were merely witnessing his solitary musings at the bow of the boat. Why does that young master of the Li family enjoy boating so much? The system fell silent. Because that lake is where the young master of the Li family met his demise. In that location, he can maintain his human form for an extended period, particularly as there are few people around to notice any anomalies. Xie Qingyu's lips twitched. By the heavens! That lake is the very site of Li Chu's death. The thought sent a chill coursing through him. As the court session came to a close, the audience was still engrossed in the unfolding drama. The system hissed, "Host. The matchmaker sent by the Li family has already arrived at the Xie residence to discuss the union between the two families. Once the marriage contract is finalized and names are inscribed, it will signify your uncle's consent to the ghostly marriage, and half of his life will be forfeited." As Xie Qingyu approached the grand hall, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yi Xuanli quickly cautioned, "Qingyu, take care. Are your legs unsteady? Allow me to escort you home." Xie Qingyu cast a glance back at Yi Xuanli, suspecting that the sixth prince's offer was merely a pretext to indulge in gossip. Yi Xuanli smiled knowingly. "Xie Qingyu, you are far too astute for your own good. There is no need for your escort. I can manage on my own." "That will not do. I pride myself on my helpful nature, so please do not refuse my offer." Xie Qingyu thought to himself, "I must return post-haste. Mother, please do not consent to the Li family's proposal. Otherwise, I shall truly be at death's door." Yi Ruanruan watched anxiously as Xie Qingyu dashed away, feeling a sense of urgency that almost compelled her to sprout wings and fly to the Xie residence. This is unbearable. I cannot enjoy my gossip. Tilting her head, Yi Ruanruan noticed that the tyrant was holding her, not proceeding toward the harem, but instead exiting the grand hall. "Prepare the carriage. We shall leave the palace. I must pay a visit to the grand tutor. Since his return to the capital yesterday, I have yet to see him, and I have heard he has caught a chill." Chapter 59. A Gathering for Gossip. The Qianqing Emperor gently caressed Yi Ruanruan's cheek. "Ruanruan, shall I take you to see your grandfather?" Yes. That would be splendid," Yi Ruanruan exclaimed, her excitement evident as she cupped the emperor's face and planted a kiss upon it. The Qianqing Emperor beamed with delight, though upon glancing back, he found the ministers standing silently behind him, their heads bowed in reverence. The Qianqing Emperor furrowed his brow. "What is this? Have you all lost your senses? Is court not adjourned? Why do you linger like statues?" At the Xie residence, Madame Xie was greeted by a flamboyantly dressed matchmaker, who cheerfully announced, "I come at the behest of the Li family to discuss the union of the two children." Surely, Madame Xie has heard from the third young master regarding this matter? Dressed in vibrant red, the matchmaker was all smiles. Indeed, Madame Xie had heard Xie Qingyu mention it, but was taken aback by the swiftness of the marriage discussions. Qin Shi, surprised, thought just yesterday Qingyu returned and spoke of the young lady from the Li family. As a mother, I ought to be concerned about my son's future. She had inquired about the nature of his feelings towards the young lady from the Li family, and though Qingyu often seemed carefree, he approached matters of the heart with earnestness. When questioned, his face turned crimson, and he had simply nodded, suggesting that feelings could be nurtured after marriage. As a woman with experience, Qin Shi could discern that her son held a fondness for the Li family's daughter. As long as both parties were willing and of mutual affection, she would certainly support their union. Furthermore, the Li family's status was comparable to that of the Xie family, making an early marriage a favorable prospect. The matchmaker continued, "To be frank, madam, your son is quite the catch, and the young lady from the Li family is very taken with him. Both Lady Li and Lord Li regard your son with great esteem, and they believe that since the two children have a mutual liking, it would be prudent to formalize the engagement, especially given their ages." Qin nodded in agreement. "I shall wait for Qingyu to return before discussing it with him." The matchmaker's demeanor shifted, sensing her reluctance. Although the Xie family held high status as the emperor's former mentor, they were not as affluent as the Li family, who were the wealthiest in the capital. The marriage should be met with enthusiasm from the Xie family. "Madam, this is a fortuitous match. The children are already acquainted. Why complicate matters? The adults should make the decisions." Qin frowned, disliking the matchmaker's tone. "I am not unwilling." Just then, Xie Qingyu strode into the hall, looking somewhat flustered. Noticing his return, Qin was taken aback. "Qingyu, what is the matter?" Xie Qingyu approached Zhang Pozi and seized the wedding invitation from her grasp, tearing it asunder. Zhang Pozi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young Master Xie, what are you doing? This is a wedding invitation. Since I do not consent to this marriage, what need have I for such an invitation?" He continued, "And you, who have come to assist the Li family with matchmaking, have you inquired into their circumstances or their family background? How dare you intrude upon my Xie residence? Do you truly believe my esteemed household is easily trifled with?" Zhang Pozi was utterly alarmed. The Xie residence held considerable authority. To act against her as a mere matchmaker would be akin to squashing an ant. "Young Master Xie, you and the miss of the Li family are said to be mutually enamored. That is why I dared to come for matchmaking," she replied, flustered. "Mutually enamored? Have you witnessed this?" Zhang Pozi fell silent. Xie Qingyu's words made it sound as if he had taken advantage of the young lady and now denied her. Qin pulled Xie Qingyu aside. What is the meaning of this? Have you quarreled with the young lady from the Li family?" "Mother, it is not a quarrel. The Li family does not even have a young lady." This revelation left Qin in shock. If the Li family had no young lady, with whom had her son been fostering a relationship? A ghost? "Mother, I confide in you, but you must not speak of this to anyone else." Xie Qingyu recounted the conversation he had overheard in court between Ruanruan and the system. Qin was left speechless. "Ah, a ghostly marriage. The young lady of the Li family is a man. What do you mean by this, Xie Qingyu?" Li Chu stormed in. Qin exclaimed, "How is it that the miss of the Li family has come unannounced?" "No, it should be the young master of the Li family. But Qingyu said he is a ghost. Can a ghost appear in broad daylight?" Xie Qingyu instinctively shielded Qin. She poked him and then glanced at Li Chu, bewildered. Li Chu appeared quite normal. Qingyu claims Li Chu has cast an illusion, such that only he can see her. Yet now I can see her as well. Xie Qingyu was equally perplexed. "Li Chu, what brings you here?" Setting aside the question of whether Li Chu was indeed a ghost, it was improper for an unwed lady to arrive at the Xie residence without prior announcement. Li Chu wore a pale moon-white gown, her face adorned with a hint of makeup, exuding an ethereal grace akin to moonlight. Xie Qingyu had been captivated by her pure appearance. Before he could ascertain the reason for Li Chu's visit, the steward announced the arrival of the emperor. The Qianqing emperor entered, cradling Ruanruan in his arms. Qin and Zhang Pozi immediately bowed in respect. Meanwhile, Li Chu stood in the corner, her expression a mixture of confusion and surprise at the emperor's sudden appearance. News swiftly reached Xie Taifu, who was engrossed in his reading. The unexpected visit from the emperor, coupled with Zhang Pozi's arrival, left him bewildered. Not only the emperor had come, but a throng of officials accompanied him. What on earth is happening at the Xie residence today? It feels as if everyone has come for a feast, Qin pondered. Xie Qingyu observed the gathering of civil and military officials, rubbing his temples. "Mother, no matter what you hear later, please remain composed. I will also advise father." Qin seemed to grasp the situation. Since the Qianqing emperor's appearance, her gaze had been fixed on the small child in his arms. That must be her granddaughter, she mused. When Xie Taifu emerged, he was taken aback by the crowd in the courtyard. After rubbing his eyes to confirm they were indeed his colleagues, he was greeted warmly. "Long time no see, Taifu." I hope your affairs in the capital have not been too taxing, the Right Chancellor remarked, promptly sending 2 trays of eggs. I heard you caught a chill. And as a fellow colleague, I brought these for you. Xia Taifu was bewildered.
A chill?
I was unaware of this. Despite his confusion, he accepted the eggs graciously. The other officials watched in astonishment. The Right Chancellor was at it again. On a previous occasion, during the little princess's full moon celebration, he had promised not to bring gifts, yet he had presented a magnificent golden rooster, which later proved instrumental in vanquishing the national teacher. Consequently, the Right Chancellor was rewarded. This time, they had all gathered at the Xia residence to witness the spectacle. They had all agreed not to bring anything. Yet here was the Right Chancellor with 2 trays of eggs. Taifu, we are here to see you. How has your health been? Inquired Song Xuanfu. While they had not brought gifts, they certainly came with words of care and concern. Xia Taifu surveyed the assembly of bureaucrats. You have all come to see me? Surely not. How polite of you. Would you like some tea in the hall? The officials shook their heads, not with the emperor inside. But it seems there is a joyous occasion at your residence. We shall refrain from intruding. We can sit outside. Do you have some small stools? Perhaps some sunflower seeds would suffice. Xia Taifu was astonished at Song Xuanfu's boldness. It appears you are not here to visit me at all, but rather to make merry. Upon hearing of the emperor's arrival, he hastily instructed the steward to provide them with small stools and sunflower seeds before entering the hall. Inside, he found the Qianqing emperor seated beside Ruanruan. Grandfather, hello. Xia Taifu nearly stumbled, supported by Xia Qingyu. Completely unaware of the happenings in the front hall, Xia Taifu was pulled aside by Qin Shi, and they whispered to each other. The shock proved too much, and he collapsed into a chair, visibly shaken. Ruanruan observed. It seems grandfather is truly unwell. He can barely stand. The system quietly noted, Host, you need not worry about your grandfather's health. He is as robust as ever and is likely to live to a ripe old age. Seated in the chair, Xia Taifu found his legs weak as he listened to his granddaughter and the system. Is the one in white the young master of a Li family? Why does he stand so far away? You mentioned he was a ghost. Is he simply timid? Ruanruan scanned the room and spotted Li Chu in the corner. The system explained, Li Chu is frightened by the aura you emanate. Li Chu is a ghost. Just as Xia Taifu had begun to regain his composure, he felt as if he were glued to the chair, unable to rise. His legs were indeed weak. The idea of his son pursuing a relationship with a ghost was overwhelming. After all, he had been aware of their correspondence during his time away. His youngest son never concealed matters from him. He had even mentioned that upon returning to the capital, if their feelings were strong, he would discuss the possibility of a union with his wife. Upon hearing that Li Chu was a ghost, Xia Taifu nearly fainted. What sort of family allows their son to court a ghost? The Qianqing emperor, seated beside him with Ruanruan in his arms, understood Xia Taifu's shock. After all, he too had been taken aback when he first learned of the situation in court. Furthermore, Xia Taifu was Qingyu's biological father. Zhang Pozi, unable to contain herself, plopped down onto the ground, pointing at Ruanruan, her face pale. You! Oh heavens! She had heard the voice of a mere infant. How dare you speak of the little princess before His Majesty? You must wish for your own demise. Xia Qingyu promptly ordered the steward to remove Zhang Pozi, who fainted from fear, overwhelmed by the dual revelations of Ruanruan's thoughts and the truth of Li Chu being a ghost. As Ruanruan regained her senses, she realized that Li Chu was not as brave as she had presumed. One might think he had overheard their innermost thoughts. The system reassured her, You are overthinking. I am the system, and confidentiality is my forte. The spectators murmured, Indeed, it is quite remarkable, almost to the point of shouting it through a loudspeaker. The courtiers exchanged glances, pondering whether the system's confidentiality efforts had been misguided. System, wait a moment. You previously mentioned that Li Chu was a ghost, only able to appear at night. Yet, here he is in daylight, Ruanruan pointed out. The system examined the details concerning Xia Qingyu and noted the evolving circumstances surrounding Li Chu. The talisman on Li Chu has been upgraded. He can now be seen in public during the day, though it will lose its efficacy after 12 hours. Ruanruan expressed her curiosity, such a potent talisman. The courtiers unanimously agreed. Xia Taifu nervously lifted his teacup to sip, his anger palpable upon discovering that Li Chu was deceiving his son. What brings Li Chu to the Xia residence? The system replied, he likely seeks to coerce a marriage. Your uncle just returned and rejected the proposal from the Li family. Look, the wedding invitation has been torn to shreds. Yi Ruanruan's eyes sparkled. Is my uncle truly that dashing? Well done. I was at a loss for how to hint to him. Thankfully, we came to the Xia residence with the tyrant father. I must observe what Li Chu intends to do next. Seeing the silence in the hall, Li Chu stepped forward, summoning his courage to ask, Xia Qingyu, do you not owe me an explanation? Xia Qingyu retorted, you demand an explanation from me? Are you out of your mind? I have yet to settle accounts with you. Yet you dare to ask for an explanation first. Yi Ruanruan couldn't help but click her tongue. How does Li Chu muster the courage to utter such words? The system responded, he likely believes that with his majesty present and so many ministers around, clarifying matters would be advantageous for him. If your uncle indeed rejects him, he can claim your uncle took advantage and that the Xia family cannot afford to lose face. Subsequently, your grandparents would intervene to mediate. Li Chu's calculations are truly astute. If I had not witnessed this scene today, I would not have considered him a man. Not only does he possess a feminine exterior, but his scheming is even more venomous than that of a woman. In the courtyard, the eager onlookers craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. They confirmed that Li Chu could not hear the little princess as thoughts. Could it be due to his ghostly nature? However, the mere thought of him being a ghost made the courtiers exchange wary glances, inching closer together, as they were, after all, quite fearful of spirits, not of Li Chu himself, but of the supernatural entity he represented. Li Chu, typically fragile and gentle in demeanor, now appeared with reddened eyes, insisting, you must give me an explanation. Did we not agree to be together forever? Why the sudden change of heart? He had been waiting outside for Granny Zhang and, upon not seeing her, grew anxious about the marriage proposal and could not resist entering uninvited. To his shock, he found Xia Qingyu tearing the wedding invitation. Xia Qingyu, what does this mean? Do you no longer wish to marry me? Indeed, I no longer wish to marry you, Xia Qingyu replied, her tone resolute. Chapter 61. What a splendid performance.
Li Chu,
struck with disbelief, widened his eyes in astonishment. Xia Qingyu, how can you be so irresponsible? After everything we shared, you stand here in front of so many and declare you no longer wish to wed? You toy with my emotions. You are nothing but a scoundrel. The onlookers were left in shock. Had they not known of Li Chu's true nature, a ghost, they would have thought Xia Qingyu was indeed a heartless deceiver. Wait a moment. What do you mean by everything we shared? Xia Qingyu feigned innocence, while Li Chu, blushing, lowered his head, recalling their hand-holding and embraces. What do you mean by everything? Who held your hand? Who embraced you? Do not fabricate stories. With reddened eyes, Li Chu continued, so, Xia Qingyu, you now deny it? You and I are finished. You have deceived me and betrayed me before all these witnesses. Do you not have any shame? As tears streamed down his face, he resembled a wronged spouse. What a performance! Truly convincing. Yi Ruanruan thought to herself, almost wanting to bestow an Oscar upon Li Chu. With such acting and tears, no one would believe he is a man. The courtiers sighed in agreement, noting that had they not heard the system and the little princess's words, they would have easily believed Xia Qingyu was the one in the wrong. Xia Qingyu, known for her straightforward nature, was not one to indulge Li Chu. Enough of your tears, will you? Li Chu assumed Xia Qingyu would comfort him, given the public nature of his distress, which would surely tarnish the Xia family's reputation. He awaited her reassurance, only for Xia Qingyu to bluntly ask, Li Chu, are you even human? Who isn't human? You are the one who is not, he retorted, adamantly asserting his humanity. Have you discovered it? Has my uncle figured out that Li Chu is a ghost? Yi Ruanruan inquired, stretching her neck to observe Xia Qingyu. System. Is my uncle truly that perceptive? The system, equally astonished, replied, I am unsure. Ever since Li Chu entered, no one has informed your uncle of this matter. How could he possibly know? Li Chu, normal people have shadows. Why do you not? Xia Qingyu questioned, catching Li Chu off guard. I am trying to confess my feelings, and you are talking about shadows? Yi Ruanruan noted. Indeed, Li Chu lacks a shadow. Even if he has employed potent talismans to appear during the day, he should still cast a shadow. The system remarked, "Host, your uncle seems to be more astute than both of us." Xie Qingyu, flattered by the compliment, felt her mood lift. "Li Chu, I have serious doubts about your humanity. What nonsense are you spouting? I am human. How could I appear in daylight otherwise?" Li Chu prepared to argue. "I have heard of masters selling talismans. Perhaps you have utilized one." Li Chu's pallid complexion grew even more as Xie Qingyu pressed. "Then, why did you always insist on meeting me at night? Isn't nighttime more romantic?" "I simply prefer the evening," Li Chu retorted, unwilling to engage further. "As a deceased ghost, how dare you come to the Xie residence and create mischief?" "Li Chu, what are your true intentions?" Li Chu, head bowed and stammering, appeared somewhat guilty. "To arrange a ghostly marriage." "Oh, my dear uncle, Li Chu is exerting every effort merely to align with you in a ghostly union."
Ruanruan muset.
Cradling a milk bottle while consuming gossip, the system interjected, "Host, although your uncle has torn the wedding invitation, the Li family has already begun preparations for the ghostly marriage." Ruanruan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "What kind of preparations?" The system sighed. "They are determined to ensure your uncle's demise. The Li family has set up a ritual in their home. Even if your uncle declines Li Chu's proposal, the Li family has already set their sights on him. He is now perilously close to the grave. Once they complete their ritual, your uncle will have little time left."
Oh.
"I thought tearing up the wedding invitation would alleviate the dark omen looming over my uncle, but it seems the Li family is already employing their ritual against him. My uncle is in grave danger." With a crash, Xia Taifu dropped his teacup, aghast at the Li family's merciless intentions. A ghostly marriage aimed at taking Qingyu's life? If Qingyu were unwilling, they would already have set a trap to eliminate her. As a father, Xia Taifu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What should he do? What must he do to save his son? The ministers, too, have fallen into an unusual silence. Xia Qingyu's plight is truly tragic. Not only has he been deceived in matters of the heart, but now he finds himself ensnared in a perilous fate. Qin, the matriarch, appears to be a woman of experience. Feigning terror, she points an accusatory finger at Li Chu, exclaiming, "You are a specter. Why have you sought my son? I have heard that when ghosts pursue mortal affections, it is often to arrange a marriage in the netherworld. Surely your Li family does not intend for my son to be wed to you in such a manner?" As her words leave her lips, the onlookers breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that in matters such as these, women's intuition reigns supreme. Yet, Qin is undeniably an astute woman. Her utterances raise no suspicions among the crowd. Li Chu, struck at the heart of his intentions, responds, "Well then, how could your Li family so brazenly endanger my son?" Without hesitation, Qin turns to Xie Qingyu and declares, "Qingyu, we must pay a visit to the Li residence. I have heard that such ghostly unions require a specific formation. We shall uncover whether the Li family has indeed arranged a marriage for you and Li Chu." Grasping his formidable sword, Xie Qingyu charges toward the Li household with fierce determination. The crowd murmurs, "Young Master Xie, slow down. Wait for us. We wish to accompany you." The ministers rise in a flurry from the courtyard, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. I can scarcely believe such events unfold in the capital. I must witness this for myself." The right minister shakes his head and departs. "If you wish to indulge in gossip, just admit it." The ministers behind him echo, "Right minister, we too shall go." "Your Majesty, do you not wish to see for yourself?" The Qianqing emperor casts an appreciative glance towards Song Xuanfu. You are quite capable indeed." This naturally provides an opportunity to bring Ruanruan along to the Li residence. "Host, why do I sense that you were on the verge of tears just now?" The system tilts its head, noticing Ruanruan's reddened eyes. Ruanruan sniffs. "Who is crying?" "I certainly am not." The system speculates. "Could it be that you were anxious upon seeing Xie Qingyu and the others head to the Li residence, fearing you would miss the spectacle?" "Humph, I would never." Ruanruan adamantly denies it. Upon seeing her little uncle rush out, she nearly dashed to the door herself. "Whoever is going, do not forget to take me. The one who cannot walk. There is still a baby here eager for the gossip." Ruanruan feels so small, wishing to be a prominent presence. ensuring she is not overlooked or forgotten. The Qianqing emperor reflects. He too felt a pang of urgency earlier, contemplating how to find a perfect reason to visit the Li household, never once considering the potential loss of his precious daughter. Chapter 62. The Arrangement of a Ghostly Marriage. Host, did you not just drink milk? Why are you clutching the milk jug again? The system observes that its little host has been particularly diligent in her milk consumption over the past few days. I am simply hungry, she replies. The system casts her a sidelong glance. You are not thinking that drinking more milk will hasten your growth, are you? Ruanruan suddenly realizes the system's intelligence has peaked. The system tenderly warns, do be cautious. Consuming too much milk may upset your stomach and lead to discomfort later. The Qianqing emperor quietly takes the milk jug from Ruanruan, prompting her to cry out in distress. Little girl, be wary of overindulgence. With no choice left, Ruanruan complies, resting obediently on the emperor's shoulder. On their way to the Li residence, she cannot help but doze off. Upon awakening, she hears Xie Qingyu kick open the grand doors of the Li estate. His dramatic entrance, wielding a sword, draws the attention of numerous onlookers. Curious citizens flock to the Li household to witness the unfolding drama. Citizen 1. I heard the Li family and the Xie family are to be united in marriage.
Why?
Then, does young Master Xie approach the Li residence armed? This hardly appears to be a union. It seems more akin to revenge. Citizen 2. The Li family has always seemed rather enigmatic. For years, I have heard tales of their son and daughter, yet I have only ever seen the daughter emerge. Where is the son? Citizen 3. Based on my years of observation, it is clear the Li family must have committed some transgression that has provoked young Master Xie. Citizen 4. Enough chatter. Let us remain here quietly and enjoy the spectacle. I have a feeling something significant is about to unfold. Within the Li residence, Qin follows closely behind her son, noting the eerie emptiness of the estate. Where are the servants and attendants? Upon entering, she shivers involuntarily. Who are you to intrude upon my son, Xie Qingyu? Mr. Li emerges, instantly recognizing Xie Qingyu. His gaze scans the crowd. Good heavens! Among these individuals are several prominent officials of the court, one of whom cradles a small girl. Mr. Li, unfamiliar with this new face, reasons that it is not unusual. His family has long been engaged in commerce, away from the affairs of state, and thus has never encountered the emperor. Yet an instinct informs Mr. Li that this person must be of considerable wealth or status. The source of this calamity has arrived. A childish voice calls out. Mr. Li glances around, bewildered. Xie Qingyu's sword gleams ominously before Mr. Li's eyes, nearly blinding him. Li family, I have heard rumors that you possess both a son and a daughter. Is this not true? Mr. Li, collecting his thoughts, replies, Young Master Xie, surely you jest. You have been courting my daughter for months. You cannot claim ignorance of our family composition. Indeed, I am well aware. Yet, while the capital buzzes with tales of your son, I have never laid eyes upon him. My son is not in the capital. And what of your daughter? Mr. Li responds, Did she not come to find you today? Are we not to discuss the marriage arrangement? Xie Qingyu interrupts. Why have you invaded my home with such intent? Just then, Mrs. Li steps forward, her eyes red-rimmed. Upon seeing Qin and Xie Qingyu, she composes herself. System. Why do I perceive that Mrs. Li's eyes are swollen? The system replies. She has spent the night weeping over her son's coffin. Is it any wonder? Where is Li Chu's coffin? The system informs her. It is in the hall. How long has Li Chu been dead? Surely the body must emit a foul odor if left in the hall. The system clarifies. The Li family is the wealthiest in the capital. Following Li Chu's drowning, Mr. and Mrs. Li discreetly purchased a cold ice pearl to preserve his body. The delay in burial is due to the incomplete arrangements for his ghostly marriage. Ruanruan shivers, not from fear, but from the chill in the air. Why does the Li residence feel so desolate? Grandmother was right. There are no maids, no guards, not even a steward. How can such a wealthy family afford to be so devoid of staff? That is because what you see of the Li family is not the norm. Those white drapes hanging behind the plaques and the door frames indicate mourning. Mr. and Mrs. Li, fearing gossip among their servants, have temporarily dismissed them, planning to rehire them once Li Chu's ghostly marriage is arranged and he is laid to rest. Once calm, Mr. and Mrs. Li's demeanor shifts dramatically upon hearing the two innocent voices. Their faces pale. Whose voices are those? The secrets the Li family has kept hidden for so long are now laid bare by those innocent tones. Xie Qingyu places his sword against Mr. Li's throat. Mr. Li, I trust you understand what is expected of you next? Mr. Li appears hesitant to comprehend. Ahem, Your Majesty, you must be weary. Please take a seat. The right minister, ever the capable organizer, produces a small stool. His words strike fear into the hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Li. Is that the reigning sovereign? The child in his arms must be none other than the princess. Clearly, the crowd has heard those two innocent voices, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Li holding their breath in trepidation. If they dare utter a single word, not even the majesty of the emperor himself would spare them from the wrath of Xie Qingyu's formidable blade. The court officials exchanged glances at the desolate Li household, which had been preoccupied with the elaborate funeral arrangements for Li Chu. Little did they realize the couple had concealed their grief so well. Had it not been for the system's revelation, one would hardly perceive their sorrow from their presence here. The emperor had provided a cushion for Yi Ruanruan, who sat upon a fluffy blanket, playfully toying with a small ball. So, the Li couple is supportive of Li Chu seeking out his uncle? After all, Li Chu is a man and my uncle is also a man. This pairing for a ghost marriage, aren't they aware that it should be a man and a woman? How brazen of the old man Li to wish a man upon his son. Does he not fear facing the ancestors of the Li family below, subjected to their scorn? The system elucidated. Have you not heard of the saying that a doting mother often spoils her son? Li Chu is the only heir of the Li family, which has passed down through 10 generations. With his death, the family line is extinguished, a reality too unbearable for them. They believe that since he did not enjoy life while he lived, he must have everything in death. After Li Chu's demise, they dreamed of him, weeping profusely. Old Master Li expended a fortune to invite a Taoist priest to perform rites, and only then did they encounter Li Chu's spirit. Naturally, they could not physically interact with him. When they inquired about his desires, he confessed that he had long harbored feelings for your uncle Xie Qingyu. Aside from Xie Qingyu, he desired nothing else. In Chapter 63, the spirit had not yet departed, yet the memorial tablet had already been erected. The Li couple deemed their son's request reasonable. After all, did he not simply wish for companionship? Reflecting on it, since Li Chu had not had the chance to marry during his lifetime, it was only natural for them to seek a partner for him in death. Although initially astonished by Li Chu's desire for Xie Qingyu, they soon came to terms with it. They thought, if Li Chu wished for Xie Qingyu, they would help fulfill his wish, even if it meant he desired the entirety of the Xie family as sons.
Ye Ruanruan eklayme din dispeliev. Petefete.
The Li couple must have spoiled their son to madness. Does their son count while the son of the Xie family does not? Why should my uncle be sacrificed for their son's desires? Her indignation grew, her small face puffing up with rage. The court officials murmured in agreement. The young princess speaks the truth. Just because the Li family has maintained a single line for 10 generations, does that make them superior? The Xie family also cherishes their offspring, you know. This is unjust. We never intended harm. Mrs. Li could no longer contain herself and cried out. Yi Ruanruan queried. System, did I hear correctly? Does Mrs. Li also have the audacity to claim injustice? The system responded. I heard it too. This Li couple is cunning, one more so than the other. I can only imagine how they will twist the narrative. However, no amount of cunning can rival the blade in your uncle's hand. Moreover, the tyrant sits here, ready to unveil the Li family's transgressions. Xie Qingyu, his countenance cold and unyielding, swung his blade towards the plaque above the main hall. In an instant it fell, and a white cloth cascaded down. The Li family, already in mourning, dared to send matchmakers to the Xie family to negotiate a marriage for the deceased Li Chu? Were they truly attempting to arrange a ghost marriage for him? Mrs. Li hastily shook her head, insisting, No, that's not the case. Qin, filled with righteous fury, declared, since the Li family is in mourning, surely there must be a coffin. Perhaps we will find evidence within. With His Majesty present, let us see how the Li family will wiggle out of this one. Xie Qingyu nodded, affirming his mother's insight. Without hesitation, he stepped into the hall. Though old Master Li and Mrs. Li attempted to obstruct him, Xie Qingyu, youthful and impassioned, merely pushed them aside. "You cannot enter. You mustn't." Mrs. Li cried out. Qin followed closely behind Xiechingyu. Inside the main hall, there was naught but a screen. Xiechingyu kicked the screen aside and beheld a coffin at the center of the hall. Good heavens! The Li family, being the wealthiest in the capital, has crafted a coffin for Li Chu out of pure gold. How extravagant! Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with greed. The court officials, unable to restrain themselves, leaned in closer. Naturally, Master Xia had come to support his son. "Do not open the coffin. You must not," Mrs. Li wailed. Xiechingyu dismissed her pleas as mere noise, forcefully pushing the golden lid aside to reveal Li Chu's lifeless body. In death, Li Chu clutched both Xiechingyu's memorial tablet and an old garment belonging to Xiechingyu, even inscribed with his birth date and time. A man? Li Chu was indeed male. "And this my memorial tablet?" Xiechingyu erupted in fury. Although he had long known this truth, witnessing it with his own eyes was a jarring shock. The most infuriating part was that he was not yet deceased, yet they had erected a tablet in his honor. Who could endure such a provocation? As for the clothing, it was evident that Mrs. Li had bribed a maid from the Xia household to procure it. Gazing upon his own tablet, Xiechingyu felt as though he might shatter. It was all over. Mrs. Li was taken aback by how swiftly the truth had emerged. Qin, heartbroken for her son, exclaimed, "The Li family has plotted this so cunningly. Not only did they have Li Chu masquerade as a woman to seduce my son, now they audaciously wish to arrange a ghost marriage for him." Enraged, Mrs. Li countered, "What do you mean my son seduced yours? It was clearly your son who was easily deceived. This is his own fault." Old Master Li shot a warning glare at Mrs. Li, for the emperor was present. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mrs. Li, teetering on the brink of madness, cared little for the emperor's presence. Her sole focus was to protect her son, refusing to allow anyone to speak ill of him. What's wrong with the ghost marriage? Everyone dies eventually, whether early or late, it matters not. My son is the son of the wealthiest man. Having him with Xiechingyu is no loss. Qin trembled with fury. Although she was a refined woman, she could no longer contain herself and slapped Mrs. Li across the face. Merchants, farmers, and laborers, no matter how wealthy the Li family may be, they are unworthy of Qingyu. How dare you strike me, you Qin? Since marrying into the Li family, I have been treated as the matriarch, especially after giving birth to Li Chu, which only elevated my status. Mrs. Li had always been revered. Even the dogs raised by the Li family dared not bark in her presence. Yet now she had been struck. And though the common folk should not contend with the officials, Mrs. Li could not swallow her pride. Qin, I will not back down. Xiechingyu positioned his blade against Mrs. Li's throat, causing her to cower immediately. The chilling intensity radiating from him made her collapse to the ground, wailing like a banshee. Old Master Li, watching this unfold, felt a pang of pity and attempted to console her. This Mrs. Li is truly insufferable. Ruanruan could not help but roll her eyes. System. You mentioned my uncle has 2 scandals. This ghost marriage with Li Chu masquerading as a woman is the first, but what about the second? The system whispered back. The second scandal is indeed related to Li Chu. Because it ties back to your uncle, it has manifested alongside it. However, are you waiting to finish the second scandal before taking down the Li family? Ruanruan's face flushed with anger, her hand clutching a thunder talisman that had been prepared during the exchange of barbs between her grandmother and Mrs. Li. She eagerly anticipated a lightning strike to reduce Mrs. Li to charred remains. There's no need for you to intervene. Old Master Li will take care of her. And yes, Li Chu will be dealt with too. Ruanruan's interest was piqued. Oh,
What do you mean by that?
is Li Chu not Old Master Li's son? The sole heir of the Li family, passed down for 10 generations, is not of Li lineage? This revelation is rather astonishing. System. This is not the only shocking detail. There are even more explosive revelations. Ruanruan's little ears perked up. The fact that he is not of Li blood is already enough of a thrill. What more could possibly be so explosive?
Pray.
Elucidate this matter. The court officials exchanged glances. This ready-made scandal is simply ripe for the picking. Xiechingyu and the Qin family. The weeping and wailing lady Li instantly ceased her tears. Surely not. That thin barrel knows everything? The elderly, who was preparing to console his wife, stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 64. A dog-eat-dog world, full of fur. What is this? If Li Chu is not his son, then whose son could he possibly be? Isn't Li Chu dead? Do you know how Li Chu's spirit manifested? Yuan, wasn't it a Taoist priest who was invited, given a talisman, to summon him? That part is indeed correct. However, such rituals performed by a Taoist priest can diminish their spiritual prowess, a fact you are surely aware of. Yuan concurred with the system's assertion. If the Taoist priest is neither motivated by wealth nor fame, why would he go through the trouble of performing such a ritual for Li Chu? Yuan had an inkling. Could it be that Lady Li's lover is the Taoist priest who performed the ritual for Li Chu? Precisely. Yuan. If that is the case, then Li Chu is already 18 years old, meaning Lady Li must have started her affair with the Taoist priest 18 years ago? The system shook its head, actually. Whether Li Chu is the son of the Taoist priest is uncertain, but what is certain is that Li Chu is definitely not the son of the elderly. How can you be so sure? The system, the elderly, is incapable in that regard. Even if he were to marry one Lady Li, or even 10, he would still be unable to sire a son. Yuan's little face was utterly astonished. He never questioned his own capabilities. He did not, as he only ever engaged with Lady Li after drinking, and unfortunately, this elderly happens to be a lightweight. This leaves Lady Li rather exasperated.
Yuan understood.
So it turns out that Li Chu is the child of Lady Li and another man, brought back for the elderly to raise. This isn't particularly explosive. Of course, I haven't finished yet. The reason this revelation is explosive is that Li Chu is to be matched for a ghost marriage, correct? In a collaboration with the wild Taoist priest, Lady Li arranged for Li Chu to be paired with two individuals. One is your uncle Xie, which you already know. The other is the elder Li.
Yuan. Huh?
The court officials, the Emperor of Qianqing, was too engrossed in the unfolding scandal to speak. Wait, a son paired with his own father? If this pairing succeeds, the elder Li is surely doomed. After his demise, his soul would be bound to serve Li Chu. After all, in a ghost marriage, the one matched can never separate from the main party. Thus, Li Chu's father would become Li Chu's male consort. This is indeed quite explosive. The ministers, momentarily forgetting their seeds, were taken aback. My father has become my son's consort? They had never before encountered such a scenario. The system inquired, do you not wish to know why Lady Li killed her son, yet still sought to eliminate her husband? Yuan had initially intended to ask this question. However, upon reflection, she must desire to seize the Li family's wealth and become the true matriarch of the Li family. The system, incorrect.
Yuan.
The system, take another guess. Yuan furrowed her brow. Is it that Lady Li no longer holds affection for the elderly? Not quite. Yuan decided to abandon her attempts. Just tell me outright. The system gleefully rubbed its little hands together. It is because Lady Li's numerous lovers have been unable to find work and have nowhere to live. Yuan. Numerous lovers? How many affairs must one have to be referred to as such? For every servant and guard dismissed by the Li family, Lady Li has an equal number of lovers. She has been living more extravagantly than the courtesans of Yihang courtyard. Yuan shrieked. The Li household must have at least 100 servants. Does that mean Lady Li has sought out over 100 lovers? The ministers.
Goodness.
Over 100 lovers? This is no mere matriarch of the Li family. She is more akin to a sow of the Li family. How explosive. Can one woman truly have so many lovers? How could she possibly manage them all? With over 100 lovers, even if she sought a new one every day, it would take over 3 months to cycle through them all. They doubted whether Lady Li could truly remember all their names. Wouldn't it be chaos? Yuan was at a loss for words. Now I finally understand why you say Li Chu does not know whose child he is. With over 100 men, she probably cannot name them all. Isn't she concerned about disease? She clearly is not, or else she wouldn't have sought so many. Initially, she planned that once the elderly passed, she would invite all those lovers to the Li household as servants or guards, thus sparing her the need to sneak out every night. In the manner, she could reign like a queen, rotating them for her nightly pleasures. No wonder there are no servants left in the Li household. It turns out Lady Li has meticulously arranged every position.
Ah!
I'll kill you. Suddenly, the elder Li went mad. Yuan snapped back to reality. What is happening? Who does the elder Li intend to kill? Peering over, she gasped. The elder Li had already grasped Lady Li's throat, on the verge of choking her to death. What on earth is going on? Did I miss something? The system reminded. Did you notice the piece of white paper in the elder Li's hand? I did, but what is it? Just moments ago, she had been too engrossed in the unfolding scandal to pay attention to the elderly. That is the elder Li's birth date and time, which he retrieved from the coffin placed beneath Xie Qingyu's. There are two such dates, one for Xie Qingyu and the other for him. Lady Li had initially intended to first match Xie Qingyu and Li Chu for a ghost marriage, and subsequently match the elder Li with Li Chu.
Yuan.
Ever the enthusiastic observer exclaimed, so after the matches, my uncle would be the senior partner, and the elder Li the junior? Precisely.
You see,
ghost marriages differ from normal earthly unions. In ghost marriages, arrangements are made before death, and after death, not even the underworld officials can separate or alter them. Yuan couldn't help but sigh. How delightful. Now that the elderly has uncovered Lady Li's schemes, it would be best if they fought. What was it they say? Dogs bite dogs, all fur flies. Ha ha, let the battle commence. Yuan, her eyes wide with anticipation, eagerly awaited the spectacle. You dare to pair me with Li Chu in a ghost marriage? What were you thinking? I see, Li Chu is not even my son. Lady Li attempted to protest. However, being choked, she could not utter a single word. The golden coffin I painstakingly crafted for Li Chu was actually meant for myself. If I am to die, let us perish together.
Ha ha ha.
System. Host, the elder Li has killed Lady Li. Yuan, well done. Excellent. What a sight to behold. The ministers. The scandal of the Li family is truly monumental. Today has certainly opened their eyes. As for Li Chu, upon his sudden appearance, he was met with the sight of his mother's lifeless body. Li Chu screamed in terror. The elder Li, in a fit of madness, set Li Chu's corpse ablaze, and subsequently, he incinerated the entire Li residence. Just before the flames engulfed everything, the elder Li, whether in a moment of clarity or not, spotted the emperor of Qianqing among the crowd and rushed forward, kneeling before him. Chapter 65. A new official takes office and first eats melons. Your Majesty, I am utterly bewildered, so very confused. I am willing to donate all the assets of the Li family to the national treasury. Woe is me. I can no longer bear to live. Emperor Qianqing? This is somewhat unexpected. The Li family is the wealthiest in the capital. To donate it all to the treasury? The emperor thought that this silver should not be left untouched, for in the end, the wealth of the Li family was derived from the common people. Taken from the people, used for the people. This could be seen as the last vestige of virtue that the Li family accumulates before their demise. Otherwise, with the accusation of conspiring against the son of the Grand Tutor hanging over their heads, they would suffer greatly, even if they survived. That evening, upon returning to the Liuli Palace, Yuan finally reunited with Consort Chen. Mother, I miss you so much. Come, give me a hug. It had been 2 days since Yuan last saw Consort Chen, and she extended her arms, tilting her little head in request for an embrace. That night, nestled in Consort Chen's arms, Yuan slept soundly. However, in the latter half of the night, she began to cry. For several hours, her sobs echoed through the palace, alarming Consort Chen. Even Emperor Qianqing, upon hearing the news, rushed to the Liuli Palace, remaining by her side without leaving her for a moment. In the morning, Emperor Qianqing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, attended the morning court session. The civil and military officials noticed, Where is the little princess? Why has His Majesty come alone? Surely the little princess is not on leave again. She had just taken a break, not long ago. The absence of the little princess made the court session feel rather lackluster. Eventually, the officials learned that Yuan had suffered from a bout of stomach upset the previous night due to overeating. The officials lamented, poor little princess. What wrong has she done for merely wishing to grow up faster? Why subject her to such discomfort at such a tender age? Following this incident, Consort Chun even confiscated the teething toys from the little girl, insisting she should experience a little hunger. Children want to starve, but they can certainly overeat. Each day, the little girl sat in the Lioli palace, sucking on her fingers. How boring. I want to go to court and enjoy the gossip. Emperor Qianqing entered the hall with a smile, announcing his intention to take Yi Yuan to court, which filled her with delight. In a blink, she was nearly 8 months old. She could crawl, sit, and eat solid foods. Yi Yuan danced with joy. Just a few more months, and I will be able to walk. Ha ha ha. How exciting. Sitting beneath the dragon throne, she crossed her tiny feet and cupped her chin in her hands, patting her little pouch. Nothing here. Not even a cookie. Is mother trying to starve me? The court officials nearly burst into laughter at her adorable proclamation. Such a charming little princess. Who could bear to let her go hungry? System, I am hungry. I want to eat gossip. It has been a month since I last attended court, and you must have accumulated plenty of it. The system replied, You are indeed correct. There is quite a bit of gossip.
Let me see who I should tell you about first.
The officials, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, fearing the little princess might point them out for gossip. System, why is it so quiet in the hall? It feels a bit abnormal. The system scanned the hall. They seemed to be waiting for the new officials to report to the court. Today, is there a new official being appointed? Yes, indeed, they are arriving now. Just as the system's words fell, 2 young men entered the hall. The system continued. Host, did you notice the young man in white? That is the heir of the Duke's residence by Mohan. The other one, dressed in blue official robes, is the newly appointed 6th-rank official, Yi Kaiyuan, here to report to the court today. Yi Yuan observed the two. Hey, they are rather handsome. They seem to be of similar age. Do they have any gossip? Indeed. It's fresh gossip. Who do you want to hear about first? When Bai Mohan and Yi Kaiyuan stepped into the hall, they unexpectedly heard the 2 voices. Both looked at each other in confusion. Today was undoubtedly Yi Kaiyuan's first day at court, having just met the emperor. As for Bai Mohan, he was not there for court. He had come on a mission to meet His Majesty. The officials felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. How delightful. Both had gossip to share. They were incredibly fortunate to encounter fresh gossip on their very first day. As Bai Mohan and Yi Kaiyuan bowed to Emperor Qianqing, they greeted, Your humble servants pay their respects to Your Majesty. The emperor instructed them to stand to the side and await further discussions on state affairs. Yi Kaiyuan and Bai Mohan began searching for the source of the earlier voices. After a while, they unexpectedly spotted a small figure beneath the imperial desk. Yi Kaiyuan remarked, Is that a little cub? Bai Mohan was equally astonished. He had heard that a princess was born in the great Qian dynasty a few months ago. Could this be her? As it was Yi Kaiyuan's first audience with the emperor and his first court session, Emperor Qianqing offered him some advice, encouraging him to consult the right chancellor regarding any future political matters. Yi Kaiyuan happily accepted. Which of their gossips is more interesting? Yi Yuan glanced at Yi Kaiyuan and then at Bai Mohan. The system replied, Both are equally intriguing.
Yi Yuan.
The officials. Yi Yuan quipped, That's not helpful at all. At that moment, Bai Mohan spoke up, Your Majesty, I have come today to discuss a matter with you. Let us hear Bai Mohan's gossip first. As soon as Bai Mohan finished speaking, he realized that no one in the court had spoken, and the atmosphere became awkward. He had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. Gossip? His gossip? What could he possibly have to share?
Yi Kaiyuan,
standing at the back of the line, sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had remained silent. Otherwise, the little princess would have pointed him out for gossip. In truth, Yi Kaiyuan was still bewildered. Who would have thought one could enjoy gossip during court? It seemed rather delightful. Of course, as long as it wasn't tea about him. He found it quite amusing. Other officials silently observed Yi Kaiyuan and Bai Mohan, thinking to themselves how fortunate these 2 were to arrive at such a propitious moment. They had feared being singled out by the little princess for gossip, but instead, they brought 2 juicy stories with them. How thrilling! Emperor Qianqing pretended to scrutinize the documents, although his brush had yet to leave a mark on the paper. The officials remarked, Your Majesty, please cease your pretense. It is clear you are simply relishing the gossip. Just look at us. Bai Mohan's gossip is here. As the system announced, the hall fell into an even deeper silence. Emperor Qianqing, however, turned his gaze toward Bai Mohan. What matter do you wish to discuss with me? The system interjected playfully. Host, do you know why Bai Mohan has come to see His Majesty today? Yi Yuan patted her little belly. The tyrant father just asked him, but he hasn't answered yet. I know. It is because Bai Mohan's grandmother is celebrating her 80th birthday today. The elder of the Bai family has tasked Bai Mohan with inviting the emperor to the duke's residence for the celebration. Just imagine. If the emperor were to appear at the duke's residence, it would indeed be a tremendous honor. Oh, is that so? A birthday celebration doesn't seem like much of a gossip. Indeed. This sounded quite ordinary. The officials were also puzzled, and only Bai Mohan looked astounded. How did this little one know his true intentions and even articulate the details of his mission? Truly remarkable. Your Majesty, it is as follows. My grandmother is celebrating her birthday today, and my father has urged me to convey a message to you, requesting that you visit the Duke's residence after court. Might you have the time? If I were a tyrant, I would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Alas, I fear that today's birthday banquet at the Duke's residence may turn into a funeral feast. Yi Yuan was puzzled. How could a birthday banquet turn into a funeral? Is the old lady on the verge of death? The Emperor of Qianqing furrowed his brow. The Bai family had made significant contributions to the great Qian dynasty. The matriarch, Lady Bai, was a woman of remarkable wisdom. Although reaching the venerable age of 80 is no small feat, the sudden transition to a funeral feast is indeed shocking. Bai Mohan was rendered speechless. A birthday banquet? A funeral feast? His grandmother. Yi Yuan pondered. It seems the old lady is indeed 80. Her age is considerable, and should she pass away, it would not be entirely unexpected. If her passing were a natural one, it would certainly be considered a peaceful departure. However, the reality is that she has been driven to her demise by others, and her reputation has been utterly tarnished. With her death, the Duke's residence has suffered a catastrophic decline in standing, ultimately leading to its downfall. The ministers exchanged glances. Lady Bai had shared a close bond with the Empress Dowager. Moreover, for many years, Your Majesty has held Lady Bai in high esteem, referring to her as aunt. Who would dare to bring harm to the Emperor's aunt? Furthermore, given Lady Bai's advanced age, what motive could there be to hasten her demise? Bai Mohan dared not utter a word, awaiting the system's explanation. Yi Yuan voiced the collective confusion. What exactly is happening? Please elaborate. This is the juicy detail I wish to unveil. It stems from the fact that after Bai Mohan leaves court, he will first return to the Duke's residence.
Today,
During Lady Bai's birthday celebration, several of his close friends will come to offer their congratulations. Among them is a dear friend named Yang Haisheng. This Yang Haisheng hails from a humble background, a scholar with a remarkable talent for writing and a mastery of poetry. Bai Mohan greatly admires Yang Haisheng's literary prowess and has never looked down upon his origins, forging a deep friendship between them. Over time, their rapport has flourished. Yi Yuan speculated, "Oh, have they grown fond of each other?" The system scowled. "That is not the case. Allow me to explain." Yi Yuan sighed in relief. "Please continue." The other onlookers also relaxed, having feared that Bai Shitzi might be in peril. This Yang Haisheng, coming from a modest background, sold all his possessions to barely afford the journey to the capital. In the city, he diligently studied while performing menial labor. It was during a chance poetic competition that he met Bai Mohan. Of course, Bai Mohan's literary abilities are rather mediocre. If Yang Haisheng is the academic elite, then Bai Mohan is the underachiever from a noble family. Bai Mohan, he isn't that bad, is he? Naturally. He would never admit to his literary shortcomings. The Emperor of Qianqing, however, couldn't help but smile faintly. He was familiar with the young lord of the Duke's residence. Lady Bai frequently visited the palace, but her visits were often brief. During the time when the Empress Dowager was in the palace, she longed to converse with Lady Bai. But Lady Bai was perpetually preoccupied. One must wonder, what could occupy the time of an elderly matron so thoroughly? The answer is that Bai Mohan had been skipping classes. The tutor sent someone to the Duke's residence in search of him, and Lady Bai, akin to a vigilant guardian, was always the first to learn of such matters. With no time to speak with the Empress Dowager, she would return home to discipline Bai Mohan. He received quite a few beatings for this behavior. Yet, alas, the lad remained oblivious. And then, the system began to elaborate. You know how underachievers often idolize high achievers, believing them to be superior in every way. Thus, Yang Haisheng proposed that they become sworn brothers. Yuan analyzed, a humble scholar and a noble heir becoming sworn brothers, setting aside their backgrounds. This arrangement would undoubtedly be advantageous for Yang Haisheng. The system replied, while it sounds beneficial, the individual in question is not of good character. Yuan's imagination ran wild. Could it be that Yang Haisheng harbors ill intentions towards Bai and Mohan? The system smirked. Your assumptions are misguided. Think on a grander scale. Yuan blinked in confusion. Isn't plotting for wealth and murder quite significant? After all, the most profound matters in life revolve around life and death. The system shook its head. Your thoughts pale in comparison to the larger scheme at play.
Yuan.
Intrigued, demanded, what could it possibly be? Do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly. The onlookers chimed in, urging, yes, please tell us. We are nearly on the edge of our seats. If the life and death of the Duke's heir is not a matter of consequence, then what is? Bai Mohan, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered, noticing several ministers gazing at him. It was not as if their scrutiny would provide answers. He was just as uninformed about these events. Nevertheless, he resolved to use the occasion of his grandmother's birthday to inform her about his intention to form a brotherhood with Yang Haisheng. He believed that such a gesture was not unexpected among friends in the capital. The system, in a matter-of-fact tone, stated, Yang Haisheng does not wish to be Bai Mohan's friend. Yuan furrowed her brow. Is he truly disdainful of Bai Shitzi? That seems implausible. If he were, why would he have befriended Bai Mohan in the first place? Bai Mohan shared the same sentiment as Yuan. Yang Haisheng had never shown any disdain towards him. Moreover, if there were any disdain, it would likely stem from Bai Mohan towards Yang Haisheng. The minister's gazes had circled Bai Mohan multiple times, almost as if they wished to see through him entirely. They now understood that Yang Haisheng was likely not a good person. While Bai Shitzi may lack scholarly depth, he is certainly not devoid of common sense. In short, he had been imprudent in his choice of friends. Chapter 67. The Indulgent Scion. The system suddenly dropped an explosive statement. Yang Haisheng does not wish to be Bai Mohan's brother because he has already made preparations to become Bai Mohan's grandfather. What? Bai Mohan was left utterly dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? Grandfather? Who would want to be his grandfather? His grandfather had passed away over a decade ago. The ministers jolted in disbelief. They had never anticipated such a shocking revelation. The emperor of Qianqing ceased his tea drinking, fearing he might spew it forth upon hearing such an incredible story. The court fell into an unexpected silence. Under normal circumstances, Yuan would have been suspicious, for she was seated beneath the table and could see the assembled ministers. However, her mind was wholly consumed by the unfolding tale of Bai Mohan. Yuan's dark eyes sparkled with confusion. How could Yang Haisheng, who is the same age as Bai Mohan, only 18, possibly become his grandfather? The system clicked its tongue. This afternoon, Bai Mohan is indeed bringing Yang Haisheng to the Duke's residence. At the birthday banquet, Yang Haisheng plans to take advantage of the occasion when Bai Mohan and others are celebrating Lady Bai's birthday to discreetly make his way to the East Wing, where Lady Bai resides. When she is resting, he intends to force himself upon her. Yuan's mind screamed in disbelief. What? An 18-year-old Yang Haisheng intends to force himself upon an 80-year-old matriarch. Good heavens! This revelation is too explosive. Yang Haisheng's cunning scheme was remarkably astute. Consider this. If Yang Haisheng were to overpower the venerable matriarch, it would spell disaster for her. At the longevity banquet, with so many guests present, the matriarch could scarcely cry out for help. If a multitude of guests were to intrude upon the scene and witness the matriarch and her grandson's close companion entangled in a compromising situation, especially given that the matriarch had reached the age of 80, how could she ever preserve her dignity? The repercussions would not only tarnish her reputation but also that of the Guogong residents. Yet, Yang Haisheng calculated precisely this, intending to exploit the situation. The matriarch, concerned for the family's honor, would undoubtedly keep this scandal to herself. Yang Haixing planned to leverage this incident to intimidate her into granting him wealth, power, and perpetual protection from the Guogong estate. He even contemplated a suitable moment to reveal this to Bai Mohan, knowing that given the nature of his relationship with the matriarch, Bai Mohan would have no choice but to address him as grandfather. The Qianqing emperor was utterly taken aback, inhaling sharply. A cough escaped the right chancellor, breaking the silence. The notion that Yang Haixing would dare to overpower the matriarch was terrifying. The right chancellor was drenched in cold sweat, having lived a considerable portion of his life. He found this utterly shocking. The civil and military officials were rendered speechless. The Qianqing emperor, gripping his teacup, was on the verge of losing his composure. Is this truly the behavior of a human being? The officials exchanged incredulous glances, equally stunned. They often lamented the worries of families with daughters. But now they had concerns for an elderly mother as well.
Bai.
Yi Kaiyuan, closest to Bai Mohan, witnessed him suddenly collapse to the ground, as if lifeless. Fortunately, Yi Kaiyuan was quick to support him. Bai Mohan sat on the ground, his complexion ghastly pale. Yi Ruanruan, still processing the shocking news, finally reacted. What on earth is happening? Why does Bai Mohan look so dazed, staring blankly without blinking? Is it possible that the young master Bai has some hidden ailment? Bai Mohan, already frightened, protested, I have no hidden ailment. His reaction stemmed entirely from anger. The system assessed, the young master Bai does not possess any hidden ailments. But he seems to be somewhat timid. Perhaps it is due to being in the court for the first time, surrounded by so many officials, which has overwhelmed him. The Qianqing emperor paused. Mohan, are you feeling well? If not, I shall send you home. His gaze seemed to convey to Bai Mohan, you must endure. The intrigue is not yet concluded. You are yet to uncover why Yang Haixing wishes to become your grandfather. Bai Mohan, though academically challenged, was astute enough to decipher the emperor's unspoken words. Your Majesty, I merely felt a bit dizzy earlier, likely from insufficient rest last night. I assure you, I am well enough to continue. Bai Mohan's voice trembled with anxiety. Yi Ruanruan, relieved that Bai Mohan was fine, returned her focus to the unfolding drama. Why does Yang Haixing want to be Bai Mohan's grandfather? Surely, his parents are alive. If he merely sought to undermine Bai Mohan, he could choose to act as his father instead of targeting the grandfather role. Bai Mohan replied, Little princess, I appreciate your concern. Your reasoning is quite unique. It seemed Yang Haixing was intent on making his move against the Guogong residents. But you must understand, Yang Haixing harbors a deep-seated animosity towards young Master Bai, one that borders on obsessive jealousy, Yi Ruanruan whispered, glancing at Bai Mohan. They have no personal vendetta, nor any past grievances. Why would Yang Haixing harbor such animosity towards young Master Bai? Is there a backstory to this? At that moment, Bai Mohan's gaze met Yi Ruanruan's. Their eyes locked, and she smiled sweetly, holding a small biscuit. If Bai Mohan were not preoccupied with the events unfolding, he would have been tempted to embrace the adorable little princess. However, the gravity of the situation held him back. The animosity is not personal, rather, it stems from the disparity in their family backgrounds. Young Master Bai's lineage is far superior to Yang Haixing's, creating an insurmountable divide. Yang Haixing, reflecting on his own humble origins while gazing upon Bai Mohan, could not help but feel envious. Why, they were both born human, yet Bai Mohan enjoyed the privileges of the esteemed Guogong residents, while he struggled to afford even a simple bun. Thus, Yang Haixing contemplated the prospect of ingratiating himself with the matriarch, ultimately choosing the elderly matriarch for her seniority, finding her easier to manipulate. Goodness! This is indeed a case of a true opportunist, seeking to exploit the matriarch herself. When viewed from this angle, one can't help but feel sympathy for young Master Bai. Is this not a classic case of inviting disaster into one's home? Host, bad news. Because Bai Mohan had previously brought Yang Haixing to the Guogong residence several times, the household staff are now familiar with him. Yang Haixing, under the pretense of celebrating the matriarch's birthday, has already entered the Guogong residence. While waiting, he spotted the matriarch returning to her chambers to rest and has followed her. Chapter 68. You are our beloved sovereign. Yi Ruanruan gasped. So, Yang Haixing is about to make his move against the matriarch? Oh no. This will turn the birthday celebration into a funeral. Why can't I walk yet? I wish I could rush to the Guagong residence and see what is happening.
Thud.
Bai Mohan, unable to contain himself, collapsed onto the ground once more. This time, it was not from fear, but from urgency. Your Majesty, I request leave to return home. Bai Mohan's voice trembled, nearly in tears. Grandmother, please, do not let anything happen to her. Everyone knew that the young master of the Guagong residence was the apple of the matriarch's eye. The bond between Bai Mohan and the matriarch was exceptionally close. Upon hearing the news, Bai Mohan felt as if his heart was shattering. He had to return to the estate immediately. How dare Yang Haisheng target my grandmother? This is intolerable. If he dares to harm her, I shall make him pay dearly. The Qianqing emperor, deeply concerned for Bai Mohan, declared, Mohan, I see your complexion has turned pale. Your health is of utmost importance. You may leave court. I shall accompany you home and also attend your aunt's birthday celebration. The Right Chancellor and others began to voice their intentions to leave as well. This time, the Qianqing emperor was wise, stating, all of you, if you have nothing pressing, may also proceed to the Guagong residence to pay your respects to the matriarch. The court officials exclaimed, Your Majesty, you are indeed our beloved sovereign. A ruler for the ages, wise beyond measure. Bai Mohan dashed out of the court, the first to leave. The 6th and 8th princes exchanged glances and hurried after him. The entire court of officials raced from the hall faster than the Qianqing emperor himself. Ruanruan watched in astonishment. Why are they all leaving so hastily? As if urged on by an unseen force, the Qianqing emperor scooped up the little girl.
Goodness.
This lot, usually complaining of aches and pains during court sessions, now runs like the wind when there is excitement. At the Guagong residence, festivities were in full swing, adorned with red silk in celebration of the matriarch's 80th birthday. The Guagong and his wife busied themselves with preparations, eagerly awaiting the emperor's arrival after Bai Mohan had gone to invite him. They had to be ready in advance. Aside from the Qianqing emperor, during the banquet, guests continued to arrive to offer their congratulations, and they welcomed everyone to partake in the feast. Earlier, the matriarch had even taken a stroll around the estate. However, due to his advanced age and waning strength, the duke commanded the maidservants to escort the elderly matriarch back to her chamber for a brief respite. They would receive the emperor later upon his arrival. As the duke was tidying up, the steward reported that a carriage from the palace had arrived. The duke, filled with delight, surmised that the emperor had come and hurried out to welcome him. Before he and the duchess could step outside, a throng of officials surged in. Indeed, a veritable assembly. Clad in their official garb, these courtiers had not even taken the time to change into their civilian attire, rushing directly to the duke's residence. Having learned from the previous conduct of the Right Chancellor, who had presented gifts to the little princess and eggs to the esteemed Grand Tutor, the entire court had become quite adept. On their way, they hastened to the treasure pavilion, purchasing longevity gifts on credit. Those of lower rank, devoid of riches, still came bearing scrolls and paintings. Not a single minister arrived empty-handed. The duke was taken aback. Though the duke's residence was grand and his status esteemed, the sudden influx of officials was still unexpected. Please take a seat. All guests are welcome here, the duke graciously offered. Do not be so formal. We await the emperor's arrival. The Right Chancellor chuckled. Wait a moment. Why are you all so eager? You've outpaced the emperor himself. The duke marveled at the unexpected enthusiasm of his bureaucrats. Duke, you haven't attended court recently, have you? If you hear any whispers, remember, do not speak a word. The Right Chancellor stepped forward to explain. The ministers behind him exchanged glances, noting, Look, how is it that we're falling behind the Right Chancellor yet again? Not only has he brought gifts, but he has also displayed heartfelt sincerity. Though the Duke was slightly older than the Right Chancellor, they were not particularly close. Yet the Right Chancellor's careful admonitions warmed the Duke's heart, increasing his fondness for him. What do you mean? The Emperor has arrived. All rise. This is the Duke's residence. Quite impressive. Knight Yuan leaned against the Emperor's shoulder, glancing around. Oh dear, Your Majesty, I must say, everyone is here. Yet I have not seen Yang Haisheng. The Duke and Duchess exchanged glances. That voice was sweet and endearing. The Right Chancellor had already taken the Duke's hand, giving it a gentle pat. That person beside you is the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, the Right Chancellor pointed out. The Duke tilted his head and spotted the needle pouch concealed within the chief physician's sleeve. His eyelids twitched. If he spoke, the chief physician would surely prick him. Father, where is Yang Haisheng? Bai Mohan was the last to leave the court, having arrived late after falling from his carriage in his haste, nearly losing consciousness. Thankfully, he managed to return. I hope grandmother is not in trouble. The Duke was still in a daze. The banquet had not even commenced. And yet his son was already inquiring about Yang Haisheng. He was just sitting there, saying he would wait for your return. He must have gone to the restroom by now. Son, do not fret. I assure you, your good friend will be safe in the Duke's residence. Father. Oh dear. It seems the Duke is unaware that Yang Haisheng is about to become his father. The system interjected. What? His father? He passed away over a decade ago. Where would a father come from? The system remarked. The Duke is known for his straightforward nature and his fondness for Bai Mohan. Little does he know that the impoverished scholar he is referring to is destined to become a father figure to him. The Duke dashed to the Emperor, or more precisely, to Knight Yuan. Your Majesty, the little princess. The Duke's heart raced as he stared at the little princess, who had just declared that Yang Haisheng would be his father. By heavens! The Duke's mind was racing. Yang Haisheng was only 18. How could he be a father? Surely not. No. This must be madness, the Duke thought in disbelief. Yet, he had to inquire of the little princess and that barrel about the situation.
Ouch.
That hurt. Just as the Duke was about to speak, the chief physician behind him pricked his arm with a needle. The Duke jolted awake. Chief physician. What are you doing? Your Grace, I noticed your arm tremoring. It could indicate a stroke. I acted to prevent any potential harm. You should refrain from excessive conversation now, lest it interfere with the needle's effect, and I would have to administer another. The chief physician had only dared to intervene after receiving a signal from the Right Chancellor. Otherwise, he would never have had the audacity to prick the Duke. The Duke recalled the Right Chancellor's earlier words. What has happened to the little princess? The Emperor inquired. The Duke suppressed his emotions, thinking, the little princess is simply too adorable. She brings me such joy. The court murmured in agreement. Indeed, it is truly taxing for the old Duke. Yet, the little princess is undeniably charming. The system noted, host, the old Duke just praised your cuteness. Knight Yuan gazed longingly at the old Duke, feeling a strong urge to inform him, but her inability to speak hindered her. With a sigh, Knight Yuan thought, Old Duke, you are still here waiting to celebrate the matriarch's longevity, completely unaware that she has already caught Yang Haisheng's eye. The old Duke was perplexed. Standing at the forefront of the unfolding drama, Knight Yuan asked, System, can you check if Yang Haisheng has succeeded? Oh, dear. Yang Haisheng has already pushed open the matriarch's door, and she is currently taking a nap. Oh no. She has awakened and spotted Yang Haisheng. Host. Yang Haisheng is about to pounce on the matriarch. With each word from the system, the hearts of those present raced.
Ah!
Bai Mohan suddenly let out a shriek and dashed away. Knight Yuan, who was engrossed in the spectacle, pondered, what just happened? Why did Bai Mohan suddenly lose his mind? He must not go crazy now. He still has to clean up this mess. If Yang Haisheng truly becomes the heir, Bai Mohan will be devastated. Your Majesty, the banquet has begun. Please take your seats while I fetch Mother. The elderly Duke dashed away in a flurry. Knight Yuan was utterly astonished. Goodness, today it seems the Duke and his son are racing. Each one is faster than the other. The system glanced around. Perhaps the Duke believes Bai Mohan has gone out to play and is counting on him, which is why he personally went to fetch the matriarch. However, with the Duke rushing over, he is bound to encounter Yang Haisheng and the matriarch. Knight Yuan added, then it's all over. Just now, Bai Mohan inexplicably lost his mind. The Duke is next. After all, one is his son's 18-year-old friend, and the other is his 80-year-old biological mother. I can only imagine the intensity of the scene when the door opens. What a spectacle it will be. Alas, I will not be able to witness it. Knight Yuan cried out in frustration. This time, her tears were born from the bitter disappointment of missing the unfolding drama. Why can't I walk? I've drunk so much milk, yet I still can't walk. I can't even reach the front lines of this spectacle. 4 night Yuan. This was undoubtedly a torturous ordeal. But as she wept, she realized that the emperor was carrying her. What's going on? Why isn't father attending the banquet? Song Xuanfu rushed forward. Your Majesty, I just heard the Duke mention something about an assassin in the Duke's residence, which is why I hurried here. Are you certain you wish to follow and investigate? What if the assassin harms you? The emperor patted Song Xuanfu. Though his position was minor, he was clever. His reasoning was both perfect and sufficient. It was this cleverness that had recently made him a favored confidant of the emperor. In his youth, Duke Bai rendered remarkable services to the Qian dynasty. Now, with assassins infiltrating the Duke's residence, both the Duke and Bai Mohan rushed to the forefront, prompting me to personally investigate the audacity of such an assassin who dares to threaten the Duke's household under my very nose. Song Xuanfu nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed, Your Majesty. You are absolutely right. We all bear witness to your benevolence towards your subjects. It is imperative that we emulate your example as you lead the way. Behind him stood a throng of civil and military officials, with a sycophantic Right Chancellor always ready to curry favor, and the astutely clever Song Xuanfu at their rear. Alas, the bureaucracy is becoming increasingly treacherous. Yet, fortunately, the little princess remains, allowing us to indulge in the spectacle of court gossip.
System.
Are there indeed assassins breaching the Duke's residence? Knight Yuan inquired, her curiosity unwavering. The system, after conducting a search, replied, Currently, I have found no reports of assassins at the Duke's household. However, it is not uncommon for officials to harbor enemies. That is a valid point. The princess acknowledged. The system continued, Host, you have now arrived at the East Wing, specifically the quarters of the esteemed old lady Bai. Knight Yuan observed that the emperor and his entourage were heading straight for the East Wing. Today, that assassin truly knows how to seek a challenge. Entering the very quarters of old lady Bai, how fortuitous for us to witness this live spectacle. She chuckled. Although the notion of an assassin infiltrating the Duke's residence should not evoke amusement, she was merely a child yearning for a taste of intrigue. What fault lay with her in that regard? The officials, too, could not suppress their smirks. Indeed, the arrival of the Qianqing emperor was impeccably timed, as both the Duke and Bai Mohan were present. Upon their arrival, Bai Mohan kicked open the door, and the voice of Yang Haixing echoed from within, Oh, darling, cease your resistance. Allow me to cherish you properly.
Ah.
What a scandal. Yang Haixing dares to utter such words to an 80-year-old matriarch. Knight Yuan gasped, her worldview shattered. The court officials were equally stunned, exclaiming, By heavens, this truly opens our ears to a new realm. Who is inside? Bai Mohan barked, charging in first. Inside the room, old lady Bai glared at Yang Haixing, declaring, Do not approach me. I am an elderly woman of 80. What do you intend to do?
Yang Haixing lunged forward,
pinning her down. As Bai Mohan and the Duke entered, they were met with this shocking scene, their expressions nearly splitting apart in disbelief.
Yang Haixing, startled,
turned to see Bai Mohan's arrival. What a surprise. Bai Mohan is here? Old lady Bai trembled with rage, crying out, Han child, save me, save your grandmother.
Yang Haixing,
I will kill you. Bai Mohan, eyes aflame, charged at him wielding a chair. Yang Haixing, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly released old lady Bai and attempted to plead, Brother Bai, hear me out. It is not as you perceive. Bai Mohan, filled with indignation, could not articulate the depth of his humiliation. This was his grandmother, the matriarch of their family. The chair missed its target, likely due to Bai Mohan's overwhelming fury. Sensing the imminent danger, Yang Haixing made a desperate bid for escape through the window, but before he could reach it, the Duke seized him, bellowing, Someone, bind this scoundrel. The Duke seethed with rage, his mother nearly victimized by this unscrupulous wretch. Chapter 70. A tale no storyteller would dare to pen. Who could have imagined that after a lifetime of integrity, old lady Bai would encounter such a disgraceful event in her twilight years? The Duke, momentarily stunned, could scarcely process the horror that had unfolded. Old lady Bai was genuinely terrified, collapsing onto the ground, her attire disheveled, her cane cast aside. Bai Mohan and the Duke rushed to her side. Grandmother, are you all right? Are you hurt? Mother, did that ruffian cause you any harm? Old lady wiped her tears. No injuries, just utter humiliation. I am 80 years old. She had never envisioned facing such a scandal. Earlier, she had been peacefully resting when Yang Haixing entered. Having known him as a close friend of her grandson, she had innocently inquired about his presence, only for him to close the door and utter those shameless declarations, even claiming he wished to be her grandson's grandfather, an utter disgrace. At her advanced age, she had neither the strength nor the will to resist an 18-year-old youth. Had it not been for Mohan and his son's timely arrival, she feared she might have resorted to self-harm, sacrificing her own reputation. While her personal honor could be tarnished, the reputation of the Duke's household was of paramount importance. By Mohan, soothingly addressing old lady Bai, expressed, "I apologize, grandmother. It is my fault. My reckless associations nearly brought harm upon you and sullied the Duke's name." He wept, and, in that moment, the once wayward young heir seemed to mature before their eyes.
Ah!
The scoundrel attempts to flee. Knight Yuan shrieked, snapping the officials from their astonished stupor, especially by Mohan, who, witnessing Yang Haixing stealthily untying his bindings while the guards stood idly by, sprang into action, seizing him. Yang Haixing had thought he could escape, yet a voice echoed in his mind. "You dare to run? Today, I shall flay your skin." By Mohan's threat was genuine. He was prepared to exact vengeance for the affront against his grandmother. "Yes, young master, flay him. Such filth is a waste of resources in this world." Yang Haixing's eyes widened as he gazed at Knight Yuan, who had somehow managed to position herself at the doorway, determined to witness the unfolding drama. With sheer willpower, she had crawled to the doorstep, having slipped from the Emperor's embrace while everyone's attention was diverted to Old Lady Bai. Old Lady Bai, regaining her composure, shifted her focus from her distress to the sight of Knight Yuan, her heart melting at the sight of the little one. "Is this little darling from the royal family?" she inquired, her voice filled with warmth. "System, how did Old Lady Bai recognize me so effortlessly?" Knight Yuan pondered. The system rolled its eyes. The old lady was once a remarkable figure in her youth, traversing the realm and accomplishing great deeds. Her insight and experience far surpassed those of ordinary folk. Had she not aged to 80, she would never have allowed that wretch, Yang Haixing, to take advantage of her. Knight Yuan considered this, acknowledging the truth in the system's words. I recall that the old matriarch took her own life by biting her tongue over the affair involving Yang Haixing. After her demise, her reputation was tarnished, and the Duke's residence fell into ruin, yet Yang Haixing remains unscathed. The system inquired softly, "Host, have you forgotten?" Yi Ruanruan chuckled awkwardly. What ultimately became of Yang Haixing?
Yang Haixing faced no consequences.
Instead, following the matriarch's death, he publicly declared himself to be her kept man. At that time, neither the old Duke nor young Master Bai believed him, for no one knew better than they the true nature of the matriarch. How could she possibly have kept a lover in secret? However, Yang Haixing was exceedingly cunning. He caused a scene at the Duke's gate, brandishing a piece of the matriarch's intimate apparel before the assembled citizens of the capital. The old Duke was so enraged that he fainted from blood loss and lay bedridden for half a year before succumbing to illness. As for young Master Bai, he was overwhelmed by a series of setbacks and ultimately lost to sanity. The court officials murmured, "Yang Haixing is truly despicable. The Duke's house has suffered greatly. The matriarch could not maintain her innocence even in death, and now she is subjected to scorn." The old Duke was literally driven to his demise. And the once dashing young Master Bai has gone mad. Such tales would not dare be penned by storytellers. The Right Chancellor stood beside the Duke, silently wiping away tears upon hearing the details of this scandal. The Duke glanced over, initially on the verge of fury, but upon seeing the Right Chancellor's quiet sobs, he was bewildered. "Why are you crying?"
he whispered.
The Right Chancellor, sniffling quietly, dared not speak loudly for fear of being overheard by Yi Ruanruan, lamented. "It is too tragic. I am deeply pained for you." The Duke replied, "Why do you care for my plight when you neglect your own wife?" Chapter 71. Whose family raises children in such a manner? The Chancellor of State, Song Xuanfu, silently commended the Right Chancellor. "Look, the Right Chancellor's rise to prominence is no mere stroke of luck. Such emotional intelligence and thoughtfulness cannot be easily acquired. Had it not been for this recent scandal, I would have been oblivious to the Right Chancellor's many exceptional qualities. The Duke, once heartbroken, now found amusement in the Right Chancellor's tearful demeanor, chuckling at the sight. It seemed he had achieved his aim. The Right Chancellor patted the Duke, relieved that all was not yet lost. Suddenly, Yang Haisheng let out a piercing scream. Upon looking again, Bai Mohan had delivered a kick to Yang Haisheng's face. Bound and kneeling on the ground, Yang Haisheng found his face harshly pressed to the earth by Bai Mohan. Yang Haisheng, I will ruin you. Bai Mohan was nearly consumed by rage, having already instructed his steward to fetch his whip. A swift strike landed on Yang Haisheng's lower body. Quick, fierce, and precise. Yang Haisheng howled, his mouth gagged with rags, rendering his cries inaudible.
Sik, ye Ruanruan ehalet.
The system appeared timidly. Host, you are not feeling pity for Yang Haisheng, are you?
Ye Ruanruan retorted.
Do you think I possess such a saintly heart? The system continued. Then why the sigh? I merely feel that young Master Bai's strikes lack sufficient force. One lash is far from enough. If it weren't for father bringing us to the Duke's residence for the birthday celebration in time, a tragedy would have already unfolded. The system nodded. You speak the truth. The Qianqing Emperor signaled to Bai Mohan. Strike him. Ensure that this Yang Haisheng receives a thorough beating. Anyone who could provoke such disdain for my child must be taught a severe lesson. With the Emperor's directive, Bai Mohan was now free to unleash his fury, dragging Yang Haisheng outside. Host, the ensuing scene may be exceedingly bloody. It would be unwise for you to witness it. Yi Ruanruan curiously craned her neck to peer outside. At the birthday feast, Yi Ruanruan, cradled in the arms of elder matriarch Bai, now 8 months old, gazed longingly at the table laden with roasted wings, roasted chicken, and roasted pig trotters, drooling. System, why are you a barrel and not a person? If you were a person, you would see that platter of roasted wings and bring it to me, so I could hold it and gnaw on it. Slurp. How delicious it looks, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It must taste exquisite. The small biscuit in Yi Ruanruan's hand suddenly lost its appeal as she gazed longingly at the table. Elder matriarch Bai chuckled. This little princess has quite the appetite. As everyone joyously feasted within the Duke's residence, Elder matriarch Bai, a woman seasoned by life as trials, rose from her seat. The Duke's wife promptly took notice and brought Yi Ruanruan closer. The Qianqing Emperor, seated at the head of the table, had yet to hold Yi Ruanruan. Mother, where are you going? The Duke's wife inquired. Today is your birthday, and although the incident with Yang Haisheng just occurred, calm has returned. Yet they still felt a lingering unease. Only the matriarch seemed to have regained her composure. I am heading to the kitchen for a moment. You may hold the little princess and accompany me. The kitchen? I see. Grandmother is secretly saving some roasted chicken wings for me. It must be so. I'm so touched. The system shot her a glance. You have quite the imagination. Elder matriarch Bai smiled, leaning on her cane as she glanced back at the little girl behind her. Such a glutton. She reminds me of Honor in his youth. Though Honor is a boy, he was indeed a little rascal who loved snacks. Your Majesty, your sister, the 6th prince, is eagerly approaching. The Qianqing Emperor shot him a look. No need to rush. The matriarch is merely going to discreetly feed the little girl. As long as your sister is happy, that is sufficient. With the matriarch present, he felt at ease. Upon reaching the kitchen, Yi Ruanruan looked around and found no roasted chicken in sight. Not even a feather could be seen. The little girl immediately felt wronged and began to cry. The once proud little princess transformed into a weeping child. Wah, this is too tragic, too tragic. Who will rescue this child? Not even a morsel of meat to eat. Whose family raises children in such a manner? The Duke's wife adored Yi Ruanruan and held her tightly. Noticing her tears, she gently rocked her while soothing. My dear princess, are you hungry? Elder matriarch Bai personally shooed away the maidservants and began rinsing rice and washing small pots. She even retrieved a piece of meat from the vegetable basket and started to cut it. Though elder matriarch Bai was elderly, she still possessed strength in her hands and displayed remarkable knife skills. Upon seeing elder matriarch Bai standing at the small stove, the Duke's wife exclaimed, Mother, what are you? I am preparing some mincemeat porridge for the little princess. This mincemeat porridge is my specialty. In my youth, I made it often in the countryside. As elder matriarch Bai spoke, her hands moved even more deftly. Ruanruan, who had been crying moments before, suddenly found herself captivated by the sight of elder matriarch Bai preparing her porridge. System, elder matriarch Bai radiates a light of virtue. The system replied, indeed. She is a truly benevolent person. Her ability to avert disaster this time surely indicates divine favor. Elder matriarch Bai and the duke's wife exchanged a knowing glance. It is divine favor, but also the blessing bestowed upon the precious princess. This fortune is something elder matriarch Bai cherishes deeply. Soon, a faint aroma wafted from the small kitchen, mingled with the scent of minced meat. Ruanruan sat quietly on a cushion in the corner, a small bundle of joy. Her eyes fixed on the bowl of porridge in elder matriarch Bai's hands.
Wow.
It's porridge made just for me with meat. Ha ha ha. Ruanruan beamed, her smile wide. Mother, let me feed the little princess, the duke's wife said, taking the bowl and a spoon, blowing gently on it. The soft, glutinous rice combined with the minced meat was heavenly. Upon tasting it, Ruanruan felt as if she could soar with joy. Delicious, delicious.
System.
I finally get to eat meat. The system chuckled softly. Host, the pure consort has secretly prepared numerous little meat pies for you. However, due to your recent stomach troubles, she has gifted those delightful morsels to the 7th and 8th princes instead. Knight Ruanruan felt as though she had missed out on a fortune. Both the matriarch and the duke's wife knew how to care for a child and regulated Knight Ruanruan's portions to prevent her from overeating. During this meal, Knight Ruanruan relished her food immensely. The little girl, likely fatigued, dozed off against the duke's wife's shoulder, her lips still smacking in enjoyment. The matriarch, observing the sleeping child, gently caressed her face, saying, "Little princess, thank you. Today, on my birthday, your presence has brought me great joy. Your arrival is the finest gift I could ever receive." In the Liuli Palace, night descended, and Knight Ruanruan was escorted back by the Qianqing Emperor. Satisfied with the matriarch's porridge, she felt content and had enjoyed a delightful afternoon. Leaning by the window, she played with a small ball of yarn when a sudden crack echoed from the sky. "Host, have you summoned thunder?" the system inquired, evidently just awakening. Knight Ruanruan blinked. "No, I was just about to ask you why it thundered on such a fine day. Let me see if someone has unearthed a shocking revelation," the system replied, beginning its search. The last time a startling event occurred was when the host was cast into reincarnation. Indeed, that revelation was the host herself. Host. The system's voice grew increasingly agitated, reminiscent of its excitement upon the host's arrival into this life. Yet this time, its fervor surpassed the initial encounter. Knight Ruanruan gazed at the white, curly-haired dog in the courtyard. Quite amusingly, it had somehow procured a meat bone and was gnawing on it in a corner while casting glances at her. They exchanged silent stares. A child and a dog in quiet communion.
Ah?
Is there truly a shocking revelation? The system's enthusiasm was palpable. The national master has been resurrected. With a thud, Knight Ruanruan's gaze snapped back. Impossible. The national master's true form was obliterated by my explosion. Resurrection is utterly out of the question. She felt no hint of anxiety. Convinced the system must have erred. It's not the national master of the great Qian dynasty. It is the national master as master. The grand national master of the Z kingdom. Knight Ruanruan blinked, her dark eyes wide with disbelief. "Host, have you been rendered speechless?" Furrowing her brow, Knight Ruanruan responded, "You must be the one who is confused. I was merely contemplating how the national master could possibly return after such a downfall." The system continued its search. It turns out that the entity that perished at the Ziyun Temple was merely a fragment of the Grand National Master. He has mastered a form of dark magic that has granted him 2 lives. Knight Ruanruan pondered. No matter how formidable the dark arts, one cannot restore a life. Please verify again. You must have misinterpreted the information. Indeed, it was a misinterpretation. It is not that he possesses 2 lives. Rather, he has lost half his life. Of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, 3 souls have fled, while the 7 spirits have perished. Currently, it appears that the Grand National Master has gone into hiding and has selected a target for his revenge against you. Knight Ruanruan pointed at herself. Is it directed at me? Yes. Knight Yuan exclaimed. This is precisely the reasoning behind the saying. While one sits at home, a pot may fall from the sky. After all this time, the Grand National Master still has half a life left. What a resilient being. Investigate where he is plotting his vengeance. I shall confront him personally. The system responded, Host, it appears to be a mystery. There is a thick fog surrounding the whereabouts of the Grand National Master. However, this fog seems to be shrouded over the name of the sixth prince. Knight Yuan gasped in surprise. Oh, sixth brother? Could it be that the Grand National Master is hiding within the sixth prince's residence? The system remained silent, unable to provide an answer. Yet, it was not entirely implausible. After all, the last time, the Grand National Master had conspired with Wu Liangyi to incite the sixth prince's rebellion. Just then, the Qianqing Emperor entered with a cheerful demeanor. Knight Yuan, lost in thought, suddenly tumbled from the window, landing right atop the white, curly-haired dog below. The dog yelped in surprise, abandoning its bone. Upon entering, the Qianqing Emperor found the pure consort absent, and the maidservants nowhere to be found, leaving the room eerily empty. Bewildered, he wondered aloud, where is Yuan? The pure consort had just returned from fetching some fabric when she noticed the bed empty. Alarmed, she exclaimed, Where has Yuan gone? The maidservant, looking confused, replied, I just stepped out to warm the milk. She was in bed just a moment ago. The maid quickly knelt down in fear. The Qianqing Emperor's face turned pale with dread, commanding, Secure the Lioli Palace. An assassin must have infiltrated and taken the little princess. Don't come near. Knight Yuan's inner voice echoed. The pure consort was stunned, wondering where her daughter had gone, only hearing her voice but unable to see her. The Qianqing Emperor, ever astute, suddenly glanced out the window to find Knight Yuan sitting in a patch of freshly turned soil in a small vegetable garden. The pure consort had recently uprooted flowers there, preparing to plant cotton. Though the palace had ample cotton, it was last year's stock, and the new cotton would yield warmer garments. She had intended to craft several outfits for Knight Yuan come winter. However, how had her daughter ended up in the dirt? Mere steps away from Knight Yuan sat the white, curly-haired dog, a chewed bone strewn between them. The dog approached to retrieve its prize, but Knight Yuan stubbornly refused to yield. The dog barked in protest. Are you a dog or a bird? Shouldn't you be barking instead of squeaking? The Qianqing Emperor and the pure consort exchanged bemused glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. A child and a dog were squabbling over territory. The dog, seemingly delighted, expressed its joy while the child declared, This is my territory. You cannot gnaw on bones here. The dog, undeterred, pranced around, relishing the moment. What's with your exuberance? Knight Yuan demanded, shaking her tiny fists and hurling dirt at the dog. In retaliation, the dog danced around her, and soon, a playful scuffle ensued. The Qianqing Emperor observed with amusement, watching his daughter engage in a whimsical contest with the dog over their shared space. It is not that he is unwilling to intervene. Rather, he finds the scene before him utterly amusing. His beloved Wanbao appears both disheveled and endearing. Her two little tufts of hair have come undone, leaving her head in a delightful disarray, yet her spirit remains unyielding. When the Qianqing Emperor lifts Ruanruan, she is covered in dirt from head to toe. The sixth prince rushes in upon hearing the news to retrieve his dog. After searching for quite some time in the Lioli Palace, he fails to find his canine companion until, upon turning, he steps into a soft, squishy mass. He discovers a dog, caked in mud, and now a shade of earthy yellow. Is this his once pristine Shueqiu? After a tussle, Ruanruan feels invigorated with a sense of combativeness. In the court, Ruanruan lies energetically on a white blanket, truly lying down. The system, unable to bear the sight, remarks, Host, if you can sit. Why are you lying down? Ruanruan huffs, You wouldn't understand. The system inquires, Does this carry some significance? Ruanruan lifts her chin defiantly. It certainly does. Wait and see. Soon you will understand. While the Qianqing Emperor peruses documents, he casts a glance at the little bundle beneath the dragon throne. Wanbao's posture seems oddly familiar. Why does it evoke such a sense of recognition? Wait a moment. This is precisely the position often assumed by that white, curly-haired dog from the Lioli Palace. It appears that whenever he encounters that dog, It lies in this manner, only to soon be seen gnawing on a bone. As for how the bone comes to it, it is likely a gift from the concubines or the sixth prince. This bears a striking resemblance to the dog's playful antics. The civil and military officials are equally intrigued. They have previously witnessed the little princess sitting, lying, and sometimes even propping her little feet on the pristine jade steps, but they have never seen her in such a prone position. It is rather adorable. Yet today the little princess refrains from discussing the latest gossip, remaining perfectly still in her posture. What might she be waiting for? The entire court is puzzled. In a corner of the court, Yi Xianli tugs at Yi Jing's sleeve. Yi Jing, having dozed off, awakens at the tug. Sixth brother, what is the matter? Has the matter with our sister and that bucket begun? Why is he not in his own palace, cradling his cherished 200-pound treasure in slumber? The answer lies in his gluttonous curiosity, eager to partake in the gossip of the court. Not yet, but look at our sister's posture. Doesn't it resemble Xueqiu from my residence? Yi Jing glances over and observes the similarity. Cough. Why is our sister imitating Xueqiu by lying down? The system, look. Sixth brother is watching me, and so is the entire court, including father. The system, still baffled, counters, I'm watching you too. Why don't you mention that? Your gaze doesn't provide me with meat, so what use is it? The system. Yi Xianli bursts into laughter. The first to succumb to amusement in the corner. The Qianqing emperor, while reviewing documents, casts a sympathetic glance at Yi Xianli. Yi Xianli, blissfully unaware of the attention his small act has attracted from Ruanruan, begins to share with the eighth prince, look at our sister. Doesn't she bear an uncanny resemblance to Xueqiu, that curly-haired dog from my estate? When Xueqiu lies down in such a manner, I always reward it with a meat bone. Could it be that our sister is mimicking Xueqiu, hoping for a treat?
Yevwanli vishisi softly.
Yi Jing hears him clearly. Host, it seems the sixth prince is sharing your gossip with the eighth prince in that corner. Yi Ruanruan's eyes widen in surprise. My gossip? The implication is that you are lying down, waiting for a treat. The system suppresses a laugh. Yi Ruanruan, in a huff, decides to no longer lie down. After lying there for so long without a single treat, she feels aggrieved that seventh brother has managed to enjoy her gossip. Does my sixth brother have the leisure to indulge in my gossip? If he were to discover that the deceased Grand Master has resurrected and is hiding in his estate, do you think he would still care about my gossip? Yi Xianli, who is still reveling in laughter, is suddenly struck by her words. What? The Grand Master has resurrected and is hiding in his estate? Yi Ruanruan rests her chin on her hands, her gaze filled with sympathetic contemplation. Isn't it peculiar that the Grand Master chose to hide in the sixth prince's residence? Is he perhaps waiting for an opportunity to turn my sixth brother into a puppet once more? Or is he unwilling to let go of his ambitions? Yi Ruanruan muses. The system remains silent, pondering. I cannot fathom the Grand Master's motives for hiding in the sixth prince's estate. The Qianqing emperor and the officials are no longer at ease. The master of the Purple Kingdom is remarkably resilient, having died and come back to life. He is now hiding in the sixth prince's residence. Skit. Yi Jing regards Yi Xianli with sympathy. Yi Xianli, feeling an urgency, suddenly stands up. Father, I'm experiencing sudden stomach pains. I wish to take my leave. The Qianqing emperor's brow furrows. If the sixth prince returns home now, he may fall into the clutches of the Grand Master, who is undoubtedly his superior. The Qianqing emperor contemplates whether to send some secret guards for protection. The sixth prince is already in tears. Why is my sixth brother crying? Yi Ruanruan's little face displays a mixture of astonishment and concern. The Qianqing emperor cannot help but chuckle at the situation. It is indeed a result of the news Yi Ruanruan just shared. The sixth prince, inherently timid and fearful, has lived a sheltered life. Learning that the master of the Purple Kingdom is lurking in his residence has likely frightened him to tears. Father, I truly cannot endure this stomach ache any longer. I must leave at once. The Qianqing emperor realizes he cannot stop the sixth prince and simply waves him off. Then you may return home. Simultaneously, he instructs eunuch Fu to arrange for several secret guards to enter the sixth prince's residence. Yet, the secret guards may not stand a chance against the master of the Purple Kingdom, who is a practitioner of the Tao. The Qianqing emperor narrows his eyes. It seems he must summon Taoist Qingfeng for assistance. I'll accompany sixth brother. Though young, Yi Jing has a compassionate heart and immediately pursues Yi Xianli. The court falls into a profound silence as the officials begin to present their reports on the current affairs they are handling.
System.
Do you see that last row of officials? Is that by Mo Han? The entire court is compelled to concede. Despite her youth, the little princess possesses an extraordinary keen eye. By Mo Han, having been called out, feels a wave of dread wash over him. He had not intended to attend court today, still haunted by the events of the previous day. However, he was roused early by his father, who insisted he attend court daily. Bai Mo Han protested vehemently. He simply cannot bear the rigors of court, as he is inherently lazy and prefers the comfort of slumber. Yet, his father declared that if he fails to bring back a piece of gossip each day, he would be barred from entering the duke's residence. Bai Mo Han finds himself exasperated. Other young masters from different households are reprimanded for not bringing home brides. He, however, is being chastised for not bringing back gossip. How difficult this is for him. His father is not sending him to court to engage in governance. It seems he is merely sending him to indulge in the latest gossip. Why doesn't his father come to court himself to enjoy the gossip? His father would gladly attend, but he is concerned for his grandmother's well-being, fearing that she has not yet recovered from the events of yesterday. Thus, he remains home to protect her. Bai Mo Han is already feeling quite subdued today, yet he still catches the attention of Yi Ruanruan. His heart races with trepidation. He fears being singled out by the little princess. Yi Kaiyuan was trying to console him, saying, "Do not fear, for if it weren't for the little princess having consumed your melon yesterday, your grandmother would have long since perished. Eating melons is a good thing. You must remain composed." Bai Mohan's lips twitched. It was easy to say. Yet, he found it hard to maintain his composure. Had he known the little princess would take notice of him at this moment, he would have left with the 6th and 8th princes earlier. The system replied, "You are not mistaken. It is indeed Bai Mohan. Why has he donned an entirely black outfit today?" The system pondered. Perhaps he wishes to avoid drawing too much attention. Yi Ruanruan furrowed her brows, but he holds no official title, so why is he attending court? The system was momentarily dumbfounded. "I do not know, host. I am a melon-eating system, not an omniscient one."
Yeruanan Sikhet.
"Well then, system, I made my hints quite clear just now. Why did you not follow my lead?" The system was perplexed. "What did you remind me of?" "Yesterday, you mentioned that both Yi Kaiyuan and Bai Mohan had melons. We consumed Bai Mohan's yesterday. So shouldn't we be having Yi Kaiyuan's today?" The system fell silent.
Ye Kaiyuan, who?
Bai Mohan, who had been feeling anxious, suddenly quieted. The Qianqing emperor couldn't help but curl his lips in amusement. Yi Ruanruan had merely intended to remind the system that there was still one melon left to be savored. The officials in the court couldn't stifle their laughter. They were struggling to keep up with the little princess's line of thought. "So, you noticed Bai Mohan for this reason?" Yi Ruanruan asked.
What else could it be?
The system muttered, "I thought you were merely bored and wanted to engage in idle chatter. You overthink it. Today, having not feasted upon bones, we must at least enjoy a melon. Yi Kaiyuan, I truly am foolish. Had I known the little princess would wish to partake of my melon today, I would have requested leave to venture out of the palace to procure some bones for her to gnaw on. You've chosen quite the moment. Yi Kaiyuan's melons are guaranteed to be ripe and fragrant." Chapter 74. The emphasis is truly explosive. Yi Ruanruan reclined on her small blanket, her little feet propped up. The grand hall remained as silent as ever. Yi Ruanruan seemed to hear the ministers conversing with her tyrant father about the former emperor of the Z Kingdom.
System.
While court is still in session, and they are discussing serious matters, let us first enjoy Yi Kaiyuan's melon. Speaking of Yi Kaiyuan, he has just been appointed as the historian, a 6th-rank official. You are already aware of this. The system hastily provided an introduction, fearing that Yi Ruanruan might confuse him with someone else. "Tell me something I do not know," the system replied. "Lift your little head and take a good look at Yi Kaiyuan. Who do you find more handsome, him or Bai Mohan?" Yi Ruanruan glanced over. They each possess their own charm. Bai Mohan is a rogue kind of handsome, while Yi Kaiyuan resembles a refined gentleman. Choose one. Yi Ruanruan. Given her understanding of the system, if it was prompting her to make a choice, there must be a reason. How can the matter of Yi Kaiyuan's melon hinge on his appearance? If I must choose, then I select Yi Kaiyuan. He is more pleasing to the eye. Bai Mohan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Kaiyuan. He secretly thought the same. How could Yi Kaiyuan be so extraordinarily handsome? Of course he is pleasing to the eye. He is a woman. Cough. The Qianqing emperor, who had been reviewing memorials, nearly made a mistake with his red brush. Yi Kaiyuan is a woman. A woman. This female official Yi Kaiyuan is undoubtedly the first in the Great Qian Dynasty. The emperor had been formulating policies regarding women's participation in official roles recently. The Right Chancellor and others had submitted memorials concerning this issue several times. However, the official appointment of women had yet to be formally enacted. The entire court was taken aback. Yi Kaiyuan is a woman, a female official, disguised as a man? Bai Mohan quickly turned to Yi Kaiyuan. Yi Kaiyuan hurriedly covered Bai Mohan's mouth. This scene was perfectly captured by Ruanruan. What is wrong with Bai Mohan? Why is Yi Kaiyuan covering his mouth? The system glanced at the two. Young Master Bai does not seem well. Could he be ill? Yi Kaiyuan immediately replied, Your Majesty. The young master has an upset stomach and was about to be sick. I am merely checking on him. The Qianqing emperor's lips twitched. Has Yi Aiqing taken up medicine as well? Yi Kaiyuan awkwardly responded, I have a bit of knowledge. I cannot diagnose major ailments, but I can certainly identify minor ones. Young Master Bai, would you agree? Bai Mohan, with his mouth covered, rolled his eyes and nodded. It was just a matter of not speaking. He could manage that. Once Yi Kaiyuan was certain Bai Mohan would not reveal anything, she finally released her hand. Young Master, are you feeling better? Much better, thank you. Bai Mohan looked at Yi Kaiyuan, his mind racing with a singular thought. Yi Kaiyuan is a woman. A woman. In truth. The revelation was shocking not only to Bai Mohan but also to the Qianqing emperor and the entire court. System. Why is Yi Kaiyuan disguised as a man? Is it because she aspires to hold an official position? Yi Ruanruan asked the question that resonated deeply with the Qianqing emperor. The ministers listened intently. Having learned from previous lessons, Bai Mohan remained silent, fixated on Yi Kaiyuan. The more he looked, the more he found her attractive. It was no wonder the little princess remarked upon Yi Kaiyuan's pleasing appearance. If she could be so captivating while disguised as a man, she must be a breathtaking beauty in her true form. Yi Kaiyuan stood tall, her head bowed. Now that the entire court, including His Majesty, was aware of her secret, she felt an odd sense of relief. The monumental lie of her cross-dressing had always left her feeling anxious. If the emperor were to pursue the matter seriously, it could be deemed treason, resulting in loss of position or even imprisonment. The worst-case scenario could lead to her family's annihilation. She had been contemplating how to address this matter if it were ever exposed when the little princess unveiled her melon. It had instantly lightened her burdens. Yet, she was unsure whether His Majesty would hold her accountable for her deception. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the emperor was preoccupied with his own melons. The system shook its head. What is so appealing about holding an official position? Although Yi Kaiyuan harbors ambitions to be a just official and advocate for the people's welfare, her motive for cross-dressing is not, in fact, to pursue an official career. Then what is the reason? The system sighed. It is rather unfortunate. From the moment she was born, her mother raised her as a son. Yi Ruanruan asked, so, for all these years, Yi Kaiyuan has presented herself as a male? Indeed. Even the neighbors of the Yi family are unaware that they have a daughter. They only know of a son. This misconception arose from a prophecy that plagued her mother during her pregnancy. A wandering fortune-teller, seeking a bit of sustenance, foretold that if she bore a daughter, disaster would befall the Yi family, but if she bore a son, prosperity would come to them. Believing this prophecy, her father was convinced, especially the matriarch of the Yi family, who placed great importance on it. Later, when Ye's mother gave birth to a daughter in a temple while praying, she wept because the old matriarch had decreed that a daughter should be discarded to the wolves, lest she bring calamity to the family. Remembering the matriarch's words, Ye's mother concocted a daring idea. She claimed to have given birth to a son. Yi Ruanruan, upon hearing this, remarked, This melon is not as sweet as I had hoped. The system smirked. These details serve as a prelude. I have yet to reveal the crux of the matter, which is truly explosive. Yi Ruanruan rubbed her little hands together. What is the crux? Chapter 75, A Match Made in Heaven. The system reassured. Let me first outline the background of the situation. What is your opinion on Yi Kaiyuan disguising herself as a man? After listening, Yi Ruanruan sighed. I find Yi Kaiyuan rather pitiable. For so many years, she has been raised as a son. However, did Ye's father and the rest of the Yi family not notice? After all, when a baby is born, one must ascertain whether it is a boy or a girl, right? The emperor of Qianqing became engrossed in thought. Indeed, which family does not take a glance at their newborn to determine its gender? It seems rather hasty, does it not? The civil and military officials momentarily forgot their duties, completely absorbed in this gossip. The system cleared its throat. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye's father and mother would certainly have checked the gender of the newborn. However, the key issue is that Ye's mother gave birth in a temple without either parent present. By the time they received the news, 2 months had already passed. The reason for such a delay was that Ye's mother deliberately postponed the message under the pretense of recuperating in the temple. In truth, she simply wished for her child to grow a bit older. Later, Ye's mother confided in a young monk at the temple who felt immense pity for Yi Kaiyuan. He thought it too cruel for her to be cast into the mountains to feed wolves. Thus, the young monk, along with Ye's mother, concocted a lie for the Yi family, claiming that Yi Kaiyuan was blessed with good fortune, but that her fate was precarious. To avoid premature demise, she must be isolated from the outside world, except for her mother, until she turned 5. Therefore, before the age of 5, Yi Kaiyuan resided with her mother in a secluded courtyard, where she was raised as a boy. The mother diligently taught her to behave like a boy and consistently treated her as one. Hey, host, why have you fallen silent? The system felt that the information provided did not sufficiently immerse Ruanruan in the narrative, as the most pivotal details had yet to be revealed. Unexpectedly, Ruanruan, reclining on the mat, sighed deeply. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with compassion. Ye's mother undertook all these efforts merely to ensure her child's survival.
Oh,
How I miss my own mother. The system gently patted Ruanruan's head, offering comfort. Do not worry, dear host. Your father, mother, and brothers all hold you in great affection, regardless of whether you are a boy or a girl. You need not fear their harm. The emperor of Qianqing, seated at the imperial table, felt a tumult of emotions rise within him. Although Yi Kaiyuan had committed the crime of deceiving the monarch, upon hearing the full story, he could not help but regard her as a victim. Her birth was beyond her control, yet a mere utterance from a soothsayer had set her apart from other children. Fortunately, Yi Kaiyuan had proven herself diligent, achieving academic success and securing an official position. Who says women are inferior to men? Yi Kaiyuan stands as a remarkable exemplar. Among the officials, many of an older generation, though perhaps competitive among peers, regarded Yi Kaiyuan as if she were their own child. The child had committed no wrongdoing. The fault lay with the adults. Had Ye's father and mother not placed such blind faith in the soothsayer, had Ye's mother not insisted on her daughter masquerading as a boy, Yi Kaiyuan might well have been cast away to feed wolves long ago. Bai Mohan, too, had ceased his coughing. He felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Kaiyuan. No one would have anticipated that the seemingly cheerful Yi Kaiyuan was faced with such a tragic fate. One individual was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, in the court, Song Xuanfu stood to speak. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. The entire assembly of civil and military officials could not help but give a thumbs up to Song Xuanfu, who had recently been in the spotlight, demonstrating considerable capability despite his junior rank, particularly his keen insight. He was destined for promotion. What matter is it? Song Xuanfu continued, Your Majesty, not long ago, I received a confidential report concerning the royal family of the Purple Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Qianqing's interest was piqued. Ever since the last envoys returned, the Purple Kingdom had sent double the tributes to the Qian Dynasty, looking rather dejected. However, the old national teacher of the Purple Kingdom had been causing disturbances within the Qian Dynasty, which had long since displeased the emperor. The rivalry between the two nations was characterized by overt and covert strife, with the old emperor resorting to underhanded tactics. If he wished to harm him, that was one thing, but now he had set his sights on Ruanbao. This could not be tolerated. What is in the confidential report? Presented in detail. Song Xuanfu had already prepared a memorial regarding the matter and handed it to the emperor. System, do not be distracted. The tyrant father is currently busy addressing national affairs. Please continue with your revelations. The Emperor of Qianqing perused the confidential report while listening to the system and Ruanruan converse. Before the system could divulge the essential juicy details, Ruanruan suddenly recalled something. System, wait a moment. You just mentioned that Yi Kaiyuan is a woman. However, I seem to remember that she has been married for quite some time. Indeed, Yi Kaiyuan has been married for 6 months. This matter is known not only to your majesty, but also to the entire court and by Mohan. Yi Ruanruan lay on the blanket like a salted fish, staring blankly at the ceiling of the grand hall. This doesn't add up. Yi Kaiyuan has been married for so long, yet her identity has not been exposed. How is that possible? At the very least, they must have consummated their marriage, right? Even if they didn't, wouldn't her new bride be curious, seeing her new husband every day? Surely they can't be sleeping in separate rooms? Yi Ruanruan's suspicions mirrored the concerns of the Emperor of Qianqing and the entire court. Bai Mohan was equally intrigued, staring intently at Yi Kaiyuan. Yi Kaiyuan responded, "Do not look at me. If you do, I shan't reveal anything." The system chuckled. Here comes the crux of the matter. Yi Kaiyuan, disguised as a man, married a wife, and for 6 months, they have not touched each other even once. Not even sharing a bed, as they have been sleeping in separate rooms. Why is that? Does her wife fancy someone else? Does she not like Yi Kaiyuan? The system laughed even more. Of course not. Her wife is actually a man in disguise.
Ah?
Yi Kaiyuan's head snapped up in realization. Her spouse is a man? A man. The court officials gasped in unison. Bai Mohan suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing throughout the grand hall. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor of Qianqing fixed a stern gaze upon Bai Mohan, while the entire court turned in unison to stare at him. Yi Kaiyuan covered her face, exclaiming, "Mohan, what are you laughing about?" The Emperor's face remained stern, yet he clenched his fists tightly, his palms turning crimson. Ha ha ha. Yi Kaiyuan disguised as a man. And her wife disguised as a woman? The two were a match made in heaven. Chapter 76. What will you do if I die? Your Majesty. I suddenly recalled a joke my father told my grandmother last night to cheer her up. Now, thinking back on it, I find it amusing, hence my laughter. The Emperor of Qianqing. The court officials. Young Master Bai's composure is quite lacking. Was Bai Mohan sleepwalking just now? We're in court, and he suddenly remembers a joke from last night? Yi Ruanruan could not help but scoff. Young Master Bai does indeed seem rather dim-witted. Who is dim-witted? He is not foolish. Yi Kaiyuan beside them was at a loss for words. Not foolish?
Who is then?
Look at the entire court. You're the only one laughing so heartily. Although this revelation was unexpected for her, everyone else was secretly amused. Why must you be so foolishly loud? What if you alarm the Emperor and end up being executed? That would be a tragic turn of events. As Yi Ruanruan gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, she inquired, "System, you haven't finished your explanation. Why did Yi Kaiyuan's wife disguise herself as a man? Could it be that she, like Yi Kaiyuan, has endured a tragic past?" The system replied, "Not at all. Yi Kaiyuan's wife is named Feng Qilua. The Feng family has a distinguished history of service to the Dacian Empire, holding the title of a noble house with a grand estate and considerable wealth. The Feng family has 5 sons in total, and Feng Qilua is the youngest and only daughter, though she is, in fact, a false daughter. Feng Qilua's mother was once a humble medical girl from a peasant family. When the young Lord Feng was injured during his travels, he was rescued by this medical girl, which sparked an unspoken affection between them. The Lord Feng brought her back to his estate as a concubine. The medical girl, innocent and unambitious, found herself overshadowed by the main wife and other concubines, ultimately suffering neglect and mistreatment. However, in a moment of despair, she discovered she was pregnant. Overnight, it was as if she had awakened to a newfound intelligence. As her pregnancy progressed, she realized she was carrying a male child. Yi Ruanruan exclaimed in wonder. Indeed, this medical girl possesses remarkable skills. She could even discern the gender of her unborn child. The system nodded in agreement, affirming, "Precisely." Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyuan remained silent, though he silently concurred with the princess's sentiments. Despite not sharing a bed with Feng Qilua over the past 6 months, he had experienced intimate moments with her and was well aware of her exceptional medical prowess. Then what happened next? Ruanruan pressed. The system continued. Eventually, the medical girl gave birth to a son. But in order to secure her position in the noble house and win the Lord's affection, she conspired with her maid to declare that she had given birth to a daughter. When the Lord returned from his duties, Feng Chilua was already a year old, and he was smitten by the adorable and sensible little girl. Yi Ruanruan chuckled. Indeed, daughters are often their father's little treasures. The Lord's affection for Feng Chilua was unparalleled within the estate. She was cherished to the point that her brothers doted on her excessively. In essence, Feng Chilua was the darling of the household. The system elaborated. How did Feng Chilua end up marrying Yi Kaiyuan?
Ye Ruanruan invited.
The system explained. The old Lord Feng was particularly superstitious and delighted to learn that the Yi family had a son born under a fortunate star. Although the Yi family could not rival the nobility of the Fengs, the old lord saw boundless potential in Yi Kaiyuan and was quite taken with him. Thus, the old lord boldly sought a marital alliance with the Yi family. Initially, the medical girl was opposed, and so was Lady Yi. However, witnessing her daughter reaching marriageable age, they thought, whoever she marries, she marries. Thus, Feng Chilua and Yi Kaiyuan were brought together. What a delightful union! A false man marrying a true man. How splendid!
Ye Ruanruan laughed heartily.
Yet, as she giggled, she noticed many eyes were upon her. The system quickly covered its face, realizing that the little host was rather conspicuous. However, host, this perfect match may be in jeopardy, it warned. Yi Ruanruan immediately ceased her laughter. What do you mean? This is such an intriguing marriage. If they were to discover each other's true identities, it would be both awkward and amusing. What do you mean by in jeopardy? It means this seemingly perfect match may end up as tragic souls, the system clarified. Yi Ruanruan was taken aback. The emperor and the officials, who had previously relaxed, suddenly tensed at the system's words. Oh no! It would be a grave loss if Yi Kaiyuan were to perish. Though he has committed treason, it is not a capital offense. And what of his wife? No, his husband, Feng Chilua. It is not his fault for donning a disguise. The circumstances of his family forced this upon him. How could he be condemned? Bai Mohan's smile vanished, and he scrutinized Yi Kaiyuan with concern. Surely, you cannot be in danger? He thought. What am I to do if you are in peril? Please do not leave us. Suddenly, Bai Mohan, who had been laughing heartily moments ago, clung to Yi Kaiyuan weeping. This is quite the predicament, Yi Ruanruan mused, noticing Bai Mohan's behavior was somewhat exaggerated. System, look. Bai Shitzi is embracing Yi Kaiyuan in tears. Does he harbor feelings for Yi Kaiyuan?
She questioned.
The system replied, Bai Shitzi is unaware that Yi Kaiyuan is a woman. How could he possibly have feelings for him? But with so many officials present, why does he choose to embrace Yi Kaiyuan? It is common for men to have affections for one another. If Bai Mohan were to learn of Yi Kaiyuan's true identity, would he not be drawn to her? The system responded, that possibility is not indicated in this narrative. Yi Ruanruan rested her chin on her plump cheeks. Then I shall pretend I did not ask. But what did you mean when you said that Yi Kaiyuan and Feng Chilua might become tragic souls? It means that the matriarch of the Yi family, having waited for her grandson to marry for 6 months, is growing anxious for a great-grandchild. In her desperation, she has devised a plan to ensure the two consummate their union, hoping to hasten the arrival of a great-grandchild. Yi Kaiyuan was taken aback. The court officials covered their faces, some coughing awkwardly. This was utterly absurd. A grandmother administering medicine to her granddaughter-in-law simply to procure a great-grandchild? How desperate could one be? Yi Ruanruan furrowed her brows. Are you implying that Feng Chilua has been poisoned? Should it have been merely a common concoction? Returning home to share a bed with Yi Kaiyuan would suffice. However, the matriarch, in her advanced age, mistakenly administered a lethal poison instead of a love potion. Unaware of the danger, Feng Chilua, having no defenses against the matriarch's intentions, ingested the colorless and tasteless toxin. Thus, Feng Chilua has been poisoned, and her life hangs in the balance. Yi Ruanruan gasped. What of Feng Chilua now? Did she drink that cup of tea? Indeed, she did. Furthermore, the Yi family is about to uncover the truth of Feng Chilua's disguise, and if all goes awry, she may very well be killed by the Yi family. Yi Kaiyuan abruptly pushed away the sobbing Bai Mohan, who was caught off guard. The usually composed Yi Kaiyuan was now flustered. Feng Qiluo is poisoned. His identity is about to be exposed and she may be killed. Panic surged within him as he realized he could not delay. Your Majesty, I fear I am unwell and request to take my leave. Before Yi Kaiyuan could finish, the emperor waved him off. Go, go. With a sense of relief, Yi Kaiyuan dashed away. Yi Ruanruan observed his figure race off. It seems a headache can indeed inspire such swiftness. The officials, in a flurry, took their leave. They must now concoct a plausible excuse to visit the Yi family and discern the true nature of the legendary Master Feng Qiluo. However, the unfortunate news is that Master Feng is on the brink of death. Will Yi Kaiyuan mourn his passing? Should both identities be revealed, the Yi and Feng families would undoubtedly plunge into chaos. The mere thought of such a scene sends a tremor of excitement through the court, with officials eager to witness the unfolding drama. The allure of others' misfortunes is ever so enticing. As the court session concluded, all the ministers departed, including the emperor, who was seen whispering secrets with eunuch Fu. Knight Yu Yuan, filled with anticipation, gazed eagerly at the grand hall's entrance. Come quickly. Who will rescue me? I beseech you, spirit me away from the palace, so I may indulge in the drama at the Yi residence. Knight Yu Yuan's heart cried out in desperation. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the vast hall, scooping her up and fleeing towards the palace exit. Once outside, Knight Yu Yuan remained enraptured by the thrill of being clandestinely whisked away by Bai Mohan. Master Bai is truly remarkable. She couldn't resist playfully pinching his ear, exclaiming her admiration. Bai Xinjing emerged from the shadows, swiftly taking Knight Yu Yuan into his arms. Sister, have you missed your big brother?
What?
How did you come to be here? It seems you have been waiting for us to emerge for quite some time. With a proud tilt of his chin, Bai Xinjing replied, Indeed. Both Bai Mohan and I had conspired to sneak you out for a bit of fun. Today presents a splendid opportunity. But big brother, didn't you accompany sixth brother to the prince's residence? Why are you waiting for me outside the palace? Knight Yu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Yet, her words reached only deaf ears. Bai Xinjing pinched her cheek playfully. Your Highness, it appears that Brother Yi is unwell. I must go see her at the Yi residence. Will you accompany me? Bai Mohan was adept at theatrics. Very well. As they made their way to the Yi family, Bai Mohan asked, Why did you not proceed to the sixth prince's residence? Oh, do not mention it. The moment I stepped out of the palace, sixth brother vanished. What? Sixth brother did not return to the prince's residence. Knight Yu Yuan quickly deduced. At this juncture, the system calmly interjected, Host, I bear good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Leaning against Bai Xinjing's shoulder, Knight Yu Yuan replied, Let me hear the good news first. The good news is that a significant scandal involving the sixth prince is brewing, though it remains somewhat undercooked. You are likely to witness it shortly. Knight Yu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Another scandal involving sixth brother? Is it even bigger than the last? Bai Xinjing and Bai Mohan exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to enjoy the spectacle together. And what of the bad news? The identity of Yi Kaiyuan is on the verge of being exposed, and the matriarch of the Yi family intends to eliminate him as well. Knight Yu Yuan gasped. Surely, the matriarch of the Yi family is unhinged. To kill Feng Qiluo and then Yi Kaiyuan? At her age, how can she still stir such chaos? Bai Xinjing hastened his steps, even employing lightness to soar into the air. Bai Mohan followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the Yi family, they were met with a throng of familiar faces. Knight Yu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, Yi Kaiyuan is quite popular. It seems that every notable official has come to pay their respects. Leading the pack was the Right Chancellor. Indeed, who could resist the allure of gossip? Yet this time, the ministers had wised up, each bringing along a plate of eggs. Though Yi Kaiyuan held a minor position, they had come under the pretense of visiting a sick friend. Arriving empty-handed would appear rather shabby. After all, previous occasions of appearing barehanded had not gone unnoticed by the little princess and that slender fellow. Interestingly, the emperor was notably absent this time. He usually took the lead in such matters. The little princess had even received the emperor's blessing to be spirited away by Bai Mohan. Surely he would not miss this opportunity. Knight Yu Yuan was unaware that Bai Mohan's actions had been sanctioned by the emperor himself. 15 minutes prior, within the Yi family compound, Yi Kaiyuan rushed home. Heading straight for his courtyard, the The door was tightly shut, and he had yet to catch sight of Feng Qilihua. Normally, the young man would be lounging beneath the swing, napping away. Indeed, he had little interest in scholarly pursuits, preferring instead to indulge in leisure. Their conversations were few and far between. Initially, Yi Kaiyuan had believed Feng Qilihua to be a spoiled young lady from the Feng family. However, upon returning home, the truth dawned upon her. This was not a young lady, but a pampered young master. Pushing the door open, Yi Kaiyuan beheld Feng Qilihua, sprawled motionless across the table. Clad in a delicate green gown, with cascading hair and a slender waist, even the exposed wrist revealed skin as pale and exquisite as porcelain. Such a figure, upon stepping outside, could hardly be mistaken for a boy. Feng Qilihua was indeed a dainty young master.
Ye Kaiyuan gasped.
Her heart racing as she saw Feng Qilua's stillness, fearing he had perished, and let out a piercing scream. Chapter 78. Night Yuyuan feasts while upside down. Feng Qilihua jolted awake, startled, his delicate features clouded with confusion as he gazed at Yi Kaiyuan, still groggy from sleep. Frowning slightly, Feng Qilua's eyes bore an imperceptible chill. Has court adjourned so early today? Yi Kaiyuan stared at the young man. No, the boy, as sunlight illuminated his face, revealing an ethereal beauty. His long lashes framed lips tinted with a rosy hue. Yi Kaiyuan had always known Feng Qilihua to be stunning, even to the point of being otherworldly. Of course, that realization came only after discovering his true gender. Initially, Yi Kaiyuan had thought Feng Qilihua to be an enchanting spirit. What a sight to behold! Even seated on the swing, Yi Kaiyuan found herself glancing his way more often than not. Each time, Feng Qilihua would wink at her, as if to say, "I know you find me captivating." At that time, Yi Kaiyuan would merely smile, saying nothing. After all, how could they be together? Both were women, and such a union was implausible. Yet, whenever she felt disheartened, a mere glance at Feng Qilihua would inexplicably lift her spirits. Her enchanting companion truly was a feast for the eyes. However, since their marriage, their interactions had been limited to mere politeness. Occasionally, they would exchange a few words like friends, but beyond that, there had been nothing else. Yi Kaiyuan had not anticipated that such a mundane life would bring her solace. It seemed she had yearned for this simplicity all along. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Are you all right?" Feng Qilihua blinked, his captivating eyes even more enchanting than a woman's. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Thank goodness." Yi Kaiyuan noticed an empty teacup on the table, her own. "Did you use my cup?" Feng Qilihua rubbed his forehead. "I was thirsty earlier and poured myself a cup." Yi Kaiyuan's face turned pale. "Feng Qilihua." She rushed to him, seizing his wrist, only to find his skin unnaturally cool. In that moment, Feng Qilihua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He swayed, and Yi Kaiyuan rushed to support him. "Qilihua, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me." Feng Qilihua collapsed against Yi Kaiyuan. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, Feng Qilihua uttered a soft, delicate word. "It hurts." The tone was gentle, almost enchanting, reminiscent of a woman's voice. Yi Kaiyuan felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, a wave of discomfort washing over him. "Arrow, please do not frighten me. Someone, quickly, summon a doctor." Yi Kaiyuan was nearly driven to madness. This cup of tea was meant for her, not for Feng Qilihua. This individual was already frail. It was said that she had been born with a weak constitution. The Feng family cherished her like a treasure. Yet, upon marrying into the Yi family, this delicate young master had been poisoned? Yi Kaiyuan found the situation utterly absurd. Outside, the civil and military officials had gathered, while Ye's father was in the main hall, enduring the admonitions of the matriarch. The gist of her words was that Ye's father should keep a close watch on how to expedite Feng Qilua's delivery. This was the right chancellor. The deputy minister had also arrived, as well as the general of the state. Upon hearing the steward's report, Ye's father emerged, completely dumbfounded. So many high-ranking officials had come to their Yi family? What an honor! "We are here to see Kaiyuan," the right chancellor stated bluntly. "Is that old woman with the cane the one who poisoned Feng Qilihua?" Yi Ruanruan scanned the crowd and, with her bright eyes darting about, spotted an elderly woman at the entrance of the main hall. Fortunately, although Yi Jing was still young, she was of considerable stature. Yi Ruanruan perched on his shoulder, gaining a clear view. Yes, father's eyelids twitched. Poisoning Feng Chilua? Wasn't he his daughter-in-law? No one in the crowd had spoken. The right chancellor firmly grasped Ye's father's arm. Lord Yi, remain calm. Stay composed. Yes, father. Is that the clueless Lord Yi speaking with the right chancellor? TSK, indeed. A doting mother can spoil her son. How could the Yi family have such a pair of mother and son without facing adversity?
Ye Ruanruan sinikeret.
Thud. The matriarch of the Yi family, unable to find the source of the conversation, suddenly collapsed in excitement. Help! Save Arrow! He is dying! Yi Kaiyuan rushed out, encountering a throng of people, his mind sharper than usual. Regardless of their intentions, saving Arrow was the priority. The matriarch, upon hearing that distressing thought, was as shocked as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Whose child was speaking? How did he know everything? Mother, how are you? Ye's father helped the matriarch to her feet. Yi Ruanruan, riding on by Mohan's shoulders in the courtyard, could see far and wide. She couldn't help but comment. Wow. Is this Ye's father a mother's boy? Ye's father. What boy? What does mother's boy mean? Though he was somewhat confused, he sensed the term was not complimentary. System. What do you think? Yi Ruanruan, I don't want my opinion, I want yours. If Ye's father is not a mother's boy, I will eat meat upside down. System. Officials. By Mohan. The matriarch trembled as Ye's father helped her sit down. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the plump little girl riding on by Mohan's neck. With her hair styled in two little buns and dressed in an expensive floral dress, it was evident she hailed from the palace. The only ones allowed such freedom within the palace, aside from the princess, seemed to be no one else. But could the little princess be so capable? Could she really eat meat upside down? Surely she hadn't even lost all her baby teeth yet. Host, you only have 4 teeth. Are you sure you can eat meat upside down? Yi Ruanruan burped. So your point is that Ye's father is not a mother's boy. The system clarified. No, he is not.
Ye Ruanruan laughed in disbelief. Ah.
If he is not a mother's boy, then why is Yi Kaiyuan out here pleading for help? While Ye's father seems oblivious, just leisurely helping the matriarch up. Now he stands next to her, frozen, as if fearing she might run away. If he is not a mother's boy, then what is he? In the courtyard, groups of ministers exchanged knowing smiles. Ye's father's behavior was unmistakably reminiscent of a mother's boy, utterly absorbed in his mother. What a peculiar character. The visiting ministers divided into 2 factions, one supporting the notion that Ye's father was indeed a mother's boy, while the other contended that he was not. Chapter 79. Is it too late to sever ties? The losers must invite the winners to a banquet. Yi Ruanruan remained blissfully unaware that her dialogue with the system had caused the ministers to split into radical and conservative factions.
How?
I keep feeling like my ears are playing tricks on me, the matriarch struggled to comprehend. Was it simply her age? Ye's father patted her back, mother. I heard it too. It shouldn't be an auditory illusion. The matriarch felt a sudden pang of anxiety, nearly fainting. If it wasn't an illusion, then it must be true. Ye's father reassured her. Mother, look at the officials in the courtyard, including the heir to the duke's estate and the 8th prince. I believe they can all hear it. The matriarch, panicking, began to pound her chest. Does that mean everyone knows that I aim to have a great-grandson by helping Arrow? Mother, you must believe you were not in the wrong. Wanting a great-grandson is quite normal. It is Kaiyuan and Arrow who do not understand your intentions as a grandmother. I understand, mother. You did nothing wrong. The conversation between the mother and son was too hushed for Yi Ruanruan to hear. Host. The matriarch and Ye's father are discussing the poisoning of Feng Chilua, and they believe they are justified.
Ye Ruanruan.
Oh. If they are justified, then who is in the wrong? Do you know why I say Ye's father is not a mother's boy? Yi Ruanruan was genuinely curious. Why? The officials. Yes, why? The system remained calm. Because Ye's father has a mother complex. Yi Ruanruan. System. You've become discerning and dishonest. ISNTA mother complex. Just another way of saying he is a mother's boy. The officials. Yes. Aren't these 2 types of men essentially the same? The system. Sking. Not at all. Let me enlighten you. A mother's boy is someone who feels they have never grown up, always remaining their mother's obedient son, unable to part from her. That is a mother's boy. The civil and military officials nodded in agreement. After all, why else would such a term exist if it didn't imply that a man, regardless of age, still considered himself his mother's little boy? However, a mother complex is quite different. To put it bluntly, it means Ye's father harbors romantic feelings for his mother. Not the familial kind, but the kind between lovers. His several wives are aware that Ye's father has harbored a white moonlight for many years, but they do not know who it is. In truth, that white moonlight is none other than Lady Yi. A closer observation will reveal that Ye's father's chosen wives often bear a resemblance to Lady Yi in their features. He cannot be openly with Lady Yi, so he finds substitutes. Do you understand?
Ruanruan.
Initially, she had come for the drama between Yi Kaiyuan and Feng Qilua, but now she found herself embroiled in the scandal of Ye's father and Lady Yi, leaving her with the sensation of having stumbled upon a hidden treasure. This revelation about Ye's father is shocking. Which family's son develops feelings for his own mother? This is simply bizarre. The ministers perked up their ears, listening intently, like obedient students attending a lesson. They were astonished to hear the system reveal Ye's father's secret. The ministers were collectively astounded. System. To what extent has Ye's father developed a mother complex? It is to the point where his mother is always in the right. Even if she is wrong, she is still right. In fact, she never makes mistakes. He believes his mother embodies justice, and anyone who defies her is slandering his white moonlight.
Ruanruan.
I'm dying of laughter. If the old Lady Yi were to proclaim that 1 + 1 = 3, Ye's father would undoubtedly agree, wouldn't he? The system nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Ruanruan was utterly astounded, remarking, "It appears that Ye's father's Oedipal complex is even more abhorrent than that of a mama's boy." The system concurred. "I share your sentiments." The ministers present were left in a state of trepidation, with some drawing in sharp breaths in disbelief. They had previously only been acquainted with the notion of mama's boys. But after the system's enlightening discourse, they realized that the Oedipus complex was far more reprehensible. It was akin to a mother's exclusive ornament. In simpler terms, while mama's boys lack courage, Oedipus complex individuals lack intellect. One must ponder, which is more alarming in a man, a lack of courage or a lack of intellect? Undoubtedly, the latter. It was truly unexpected that such a seemingly astute man as Ye's father could exhibit such a lack of discernment and intellect in private. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Please enjoy the banquet. The right minister squinted and smiled at the opposing Song Xuanfu. The two had formed distinct factions. Song Xuanfu insisted that Ye's father was a mama's boy. Meanwhile, Ye's father was drenched in cold sweat, pondering that there was indeed some truth to it. If a person does not love their mother, what meaning does life hold? Mothers are the most sacred beings, always in the right. A mother's words are akin to imperial edicts. If a mother wishes someone dead, that individual must be weary of life and deserving of their fate. Yes, it is as simple as that. Ye's father continued to bask in self-satisfaction. Ye's old lady was equally smug, taking pride in her parenting skills. She felt immensely gratified. Regardless of the labels of Oedipus complex or not, her son was simply filial. Yi Hong was her pride. Yi Kaiyuan stood silently beside them, feeling exasperated. She had come seeking help. Feng Qilua was poisoned and lying half dead in the room, and yet her father was preoccupied with his infatuation for his mother. The little princess and the slender barrel were absolutely correct. Her father was worthless. "Father, a Luo has been poisoned and is in critical condition. We must save her." Yi Hong admonished, "Lower your voice. Do you not realize that your grandmother is easily frightened? We must not distress her." Yi Kaiyuan, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Someone is on the brink of death, and you speak of frightening her. Then seeking me is futile. You must summon a doctor. Your father and grandmother are not physicians." Yi Kaiyuan replied, "The doctor has already been called, but the situation is dire. The doctor needs to know the nature of the poison to prescribe the appropriate remedy. Otherwise, a Luo will perish." In stark contrast to Yi Kaiyuan's anxiety, Ye's father remained remarkably composed, dismissing the idea of poison. How could a Luo be poisoned in front of so many witnesses? Do not speak such nonsense. His mother had just explained the matter of Feng Qilua's poisoning, and he found it inconsequential. Moreover, his mother had stated that it was not poison, but rather a stimulating medicine. Yi Kaiyuan was genuinely alarmed this time. In the past, she would not have confronted Ye's father, but this was different. Feng Qilua was truly on the brink of death. Additionally, through her conversations with the little princess and the system, she had come to see her father's true character. She no longer harbored any hopes for his sudden enlightenment. She simply needed to find a way to save Feng Qilua. Yi Kaiyuan strode purposefully toward the old lady Yi, grandmother, the antidote or the name of the poison. The old lady Yi gazed at her granddaughter in astonishment, her hand trembling on the cane. I did not poison her. Oh dear, Kaiyuan, look at your colleagues still present. Could you not show a little respect for your grandmother? Yi Kaiyuan's eyes were opened to the truth. Like mother, like child. She lamented. How unfortunate she was to have such a family. Was it too late to sever ties? Chapter 80. A grand spectacle. However, this was clearly not the time for disputes. Yi Kaiyuan's expression darkened. Grandmother, a luo is the most cherished jewel of the Marquis's residence. I have been married to a luo for merely half a year. If she were to perish within the Yi family, what do you suppose Marquis Feng would do? The old lady Yi mused. What Yi Kaiyuan says is indeed quite astute. If Feng Qilua were to die, Marquis Feng would likely dismember every member of the Yi family. This old lady Yi truly lacks discernment. Why provoke the little ancestral figure of the Yi family? The little ancestral figure? Feng Qilua? The old lady scoffed in disbelief. What kind of world was this? How could a granddaughter-in-law, upon marrying into the Yi family, be deemed the little ancestral figure? She herself was the true matriarch of the Yi family. While Feng Qilua was indeed a prized gem of the Marquis's residence, once she married into the Yi family, she was to prioritize the Yi family above all, especially the old lady herself. Otherwise, the entire Yi family would descend into chaos, unable to distinguish between ranks. System. Why does it seem that the old lady Yi does not particularly favor Feng Qilua? Is it because Feng Qilua is not pleasing to the eye?
Ruanruan.
Having never seen Feng Qilua, was filled with curiosity. The system promptly provided an image of Feng Qilua for Yi Ruanruan to see. Yi Ruanruan gasped in admiration. Truly beautiful. So delightful. I like her. The system replied. Feng Qilua's appearance is impeccable, her demeanor gentle, and her temperament amiable. She embodies the essence of a delicate young lady. As for your assertion that the old lady Yi does not favor her, it is not mere dislike, it is jealousy. Yi Ruanruan gasped again. The old lady is jealous of her granddaughter-in-law. What a peculiar situation. The tale of old lady Ye's family background unfolded. In her youth, she was merely a servant in a wealthy household, aspiring to become a favored concubine. However, her unremarkable looks led to her being overlooked. Eventually, the matron of the household, suspecting her motives, sold her to another family. It was only later that she met the late Lord Yi, who hailed from a scholarly lineage. The old lady Yi had climbed the social ladder by marrying him, and after bearing children, she began to enjoy a more comfortable life. Yi Hong, upon growing up, worked diligently and inherited his father's legacy. Though not exceptionally learned, he managed the household quite well. At this point, the old lady Yi believed she could rely on her son for a comfortable life, for in the Yi family, her word was law. Her son was filial, and the daughters-in-law dared not utter a word against her. Yet, just as she was settling into this newfound power, Feng Qilua entered the Yi family. What had once been a harmonious household was now disrupted by the sight of the delicate Feng Qilua, a prized possession of the Marquis's residence. The old lady Yi couldn't help but reminisce about her own youth, feeling resentment. Why should she, once a mere servant, witness Feng Qilua, a young lady of privilege? In stark contrast, she harbored a desire for her granddaughter-in-law to experience the hardships she had endured. The thought that Feng Qilua, now in the Yi family, would have to heed her commands brought her some solace. After all, for so many years, she had grown accustomed to being obeyed, with everyone in the household acquiescing to her. Anyone who dared to oppose her would find themselves facing her wrath, and upon learning of any perceived injustice to his mother, Yi Hong would seek retribution. However, Feng Qilua, despite her sweet appearance, possessed a strong character and was not easily intimidated by such tactics. The old lady Yi could not tolerate this change. After years of having everyone bend to her will, the arrival of someone who resisted her authority could not help but spark her desire to subjugate Feng Qilua. Of course, this time, her intention to poison Feng Qilo was but a pretext for wanting a great-grandchild. She believed that once Feng Qilua became pregnant, she would no longer dare to flaunt her power within the Yi family. After all, a pregnant woman, if dismissed, would face public disgrace. Thus, she crafted a plan to manipulate Feng Qilo once she became with child. However, fate took a twist, and the poison intended for Yi Kaiyuan ended up being mistakenly consumed by Feng Qilua. Yi Ruanruan shook her head. What a venomous woman! Jealous of her granddaughter-in-law's noble birth, and attempting to manipulate her with her status as a grandmother. If she is so capable, why doesn't she ascend to the heavens? The officials in the courtyard murmured. A wicked woman indeed. At her age, in her 60s or 70s, how can she harbor jealousy towards her granddaughter-in-law? It is merely her fortune that she was born well. To envy her is one thing, but to exploit her familial ties is quite another. Fortunately, Feng Qilua is not a pushover. She resists admirably. Alas, it is regrettable that she has been poisoned.
Sigh.
A beauty's fate is often tragic. No, it is a handsome man's fate that is tragic. Too excessive, utterly outrageous. Yi Hong slammed his teacup down in protest. Yi Kaiyuan, with a stern expression, asked, Father, whom do you consider excessive? Yi Hong was momentarily at a loss for words, daunted into silence. Who would dare to speak ill of the little princess? Yet, on the other hand, it was his own mother, who could do no wrong in his eyes. His mother's jealousy of Feng Qilo must surely stem from Feng Qiluo's shortcomings, provoking such envy. Kaiyuan, is it merely a stimulating medicine? Must you come rushing to your grandmother to demand an explanation? She only wishes the best for you. Furthermore, you have been married for 6 months, yet there has been no sign of movement in Aluo's belly. Such behavior is inappropriate. Of the 3 great unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Quickly apologize to your grandmother. After your apology, return to Aluo and attend to your duties. Do not disturb your grandmother. Yi Kaiyuan. The assembled ministers, by Mohan and Yi Jing, were rendered speechless. Yi Ruanruan sat upon Yi Jing's shoulders, her small mouth breaking into gleeful laughter. System. Host. Why are you laughing so heartily? Of course, I'm delighted. Yi father is about to face grave misfortune. System. Question mark. Think about it. Feng Qilua is the cherished jewel of the Mad Marquis's residence. If something happens to her, the Marquis's household will surely descend upon the Yi family in wrath. The system clapped in approval. Indeed.
Oh.
Host, the situation has taken a turn. Lord Feng, accompanied by the matriarch of the Feng family, is on their way here. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruanruan straightened her small form, utterly exhilarated. What does this mean? The Marquis's residents learned of Feng Qiluo's poisoning so swiftly? She had thought they would take some time to discover it. To her surprise, it was so immediate.
Yes.
The reason is that Feng Qiluo's maidservant returned to the Marquis's residence to inform them. The matriarch of the Feng family is indeed concerned for her granddaughter and the ensuing scene. The system need not elaborate further. Yi Ruanruan had already deduced. A confrontation is imminent? How splendid! Chapter 81. A complete reversal. The ministers exchanged glances, some bringing small stools, utterly agitated. If the Yi family and the Marquis's residence were to clash, the mere thought was too much to bear. Yi Kaiyuan was in a state of distress. Setting aside the matter of whether the 2 families would fight, Feng Qilua was still poisoned. Master. Lord Feng and the matriarch of the Feng family have arrived, reported the steward. What? Yi father, lost in conversation with Yi Ruanruan and the system, was taken aback. The Marquis's household had truly sent someone. Where is my granddaughter? I demand to see her. Lord Feng, vigorous despite his age, supported the matriarch as they approached. Yi father and old lady Yi hurried to greet them. The Marquis's esteemed status made the Yi family tremble in their presence. The courtyard was filled with officials, and upon Lord Feng's entrance, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Is the Yi family hosting a banquet? Why are there so many ministers here? The matriarch of the Feng family noticed as well, yet her heart was solely focused on her granddaughter's safety. You are all here, but where is my granddaughter? I have heard she has been poisoned. I must see her. If anything happens to her, the Marquis' household will not let this matter rest. The matriarch's cane struck the ground heavily. Too late, too late. Yi father is a scoundrel, always shielding old lady Yi, neglecting Feng Qiluo's life or death. While she now hangs by a thread, Yi Ruanruan sighed. The matriarch's gaze swept across everyone present, landing on the little girl perched on Yi Jing's shoulders. The matriarch, being rather perceptive, immediately deduced the girl's identity. Indeed. Who could so boldly ride on the 8th princess' shoulders if not the recently born little princess from the palace? The matriarch of the Feng family, disregarding the gazes of others, rushed into the room to see Feng Qiluo. At that moment, Feng Qiluo lay upon the bed, her complexion pale and barely clinging to life. I cannot believe that there are wicked people in the Yi household who would wish harm upon my granddaughter. The matriarch fumed, nearly stamping her foot. Who poisoned a Luo?
Who could it be?
Yi Kaiyuan stepped forward to console her. Grandmother, I am sorry. I failed to care for a Luo. It is my fault. I recognize this matter does not involve you. You are a good child. The matriarch of the Feng family held a deep affection for Yi Kaiyuan. She had always found him pleasing to the eye before their marriage, and afterward, she treated him as her own grandson. Yi father stepped forward, succinctly explaining the situation. Regardless of whether he spoke or not, the matriarch would uncover the truth herself. In truth, it is not a grave matter. My mother is simply old and wishes for a great-grandson. Who would have known a Luo's health would be so frail? The matriarch was so angered, she nearly laughed. This statement implied that a Luo was weak and not fit for childbirth. A stimulating potion? The matriarch spotted a teacup on the table and decisively poured a cup of water, handing it to the old lady Yi, who was hiding behind Yi Hong.
Drink.
Old lady Yi was taken aback. Old matron, what are you doing? We are of similar age. You expect me to drink a stimulating potion? This is simply outrageous. Whether it is a stimulating potion or poison, you shall know once you drink it. Old lady Yi had an inkling of what had occurred. She had administered the wrong medicine. The stimulating potion had turned into a deadly poison. Yet, she would never admit to her error. Feng Qiluo was merely a junior. As an elder, how could she apologize to Feng Qiluo? Besides, her son supported her. The entire Yi family could do without Feng Qiluo, but they could not do without her. Truly the matriarch's daughter, her means are adept at subduing old lady Yi. However, system, will Feng Qiluo truly perish? Yi Ruanruan observed Feng Qiluo's pallid face, lying on the bed, her life hanging by a thread, evoking a twinge of sympathy. The system was investigating. But Yi Ruanruan's attention was drawn away by a sharp cry from old lady Yi. Old lady Yi had been struck by the matriarch. In the blink of an eye, the two elderly women were embroiled in a fierce altercation. Yi Ruanruan was thoroughly captivated, her eyes wide with astonishment, utterly transfixed.
Wow.
They are truly fighting. Yi Ruanruan had witnessed men brawling and girls squabbling, but she had never seen two elderly women engage in a battle. This is thrilling. Pulling hair, slapping faces, kicking with feet. Yi Ruanruan grew increasingly animated. The ministers in the courtyard watched with great interest. The matriarch of the Feng family, despite her age, delivered a kick to old lady Yi's abdomen. Old lady Yi glared in fury, rising to claw at the matriarch.
How dare you?
You, the esteemed matriarch of the Feng family, act so rudely and strike me?
Ah.
The matriarch of the Feng family retorted, You say you're a lady, yet you do not hold back. Today, I shall let you understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Old lady Yi? What lady? Let us see who strikes first. This is outrageous. Who dares to touch the matriarch of the Feng family? Lord Feng shielded his elderly mother, while Yi Hong positioned himself in front of old lady Yi.
Stop.
Yi Hong pleaded. What is the meaning of this? So many ministers are present. One matriarch, one family head, actually fighting. What kind of spectacle is this? Yi Hong, who valued reputation above all else, felt utterly humiliated. The matriarch, huffing, thought to herself. In any case, I am not at a loss. Old lady Yi was nearly driven to the brink of death with rage. Why was she the one being struck? Just as old lady Yi was still reeling from the shock, she heard the matriarch utter a single sentence. Madam Yi, what? You claim you want to divorce my Ayuan? Madam Feng, indeed. A divorce. That cannot happen. Madam Yi was flustered. If they were to separate, where could she ever find someone as delicate and precious as Feng Qilua again? Absurd. If they do not divorce, are you expecting my Ayuan to suffer under your schemes? Old woman? My Ayuan is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, untouched by the world's machinations. Your calculations against her are utterly intolerable. If a divorce is not feasible, then a separation it must be. Madame Feng huffed. Upon uttering these words, she turned to Yi Kaiyuan and said, Ayuan, your grandmother truly cares for you. Regardless of whether it is divorce or separation, I acknowledge you in either case. This matter, in essence, does not concern you, as you are also a victim. However, your grandmother has been excessively oppressive, and I must stand up for my Ayuan. I hope you can understand. Yi Kaiyuan nodded. I comprehend. What is your stance? As long as Ayuan remains safe and sound, I accept either divorce or separation, he replied, lowering his gaze. The Yi family differs from the Marquis's residence. Although she has learned that Feng Qilua is a male, it remains a personal matter of Feng Qilua and does not pertain to her. The fact remains that Feng Qilua has indeed been subjected to schemes while under the Yi family's roof. Madame Feng gently patted Yi Kaiyuan's hand. Good child. Regardless of divorce or separation, I will not consent. Yi's father interjected. Now you are in a panic. How resolute were you when your old mother was plotting against my granddaughter? Yi's father was rendered speechless. Who could have foreseen that the Marquis's residence would actually come knocking? Madame Yi is also one who fears the strong and bullies the weak. Seeing the situation turn against her, she immediately turned to Yi Hong and began weeping. Madame Feng sat beside the bed, keeping watch over Feng Qilua. Since your Yi family does not wish to divorce, very well, but my Ayuan must not suffer this injustice in vain. Yi's father asked, Old matriarch, what do you propose? Chapter 82. Watching the drama unfold. Whoever poisoned him must bear the consequences. The old matriarch fixed her gaze on Madame Yi. You speak truly. Since a wrongdoing has been committed, one must certainly take responsibility. Mother quickly apologized to the old matriarch. Yi's father seized the moment. Yet, Madame Yi was reluctant. However, she genuinely feared that the old matriarch might act too ruthlessly. Just as she was about to apologize, the old matriarch interrupted. If apologies were effective, why would we need the authorities? System, why do I feel like something is quite peculiar about this matter? System, what is peculiar? Yi Ruanruan. Feng Qilua is lying on the bed, close to death. Why is no one coming to his aid? System, hey, host. I just upgraded and have a detailed segment regarding this incident, which can be presented to you in a short video format. Would you like to see it? Once you've watched it, you will be utterly thrilled. Yi Ruanruan intrigued. Goodness, there's a video? Hurry, let me see. The ministers were baffled by the concept of a video, but they understood the essence of visuals. Is this for real? We can even see the scenes? They too wished to witness it. This was Yi Ruanruan's first time seeing a visual presentation, and she found it rather novel. She slid off Night Jing's shoulder, found a cool corner in the yard, and plopped down. Settling into a comfortable position, she prepared to enjoy this spectacle. The ministers unconsciously gathered closer to Yi Ruanruan. By the time she realized they were behind her, they were already there. Yi Ruanruan didn't think much of it. Her sole focus was on watching the visuals. System. Here comes, host. Make sure to pay attention. Yi Ruanruan crossed her legs, casually grabbed a handful of peanuts brought by the ministers, and began munching away. Right, Chancellor, look quickly. In the brief moment when Song Xuanfu tilted his head, he noticed a barrage of comments appearing above Yi Ruanruan's head, which indeed contained visuals. This meant that somehow the system had managed to broadcast what was originally only visible to Yi Ruanruan. Ministers? What a thrill! This was their first time witnessing the drama unfold visually.
Sure.
The Right Chancellor signaled to the others. The ministers nodded in understanding. Yi Ruanruan remained blissfully unaware of the crowd of onlookers behind her. The little girl was thoroughly engrossed in the visuals. After watching, Yi Ruanruan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really possible to operate like this? Feng Qilua is incredible. Yi Ruanruan grew increasingly fond of Feng Qilua, who said he was just a delicate little flower. He was clearly a cunning wolf in sheep-esque clothing. Both by Mohan and Night Jing, who witnessed the same visuals, sighed in unison. How is it that, despite being human, Feng Qilua possesses such capabilities? He appeared to be a frail and delicate little thing. They suddenly recalled what Madame Feng had previously said. My Yuan is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, untouched by the world. Had they not seen the visuals, they would have truly believed Feng Qilua to be a harmless little rabbit. Furthermore, with Feng Qilua lying so still on the bed, who would have imagined he was actually a big bad wolf? By Shitzi, why do you think Feng Qilua orchestrated all of this? Night Jing was perplexed. He felt he could not keep up with Feng Qilua's pace. By Mohan's handsome face tightened. Suddenly, Night Jing had an epiphany. I've figured it out. Feng Qilua must be doing this for Yi Kaiyuan, right? By Mohan. Night Jing, think about it. That old woman from the Yi family always bullies Yi Kaiyuan and her mother. Since Feng Qilua has affections for Yi Kaiyuan, he must be putting on a show to support her and retaliate against that old woman. Who says a granddaughter-in-law can't stand up to a wicked grandmother? Feng Qilua is handling this brilliantly. The key is that Feng Qilua is still a man. Having such cleverness is truly remarkable. By Mohan asked, did Feng Qilua realize that Yi Kaiyuan is a woman? Night Jing also wore a puzzled expression. I, too, wish to know. It was evident that Feng Qilua had feelings for Yi Kaiyuan. But did he prefer the male form of Yi Kaiyuan or the female form? By Shitzi. I noticed you were quite worried about Yi Kaiyuan earlier. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for her? Night Jing lowered his voice. In front of Ruanruan, he dared not refer to Yi Kaiyuan as a lady. By Mohan's expression stiffened. Do not speak carelessly. Yi Kaiyuan is already married. We are merely good friends. You are friends with the male form of Yi Kaiyuan, but she is a woman. Host, Feng Qilua has coughed up blood. Ruanruan returned to the entrance, observing the chaos within the room. Madame Yi was sobbing. Yi's father was trying to console her. Madame Feng wanted to take Feng Qilua back to the Marquis's residence for a divorce from the Yi family. Yi's father disagreed. In-laws, let us deliberate this matter. Yuan's situation with the medicine was an accident. Madame Feng replied, if you do not wish to divorce, then let the instigator completely depart from my granddaughter's sight. Yi's father. You mean a separation? Precisely. Yi's father was taken aback. The matter of separation had been proposed by Kaiyuan long before the marriage, but was vehemently rejected by Madame Yi. Madame Yi had only one son, Yi Hong. How could they possibly separate? If they did, who would care for her? Not only did she refuse, but she had been furious when Yi Kaiyuan brought it up, accusing her of being unfilial. You've grown wings and wish to fly. For this, Yi Kaiyuan was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. At that time, Yi Kaiyuan's mother knelt before Madame Yi, pleading for her child in the pouring rain, and caught a chill due to her already frail health. Though Yi Hong cherished Yi Kaiyuan, he remained biased towards his grandmother. Over the years, the Yi family had been under Madame Yi's control. Yi Kaiyuan had always aspired to rise above, to secure a position and save some wealth, to buy a house and live independently with her mother. Yet, the shackles of filial piety bound her, leaving her in a dilemma. Either they divorce, severing ties between the Yi and Feng families, or they separate, allowing Madame Yi to no longer interfere in Yuan and Kaiyuan's affairs. Yi Hong, you must choose for yourself. As soon as the matriarch of the Ho residence took action, it became evident whether the Yi family had any standing left. Alas, the old lady Yi had truly kicked a metal plate this time. It was long forewarned that Feng Qilua was not to be trifled with, and now she seemed utterly dumbfounded. Although Ruanruan was small, she was no fool. With a little contemplation, she grasped the situation. The matriarch Feng was seizing the moment, not only to support Feng Qilua, but also to safeguard Yi Kaiyuan. On one side lay the reputation of the Yi family, while on the other was her own mother. Yi Hong found himself in a dilemma. After considerable reflection, he resolutely opted for the Yi family's reputation. Mother, we acknowledge our mistake in this matter. We will accept the consequences. Once this is resolved, I will accompany you to the side courtyard. The Yi family could not bear the stigma of being cast off by the Feng family. How could they possibly maintain their standing in the capital after that? The old lady Yi was infuriated to the point of nearly having a heart attack. In Chapter 83, the system's objectives were now directed towards the ministers of the court. Feng Qilua, what a significant presence. Not only had she failed to subdue Feng Qilua, but she had also been relegated to the side courtyard.
Well,
Her granddaughter-in-law was indeed quite formidable. The authority over family matters must be entirely passed to Kaiyuan. He was no longer a child, having established his own family and career. Regardless of any future faults, he would no longer be under the supervision of Yi's father or Yu. From this moment forth, Yi Kaiyuan was to be the head of the Yi family. Written in black and white, this must not merely be spoken. The matriarch Feng forcefully compelled Yi Hong to draft a separation agreement. Of course, Yi Kaiyuan was still expected to fulfill his filial duties, but from now on, the Yi family would be under his command. Feng Qilua awoke, her complexion pale and her breath faint. Yi Kaiyuan had summoned the finest physician in the capital for her, and the matriarch Feng remained vigilantly at Feng Qilua's side. Observing Feng Qilua's delicate demeanor, Yi Kaiyuan was astonished. Was Feng Qilua truly a man? Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed Feng Qilua could be a male. The physician prescribed an antidote, but its potency was so severe that it merely alleviated the symptoms, extending Feng Qilua's life temporarily. Arrow, grandmother will not allow anything to happen to you. I have heard that the treasure pavilion in the capital sells antidote pills. I will procure some for you. The matriarch Feng's eyes glistened with tears. Arrow was her cherished treasure, whom she adored dearly. Feng Qilua shook his head. Grandmother, there is no need. Each person has their own fate. The physician has examined me. I am not in immediate danger. You are of advanced age. Do not burden yourself on my behalf. The matriarch Feng merely nodded repeatedly, yet in her heart, she was determined to save her Arrow. Ruanruan plopped down at the door, her hands continuously peeling peanuts.
system.
Is the antidote pill sold at the treasure pavilion the one I am thinking of? The system, relishing the unfolding drama, responded. The antidote from the treasure pavilion can alleviate common poisons, but it cannot neutralize Feng Qilua's toxin. In fact, consuming it would turn it into a death sentence. The matriarch Feng gasped, nearly losing her breath. Feng Qilua lay on the bed, casting a sidelong glance at the little figure at the door. Ruanruan flashed a grin at Feng Qilua, inwardly gasping, such a tragic fate. I thought surviving the old lady Ye's wrath would alter Feng Qilua's destiny. Yet it seems he is still doomed to die from poison. What a pity! The matriarch Feng was greatly alarmed. How could Arrow possibly perish at the hands of the old lady Yi? Meanwhile, the old lady Yi, busy packing up her belongings, trembled as she clung to Yi Hong's arm, seeking refuge in the side courtyard. She was no match for the matriarch Feng, and preferred to retreat to a quieter place. The matriarch Feng wished to hear more of Ruanruan's thoughts, but the latter continued to snack on peanuts at the door, blissfully unaware. Would her granddaughter still meet her demise? She refused to believe it. She would return to beseech their ancestors for Arrow's longevity, seek a Taoist priest to perform rituals, and scour the entire capital for antidote pills. There had to be a way to save Arrow. Whoever could help her Arrow neutralize the poison would receive her utmost gratitude, with daily offerings and bowing. System, why have you suddenly fallen silent? This is unlike you. The system was contemplating because I just realized how significant Yi Kaiyuan's secrets are. Ruanruan's eyes widened. Is Yi Kaiyuan's secret not yet fully revealed? The system shook its head. Not yet. According to the information I have gathered, only half has been uncovered.
Ruanruan eklemet.
There is still half a secret left. What could it be? The ministers in the courtyard exchanged glances, sighing in unison. The first half of Yi Ren's secrets was already peculiar enough. What could possibly be stranger in the remaining half? Yet the system indicated that they could not yet uncover the rest of Yi Kaiyuan's secrets. They, like the little princess, were anxious. The Right Chancellor then stood up and entered the room, saying, Yi Ren, I see that the situation of your esteemed wife is not favorable. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do everything in my power to assist you. With the Right Chancellor's words, other colleagues also offered their support. Yi Kaiyuan felt deeply moved. She never anticipated that after only 2 days in office, the Right Chancellor and others would be so considerate towards her. Thank you, Chancellor. I will handle Arrow's matters myself. Yi Kaiyuan had firmly resolved that even if it cost her life, she would find the antidote for Arrow. System, if Feng Qilua dies, will Yi Kaiyuan's fate change? The system replied, certainly. It's possible that Yi Kaiyuan might perish alongside him. Yi Ruanruan was displeased, but I do not wish for Feng Qilua to die. Do you have any means to save him? The system responded, I have no method, but you do. Yi Ruanruan perked up her ears. What method? The antidote pill. Yi Ruanruan's eyes lit up. Of course. How could I have not thought of that? The antidote pill sold at the treasure pavilion cannot neutralize Feng Qilua's poison, but the antidote pill in the System S shop is exponentially superior, 1,000 times better than that from the pavilion. It must surely work. Yes, yes, yes. I must buy the antidote pill to save Feng Qilua. Yi Kaiyuan was taken aback. Feng Qilua could be saved. System, look quickly. There's a super antidote pill in the shop. Wow, it's as large as a fist. Ha ha, such a big pill. Its efficacy is evident. Yi Ruanruan was thrilled as she browsed the medicinal items in the shop, discovering an enormous antidote pill, commonly known as the super antidote pill. With a note stating, can neutralize all poisons in the world, consuming one will grant immunity to all toxins. Yi Ruanruan was overjoyed, laughing and clapping her thighs. Determined to exchange for it. The system doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Host, do you see your current quota of value? Yi Ruanruan's eyes widened. Remaining value, 500. Required value, 600. Yi Ruanruan exclaimed, I'm short by 100. Yi Kaiyuan and the ministers were taken aback. Meanwhile, Feng Qilua lay on the bed, half alive. Leisurely watching Yi Ruanruan, his lips twitching. Perhaps it was best to remain here, teetering on the brink of death.
No.
I must save Feng Qilua. System. How many days does he have left? The system replied, the physician prescribed medication. He can last for a month without issue. Yi Ruanruan instantly perked up. Then what are we waiting for? We must find a way to gather more value. The more melons they consume, the more value they will accumulate. In due time, she would exchange for a super antidote pill for Feng Qilua, ensuring he would thrive. Let me check who among the gathered has value. Yi Ruanruan nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. The ministers sitting leisurely on their stools in the courtyard exchanged glances, uncertain of what was about to unfold. Chapter 84. Slapping the malicious grandmother Lord Yi. It is getting late. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, spoke the Vice Minister of Rights. Song Xuanfu waved dismissively at Yi Kaiyuan. My dear lord, there is no need to see us off. Take good care of Lady Yi. As the system completed its detection, Knight Yuan Tian snapped back to reality, finding the courtyard desolate. Stop looking, everyone has left. Knight Yuan Tian wiped the sweat from her brow. The system. Knight Yuan Tian struggled to rise, her petite form standing before Yi Jing. Unsteady on her feet at just over 8 months old. Clinging to Yi Jing's thigh, she made incoherent babbling sounds, successfully capturing his attention. She reached out, seeking to be held. Forget it, let us return to the palace and enjoy some gossip. It seems father has invited numerous concubines to stroll through the garden tonight. There must be fresh tales from the harem. The system. Fresh tales from the harem, how thrilling. Yi Jing lifted Knight Yuan Tian and departed from the Yi residence. Bai Mohan turned back to glance at Yi Kaiyuan every few steps, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. It should be a joyous occasion that Yi Kaiyuan had assumed control of the Yi family, yet he felt a twinge of melancholy.
Sigh.
He must be too bored. He resolved to return and share today's gossip with his father. Later that evening, at the Yi household, Yi Kaiyuan personally ensured Feng Qilua took her medicine and fell asleep before quietly slipping out. Once Yi Kaiyuan left, Feng Qilua slowly opened her eyes. With fair skin and delicate eyelashes, coupled with her ailing condition, she bore the semblance of a frail beauty. After clearing her throat twice, she threw off the brocade quilt and got out of bed. Her maid, tasked with fetching water, was absent. Seeing the courtyard empty, Feng Qilua made her way to the side courtyard. In the side courtyard, old Madame Yi surveyed the desolate and shabby room, a surge of anger welling within her. The side courtyard had long been uninhabited, left in neglect without anyone to clean it, resulting in its dilapidated state. For years, old Madame Yi had wielded significant power within the Yi family. While it might not have been excessively opulent, she was accustomed to a life of comfort. Even the bed she slept on at night was soft. Yet here in the side courtyard, not only was the bedboard broken with a hole, but even the most basic tea kettle was absent. Hunger, I have prepared a list of essentials for you. take it to Kaiyuan and have him send someone to procure them. Although I reside in the side courtyard, I am still his grandmother. He cannot ignore me. I intend to transform this place to be as comfortable as the main courtyard. Clearly, old Madam Yu is unwilling to relinquish control. The matriarch of the Feng family should not interfere in Yi family matters, and now that Feng Qilua had survived, there was no longer a reason for her to endure hardship in the side courtyard. Yi Hong sighed, I understand, mother. I shall go to Kaiyuan and have him arrange it. However, you have requested Ling Yu to come serve you closely. Ling Yu was Yi Kaiyuan's biological mother. In previous years, it had always been Ling Yu caring for old Madame Yi, but due to her domineering and fierce nature, she had often mistreated Ling Yu. Punishments were frequent, with instances of beatings considered trivial. Most notably, old Madame Yi would often impose corporal punishment, making Ling Yu kneel outside in the biting winter cold for an entire night or stand in the sweltering heat for a day. Over time, Ling Yu's frail health deteriorated further, and now she was recuperating in a temple. What? Ling Yu dares not come. As her mother-in-law, I see she has been hiding in the temple for over a month, feigning illness to avoid hardship. Now that I have been relegated to the side courtyard, what is wrong with her serving me? If she does not come, she is unfilial. Yi Hong furrowed his brow. He sensed that the recent power shift within the Yi family was suspicious. He wondered if Kaiyuan was orchestrating something behind the scenes. He wished to uncover the truth without confronting Kaiyuan directly. Very well, you may leave now. I am weary. After Yi Hong departed, the door suddenly swung open. Old Madame Yi, irked, exclaimed, Hong, do you have more business? I sent you to attend to something. Why have you returned? Turning around, she was startled by the presence of the newcomer. Aluo, what brings you here? Feng Qilua, clad in a light green cloak, appeared delicate and frail, her pallid face further obscured by the cloak. Feng Qilua strolled leisurely into the room, surveying her surroundings. Grandmother, suddenly moving from the main courtyard to the side courtyard. Are you not feeling a bit out of sorts? Of course I am not used to it. Are you here to persuade me to return? Aluo, the medicine I administered to you was for your own good. Consider this. You have been married for quite some time, yet have not conceived a child. What will the neighbors say? Over time, they will only spread more scandalous tales. I am merely helping you, do you understand? Feng Qilua's smile was enigmatic, as if the malicious grandmother's manipulation of her granddaughter-in-law was a form of assistance. What nonsense is this? How could I be malicious? How could I manipulate you? You, an elderly woman in your 60s or 70s, extending your reach so far as to meddle in the affairs of your grandchildren. What else could it be called but meddling? Old Madame Yi was rendered speechless. Observing Feng Qilua, she was taken aback. In her memory, Feng Qilua had always been delicate and soft-spoken. This was the first time she had witnessed Feng Qilua speak so assertively, her gaze chillingly frosty. You have grown accustomed to controlling Yi Hong, believing that everyone in the Yi family must bow to your will and be at your beck and call. Is that not so? Old Madame Yi frowned. How you have treated Ling Yu and Kaiyuan over the years. I may have only been in the Yi family for half a year, but I am well aware. Ling Yu has suffered under your tyranny, her life now hanging by a thread. Kaiyuan is dutifully filial towards you, treating you as a beloved grandmother in public. Yet behind your back, you exploit Ling Yu to keep him in check. Old Madame Yi, at your age, how can you see only the power of the Yi family and lack any sense of familial affection or upbringing? Old Madame Yi retorted, who has taught you these words? I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. With a decisive motion, Feng Qilua smashed the teacup in her hand. The cup shattered on the ground, producing a sharp sound that made old Madame Yi quiver and instinctively take a step back. Feng Qilua, however, continued to gaze at her intently, slowly advancing towards her. Without Ling Yu, Kaiyuan would have long severed ties with the Yi family. You know this well. You fear she will become strong-willed, which is why you have been poisoning her all along. But do you comprehend? If Ling Yu were to die, Kaiyuan would be heartbroken, deeply saddened. I will not allow you to do anything that would cause her grief. You. How could I possibly know about Ling Yu's poisoning? Feng Qilua chuckled lightly. Her beauty enchanting. I know far more than you can imagine. Do you know why I have come to see you today? Chapter 85. Two souls. Old Madame Yi felt a sudden surge of fear. Indeed, why had Feng Qilua come to see her? Was it to witness her humiliation? Yet it seemed Feng Qilo was not long for this world either. I am here to inform you of something. What is it? Feng Qiluo's eyes sparkled with mischief. Do you know why I have not conceived for half a year? You and Kaiyuan have not shared a bed? TSK, because I am a man. How could I possibly conceive? Feng Qiluo spoke lightly. What? You claim to be a man. Old madam, ye felt as though struck by lightning. This delicate girl, Feng Qiluo, is actually a man? Someone quick. Someone. You are a man. How could the Yi family possibly marry a man? I shall have you beaten to death. You have tarnished the Yi family's reputation. Feng Qiluo smiled nonchalantly. Let me tell you one more thing. Old Madame Yi. Panic surged within her.
No.
She did not wish to hear. It could not be anything good. Feng Qiluo slowly approached old Madame Yi, whispering softly, What? What did you say? Old Madame Yi's eyes widened as she stared at Feng Qiluo as if gazing upon a ghost. A brilliant night sky was suddenly split by a startling flash of lightning, illuminating the dim room for a fleeting moment. Elderly Madame Yi, unable to withstand the shock, plopped down onto the ground, trembling as she pointed at Feng Qiluo. You are a man, yet a Yuan is a woman?
Ah!
In the courtyard, a maniacal scream erupted unexpectedly. The grandson she had yearned for over a decade was not her grandson, but rather her granddaughter?
Madame Ye fainted.
Feng Qiluo flicked the dust from his garments, his lips curling into a smile. He opened the door, a delicate expression gracing his face, and gazed in the direction of the main courtyard. A Yuan, fear not, for I am here to shield you from anyone who dares to bully you. Those who dare to harm you shall pay dearly. Feng Qiluo cast a sidelong glance at the nearly lifeless Madame Yi on the ground. His a Yuan, he would protect her with utmost diligence. Over the past decade, a Yuan had endured much hardship, bearing far too great a burden. Henceforth, he would assist in alleviating her trials. Do you presume that by dealing with an elderly woman and seizing control of the household, she would accept you? Within the darkness, a different voice resonated from within Feng Qiluo's being. Despite his lips remaining sealed, that voice emerged, as if another soul resided within him. The corners of Feng Qiluo's mouth, adorned with a gentle smile, curled ever higher. That old hag deserves to suffer. The mirth in his expression deepened, while a growing malice flickered in his eyes. You have always known that Yi Kaiyuan is a woman. When do you intend to confess this truth to her? Feng Qiluo replied. My affairs are of no concern to you. Are you truly worried that Yi Kaiyuan, upon discovering your male identity, would distance herself from you? Feng Qiluo retorted. You are quite loquacious. I merely remind you not to forget your purpose in approaching Yi Kaiyuan. You are currently poisoned, with but 7 days to live. You must seek the little princess to devise a remedy. That little girl is a treasure, possessing antidote pills. Today, Feng Qiluo had indeed heard the whispers of the night, and found it quite wondrous. Your meddling is unnecessary. Feng Qiluo was unperturbed by the presence of the other voice within him. After all, if he were to perish, that voice would vanish as well, and it desired life far more than he did. If you do not hasten to find a cure, I shall emerge to threaten you. Feng Qiluo's gaze darkened suddenly. You dare. Withdraw. That voice seemed to heed his command, fading into silence. As the night deepened, Yi Kaiyuan returned to her chamber. Finding Feng Qiluo seated on the bed, looking weak and weary, she personally brought over a bowl of medicinal broth. Luo, it's time to take your medicine. Feng Qiluo looked at Yi Kaiyuan with a pitiful expression. You must feed me. Yi Kaiyuan was taken aback. Feng Qiluo was poisoned, yet not incapacitated. Why should she feed him? She felt somewhat out of her depth. After all, their relationship had primarily been that of friends. In fact, their shared meals over the past 6 months could be counted on one hand. Shouldn't a husband care for his wife, especially when she was poisoned and felt as if she might perish at any moment? Yi Kaiyuan felt a sense of relief. It seemed Feng Qiluo was still unaware of her true identity. Thankfully, the little princess had not mentioned it today, otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing for her. Yi Kaiyuan scooped a spoonful of thick, dark medicinal liquid, blew gently on it, and offered it to Feng Qiluo's lips. He pursed his lips slightly, but obediently drank it down. It was bitter. Yi Kaiyuan had prepared candied fruit in advance and handed one to Feng Qiluo. Had she not known his identity beforehand, in this moment, He appeared just like a delicate young lady, utterly helpless. This incident is my fault. Rest assured. I will find a way to help you with the poison. Yi Kaiyuan resolved to seek the little princess for aid, but needed a suitable excuse. Though the emperor had not explicitly forbidden them from discussing the little princess's whispers, Yi Kaiyuan understood the severe consequences if the matter were to leak among the officials. Young master. The steward rushed in, clearly in a hurry. What matter is so urgent? Something has happened in the courtyard. What could possibly happen at this hour? Grandmother just moved to the courtyard today, and now there is trouble. She must be stirring up trouble again. If it weren't for the shackles of filial duty binding her, she would have severed ties with her father and grandmother long ago. The old lady has suffered a stroke. Yi Kaiyuan. The steward, thinking Yi Kaiyuan had not understood, explained. Tonight, upon returning to the courtyard, the old lady was found unconscious on the ground. A doctor has already been summoned, and she has suffered a stroke. Her mouth and eyes askew, unable to articulate, lying in bed, paralyzed. I understand. You may leave now. Yi Kaiyuan was quite surprised by this news. Her grandmother had always been vigorous. How could she suddenly suffer a stroke? Good. Let her spend her twilight years in the courtyard. My dear, your grandmother is ill. Should I not go and check on her? Feng Qilua's voice was soft, a fleeting smile dancing in his eyes. Yi Kaiyuan scrutinized him, her gaze flickering. Your health is in such a state. What use is it to see her? After all, she is an elder. It is only proper to show my face during her illness. Otherwise, rumors may arise, and I would be ridiculed by others. Yi Kaiyuan's lips twitched slightly. Did Feng Qilua truly care about the opinions of others? Let us wait until tomorrow. You should rest and recover first. If you wish to go, then go. Very well. The two had always slept in separate rooms. After Yi Kaiyuan fed Feng Qilua the medicine and watched him settle into sleep, she exited the chamber. Once she departed, Feng Qilua opened his eyes, fully awake. Chapter 86. Poisoning himself so severely. In truth, he had never been asleep. Yi Kaiyuan did not return to her own room, but instead headed to the duke's residence. Bai Mohan had been feeling lethargic all day, unable to pinpoint the reason for his discontent, yet feeling quite miserable nonetheless. He sat atop the roof, legs crossed, resting his head on his hands, gazing at the starry sky, when suddenly Yi Kaiyuan's face appeared in his mind. Young Master Yi, there is no light in your young master's room. It seems he has already retired. Shall we not wait until tomorrow? The steward murmured softly. Yi Kaiyuan noted that the room was indeed dark. Bai Mohan had gone to bed unusually early. Very peculiar. Well, I shall return tomorrow. Just as Yi Kaiyuan turned to leave, a loud crash echoed.
Ouch.
That hurt. The steward asked, who is there? Yi Kaiyuan inquired. What was that noise? The steward, equally perplexed, recalled that the duke's residence was the safest of places. Remembering yesterday's incident with Yang Haisheng attempting to infiltrate the duke's residence with ill intentions towards the old lady, the steward had even handed Yi Kaiyuan a stick for protection. Young Master Yi is too handsome. He requires protection against wolves far more than I do. It's me. Why are you wielding a weapon? Bai Mohan, covered in dirt, limped forward. He had heard that Yi Kaiyuan was coming, and in a moment of distraction, had tumbled down from the roof. What an embarrassment! In the dim light of the night, Yi Kaiyuan recognized him. Brother Bai, weren't you asleep?
Sleep?
I was stargazing on the roof. Then how did you fall?
Oh.
It's nothing. I must have dozed off for a moment and lost my balance. Bai Mohan certainly would not reveal the truth to Yi Kaiyuan. He suddenly realized that tonight, he had felt a bit of longing for Yi Kaiyuan. How absurd! Yi Kaiyuan was his dear brother, and now he was married. The adage that one must not covet a friend's wife echoed in his mind. Although he and Feng Qilua were not friends, Yi Kaiyuan remained a married woman. What absurd thoughts was he entertaining? By the way, did you seek me for something important today? Yi Kaiyuan replied, Indeed, it is of great significance. Bai Mohan's curiosity was piqued. What is this great matter? Bai Mohan dismissed the steward, leaving only Yi Kaiyuan and himself in the courtyard. Now that we are alone, please speak freely. Bai Mohan assumed a serious demeanor, pondering whether something had transpired within the Yi family. Having known Yi Kaiyuan for quite some time, he was aware that regardless of the magnitude of the issue, Yi Kaiyuan typically shouldered all burdens alone, never once troubling him. It was only in the face of a significant event that this woman would seek him out. I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Brother Bai. Today, at the Yi residence, did you happen to observe anything concerning the little princess? Brother Bai, I mean no offense. I merely seek clarity on a particular incident. For when the little princess ventured outside, I was preoccupied with addressing a Luo's poisoning, confined to the room with my father and grandmother, and could not step out. However, I did catch wind of several ministers discussing this matter as they departed. I felt too awkward to approach them, so I thought to consult you instead. Did you indeed witness anything? Yi Kaiyuan lowered his gaze, responding, Indeed, what transpired today is rather perplexing. Although a Luo is the victim, I can't shake the feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye. Bai Mohan frowned, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Would you be willing to share what you witnessed? Initially, Bai Mohan had no intention of divulging this matter to Yi Kaiyuan. Regardless of Feng Qiluo's actions, they were wed and thus constituted a couple. To criticize Feng Qiluo's deeds in front of Yi Kaiyuan would be akin to gossiping behind a woman's back, a pursuit he found beneath him. Yet, if Yi Kaiyuan harbored suspicions, the situation would take on a different nature entirely. Should I be frank? Bai Mohan inquired. Yi Kaiyuan nodded, stating, Given the circumstances, I sought you out precisely to elucidate the matter. I observed your grandmother administering poison into your teacup. When Feng Qiluo returned to the room, she lifted your cup to drink, but just as it reached her lips, she paused. After inhaling the aroma, she detected the poison within and poured the tea out of the window. Yi Kaiyuan was taken aback. So, Feng Qiluo did not consume that tea? Bai Mohan confirmed. She did not. However, Feng Qiluo was poisoned. How could that be? Upon returning to her room, she poured herself another cup of water, then produced a packet of powder from her bosom, mixing it in and drinking it herself. Subsequently, she wrote a secret letter and entrusted it to her personal maid to deliver back to the Feng family, to the matriarch. After that, you burst into the room to find her sprawled across the table. You are aware of the events that followed. Yi Kaiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Thus, the poison was self-administered by Feng Qiluo? Indeed, Bai Mohan replied, along with the 8th prince and the entire court, who were left utterly astonished by this revelation. The turmoil within the Yi family had revealed that Feng Qiluo, the so-called victim, had orchestrated the entire affair. While the matriarch had indeed poisoned Feng Qiluo, the poison was not lethal. Feng Qiluo had merely exacerbated the situation, turning it to her advantage and rendering herself severely affected. Although Yi Kaiyuan could not ascertain the contents of the letter, a brief moment of contemplation led him to the conclusion that the matriarch of the Feng family had arrived with impeccable timing. After her arrival, she had continually discussed the matter of separating from the family without any urgency to rescue Feng Qiluo. It seemed the matriarch was already aware of Feng Qiluo's self-directed performance. Yet, in this elaborate charade, the one most injured was not Feng Qiluo, but rather the malevolent grandmother. I understand now, Brother Bai. Thank you for your insight. I shall take my leave. As Yi Kaiyuan prepared to depart, Bai Mohan hesitated, for at this juncture, both he and Yi Kaiyuan comprehended the deeper implications. Feng Qiluo was not as innocent as she appeared. On the contrary, her cunning was profound. Bai Mohan held no personal connection to Feng Qiluo and thus was indifferent to her character. However, upon reflection, he considered that Feng Qiluo's actions might be aimed at aiding Yi Kaiyuan in eliminating the wicked matriarch. If that were the case, then Feng Qiluo was indeed assisting Yi Kaiyuan. Yet, whether her marriage into the Yi family was motivated by her feelings for him or a more ulterior motive remained a conundrum for Bai Mohan. I am aware of your thoughts, Brother Bai. I shall remain vigilant, Yi Kaiyuan remarked as he left the duke's residence. His mind preoccupied as he headed toward the Yi family estate. He understood that Feng Qiluo's intentions extended beyond merely confronting her grandmother. Feng Qiluo, what is it that you truly seek? The following day, Ruanruan took a stroll in the small garden. How could a child who cannot walk venture into the May forest? This was thanks to the 6th prince's dog, Snowball. Their relationship had evolved from adversaries to one of superior and subordinate, with Ruanruan being the superior, of course. It remained a mystery how the little one communicated with Snowball. After her morning milk, Ruanruan was carried by Snowball into the May forest, where they lay in wait to observe the unfolding drama. Chapter 87. The Little Princess Faints. Seated in the May forest, Ruanruan's small pocket was filled with several hawthorn cookies. System. We have been sitting here for ages. Where are my father's charming courtiers? It is nearly noon, and I am about to turn into jerky. No one anticipated that Ruanruan sat there waiting for the emperor's consorts to arrive and indulge in gossip. She needed 100 pieces of gossip to exchange for a super detox pill. Fear not, are they not approaching? The system replied. Ruanruan perked up instantly, raising her little head to gaze into the distance.
Wow.
Colorful beauties. Let me count how many there are. 3. Ha ha ha, they say 3 women make a play. System. Check quickly to see who among those 3 has the gossip. As Lu Marin, Mei Guerin, and Li Pin arrived at the May forest, they heard Ruanruan's voice. Where is the little princess? They wondered, glancing left and right in unison, yet failing to catch sight of Ruanruan. The legendary 9th princess was said to be quite the remarkable child. It was rumored that she was a marvelous being, but none of them had dared to utter a word of it in the palace, fearing that any rumor might reach the emperor's ears and lead to their downfall. The only reason they had heard tales of the 9th princess's extraordinary nature was during family visits, when they overheard their fathers discussing her in court. Of course, some of the consorts' fathers were not officials in the court, yet that did not diminish the marvelous rumors surrounding the 9th princess in the minds of the court's officials.
System.
Why are the 3 of them just standing there in silence, staring at something? Ruanruan felt anxious for the trio. Why don't they come closer? The nearer they are, the more information I shall gather, and the juicier the gossip will be. Host, this is the May forest, naturally. They are admiring the flowers and scenery, the system explained. But I can't shake the feeling they're searching for something, Ruanruan countered. The 3 women were not merely searching, they were indeed in pursuit of something. Mei Guerin, with her keen eyesight, spotted a small figure in the May forest.
Today,
Ruanruan wore a bright red floral coat, blending seamlessly into the plum blossoms beneath her. Had one not looked closely, they might have missed her entirely. Li Pin tugged at Mei Guerin's sleeve. Is the 9th princess truly here? They had all heard her declare her desire for gossip moments prior. Of course, it revolves around gossip, they thought. Clearly, one among them would be singled out for the tales. The 3 exchanged glances, each uncertain about the gossip they possessed, while the supposedly all-knowing little princess appeared to know everything. Should she choose one of them, they feared they would be stripped bare of their secrets. Without hesitation, the 3 turned and fled. Although they were curious about each other's secrets, they were equally anxious about being the subject of the 9th princess's revelations. For their safety, discretion was the better part of valor. System. Why did all 3 of them leave? Were they not here to admire the flowers? The blossoms are at their most beautiful here. Why did they not even glance back before departing? The system was utterly perplexed, having never encountered such a situation. The flower viewing had scarcely commenced before it abruptly concluded. Indeed, how could they? At the very least, they ought to have admired the blossoms before departing. Knight Ruanruan lamented, her frustration palpable, akin to a deflated balloon. I refuse to believe that I cannot procure a delectable fruit today, she insisted. The system reassured her. With my presence, you shall undoubtedly savor something, be it a grand or modest fruit. After all, wherever there are people, there will be fruits to enjoy. Knight Ruanruan resolved to persevere this time. In the plum grove, she waited and waited, from noon until the afternoon, and from the afternoon until sunset. Noticing her silence, the system prodded her gently. Host, are you not hungry? We have waited all day, yet there is no one in this rear garden today. Hadn't His Majesty promised to host a flower viewing gathering with the concubines in the rear palace? Knight Ruanruan remained silent. The system sensed something amiss. Oh no. Knight Ruanruan, how could you have fainted? This was dire. The host had fainted from hunger while yearning for fruit. In the Lioli Palace, Chun Fei had spent the entire day searching for Knight Ruanruan, growing increasingly frantic. Liang Fei happened to visit the Lioli Palace to see Chun Fei, and they had been enjoying each other's company that very morning. Liang Fei even had lunch with Chun Fei in the Lioli Palace. By afternoon, both ladies were in a state of despair. Knight Ruanruan was nowhere to be found. Hadn't His Majesty come by in the morning and not taken the 9th princess with him? Liang Fei was astonished. The maid, Tao Tao, replying to Lady Liang. I did not see His Majesty take the little princess away. He merely came to check on her. However, it appeared that the 9th princess was not in the room at that time. Seeing you and Lady Chun engaged in lively conversation, His Majesty did not inquire further and departed. Chun Fei was already beside herself with worry. Liang Fei was equally distraught. His Majesty had not taken her away, nor had the 8th prince entered the palace. Where could Knight Yuan have gone? Was she abducted from the palace? Sister, let us not panic. The 9th princess is favored by the emperor. No one would dare to steal her away. Liang Fei attempted to comfort Chun Fei. That child had the ability to express her thoughts and knew many secrets. Although the emperor had ordered that no one disclose this matter, there would inevitably be those who might harbor ill will toward the young girl, and in a worst-case scenario, might even resort to unspeakable actions. Chun Fei was horrified at the thought. Liang Fei was also terrified, privately considering that Chun Fei's fears were not entirely unfounded. However, at this critical juncture, she knew she must not lead Chun Fei to dwell on such dark possibilities. Let us search. Sister Chun Fei, I shall accompany you. Or perhaps we should seek out His Majesty and enlist his help in finding Yuan. With a pale face and silent tears, Chun Fei understood that she must remain strong. She rose unsteadily from the ground, declaring, I will go find His Majesty. Just as she exited the grand hall, Shueqiu returned, wagging its tail and biting onto Chun Fei's garment. You know where Yuan is? Chun Fei inquired. Shueqiu barked twice. Quickly, take me to her. Chun Fei was frantic. Upon finding Knight Yuan, Chun Fei was taken aback. The little girl lay face down amidst a cluster of plum blossoms. Having fainted. She's coming, Yuan Bao, your mother is here. The system's voice broke with emotion. This was the first time Chun Fei had heard the system cry. Knight Yuan was roused from her slumber, instinctively suckling a milk bottle. The system sighed in relief. Yuan Bao, you have finally awakened. Knight Yuan noticed Chun Fei and Liang Fei gazing at her with concern. Her mother's eyes were red-rimmed, and Liang Fei was discreetly wiping away tears. Remembering her fainting from hunger, Knight Yuan silently raised her hands to cover her face, yet the milk bottle remained clutched in her mouth.
Yuan Bao.
Why are you covering your face? The system inquired. Chapter 88. Has His Majesty gained wealth, or is he infatuated? Knight Yuan sighed. How embarrassing it is for me, a dignified person, to have fainted from merely wanting to eat fruit. How can I face anyone now? The system replied, Indeed, it is somewhat shameful. Chun Fei and Liang Fei remained speechless. Knight Yuan was ravenous, having consumed an entire bottle of milk. The little girl patted her now round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Sister Chun Fei, the moonlight outside is quite lovely. Shall I take the little princess for a stroll by Moonlight Lake? Liang Fei suggested. Chun Fei agreed, for although Knight Yuan was already over 8 months old, she had rarely ventured within the rear palace, spending most of her time with the emperor. Chun Fei had long wished to spend more time with the little girl, but had yet to find the opportunity. Liang Fei, having only the 8th prince, found him grown and no longer in need of her concern. Conversely, she had developed quite an affection for Knight Yuan. I shall join you, Liang Fei exclaimed with delight. It has been ages since we last enjoyed an outing. After all, His Majesty would likely not summon them during this period. Liang Fei relished the tranquility. When Knight Yuan heard they were going out to play, she danced with joy, wishing she could sprout wings and fly away. Upon arriving at the pavilion by Moonlight Lake, the trio heard peals of laughter coming from not far away. Knight Yuan looked around and finally spotted 3 or 4 figures approaching along a narrow path. Judging by their attire, they were undoubtedly concubines from the rear palace. She rubbed her little hands together. Oh my, what fortune to accompany mother out. Look, for concubines are coming. The system felt a bit embarrassed. You seem more excited to see these concubines than your father is to see his women. Chun Fei and Liang Fei couldn't help but smile. Knight Yuan candidly remarked, My father is drawn to them for their beauty, while I am drawn to the fruit they possess. Just then, the emperor of the Qianqing dynasty happened to walk by and pondered, when has he ever been attracted to their beauty? It is all for the sake of the Qian dynasty's progeny, after all. Ahem, your majesty? Chun Fei had not anticipated the emperor's silent arrival. Liang Fei promptly bowed in greeting. The emperor settled himself in the pavilion and waved his hand. Please take a seat. I had intended to invite you all to the garden yesterday, but I was too occupied. It seems serendipity has brought us here today. The emperor's gaze fell upon the little knight Ruanruan, who sat on the steps, her round form clad in a bright red floral jacket, appearing both plump and endearing. He had heard about her fainting incident today. Throughout the day, he had been in the study, attending to state affairs while listening to the discussions in the Songxian mansion regarding the fruits of the Yi family. He had found it quite entertaining. After finishing his fruit and business, he discovered it was dark and received news of Knight Ruanruan's mishap. Knight Ruanruan rested her chin in her hands, turning her gaze toward the emperor. System. Why does it seem to me that my father is smiling broadly? Has he struck it rich, or is he simply infatuated? The emperor merely blinked. The system replied, he is indeed infatuated. Knight Ruanruan regarded the emperor with curiosity. Your Majesty, you are here? As they conversed, the 4 concubines approached, bowing respectfully to the emperor, who smiled warmly, inviting them to rise. Such vibrant flowers and willows, each one more beautiful than the last. My father is indeed fortunate in his amorous pursuits, truly deserving of the title of a scoundrel. The emperor paused momentarily, sipping his tea, wondering if she was complimenting him. It certainly did not seem so. Host, take a guess. Among these 4, who possesses the most delectable fruit? Upon hearing the mention of fruit, Knight Ruanruan instantly perked up. The 4 concubines exchanged glances. The emperor signaled for them to remain seated, since there are no pressing matters. Let us enjoy some tea together. You sisters must have not seen each other in quite some time. Chun Fei and Liang Fei. Please engage with them. The 4 concubines immediately took their seats beside Chun Fei and Liang Fei. In this group of 6, naturally, Chun Fei and Liang Fei held the highest status. The 4 concubines eagerly sought to curry favor with them, especially since the emperor was present, and they knew they must display a facade of harmony. Ruanruan surveyed the surroundings and mused, is it the one in the red dress? She certainly stands out, resembling a newlywed bride, so festive.
Hongpin im the
The system pondered. Let me rephrase the question. Among these 4 individuals, who do you find most extraordinary? Why ask about extraordinary things when we're merely enjoying the gossip?
Ruanruan retorted.
The system replied, you seem rather uninformed. Did you not hear that a new consort arrived at the palace last month, capturing your father's favor? While her beauty may not be striking, she possesses remarkable skills, making her quite extraordinary. The entire harem buzzed with rumors, almost elevating her to the status of a goddess. Your father is deeply intrigued by her, and she is likely to become his favored consort.
Oh.
If the one you speak of isn't the lady in red, then it must be the one in green? Ruanruan queried. The system urged, can't you pay a bit more attention to the beauty in white? Since you've revealed it, what more is there for me to say?
Ruanruan replied.
The system responded, isn't this information drawn from your own inquiries? Ruanruan, eager for more gossip, pressed. Then tell me, what makes this Lu beauty so extraordinary? How is she able to captivate my father to such an extent? The group turned their gaze toward Lu Marin, who stood at the back of the crowd, clad in white, exuding an air of purity and serenity that rendered her almost pitiful. Even Ruanruan found herself stealing glances at her. At that moment, a bird fluttered down from the sky, landing on Lu Marin's shoulder. Hongpin exclaimed, Sister, the little bird has come to play with you again. You truly are a person of good fortune. Lu Marin gently stroked the bird on her shoulder and smiled softly.
Good.
With that touch, the bird nestled in her arms and fell asleep. Liang Fei was astounded, realizing that the rumors circulating in the harem were indeed true. Previously, she had thought them exaggerated, but witnessing it firsthand was simply astonishing. The whispers had suggested that Lu Marin was perhaps the reincarnation of a goddess. Emperor Qianqing gazed at Lu Marin, equally perplexed. The palace was not devoid of beautiful women, each employing various means to vie for favor. Yet, Lu Marin never contended for attention. He had merely caught a glimpse of her extraordinary abilities, finding her enigmatic and subsequently focusing his attention on her for several days, even examining her talents closely. However, he had yet to share a bed with her, preferring to observe her remarkable skills instead. To the other consorts, Lu Marin appeared to be the one favored by divine grace. Host, did you see that? Any animal touched by Lu Marin instantly falls asleep. Is it not remarkable? The system remarked. Ruanruan, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, does she possess the ability to communicate with animals? Not at all, the system clarified. Then how does she do it?
Ruanruan preset, intrigued.
If she does not understand animal language, yet can induce sleep with a mere touch, that is indeed extraordinary. The system explained. Liang Fei, lacking subtlety, stepped closer to observe, confirming that indeed, the bird was fast asleep. Lu Marin, how can this little bird awaken?
She asked.
Lu Marin lowered her head and replied, it will awaken at my call. How marvelous! Liang Fei exclaimed. Lu Marin then looked at the sleeping bird in her palm and softly uttered, you may wake now. The bird fluttered its wings and began to flit about the garden. A goddess! Liang Fei marveled. Even Chun Fei praised her, declaring her truly extraordinary. Seeing Chun Fei and Liang Fei delighted, Hong Pin seized the opportunity to interject, Your Highnesses. Lu Marin's talents extend beyond merely lulling birds to sleep. She can induce slumber in other creatures as well. Fish, cats, dogs, any animal she touches falls into a deep sleep. We have witnessed it before, haven't we, Your Majesty? Hong Pin glanced at Emperor Qianqing, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Among them, Hong Pin was the most talkative, naturally drawing the emperor's attention. Ruanruan mused, it seems the consorts in the harem all believe Lu Marin to be the reincarnation of a goddess. System. What did you mean when you mentioned Lu Marin has a significant secret? I know why Lu Marin is so extraordinary, the system replied. Does it mean she truly is a goddess reincarnated? Ruanruan asked, her curiosity piqued. The system shook its head, not all. She bears no resemblance to a goddess. Ruanruan pressed on. If she doesn't understand animal language and isn't a goddess reincarnated, how does she manage to make all the animals she touches fall asleep? Even I cannot achieve that. She merely speaks to them in a threatening manner. If you do not obey, I shall take your food. Ruanruan's inquiry struck a chord with everyone present, especially Emperor Qianqing. You certainly cannot, for you do not mistreat those animals, the system replied. Ruanruan gasped. What? Mistreat animals? The reason Lu Marin can make animals sleep instantly is not due to any extraordinary quality she possesses, but rather because she has been secretly mistreating them. Animals have stress responses. Take that little bird, for instance. Lu Marin had raised it long before entering the palace. Do you know why the bird chose to land on her rather than anyone else? It is because the red pouch she wears is dyed with the blood of the bird's parents, utilizing their essence to draw the bird near. After that, she subjected the poor creature to various abuses, even plucking its feathers, which have only now begun to regrow. Ruanruan exclaimed, Oh no! Could that little bird not escape? Captive birds know nothing of freedom. They only understand that if they do not obey, they may face the same fate as the larger birds, plucked alive or have their necks twisted and choked, the system explained. Ruanruan scowled. Lu Marin is truly twisted. The system sighed. This is not even the most twisted part. Have you noticed Lu Marin's beautiful lip color? Is it also dyed with animal blood?
Ruanruan inhuited.
Indeed. Though Lu Marin appears delicate, she has a penchant for the macabre. Previously, Hong Pin had a cat in the palace, which later went missing. In truth, Lu Marin had stealthily taken it away, subsequently disemboweling it to obtain its heart's blood, which she used to create rouge, believing it to be the most vibrant and pure color. Just yesterday, she gifted a box of this rouge to Hong Pin, made from the heart's blood of Hong Pin's beloved pet. Hong Pin, who had been smiling and preparing to relish the gossip, suddenly turned pale. She staggered back, letting out a piercing scream. What has happened to Hong Pin? Chun Fei asked, helping her to her feet. Hong Pin clutched Chun Fei's hand, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Sister Chun Fei, I think I just saw my beloved pet, the cat I used to raise. You remember it went missing a few days ago. Hong Pin, calm down. That cat was left to me by my mother before she passed, when she came to see me one last time. Oh, it just vanished. I know it must be dead. Hong Pin cried, her voice hoarse. She glared at Lu Marin, who appeared cold and unfeeling. Yet, Lu Marin feigned sorrow, tears streaming down her face as she implored, Your Majesty. Emperor Qianqing snapped back to reality. gazing at the pitiful Lu Marin, whose lips were even stained with cat blood.
Ugh.
The emperor could hardly suppress his revulsion. Oh, poor father. When he embraces Lu Marin, will he not feel nauseous and want to vomit? Emperor Qianqing shuddered. He had never embraced Lu Marin, nor had he had the opportunity to share a bed with her. He had been too busy these past few days to even consider such matters. Thank goodness he learned the truth today. Host, do not fret. Your father has merely shared a bed with Lu Marin without any further intimacy, and she is yet to truly serve him. Ruanruan sighed in relief. Thank goodness. My father remains untainted. Oh, but there's more to the tale regarding your father and Lu Marin that is even more shocking. The Qianqing emperor felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. How could it get worse? What more could there be regarding him and Lu Marin? He gripped the teacup tightly. What else was there? The red concubine could no longer hold back her tears, engrossed in the gossip. Enough! Lu Marin suddenly shouted. Ruanruan glanced at her. What on earth? Has Lu Marin lost her mind? The Qianqing emperor glared at her, asking, Lu Marin, what madness has possessed you again? Did I not summon a royal physician for you just the other day? Is your ailment still not resolved? It seems I must seek a new doctor. Lu Marin shook her head, insisting, No, your majesty, I am perfectly well. Ruanruan sighed. I am all too familiar with this scenario. Typically, those who are ill refuse to acknowledge their condition. It is evident that aside from her psychological issues, Lu Marin's physical health is also in decline. Lu Marin protested. I am not ill. Moments later, the physician was summoned. He restrained Lu Marin's arm and administered an injection. The pain rendered her face pale, and, crucially, she could not utter a sound. This injection effectively rendered her mute. Your Majesty, Lu Marin's emotions are too agitated. I shall give her a few more injections. And she will be fine, Physician Zhang remarked, showcasing his keen insight, evidently learned from the right chancellor. The little princess was present. Lu Marin's cries indicated that she certainly had a juicy secret to share. Physician Zhang relished working under the watchful eyes of the little princess. Not only could he perform his duties but also indulge in the gossip. While Lu Marin is still at the palace, you should quickly divulge any more scandalous affairs between her and your father. System. Please refrain from retching when I reveal this. Ruanruan. Retch?
What?
Could it be that Lu Marin, while your father slumbers, has forced him to consume excrement? Chapter 90. The scandalous interplay between the imperial court and the harem.
Uft.
The corners of the Qianqing emperor's mouth twitched. The system felt embarrassed. I can't believe you would conceive such a thought. The concubines murmured. The little princess dares to think and speak so freely. The system continued. However, it is certainly not what you presume. Each time your father falls asleep, Lu Marin rises and, using a brush, applies various animal blood, cat, dog, bird, snake, sourced from her hidden stash, from his neck down to his feet. Afterward, she uses a clean cloth dipped in fresh water to wipe it off, placing the blood into another basin. Ruanruan questioned, What on earth is she doing? Lu Marin believes that by collecting this blood, it absorbs the imperial dragon energy. She thinks the rouge crafted from such blood will be more fragrant and effective. But won't your father notice? Won't he wake up? The system replied, speechless. Of course, Lu Marin must have burned soothing incense to lull your father into a deep slumber. Ruanruan felt a chill run down her spine, accompanied by a wave of nausea. I can't bear to think of my father being covered in blood. It's too gruesome. The system had more to share. There's still more. The Qianqing emperor's heart raced. He could scarcely endure this revelation. There's more? The various concubines, the pure concubine and the good concubine, had begun to cover their faces in shock. Lu Marin clung to a pillar, shaking her head as she wept. Ruanruan shook her head. What more could there be? Lu Marin mixed the blood infused with the imperial dragon energy into red tea and served it to the empress and the esteemed concubines of the harem. Naturally, the largest portion was reserved for your father. At that time, he praised the vibrant color and unique flavor of the tea, which is precisely what he is about to drink from the cup in his hand, Lu Marin's homemade red tea. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Ruanruan could no longer restrain herself. She retched and expelled the milk she had consumed during her stroll. The pure concubine quickly scooped her up, calling Ruanbao. The other concubines fell into a heavy silence. Good heavens! To have dared to drug the emperor was one thing, but to use him as a human specimen was beyond comprehension. The physician discreetly stood aside, observing Lu Marin, who was rendered speechless, and marveled at the grotesque nature hidden beneath her seemingly innocent beauty. The Qianqing emperor rubbed his temples in distress. The pure concubine hastily took Ruanruan away. As Ruanruan continued to retch, she heard her father slam his hand on the table in outrage, exclaiming, "This is utterly preposterous." Ruanruan thought to herself, "What is father so incensed?" The pure concubine hurriedly carried her away. Goodness, let us flee quickly. After all, the scandal has been revealed. Next, the emperor is sure to be in a furious rage. The Qianqing emperor felt overwhelmingly nauseated. What a heartless, perverse woman. Into the cold palace with her. With a furious command, he shattered the teacup and kicked over a stone table. Lu Marin wailed loudly. Upon hearing this, several concubines turned pale, all hastening back to their quarters to vomit. They had consumed that tea too. Lu Marin was utterly twisted. Not even human. The physician was left astounded. In all his years, he had never heard of such an absurdity. That night, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the harem. All the concubines suffered from severe stomach ailments, each one more wretched than the last. It was said that the empress experienced the worst of it. Upon learning that her most cherished rouge was concocted from blood mixed with the emperor's sweat and body fragrance, she nearly fainted. From this day forth, no private gift-giving shall be permitted in the harem. Should any concubine dare to offer gifts recklessly, I shall ensure they are punished. This decree swiftly reached Lioli Palace. Both the good concubine and the pure concubine received gifts from Lu Marin. However, neither had dared to use them, nor had they even opened them.
Now,
with the empress establishing rules, it was indeed a favorable turn for the concubines in the harem. The good concubine remarked that otherwise, the atmosphere in the harem would deteriorate further. Many of the newly arrived maidens lacked the means to present gifts and were often exploited. Indeed, the palace required some regulations. The empress's intervention was a welcome change. The pure concubine smiled warmly as she glanced at the little girl who had just finished retching and had finally fallen asleep. The pure concubine thought to herself, "This little one has certainly chosen the right moment to indulge in gossip, bringing a refreshing breeze to the harem." The following day, Ruanruan had spent the entire day in a daze, retching and sleeping, which led to the Qianqing emperor not taking her to court that morning, as he noticed she was unwell. In the evening, "What? You say there is still a shocking secret hidden within the harem." After a night and day of vomiting, she was now so hungry she felt faint. Yet, to comfort her, the system relayed this intriguing piece of news while she sipped milk, feeling unwell. Ruanruan gulped down the milk. "Host, where are you going?" Ruanruan poked her head out from under the covers, her hair a wild mess. But she had no time to care, slipping out from under the bed. "What else?" "I am off to the harem for more gossip." Ruanruan had no doubts about the system's words. If it was deemed shocking, it certainly was not an ordinary tale. Ruanruan felt a thrill of anticipation. The system called out to her. "It's dark. There may be people in the harem." "You have a point." Ruanruan recalled yesterday's unsuccessful attempt. After waiting for ages, she had finally encountered 3 concubines, only for them to flee before she could even see their faces. Alas. "My dear host, do not be anxious. I have just inquired and discovered that there are indeed intriguing matters within the court, which intriguingly intertwine with the harem." Even the system could not contain its excitement. "Is my father's head once again adorned with greenery?" Just as the Qianqing emperor entered. "The court and the harem? What does that imply? Could it be that yet another minister is entangled with his concubine? What on earth has been transpiring these past few days?" Just as peace was finally restored in the court, the harem has begun to stir up trouble once more. It seems it is only he who is being subjected to this chaos. The system refuted. No. The sort of scandal involving ministers and concubines engaging in secret affairs can only be deemed trivial. It bears no resemblance to the explosive nature of this latest revelation. Not a scandal of infidelity. Then is it a rebellion? The system cryptically replied, No, neither of those. Knight Ruanruan was utterly captivated by curiosity. After all, When the court and harem are linked, it typically signifies either infidelity or treason. If it is neither of these, then what could it possibly be? The Qianqing emperor could hardly contain himself. He racked his brain for a considerable time, but could not fathom what sort of news the system was alluding to. So anxious was he that he barely touched his dinner, instead carrying Knight Yuan to the imperial study. He contemplated whether to reschedule tomorrow's morning court to this evening. Chapter 91. What news, what news? The pursuit of gossip seems quite a commotion. Nevertheless, for the sake of uncovering the truth, a little uproar is permissible. Thus, the Qianqing emperor summoned several ministers whom he deemed particularly important to the imperial study to discuss state affairs. Upon receiving the news, the ministers were quite agitated, exclaiming in excitement. Previously, their visits to the imperial study had been rather composed, but ever since they learned that the little princess was present, they nearly wished to sleep there with their bedding. Upon arrival, they indeed found the little princess there. However, the Right Chancellor noticed that today's imperial study had an unusual ambience. The entire atmosphere and arrangement appeared rather refreshing. In the vast study, not a single red flower adorned the space. It was certainly not arranged this way before. It seemed they had undoubtedly missed some significant news. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have made such a conspicuous alteration. With a mere glance, the Qianqing emperor had the three ministers seated in a row. He observed Knight Yuan nestled on her little bed in the corner of the study. Why is the little one not conversing with the system? Thus, the ministers who were privy to the gossip could not include these three. Eunuch Fu specifically served tea to the three ministers. The Right Chancellor glanced down and gasped. Green tea? Wasn't His Majesty fond of black tea? Why was it green leaves and green tea today? His Majesty's head could hardly be adorned with anything but green. Such thoughts were not confined to the Right Chancellor alone. Song Xuanfu and the Assistant Minister of Personnel also grasped the implications. What on earth had stimulated His Majesty? The Qianqing Emperor's mind was consumed with the tantalizing news the system had hinted at, completely oblivious to the minister's speculations regarding his actions. Seeing that neither the system nor Knight Yuan was unveiling the juicy tidbits, the Qianqing Emperor waved his hand, dismissing the three ministers. The three ministers were perplexed. Your Majesty, is something amiss? We arrived at the imperial study on this fine evening, and before we could even finish our tea, we are sent away. Especially as they approached the palace gates, they encountered four ministers arriving. The three ministers exchanged bewildered glances. What was occurring? Were they taking turns accompanying His Majesty to drink green tea? The four ministers joyfully entered the imperial study. Yet, they encountered the same fate. They had barely sipped their green tea before being hurriedly dismissed. Throughout the evening, they heard not a single word of dialogue between the system and the little princess. That night, officials of both civil and military ranks received news at home regarding their colleagues entering and exiting the palace. The ministers were left in a state of confusion. They harbored grave suspicions that His Majesty was on the hunt for gossip. The good news, they were not the subjects of the scandal. The bad news, there was undoubtedly a significant revelation, and they could only wonder whose it might be. After the last group of ministers had departed, the Qianqing Emperor lifted his gaze to find Knight Yuan asleep on her little bed. Her small head bobbed gently as she slumbered in a daze. The Qianqing Emperor embraced the little girl, who nestled against his shoulder, sleeping soundly. It seemed that he would not be privy to any gossip that night. The Qianqing Emperor felt a surge of impatience. Perhaps it would be best to bring the little girl to court early in the morning to uncover the truth behind the connection between the harem and the court. That night, the Qianqing Emperor stayed in the Lioli Palace. However, he remained restless, tossing and turning in bed, his mind racing with thoughts of what the news could possibly be. Who does not relish a bit of gossip? Yet this particular gossip involved both the court and the harem, leading the Qianqing Emperor to believe it was of considerable significance. He felt compelled to uncover the truth behind it all. While contemplating how to acquire this information, his gaze fell upon the enchanting figure of pure concubine, captivating him despite his intentions. Over the past few months, while he frequently resided in the Lioli Palace, there had been no intimate encounters between him and pure concubine. She had consistently claimed that her health was not yet restored, thus refusing to share his bed. Although the Qianqing Emperor harbored desires, He had always shown profound respect for pure concubine. She had borne him a prince and, most importantly, the princess, leading him to believe she was incomparable to others. Perhaps it was a blend of love, joy, and gratitude that led him to indulge her wishes, allowing her to refuse his advances. Seated upon the bed, the Qianqing emperor remained silent, merely observing pure concubine. As she turned, her heart skipped a beat. "Your Majesty? Are you preparing for bed? Allow me to extinguish the lamp. Shall we not sleep together? Your Majesty, my health is not yet fully restored." With her head bowed, she pondered whether His Majesty might become upset. After all, he was astute, and any discerning eye could see that she was reluctant to share his bed. How could he possibly be unaware of that? Unexpectedly, the Qianqing emperor merely sighed. "Do not trouble yourself. Come, let us sleep together. I shall not impose upon you." Pure concubine was taken aback. Such a promise from the emperor to a concubine was an extreme display of indulgence and affection. She reflected upon her own lack of exceptional qualities that might warrant such favor from His Majesty. Gradually, her heart grew cold. When she first entered the palace, it was merely due to familial circumstances. To put it plainly, they were merely using each other, engaging in a charade. Pure concubine understood that His Majesty's recent attentiveness, frequently visiting the Lioli Palace, was likely due to Ruanruan. Assisting the Qianqing emperor in undressing, she never once met his gaze. Lying on the couch, the Qianqing emperor gazed at pure concubine, who seemed a galaxy away from him, feeling a sense of helplessness. He pondered how the illustrious emperor would be treated as a servant in the quarters of other concubines, while with pure concubine, it was quite the opposite. No, there was also noble concubine Liang. These two were remarkably alike, both treating him as if he were a ravenous beast, keeping a considerable distance from him. Remembering pure concubine's recent pregnancy, the Qianqing emperor felt a wave of gratitude. That night, he and pure concubine had shared a candlelit conversation, both indulging in a bit of wine, and thus it was only natural that they had come together, resulting in the birth of Knight Ruanruan. As he contemplated these memories, a smile graced his lips. "Ah!" Knight Ruanruan let out a piercing scream. The Qianqing emperor and pure concubine instantly sprang up, rushing towards the inner chamber.
Yuan Bao.
"My daughter." Upon entering, they found Knight Ruanruan with her frizzy hair and puffed cheeks, taking tiny steps towards the door. "Yuan Bao, what troubles you?" Pure concubine scooped her up. "Father desires to embrace mother." "How shameless." Pure concubine. The Qianqing emperor. "A fickle heart. Just a few days ago, you were sleeping with Lady Lu, and now you wish to embrace mother. Woe is me." Knight Ruanruan clung to pure concubine's neck. "I wish to sleep with Liang mother. I smell delightful, unlike stinky father. Liang mother, let us sleep together." Knight Ruanruan refused to let go of pure concubine. She chuckled. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should sleep here alone. Ruanruan is still quite young, and likely misses me." On this night, the Emperor of Qianqing seemed to have been relegated to the cold palace. The following day, before dawn had broken, he prepared to attend the morning court. Upon entering the hall to retrieve Yi Ruanruan, he found her already ready, perched at the edge of the bed, legs dangling, appearing particularly endearing as she awaited her father to come and carry her off for some melon. In stark contrast, the emperor bore dark circles beneath his eyes and a visage marked by the trials of time. "System, come forth and observe. Has their wretched father suffered some distress? He seems to have aged several years overnight. You have taken his woman. Can you truly expect him to remain unscathed?" Such sentiments cannot be expressed so bluntly. The emperor has numerous women in his harem. Surely, he does not lament the absence of my mother alone. The emperor of Qianqing. This little girl. Initially, she referred to him as the tyrant father. Now he has become the wretched father. Quite amusing, this daily shift in her titles. Nonetheless, the mere fact that he is still her father brings him a modicum of satisfaction. At the morning court, when the civil and military officials arrived, the emperor was already seated on the dragon throne, cradling Yi Ruanruan in his arms. The officials remarked, "Your Majesty has arrived earlier than usual today. Surely, something significant is afoot." However, as they scanned the hall, they were taken aback. There was not a single red flower to be seen. Instead, A uniform array of verdant potted plants adorned the space, exuding a refreshing ambience. Those ministers summoned to the palace the previous night shook their heads in dismay. After being expelled from the imperial study, they had sought every means to uncover the cause of such a transformation in the emperor. It was only upon hearing of the beauty Lu being cast into the cold palace that they fell into a contemplative silence. The emperor, indeed, was remarkably resilient, far more so than they could fathom. If they had endured such a calamity, they might have been rendered incapable of seeing a woman ever again. System. Let us commence with the juicy tidbits you mentioned about the harem and court's intertwined secrets. Today, Yuan was not inclined to doze off. Instead, she sat on the steps, propping her chin on her hands, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she awaited the system to announce the names. The officials had grown accustomed to this. As long as the little princess was present, court sessions were filled with joy. Seizing the moment before the system unveiled the gossip, Minister Song began to address a pressing matter. Your Majesty, this is a secret letter I intercepted yesterday. It was sent from the Purple Kingdom to the Red Kingdom and only just reached the capital. Please peruse it at your leisure. The borders have been unstable lately. With the Purple Kingdom stirring trouble, the realm may soon be engulfed in turmoil. Although the emperor's mind was preoccupied with the prospect of juicy gossip, he recognized the gravity of state affairs. Such developments warranted immediate attention. Upon reading the letter, he was greatly astonished. The contents were not merely state matters, but rather royal secrets concerning the Purple and Red Kingdoms. Yuan tilted her head, stretching her little neck to glimpse the document, sensing it must contain significant information, given her father's expression. Alas, her small stature rendered her unable to see. Host. The principal figure behind the intertwined gossip of the court and harem has been identified. Yuan promptly redirected her focus, sitting up straight. Speak swiftly. Who is it? Who is it? She rubbed her tiny hands together, brimming with excitement at the prospect of indulging in the long-awaited gossip. That individual is. Just as the system was about to reveal the identity, Eunuch Fu hastily approached the emperor's ear. Your Majesty, troubling news has emerged. The noble consort has hanged herself. Yuan, lost in her joy of anticipating new gossip, was closest to the emperor and absorbed every word of Eunuch Fu's announcement. The noble consort? She was the mother of the sixth prince. The emperor, having secured the letter, immediately rose, inquiring, what has happened? As he swept Yuan into his arms, the entire court was left bewildered. Had the emperor and the little princess departed so swiftly? They were eagerly awaiting the unfolding gossip, particularly since today's revelation promised to be particularly sensational, yet the gossipmongers had vanished. Intercepted. Though the emperor also yearned to hear the gossip, the noble consort was the mother of the sixth prince, Yi Xianli. Human life was paramount. Gossip could be postponed. Lives must be saved now. This time, Yuan, remarkably, did not feel anxious about missing out on the gossip. The little girl quietly nestled against the emperor's shoulder. System. Regarding the whereabouts of the Purple Kingdom's Grandmaster. Is he still within the sixth prince's residence? Yuan had become quite infatuated with the gossip, yet her heart remained tethered to Yi Xianli, her beloved sixth brother. My records indicate that the Grandmaster of the Purple Kingdom is closely associated with Yi Xianli. Host, are you concerned for the sixth prince? Initially, Yuan had been bubbling with excitement over the impending gossip, but upon hearing of the noble consort's suicide, she inexplicably felt that it must somehow be connected to her sixth brother. The system attempted to console the little girl. Yuan Bao, in truth, the noble consort, like all, has her own sorrows. Yuan rested her chin on the emperor's shoulder, her chubby hands encircling his neck. Why do you say that? She had never encountered the noble consort. During her recent strolls in the harem, the noble consort had not made an appearance. The system continued. Not long ago, Wu Liang-yi was imprisoned for treason. He happens to be the noble consort's biological brother. Following the news of her son's imprisonment, Mr. Wu and Madame Wu sought out the noble consort, hoping to leverage her connections within the palace to extricate Wu Liang-yi from his plight. However, the noble consort refused. This infuriated the Wu couple, who accused her of being a heartless traitor for not rescuing her own brother. Consequently, they berated her quite severely. As the emperor listened, his pace quickened. This incident revealed that the noble consort was indeed a woman of principle. Yi Yuan questioned. They berated her. But that hardly seems sufficient to warrant your portrayal of her as pitiable. If only it were merely a reprimand, the system replied, observing the panel. Due to the noble consort's lack of cooperation, the couple even penned a disownment letter, declaring they would no longer acknowledge her as their daughter. Yi Yuan furrowed her brow. The Wu couple truly are despicable. Wu Liangyi committed such a grave offense. And if it were not for the emperor's mercifulness in sparing the rest of the Wu family from punishment, they would be imprisoned alongside him.
Now,
They have severed ties with the noble consort. What will become of her? Even with the severance of ties, the noble consort never intended to save Wu Liangyi. Firstly, his actions were indeed wrong. Secondly, he sought to exploit the sixth prince, which is the noble consort's bottom line. Moreover, her straightforward nature has led to her isolation within the palace, where many concubines have ostracized her. While she retains the title of noble consort, she does not enjoy much favor. Consider this: an unfavored consort without maternal support outside the palace, isolated within, and with her only son missing. She is on the brink of despair. Yet, none of this compares to the tragic implications of the disownment letter she was forced to sign. Yi Yuan expressed her skepticism. If the disownment letter is false, then what document did she actually sign? As the emperor entered the Fuhua palace, he found the courtyard already filled with concubines. Many claimed to have come to visit the noble consort, but in truth, they were merely there to witness her misfortune. After all, the death of the noble consort signified the loss of a rival for favor. However, no one anticipated the emperor's swift arrival. Chun Fei, Liang Fei, and the empress were also present. Chun Fei, residing closest to the Fuhua palace, was strolling with Liang Fei when they heard the palace maids calling for help and rushed over. The noble consort had been rescued, and a physician was attending to her. She breathed heavily, her complexion ashen. Before the noble consort could fully comprehend the situation, a voice echoed in her mind. If the disownment letter is false, then what document did she actually sign? Chapter 93. System? This palace possesses one as well. The sound of that voice revealed that she had signed the severance letter. Noble consort, what drives you to seek death? The emperor of Qianqing was displeased. Hearing this, noble consort's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt on the ground. Bowing her head to the emperor, Your Majesty, I cannot find Xuanli. Her voice trembled with a sob. Noble consort was on the verge of collapse. In a single night, she lost her parents, her family, and her son. For a consort who was already unappreciated, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. She could not betray the emperor and the great Qian with a guilty conscience, yet the agony of losing her son was unbearable, leaving her with thoughts of death. The emperor was aware that since the previous days, after Yi Xuanli learned of the Grand Master South hiding place in the sixth prince's residence, he had not returned there. Days had passed, and Yi Xuanli seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. As long as I am here, I will find Xuanli. Your Majesty truly intends to help me search for Xuanli? The emperor frowned. What do you mean by that? Xuanli is my son. Could I stand idly by and watch him perish? Upon hearing these words, noble consort felt as if an anchor had steadied her heart. She bowed to the emperor several times. Noble consort knew her temperament made it difficult for her to navigate the harem, and Xuanli was a prince lacking ambition. A useless mother with a son who only indulged in pleasure was destined not to earn the emperor's favor. She did not seek the glory of the six palaces. All she wished for was Xuanli's safety. Truly, he was her only remaining kin. Upon entering the palace, the emperor placed Yi Ruanruan on a chair. Yi Ruanruan could not sit still, sliding off the chair and sitting on the ground. Ah, how pitiful is a parent as heart. Are you feeling sorrow for noble consort again? Yi Ruanruan replied, Of course. You haven't told me if it's not a severance letter. What kind of letter is it? It's a life exchange letter. Originally, today the emperor planned to bestow a cup of poison to Wu Liangyi, intending to poison him to death. However, the Wu couple learned of this in advance and had noble consort sign the life exchange letter. Once Wu Liangyi drinks the poison, noble consort will meet her demise. In turn, Wu Liangyi would feign death, escaping from the prison, and the couple would secretly send him out of the capital to live incognito. From henceforth, no one would know he was still alive. What? Noble consort was actually schemed against by her own parents? The system interjected. Even if noble consort does not hang herself now, she will die tonight. In short, she will not survive the day. Noble consort was stunned. A life exchange letter? The emperor's expression shifted. The system was correct. He had already approved the decree to execute Wu Liangyi today. Initially, he considered a public execution at the main gate, but, taking into account noble consort and Yi Xuanli, he decided to administer poison instead. He had not anticipated the Wu family to be so utterly depraved. For the sake of a worthless son, they would sacrifice his consort. The other consorts in the courtyard lowered their heads in silence. Some feigned sorrow, while others secretly rejoiced. Noble consort was to die? This was simply splendid. Finally, one less contender in the harem. This noble consort had always been a fool. Within the palace, she never sought favor, yet bore a child, inciting envy among those who had served secretly for years without conceiving. A vase. Host. A vase is about to fall on your head. The system suddenly screamed. Ruanruan, quickly dodge. Little Yi Ruanruan was bewildered. How could she escape? Ruanruan. Pure consort lunged forward. The emperor, regaining his senses, swiftly moved to the front. But this scene unfolded too suddenly. Everyone had been engrossed in gossip. And they saw the vase about to strike Yi Ruanruan's head. What the hell? Am I about to be smashed to death? With a sudden jolt, Yi Ruanruan's small form fell into a warm embrace.
Bang!
The vase shattered upon noble consort. She protected Yi Ruanruan tightly in her arms. As she had been closest to the child, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Noble consort looked down, gently patting Yi Ruanruan's small back. Good girl, it's all right. It's all right. Yi Ruanruan raised her little head, blinking at noble consort.
Wow.
Yi Ruanruan, you scared me to death, boo-hoo. The system wept. It was the first time it experienced such a brush with death alongside Yi Ruanruan. A vase of that size had nearly crushed her.
Pure consort.
Noble consort handed Yi Ruanruan to her. Noble consort, you're hurt.
Pure consort noticed noble consortesse bleeding lip.
It's nothing. Noble consort wiped it away. She had heard the little princess conversing with the system just now. Regardless, she was destined to die tonight. Whether it was sooner or later, it made no difference. Yet she was glad to have saved this child's life. In truth, she felt grateful towards Yi Ruanruan. After her elder brother was imprisoned, Xuanli had come to see her, explaining the entire situation. Although she had not met Yi Ruanruan then, she understood that Xuanli's escape was due to the blessing of Yi Ruanruan and the system. Even if she had not been the closest to Yi Ruanruan, she would still have fought fiercely to protect her. System, where is the life exchange letter? The system responded. Do you want to help noble consort unravel the life exchange method? Indeed. The system shook its head. It cannot be undone. The Wu couple, fearing the life exchange matter would be thwarted, had already burned the letter at their ancestral grave after noble consort signed it. Yi Ruanruan fell silent. To unravel the life exchange method, one must obtain the original letter and erase noble consort's handwritten name. What a pair of cunning old foxes.
Yi Ruanruan puffet her checks in anger.
Noble consort lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. In truth, it mattered little. Perhaps she was a person devoid of fortune, yet in this life, the only thing she could not let go of was Xuanli. Your Majesty, I wish to know if Xuanli is safe and sound? The emperor, well aware of noble consort's intentions, replied, I have already dispatched someone to search for Xuanli.
He will be fine.
Once he is found, I shall summon him to the palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. Noble consort had long prepared herself for the worst. Even if she could not see Xuanli today, as long as she knew he was safe outside the palace, it was enough. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The Empress bowed. After the Empress and the other consorts departed, each harboring their own thoughts, they returned to their respective chambers. Noble consort was to perish. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Regardless, they were pleased to see it unfold. Upon returning to Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress wore a solemn expression. Fetch paper and pen. The maid Qinghe immediately complied. Once the materials were brought, the Empress dismissed those around her and began to recall the conversation she had overheard in Fuhua Palace regarding the system and Yi Ruanruan. She meticulously transcribed every word onto a letter. Afterwards, she folded it, sealing it with wax. Rolling it into a slender tube, She approached the window and whistled softly.
Soon.
A white dove appeared in the distance. The Empress tied the tube to one of the dove's legs and gently patted it. Go. The dove spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. The Empress's gaze was complex, a faint smile playing at her lips. Ruanruan?
Hee hee.
What good fortune, having a system. Soon, I too shall be watching with keen anticipation. Chapter 94. The Reaper's Grapevine. How dearly the Emperor cherishes Ruanruan. Initially, she believed it was because Ruanruan was the Emperor's only little princess. Yet now she was certain. It was not merely due to Ruanruan's status as a princess. The truth lay in the existence of the system. The great Qian dynasty never lacked for princesses. The royal family held stringent expectations for princes, yet had little regard for princesses. What right did Ruanruan have to receive the emperor's affection? It was solely because of the system. After all, it was merely a talking vessel. But what if she too possessed one? In Fuhua Palace, Ruanruan extended her small arms, yearning to be embraced by noble consort. The noble consort Shufei harbors a genuine affection for Ruanruan. Upon laying eyes on her, thoughts of Yi Xuanli inevitably come to mind. Beautiful auntie, I shall not let you perish. Ruanruan, in turn, adores consort Shufei, her affection unmasked, akin to her fondness for her sixth royal brother. In her previous life, Ruanruan experienced a profound emotional detachment, devoid of any close kin. Upon awakening, she found herself accompanied solely by the system. In the underworld, though surrounded by familiar faces, she never relished the warmth of being doted upon by a loving father and mother. This lifetime, however, is markedly different. Not only does she possess loving parents, but she also enjoys the tenderness of her royal brother and the affection of her charming auntie. Good people should receive good rewards. Ruanruan's chubby little hand caressed Consort Shufei's face and planted a kiss. Consort Shufei was utterly delighted, her heart nearly melting. Almost forgetting that death awaited her later that day, she embraced Ruanruan, unable to part with her cuteness. Ah, how delightful. If beautiful Ani takes a nap, everything will be fine. Such a miraculous notion? Consort Shufei was taken aback, but thought little of it, convinced the little girl was merely attempting to comfort her. Exiting Fuhua Palace, they arrived just in time for the court's dismissal. Perhaps due to the absence of news regarding Yi Xuanli, the Qianqing emperor was plagued by a sense of unease, a situation he had never encountered before. He glanced at the obedient little figure resting on his shoulder, already asleep, and felt a premonition that today was extraordinary. After all, he had yet to hear the much-anticipated gossip regarding the court and the harem. In the afternoon, Ruanruan crawled about in the inner chamber as if searching for something. Strange, I clearly saw Sister Sushin hide the candy jar here, yet I cannot find it. The system cautioned, Ruanruan, you are still so young. Be careful not to be caught by your mother while sneaking candy. With a proud puff of her little chest, Ruanruan retorted, I am not afraid. Mother loves me too much to punish me. Like a little mouse. She scurried around but could not locate the candy jar, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Ruanruan, how about I share a little gossip to lighten your mood? Ruanruan rested her chin on her hands, feeling glum. What gossip? The sixth prince is not Consort Shufei's biological son. Ruanruan gasped. What do you mean? Whose son is the sixth brother? And what about Consort Shufei's son? The system replied, the current gossip is incomplete. It may not be time yet. Ruanruan felt utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? The Qianqing emperor presented a memorial to Lioli Palace. Consort Chun, bewildered, inquired, Your Majesty, what is the matter? I wish to keep watch over Wanbao, he stated. Consort Chun instinctively furrowed her brow. The Qianqing emperor gazed at her. Tell me honestly, Consort Chun, do you sense something amiss? Meanwhile, Ruanruan was blissfully asleep in the inner chamber, utterly oblivious to the conversation occurring outside. Today, her state felt unusually peculiar, and Consort Chun pondered the possibility of an event unfolding that evening. A mother's intuition. Since exiting Fuhua Palace, Consort Chun's heart had remained in suspense. I shall guard her from now until tonight. As evening approached, Ruanruan stretched and awoke, her hunger having roused her. Following her usual routine, Consort Chun began to feed her milk. After finishing her meal, The little girl swung her legs over the side of the bed, glancing at the darkening sky and yawning. At last, night is fallen. Ruanruan exclaimed with palpable excitement. The system suddenly shrieked. Hiss.
Ruanruan.
When did you exchange all your gossip points for a transfer talisman? The system realized that her gossip points had mysteriously reset to 0. Originally holding 400, she had accumulated 450 after indulging in Lu Marin's gossip today. Weren't you saving for 500 to exchange for a super detox pill for Fong Chilua?
Ruanruan grinned.
Fong Marin still has 6 days, but beautiful auntie will die today. If you cannot tear up the life exchange document, will you use the transfer talisman instead? Does this mean you wish to exchange lives with Wu Liangyi?
Crash.
Consort Chun stumbled, accidentally knocking over a teacup on the table, which clattered to the floor. The Qianqing Emperor entered, having overheard the earlier conversation. Upon stepping out with Consort Chun, he thought to himself, I knew the little girl must be up to something. And indeed, she had shielded Consort Shufei. Your Majesty, Ruanruan blocked the death calamity for Consort Shufei, Consort Chun said, her face turning pale. I have rescinded Wu Liangyi's death sentence and will not bestow upon him poison wine. Consort Chun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wu Liangyi lived, Ruanruan would be safe. Your Majesty.
A flaster doinuk furash din.
The Qianqing Emperor stepped out of the Grand Hall, inquiring what had caused such alarm. Eunuch Fu whispered urgently in his ear, Wu Liangyi has committed suicide by crashing into a wall. The Qianqing Emperor's expression changed drastically. This bodes ill.
Ruanruan.
He dashed back into the hall, only to find Ruanruan still playfully swinging her legs by the bed, having just finished her milk. Unbeknownst to him, she was clutching a large apple, her chubby little hands munching away. Upon seeing him enter, Ruanruan beamed, exposing her 4 tiny milk teeth. The Qianqing Emperor, bewildered, asked, What is happening? His precious Ruanbao appeared unscathed. Regaining his composure, he questioned Consort Chun, What is Ruanruan dripping? This inquiry left Consort Chun momentarily perplexed. Father, it is not dripping. Ruanruan huffed, casting a sidelong glance at the Qianqing Emperor. The Qianqing Emperor was taken aback. Father. Did she just call him father? Although her pronunciation was imperfect, the sentiment was unmistakable. The Qianqing Emperor felt elated beyond measure. Just as he lifted Ruanruan into his arms, the system interjected. Host. The Soul Reapers are about to arrive. The Qianqing Emperor, bewildered, asked, What do you mean? Consort Chun's body tensed in fear. Even Eunuch Fu and the palace maid Sushin were left dumbfounded. Good heavens! Could they truly hear this? The Soul Reapers? Where are they? The Qianqing Emperor held Ruanruan tightly, as if to protect her from any harm. Bad father, you're squishing me. The Qianqing Emperor quickly loosened his grip. System, the Soul Reapers have arrived. They're just outside. I want to go out. Ruanruan exclaimed excitedly, waving her little arms toward the door. At this moment, 2 Soul Reapers clad in white, holding their soul-reaping cords, hummed a tune as they entered the palace. Brother, who are we here to reap today? I feel my heart racing like never before. The duo had captured countless souls throughout their careers, but had never felt such trepidation before. It seems we are to reap someone named Ruanruan. Why are you so flustered? This is our line of work. Pull yourself together. Once we finish this task, we can retire. But brother, doesn't it feel a bit odd here? There's no lingering death aura. The younger brother trembled. And why does this Ruanruan's name sound so familiar? The elder brother shot him a glare. Are you foolish? There are countless people in this world. Many share the same name. The elder brother's logic was sound. Is this really the time to discuss names? We must focus on capturing souls. This colleague was decidedly not the brightest. Just then, a small bundle rolled out from behind the door. It truly rolled, as it had yet to learn to walk, tumbling out like a ball. Brother, look. That little bundle seems to be able to see us. The elder brother, this time, did not scold his younger sibling. It did indeed appear so. Why can she see us? The younger brother pondered. I know. It is said that children under 3 can see things invisible to ordinary mortals. Given that this little one cannot yet walk, it is not surprising she can see us. After all, she cannot speak. Your words bear some truth. Don't stand there dawdling. Let us commence our tasks post-haste. The sooner we complete our duties, the sooner we can retire for the day. Today marks the final day for those two brothers to toil as laborers. Once they finish this last assignment, they shall be free to indulge in a leisurely existence, wandering the underworld with abandon. Younger brother, shall you initiate the task, or shall I? Elder brother, why do you prattle so much today? As the younger sibling, it is only fitting that you proceed first. Younger brother, he is loath to undertake this task even a little. Reluctantly, the younger brother stepped forward. System, this soul-collecting envoy, why does he seem somewhat familiar? The system glanced over. Of course he appears familiar. Back when you played by the Bridge of Forgetfulness, he was but a novice spirit. And you even partook of his gossip. Ruanruan, what gossip? Share something that lingers in my memory. System, it concerns him. He was notorious for never cleaning himself properly after relieving himself. What the hell? The younger brother exclaimed, seeing Ruanruan as if he had encountered a specter. He dashed to his elder brother's side, trembling all over. Brother, she. At that moment, the elder brother's expression shifted unpredictably, equally bewildered. She what? Clearly, we have mistaken the person. The elder brother's keen perception was not to be underestimated. In the past, there was only one individual in the underworld who indulged heavily in gossip, and that was the newly appointed Little King of Hell. However, not long ago, while on duty, they had overheard Lord Wuchang discussing that the Little King of Hell had been persuaded by the old King of Hell to reincarnate. Ever since then, the spirits had grown bolder. When the Little King was around, they lived in constant trepidation. Although they laughed daily, it was often quite embarrassing. After all, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? But the Little King and the slender messenger always managed to unearth them promptly. They nearly stripped the trousers off their backs. Thus, the person before them could very well be the reincarnation of the Little King. As the elder brother, the soul-collecting envoy calculated the timeline, and it aligned perfectly. Oh no! What shall we do, elder brother? The younger brother's legs quivered, on the verge of tears. The old King of Hell had gone to great lengths to persuade the Little King into the cycle of reincarnation. If they were to bring him back, the underworld would be thrown into chaos. All the spirits would tremble in fear. The elder brother slapped the younger brother on the head, exasperated. What else can we do? Naturally, we must flee. Who is fleeing? Nonsense. If we do not run, shall we allow her to escape? Are you foolish? Younger brother, in the time it took to days, the elder brother had already vanished like a ghost. Elder brother, wait for me. Elder brother. He had no intention of waiting. He feared that if he were to lag even slightly, he would be targeted by Ruanruan and the system, who would then divulge his secrets. Nevertheless, even so, the elder brother could not evade the barbs of the system and Ruanruan. Ruanruan. That elder brother runs exceedingly fast. I recall the two siblings, and this elder brother seems to possess a rather peculiar penchant. System. Your memory serves you well. That elder brother has a fondness for alluring spirits. When he was collecting souls, he took a liking to a new enchanting spirit and even confessed his feelings, only for Ruanruan to sense impending trouble. What happened next? System. The alluring spirit's husband was present, and the elder brother was promptly beaten, a matter that even caught the attention of the two lords of Wuchang. Ruanruan, ha, confessing in front of the husband. Wasn't he that asking for trouble? Elder brother. The younger brother caught up to the elder brother, silently admonishing, Brother, why have you never mentioned this to me? I never would have guessed you had such a taste. The elder brother shot him a glare. You would do well to keep your mouth shut. You never divulged that you don't clean yourself properly after using the restroom. Next time, keep your distance. I find you odious. Younger brother, enough talk. We must run swiftly, or we shall find ourselves at odds. Ruanruan watched in astonishment as the two spirits fled. The elder brother and younger brother hastily made their way to the underworld, anxious to report on today's endeavors. They had intended to retire after completing this task, yet this assignment had failed. A report must be made. At that moment, the old King of Hell lounged in a gazebo, leisurely sipping tea. Ever since that girl reincarnated, life in the underworld had been blissfully tranquil. I hope never to hear of her again. She must not return. I wish to enjoy these twilight years a while longer. He took another sip of tea. Ah, exquisite. My lord, The brothers appeared in a flurry, sliding in as if on their knees. The old king of hell raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Why this haste? You are not yet due for retirement. What of the last soul you were to collect? The younger brother, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, My lord, it's terrible. We could not complete this last transaction. The final soul is... What is it? No matter if the emperor himself descends, when the time has come, the soul must be collected. The brothers exchanged glances. But, my lord, that soul is the little king of hell. The little king of hell? Wait, whom do you mean? Ruanruan. The little king of hell. The old king of hell calculated quickly. You are to collect Ruanruan's soul? How could you be so audacious? How dare you attempt to collect the soul of the one I have finally sent away? The brothers were taken aback.
Ha!
Isn't it normal for names to be similar? Who knew that was the name of the little king of hell?
Wait.
Has something gone awry? Chapter 96, Ruanruan. Wishing you eternal life. But the name given on the soul-collecting register is absolutely correct. Damn it. Someone has dared to swap fates with Ruanruan. The old king of hell calculated with remarkable precision. That wretched fellow, Wu Liangyi, has the audacity to exchange fates with Ruanruan. Utterly outrageous. The old king of hell leaped up in fury.
What?
Where is Ruanruan? The younger brother pointed upwards. She is presently seated in the palace of the great Qian dynasty. Did she see you? The old king of hell asked, astonished. The younger brother nodded. Indeed. She truly saw you? This cannot be. You too, of all individuals, chose to provoke Ruanruan? Do you not wish to retire? Do you not wish for me to retire? The brothers were on the verge of tears. They longed for retirement, having toiled their entire lives dreaming of it. Did Ruanruan recognize you? The younger brother initially wished to say, Of course she recognized us. After all, she and the little king of hell's sentiments were well known to them. Not only did she remember them, but she also recalled their scandals. It was evident she recognized them.
Did she say anything?
The younger brother. No desire to speak. The elder brother. Cannot say. The old king of hell wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inhaling deeply, suddenly feeling that the tranquil days were rather dire. Quickly, seal the gates of hell. All 3 gates, large, medium, and small, must be secured. Furthermore, reinforce the ghost walls to 10 layers. Ruanruan must not be allowed to return to the underworld. Also, bring me the book of life and death at once. The younger brother. My lord, what is this? The elder brother shot him a glare, smacking his head. No questions. It is simply that the old king of hell intends to strike Ruanruan's name from the records. The younger brother understood. Once the name was crossed out from the book of life and death, not only could they not seek the name's owner, but even the lords of Wuchang would also be unable to pursue it. She would attain eternal life. The book of life and death was quickly brought forth. The old king of hell trembled as he searched for Ruanruan's name. At last, he found it. Overwhelmed with joy, the old king of hell swiftly struck Ruanruan's name from the record. Not only that, but he also filled the numbers indicating her lifespan with zeros. Ruanruan, wishing you eternal life. You must ensure your eternal life. Do not return to the underworld. I implore you. He cast a cold glance at the 2 brothers. You have failed in your duties, and you shall be punished. The brothers were dumbfounded.
No.
They had originally planned to retire after completing this task.
Now.
The great Lord Yan is furious. You say you are retiring today? Indeed, my lord. Humph. You failed to discern that the master had employed the life exchange method. Such negligence in your duties as ghost messengers is inexcusable. I shall impose a fine upon you. Capture another 10,000 souls before you retire. The brothers were left in shock, nearly cracking under the weight of the decree. Surely, this cannot be. Stop dawdling. Get to work. With tears brimming in their eyes, the brothers departed. In the prison, Wu Liangyi had committed suicide by crashing into a wall. The 2 prison guards, upon witnessing the pool of blood surrounding Wu Liangyi, spat in disdain. They promptly summoned a sack to contain his corpse, which they unceremoniously discarded in the mass grave. Such is the treatment for those who take their own lives in the prison. The Wu couple had already concealed themselves near the mass grave, waiting in anticipation. My lord, do you think they will truly cast our son's body here tonight?
Lu wept.
Wu Leoi exuded confidence, of course. That is how the bodies from the prison have always been handled. Besides, for so many years, that person has secretly aided our Wu family. We must trust him. Lu recalled the adept behind the Wu family who had proposed the life exchange method. They had never cared for Wu Yi, allowing her to enter the palace as a concubine purely for her decent looks, hoping perhaps her beauty might secure a promising future for their son. Little did they know. After over a decade in the palace, while a prince had indeed been born, she failed to support her family. A daughter like her is better off disregarded. Now that she has risen in status through the Wu family's influence, she wishes to kick them aside. Impossible. She, Wu Yi, is born of the Wu family, and in death she shall remain a spirit of the Wu family. With a soft sigh, Lu murmured, "My lord, I feel an unsettling premonition tonight. Something bad is bound to happen. After all, it is merely the death of Wu Yi. Our son is our heart's treasure, and when we grow old, we shall rely on him for support. A daughter married off is like water spilled. My lord." Someone approaches. Lu covered her mouth. Soon, the two guards, cursing, tossed a sack into the mass grave before striding away. Once they departed, the Wu couple emerged, hastening toward the sack. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, obscuring their vision. They could only perceive a mist before losing consciousness. The soul collector approached, grumbling as he kicked the sack at his feet. Wu Liangyi's spirit trembled beside the sack, gazing at the surrounding mass grave in utter bewilderment. Where on earth is this? Didn't my parents say that if I crashed into a wall to end my life, I would awaken in the comfort of our grand house? Not only was there no house in sight, but graves surrounded him. "You little brat, what are you staring at?" his elder brother exclaimed, revealing the soul-collecting rope. Wu Liangyi, terrified at the sight of the two figures clad in white with ghostly visages, stammered, "Ah, you are ghosts. As if you are not one yourself."
Me?
"A ghost? Indeed. You are a ghost, a lost soul. Wu Liangyi, Wu Liangyi, were it not for your execution of the life exchange method today, we would have long since retired. Damn it all, it's your fault for meddling in things you shouldn't have, adding an extra 10,000 souls to our workload. You've directly prolonged our retirement by several years. Just wait, I'll send you straight to hell." The younger brother fumed, nearly exploding with rage. Just as they were about to enjoy their blissful retirement, this fool before them has ruined it all. Wu Liangyi, seeing his unconscious parents on the ground, cried out, "Father! Mother!
Help me!"
The Wu couple awakened, and upon spotting the open sack, Lu rushed forward.
"Ah!
"Liangyi, my dear Liangyi." Wu Leoi was equally stunned. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the young knight Ruanruan sat on her small bed, a plate of sliced watermelon and a platter of roasted chestnuts before her. As she enjoyed the watermelon, she swayed her legs, watching the images projected by the system. Meanwhile, other ministers and Emperor Qianqing were engaged in nocturnal political discussions. Suddenly, they were caught off guard by the barrage of comments emerging from the little princess's head. The comments were devoid of words and instead displayed a sequence of images depicting the journey from the prison to the mass grave. However, the scene of the soul collector's appearance was absent. Chapter 97. The system fainted from laughter. Regarding the appearance of the ghostly messenger. Even though the images appeared in Knight Ruanruan's mind, only she could perceive them, excluding any mortals. Yet, the conversations between the Wu couple and the moment of Wu Liangyi's suicide were vividly clear to all the ministers. Heavens! They came to the palace tonight at the Emperor's summons to discuss urgent matters. Upon arrival, they found the Emperor with a brooding countenance. Several ministers, aware of the situation, speculated that the Emperor was troubled by the matter of concubine shoes hanging. It was rumored that the sixth prince had yet to be found. They stood in the imperial study, not daring to breathe too heavily. Just then, the little princess, who should have been asleep on her bed, suddenly sat up, exclaiming that she was hungry. After eunuch Fu provided her some food, the little princess quietly sat on her bed, munching on the watermelon while watching the images unfold. This scene mirrored the one at the Yi Kaiyuan residence. After witnessing the images, they were left in profound shock. The life exchange method? The Wu couple truly dared to deceive the Emperor, going so far as to exchange the life of concubine Shu for Wu Liangyi's sake. How could the Wu couple be so biased towards males to this extent? They are utterly unworthy of being parents, devoid of all morality. How can they even contemplate harming the life of their own flesh and blood daughter, regardless of their lack of affection? Right, Chancellor, Your Majesty. I have heard that Wu Liangyi committed suicide in the prison tonight. I believe there are deeper implications to this matter. I urge Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly.
What do you mean by that?
Emperor Qianqing feigned shrewdness. Based on my understanding of Wu Liangyi, his suicide without confessing hints at a potential ruse. To be cautious, I request permission to visit the Wu residence. The corners of Emperor Qianqing's lips curled into a smile. Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to the Right Chancellor. Remember, I wish to know everything regarding Wu Liangyi. The Right Chancellor understood the Emperor's implication. The Wu couple had mentioned there was someone guiding them.
Who might that be?
By the way, have your men found the whereabouts of the sixth prince? Several ministers shook their heads, indicating that they had not.
How odd.
It is as if the sixth prince has vanished into thin air. Emperor Qianqing's gaze shifted to the small figure nestled in the corner. Perhaps it was time to extract some intelligence regarding the sixth prince from the little girl. After dismissing the ministers, Emperor Qianqing carried Knight Ruanruan to Fuhua Palace. Concubine Shu experienced an unusually tranquil night, knowing that this was to be her final hour. Yet, she longed to see Xuanyi once more. The emperor has arrived. Concubine Shu was taken aback. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Upon seeing Concubine Shu, Knight Ruanruan's eyes lit up as she extended her arms for an embrace. Concubine Shu's heart softened. Your Majesty, may I hold the ninth princess? Cradling Knight Ruanruan in her arms, Concubine Shu presented her with a rattledrum. Ninth princess. This is something I made by hand this afternoon, a gift for you. Do you like it? The beautiful aunt not only possesses exquisite looks, but her crafting skills are remarkable as well. No worries, there will be plenty of time in the future for her to create more delightful toys for me, hee. Concubine Shu was taken aback, looking up at Emperor Qianqing. What does this mean? Was she not destined to die tonight? Emperor Qianqing smiled gently at her, shaking his head. Concubine Shu understood. Had the life exchange method been resolved by Knight Ruanruan? Concubine Shu, I see your complexion is not well. Are you missing the sixth prince too much? Indeed, Your Majesty, is there any news regarding Xuanyi? The Emperor of Qianqing gazed at the little girl in the embrace of the concubine Shu, who was wholeheartedly engrossed in playing with a rattledrum. A meaningful smile graced his lips as he spoke. I have just received some news, Concubine Shu. You must brace yourself. The concubine's complexion turned pale, and a tremor coursed through her body. Your Majesty, it concerns Xuanyi. Her voice quivered with an undertone of weeping. The emperor let out a heavy sigh, feigning sorrow. Alas, it seems the omens are not favorable. System, did the scoundrel father receive any news about the sixth prince just now? Why did I not see it? System, at that moment, weren't we preoccupied with a deception involving Wu Liangyi? It is likely that the emperor received the news then. Knight Ruanruan pondered for a moment. Is that so? But do you know where my sixth brother is now? As the two conversed, Concubine Shu suddenly understood. She couldn't shake the feeling that the emperor's earlier words were deliberate. The emperor's eyes glimmered with a faint smile. See, was this not a revelation? Wait a moment. I shall investigate. The system sought to uncover all information regarding Yi Xuanyi, but as it delved deeper, it was stunned. Ruanruan, this is incredible. Knight Ruanruan, with frothy milk bubbles on her lips, inquired. What is it? Your sixth brother has ventured to that place. It is utterly unexpected. Knight Ruanruan responded with curiosity. What place? So mysterious. He went. Haha, I am dying of laughter. The system's mirth was uncontrollable. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, leaving Knight Ruanruan bewildered by the abrupt silence of the system. System? No reply came. What the heck? Did you faint from laughing? The Emperor of Qianqing and Concubine Shu exchanged glances, both anticipating the system's revelation regarding the sixth prince, only for it to go silent. The Emperor sighed, recalling how Knight Ruanruan had fainted from hunger earlier, and now the system had fainted from laughter. Indeed, they were two of a kind, both equally foolish. Meanwhile, Knight Ruanruan was busy trying to rouse the system. On the other hand, the Emperor offered a few words of comfort to Concubine Shu, reassuring her that the sixth prince would undoubtedly be safe. Though his whereabouts remained uncertain, one could at least ascertain that Yi Xuanyi was still alive. If he had perished, the system would not have succumbed to laughter. It was more likely that the lad was engaged in some ludicrous antics again.
Ah,
It would suffice for now that Yi Xuanli was alive. He had long ceased to expect anything noteworthy from him. The following morning, the emperor carried Ruanruan to court. There, the little girl perched on the steps, her plump hands cradling her small head, swaying vigorously from side to side while yawning incessantly. To her father's words to the ministers sounded like a monotonous chant, growing increasingly soporific. That person with his head bowed, a plump adult, why does he appear even more fatigued than I? She observed, his eyes are swollen like walnuts. Who? The ministers began to speculate on whom the little princess referred to, until Dr. Fan Guanglu wiped away a tear, quietly sobbing. In truth, Dr. Fan had indeed heard the princess's remarks, but he was too preoccupied with his own turmoil to dwell on her words. After holding back for a considerable time, Dr. Fan could no longer contain himself and suddenly knelt before the emperor, crying out, "Your Majesty." Before he could even present his case, tears streamed down his face. The emperor glanced at the kneeling Dr. Fan and recognized him as the minister the princess had just mentioned. "Dr. Fan, what troubles you so? Why do you weep during the morning court? Your Majesty, I have a matter of utmost urgency that I wish to request your assistance with, but I find it exceedingly difficult to articulate." The emperor's expression darkened.
Doctor.
Fan Guanglu held the rank of 3rd grade and was quite esteemed among the populace for his integrity. Though he was advanced in years, his recent political achievements had garnered him considerable admiration. It was indeed a rare sight to witness Dr. Fan, nearing 60, weeping in public. The emperor mused that he must be dealing with a matter of great difficulty and delicacy. System. What could be troubling Dr. Fan? The system, engrossed in its own business, replied, "Host, you have indeed pinpointed the right individual. He is the key figure in the major scandal I was about to inform you about." Ruanruan, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up. Not only her, but many early arriving ministers also became alert, eager to hear the sensational gossip that had been interrupted by concubine Shu's unexpected situation. "It is he. Quickly, tell me, what exactly is happening?" Chapter 98. A Shocking Scandal. Dr. Fan, amidst his lamentations, was baffled by being labeled the focal point of a scandal. The emperor felt an inexplicable curiosity, suspecting that what the system was about to reveal was intertwined with Dr. Fan's unspoken troubles. The system continued, "Host, do not underestimate Dr. Fan's age. He is, in fact, quite a devoted husband. Despite his advanced years and lifelong service in governance, he has remained unblemished in integrity, notably without a concubine or even a maidservant." Ruanruan exclaimed, "Isn't he the epitome of a pure-hearted warrior? How commendable! In this regard, he far surpasses my scoundrel father. They are of similar ages, yet he has only one legitimate wife, while my father has 3 palaces and 72 concubines. One can hardly keep count." The emperor felt a flush of embarrassment. When had he been placed in the same category as Dr. Fan? He was merely 40 years old, while Dr. Fan was over 60, a full 2 decades apart. If it weren't for Dr. Fan's exceptional abilities, he would have encouraged him to retire 2 years earlier.
Doctor.
Fan felt an inexplicable sense of pride at being praised in such a manner, causing his earlier sorrow to dissipate somewhat, though his heart still trembled. The little princess had complimented him above the emperor. He could hardly accept such praise. The ministers in attendance exchanged glances, some chuckling at the unexpected turn of events, while others were curious about the reason behind Dr. Fan's tears. "But you haven't explained why Dr. Fan is crying." The system replied, "Hold your horses. I'm simply clarifying Dr. Fan's situation to help you understand the matter at hand. The reason for his tears is not trivial. His wife has been missing for 10 days. Ruanruan's voice rose. His wife is missing? Has she run off with someone?
Doctor.
Fan was drenched in cold sweat. Almost all the ministers shared Ruanruan's line of thought. Your wife has been missing for 10 days. She must surely know her way home, which implies she has run off with another man. Dr. Fan, however, believed it was essential to convey the truth to the emperor personally, as he did not believe his wife would abandon him. They had shared a deep bond, having walked together for decades. Your Majesty, I have been contemplating this matter and can no longer bear it. I beseech you, My wife inexplicably went missing 10 days ago and has yet to return. I have searched the capital for over a week without a trace. I even reported it to the authorities, but received no information. It is as if she has vanished from the earth. I realize that discussing my personal matters in court is inappropriate, and it is even less appropriate to request your assistance. Yet, I am at a loss for what to do. Regardless of what occurs, one must see the living or the dead, mustn't one? I fear that if I cannot find my beloved, I may resort to self-harm and despair. He has lived a considerable portion of his life, and in his heart, he believes he has acted with integrity and conscience. Yet, in the twilight of his years, he finds himself bereft of his beloved companion. What a predicament this is. If the Emperor of Qianqing had listened to Lord Fan's plea in private, he might have deemed it an overreaction. However, the system had just informed him that Lord Fan was a devoted husband. The Emperor understood then, and he felt a deep admiration for Lord Fan's lifelong sincerity towards a woman. It's a trivial matter, the Emperor reassured him. Once court is adjourned, I shall appoint someone to investigate this issue and locate your wife. Lord Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly prostrated himself before the Emperor in gratitude. Your wife hasn't eloped, the system interjected. Besides, Lord Fan is over 60. His wife is likewise of a similar age. Have you ever encountered a couple in their 60s who had run away together? They would likely be unable to endure the hardships of such a journey. Knight Yuantuan found herself in agreement with the system's remarks. But where could Lord Fan's wife have gone? Given his urgency, he has risked everything to plead directly with the Emperor. It has been 10 days. If she hasn't eloped, could it be that she has passed away? Upon hearing this, Lord Fan's heart sank, and tears threatened to spill. My dear wife, the system shook its head. Neither has she eloped, nor has she died. Lord Fan exhaled in relief, and the entire court followed suit, though their relief was somewhat misplaced. It wasn't their wives that were missing. Ahem. Let me be frank with you, Lord Fan. Your wife is currently residing in the harem of your father, the Emperor.
What? What?
Knight Yuantuan's mind screamed like a gopher. The Emperor, startled, dropped the memorial he had been reading onto the imperial desk. What was Lord Fan's wife doing in his harem? The harem was a place reserved for concubines, nannies, and palace maids. The Emperor scrutinized Lord Fan, wondering if he had mistreated his wife, prompting her to seek employment in the harem. At that moment, Lord Fan felt as if struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. Knight Yuantuan could not contain her excitement. What role does Lord Fan's wife hold in the Emperor's harem? The system, with a knowing look, shook its head. You are gravely mistaken. Think on a grander scale. Knight Yuantuan furrowed her brow. If she isn't serving, then she must be a consort? The system nodded in approval. Exactly. Knight Yuantuan contemplated the implications. The consorts in the Emperor's harem, aside from nannies, must be young women. Is it possible that Lord Fan's wife is serving as a wet nurse? However, she quickly dismissed this notion. Being a wet nurse was hardly scandalous. The system, however, dropped a bombshell. Oh, you would never guess. Lord Fan's wife isn't merely a wet nurse. She is to be a bride. Knight Yuantuan's eyes widened in disbelief.
A bride?
Surely. You can't mean what I think you mean? The system confirmed. Indeed, it is precisely as you comprehend. Knight Yuantuan was flabbergasted. In the harem, only the Emperor's consorts are designated as brides during their first night, and they must have been selected for the honor. Are you saying that the Emperor and Lord Fan's wife? She could scarcely believe her ears. The system nodded sagely. Correct. At this very moment, Lord Fan's wife is preparing herself for the Emperor's bedchamber. Knight Yuantuan gasped. This is not merely a case of the Emperor seizing a minister's wife. It is one of the minister's wife willingly presenting herself. But wait, is the Emperor really so desperate as to seek the company of a woman in her 60s? Chapter 99, The Rejuvenation Pill. The Emperor is not ill. The Emperor clenched his fists, his face turning pale with fury. Of course he was not. He was neither mad nor foolish enough to seek the company of an old minister's wife. Yet, given all the revelations thus far, the system's assertions had proven consistently accurate. This meant that Lord Fan's wife was indeed in his harem and was preparing for a night of intimacy. The Emperor meticulously recalled the consorts he had encountered in the past 10 days, and not a single elderly woman came to mind. It was well known that Lord Fan's wife was of an age akin to that of the Empress Dowager. She could easily be his mother. Surely, he had not stooped so low as to seek a woman of such advanced years. Lord Fan collapsed to the ground in despair. Your Majesty, I cannot endure such scandal. He had spent over 10 days searching for his wife, only to discover she was in the harem, awaiting her turn for the Emperor's affections. This was simply unfathomable. The entire court gasped in astonishment. Incredible. This was utterly shocking. Yet, based on their understanding of the Emperor, they knew he would never engage in such an act. By Mohan, Yi Kaiyuan and the 8th Prince exchanged glances, unsure whether to laugh or to express their outrage. In the court, silence reigned, thick and suffocating. Meanwhile, Knight Yuantuan was wholly absorbed in the new scandal, oblivious to the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. The system teased, host. Do you know why I referred to Lord Fan as a devoted husband? Knight Yuantuan retorted, spare me the preamble. I want the crux of the matter. My curiosity is piqued, and I can scarcely contain my anticipation. The system elaborated. A few months ago, Lord Fan's wife fell gravely ill and remained bedridden for 3 months. Last month, it seemed she was on the brink of death. Knight Yuantuan inhaled sharply. But she must have recovered, otherwise, she wouldn't be in the Emperor's harem. Indeed, it is thanks to Lord Fan's devotion that she survived. Throughout her illness, he wept day and night, his eyes swollen from grief. The Emperor finally grasped the concept of a devoted husband, one who could not bear to live without his wife. Was this what they referred to as being love-struck? The entire court now understood the reason behind Lord Fan's recent disheveled appearance. They had speculated about his sudden change, but now it all made sense. His swollen eyes were a testament to his sorrow. Knight Yuantuan questioned, surely, it couldn't be that his tears alone brought her back to life? The system shook its head. That would be impossible. Last month, unable to bear it any longer, Lord Fan journeyed to a temple in the mountains to pray for his wife's health. On his way, he encountered a monk. Upon hearing Lord Fan's troubles, the monk, noticing his deep love and virtuous character, decided to lend him a hand. And how did he assist him? The Emperor sensed that this assistance was likely unusual, given his prior experiences with the system. He gazed at Lord Fan, contemplating whether it would be better to ask him directly. However, Lord Fan was still in shock from the revelation that his wife was in the harem. Very well, the Emperor thought. It seems I shall learn more through the system. The system continued. The old monk performed a divination for Lord Fan and proclaimed that his wife's life was nearing its end. Devastated by the thought of losing her, Lord Fan resolved that if she were to pass, he would follow her into the afterlife. However, the monk, moved by Lord Fan's profound affection, offered him a remarkable method to alter this fate. Knight Yuantuan listened intently, captivated. Oh! At this moment, Lord Fan was drenched in cold sweat. The old monk's words were astonishingly accurate. The venerable sage claimed to possess a miraculous elixir, one that not only guaranteed the restoration of life, but could also reverse the aging process. However, for the elixir to work its wonders, it required the infusion of a life essence equivalent to 20 years, after which the monk would perform the necessary incantations. The old monk further divulged to Lord Fan that he was a benevolent soul of 3 lifetimes, still blessed with 20 years of life. Without hesitation, Lord Fan resolved to sacrifice his own 20 years of lifespan to procure the elixir for his beloved wife. Yet, the old monk cautioned him that should there come a day when his wife's heart wavered, the effects of the elixir would dissipate, and those 20 years could never be reclaimed, leading to Lord Fan's own demise. That night, Ruanruan sighed. This akin to Lord Fan wagering his own life for the sake of his wife's survival. A life exchanged for genuine affection. It perfectly encapsulates Lord Fan's servitude towards her. But how did his wife end up in the imperial palace? The system, having absorbed the entire narrative, clicked its tongue in contemplation. At that time, the old monk was indeed apprehensive that May, Lord Fan's wife, might lose her affection during this period. Hence he specifically advised Lord Fan. Yet, Lord Fan was utterly resolute in his trust towards May, insisting on administering the elixir to her. The old monk had urged him to ponder carefully, but once Lord Fan heard of the hope for May's recovery, he was steadfast in his decision. He recounted how he and May had supported each other from youth to old age, raising a family together. May had endured so much hardship, and he attributed all his good fortune to her. This convinced the old monk, and they agreed to proceed with the elixir for May. Although these events had already transpired, Lord Fan still felt a pang of emotion reflecting on his past experiences. He remained immensely grateful for saving his wife at that time. However, Emperor Qianqing sensed that this matter was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet he remained curious as to how May had entered the palace. The civil and military officials, including the corner dweller Yi Kaiyuan, were equally intrigued, though they dared not display their curiosity too overtly, fearing to arouse suspicion from Yi Ruanruan and the system. They could only anxiously continue to observe the unfolding drama. Once the elixir was administered, May would undoubtedly become youthful and beautiful. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 60-something May transformed into a vibrant 16-year-old. She had always been quite lovely in her youth, and now she had returned to that state. May spent an entire day admiring herself in the mirror, reveling in her newfound youth, believing that her serious illness had turned out to be a grand opportunity. Yi Ruanruan inquired, "Did Lord Fan not inform May about the elixir?" Chapter 100 was nothing short of a revelation. The system replied. He did mention the existence of the elixir, but did not disclose that he had exchanged 20 years of his life to procure it. Yi Ruanruan glanced at Lord Fan, who sat in the grand hall, anxiously wiping away his tears over his missing wife. Lord Fan must be worried that revealing this to May would burden her heart. "Ah, this is undoubtedly true love," the system remarked. There is no doubt that Lord Fan harbors genuine love for May, but May's feelings for him are not of the same nature.
Ye Ruanruan deducet.
If it were true love, May wouldn't have entered the palace. Surely, she wouldn't forsake Lord Fan simply because she regained her youth and beauty. Lord Fan exclaimed, "Surely not. His wife had always loved him. She had chosen him in her youth and cherished him throughout her life. How could she possibly disregard him in her old age?" The system applauded its little host. In their youth, not only was May beautiful, but Lord Fan was also quite the dashing figure. However, at that time, Lord Fan was impoverished, and upon passing the imperial examinations, he began his career from the lowest ranks. May, having experienced a tinge of regret, ultimately accepted her fate, thinking that as long as he was dependable, being poor was inconsequential. Yet, after May regained her youth, each time she saw Lord Fan return home, she felt a profound sense of disparity. She believed this was a divine chance to start anew. Yi Ruanruan surmised, "Has May begun to regret?" The system nodded. Indeed. She feels that Lord Fan no longer deserves her. After all, while he holds a third-rank official position, he remains a man of modest means, unable to provide her with a life of luxury. She started to believe she was worthy of something better. Following this realization, news of the imperial selection of maidens reached the palace, including Lady Fan Shuang, Lord Fan's daughter. Didn't the scoundrel father select maidens just a few days ago? Yi Ruanruan was unaware of these developments. It seemed she had been preoccupied with her own affairs, consuming and sleeping, and had not kept abreast of the outside world. Yet, during that time, the scoundrel father had been residing at Lioli Palace. Wasn't it peculiar that he wouldn't seek out new beauties as the maidens entered the palace? For the first time, Emperor Qianqing found the situation of the maidens entering the palace to be exceedingly embarrassing. This particular selection was merely a routine annual occurrence, far less significant than the grand selection held every 3 years. Initially, he had heeded his mother's advice to be equitable, but later he became indifferent to the matter. Despite its seemingly mundane nature, upon seeing the sparkling eyes of Yi Ruanruan, he felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, he truly is a scoundrel. Yi Ruanruan puffed out her cheeks. Emperor Qianqing, Yi Ruanruan continued, Lady Fan Shuang is to be a maiden in the palace. And this May she furrowed her brow.
Wow.
May is stepping in for her daughter to serve as a maiden for the scoundrel father? The system nodded vigorously. Correct. Lady Fan Shuang is of the same age as May, merely 16 years old. Though May is over 60, they share a similar appearance. As mother and daughter, they bear a striking resemblance. May approached Fan Shuang, warning her that life in the palace is fraught with peril, and that her innocent nature could lead to her demise within days due to palace intrigues. Hearing this, the young Shuang became frightened, asking May what to do. Mei then offered to take her place. Ruanruan could not contain her laughter. Puffed. Fan Shuangshuang agreed. Not only did she agree, but she even celebrated extravagantly in honor of Mei's decision. Ruanruan was incredulous. Isn't Fan Shuangshuang a fool? Her mother is about to enter the palace in her stead, which means her father's wife is about to disappear, and she's off celebrating? Lord Fan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in sheer astonishment. He suddenly recalled the night 10 days prior when the three of them joyfully dined out. That day, both Shuangshuang and his wife had been unusually elated. He had assumed it was due to his wife's recovery. His daughter had suggested they go out to celebrate, and he, too, had felt it was a momentous occasion, happily joining them for the outing. During the meal, he had shared a little wine with his wife, feeling an overwhelming sense of bliss. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? Yet, the following morning, he awoke to find his wife missing. He had even inquired with his daughter, who had claimed ignorance. But how could she not know? She was undoubtedly privy to the truth. The system. Mei expressed to Fan Shuangshuang. Do you desire to be the mother of a minister's wife or the mother of an imperial consort? Mei proclaimed that with her unparalleled wisdom, she would undoubtedly thrive in the imperial harem. At that time, she believed that not only would she contend with minor talents and elegant maidens, but she could also rise to the ranks of favored consorts and queens. Furthermore, having previously given birth, she possessed considerable insight into the matters of conception. When she bore a dragon heir, she would support her son in ascending to the position of crown prince. Thus, she would become the future empress dowager. Naturally, Fan Shuangshuang would remain her only daughter, destined to be a princess in the future. Yi Yuanting's eyes widened in disbelief. Such nonsense. Does Fan Shuangshuang truly believe that? Indeed. She believed it more fervently than gold. And in that moment, she and Mei envisioned a splendid future together. They completely disregarded the existence of Lord Fan, perceiving him merely as an obstacle on their path to success. Emperor Qianqing. The court officials. Lord Fan, now too disheartened to draw a breath, felt utterly let down. How could these mother and daughter conspire in such a manner, considering him a hindrance? Bai Mohan and the others were taken aback. Previously, upon hearing of his grandmother's persecution by Yang Haixing, he had deemed Yang a despicable character. Yet now, after hearing this scandal about Lord Fan, his worldview was utterly shattered. He considered Lord Fan's spouse not merely unworthy, but an absolute fool. At such an advanced age, she still harbored aspirations of bearing an imperial heir. It was absurd. How could the wife of a court minister, having survived thus far, still cling to avarice? As if that were not enough, she harbored ambitions of becoming an imperial consort, even planning who the future crown prince would be. This? It was as though the Grand Xian dynasty belonged to her family. Bai Mohan and the other ministers unanimously deemed Mei to be an utter dimwit. Chapter 101. How amusing! Who would have thought that such an upright and benevolent figure as Lord Fan would marry a woman of such ambition? The saying, "a wicked wife ruins 3 generations," only gained further significance. System. This is peculiar. Mei is over 60 years old, and for her to enter the palace as a maiden, she must possess a pristine reputation and undergo examination by the palace's internal affairs. How could she have accomplished that? Yi Yuanting's mention of this matter snapped Emperor Qianqing back to reality. It seemed there were corrupt elements within the internal affairs. The system stated, Mei is extremely cunning. When she resolved to undertake this scheme, she took all of Lord Fan's savings to facilitate her entrance into the palace. So Lord Fan not only lost his wife, but also his entire fortune, leaving him bereft in both wealth and love. The system confirmed. Indeed. Yi Yuanting clicked her tongue. What a tragic fool. He is truly the archetype of a wronged individual. Lord Fan. He felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. My heavens, how could he have ever imagined that things would unfold this way? No, he needed to confront Mei and demand clarity. What had he done to deserve this? Why, oh why, did she treat him so? What did you mean when you said Mei was preparing to serve the emperor? Has she encountered that rogue father? Was he ensnared by her beauty? As Yi Yuanting spoke, her small fists clenched tightly, filled with the determination to strike the imperial table should the system confirm her suspicions. Emperor Qianqing observed the grand plaque with silent exasperation. The system quickly interjected. Rest assured. Host, your rogue father has yet to meet May. However, he did glance at her portrait among many others, lingering a moment longer. Eunuch Yang was responsible for this matter and is known to accurately gauge the emperor's inclinations. Thus, he arranged for May to bathe and prepare for the emperor's evening visit. Emperor Qianqing sighed in relief. The system remarked, "Today, you are quite astute, aren't you?"
Ye wanting relayed her clenched fists.
Only to clench them again in a sudden surge of indignation. Is it true that father is drawn to her beauty? Otherwise, why would he fixate on May's portrait over all the others? The court officials. It must be said that the little princess posed an exceptionally astute question. Emperor Qianqing felt his heart race once more, mentally noting Eunuch Yang's name. He casually glanced at the nearby Eunuch Fu, who stood with head bowed. Humph. Eunuch Yang was related to Eunuch Fu. Eunuch Fu was at his wit's end. This was disastrous. Lord Fan could no longer afford to wallow in despair. He quickly rose, making his way to the imperial harem. After all, he was the father of the false daughter. With such a situation unfolding, he had every reason to investigate. The court officials were in a state of panic. The harem was not like the ministerial residence. They could not simply rush in. Right, Chancellor. Right, Chancellor. Do think of a way. Bai Mohan was nearly jumping out of his skin, desperate to find a method to enter the harem and witness the unfolding drama. The right Chancellor shook his head, expressing his inability to assist. Bai Mohan raised his hand. I have a plan. The court officials paused. What is it? Bai Mohan. Regardless, since the Emperor knows we can hear the little princess's thoughts, and Lord Fan has gone, we shall follow suit. If the Emperor inquires, we will tell the truth. I believe he would not hold it against us. We shall boldly proceed. Of course, in the harem, we must remain discreet and keep our distance. The court officials. They understood. So it was for the sake of gossip that they would abandon all sense of decorum. Off they went, determined to discover what was afoot. Suddenly, they all seemed to recall something and turned in unison to look at the right Chancellor. He always had gifts prepared for such grand gossip sessions. Surely, he would not let this opportunity pass. The right Chancellor stood tall. What are you all staring at? We are in the Imperial Palace. Where do you expect me to procure gifts? The court officials felt reassured. However, upon their arrival, they were once again taken aback by the right Chancellor's pre-prepared items. In the harem, at the tranquil Heart Lake, palace maids, consorts, and several eunuchs had gathered. Mother! Mother! Yi Yuanting was nearly in tears from anxiety. The pure consort was not yet visible, but her voice echoed through the air. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld Ruanruan with tear-stained eyes, cradled in the embrace of the night scenery. Ruanruan, your mother is quite well. Chun Fei reassured as she took Ruanruan into her arms. The little one's tears cascaded down her cheeks. But, didn't Gonggong Fu say that mother fell into the water? Chun Fei comforted her gently. A piercing voice emerged from the crowd. Oh, how deeply the sisters, Liang Fei and Chun Fei, share their bond. Mei Shi, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Liang Fei, who was surrounded by physicians. It was Chun Fei who had originally stumbled into the water, yet it was Liang Fei who, in an attempt to assist her, had ended up falling in instead. A twist of fate had occurred. Regardless, Mei Shi found great amusement in the spectacle. Whether it was Chun Fei or Liang Fei who fell, both would inevitably face her ire. Liang Fei, pallid in the chill of the night, was swathed in a thick blanket, yet still shivered uncontrollably.
Kairen.
Who grants you the audacity to act so recklessly? Mei Shi chuckled. What is it that your highness is implying? I was merely admiring the flowers right here. It was your highness who nearly fell, and Liang Fei helped you, resulting in her own misfortune. I simply commented on the sisterly affection between you two. I have done nothing wrong. Though Mei Shi was indeed domineering, she was acutely aware of her surroundings within the palace. With her extensive life experiences and the knowledge that the emperor had taken notice of her portrait, she held Chun Fei and Liang Fei in contempt.
Tonight,
she was destined to spend the night with the emperor. By dawn, she would surely ascend to greater heights, perhaps even be conferred the title of Gui Fei. Fear of Chun Fei or Liang Fei was far from her mind. Nearby, several Kairens stood witness as the empress and her entourage of concubines strolled through the gardens. drawn by the commotion. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the lively scene, particularly the fact that Liang Fei had fallen into the water. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty," the concubines bowed in unison. The Empress's gaze swept over the scene, landing on the haughty Mei Shi. Naturally, she also noticed Ruanruan and the night scenery. Without needing to inquire further, it was clear that the siblings had been together just moments prior. However, the absence of the emperor allowed the empress to relax slightly. After all, wherever Ruanruan roamed, the emperor was typically close at hand. "Which palace do you hail from?" the empress queried Mei Shi. After a curt bow, Mei Shi replied nonchalantly, "Your Majesty, I have yet to be assigned a palace." The empress scoffed, "Oh, a newly arrived beauty, so brazen before receiving any recognition?" Yet, she could not deny that Mei Shi possessed a striking visage, particularly at the tender age of 16, the very prime of youth. Even the empress found herself internally commending the girl. "I merely came to admire the flowers, Your Majesty, and happened upon Liang Fei's unfortunate fall," Mei Shi elaborated. The empress retorted coldly, "What are you? You lack even a title, yet presume to gaze upon the flowers? Only those of rank within the palace may grace Jingxin Lake." With her head bowed, Mei Shi felt a surge of indignation. Was it a crime to admire a mere flower? Today, she may lack a title, but that did not guarantee her future status would remain the same. After all, the emperor had taken note of her portrait. Tonight, she would surely be recognized. The empress, astute as ever, perceived Mei Shi's defiance and immediately felt her regard for the girl diminish. The palace was never short of beauties. What it lacked were intelligent ones. This girl, while possessing a pleasing appearance, was nothing more than a pretty fool. It was indeed a rarity for such a person to enter the palace. Gong Gong Yang leaned in to whisper to the empress, conveying that the emperor had cast more than a passing glance at Mei Shi's portrait. The empress raised an eyebrow in understanding. It seemed that this little Kai Ren had gained the emperor's attention, which explained her audacious behavior before even being formally recognized. One could only imagine how insufferable she would become should she attain the emperor's favor. "Little Ruanruan," Ruanruan muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes at Mei Shi. Does she truly believe she is so beautiful that the emperor adores her image? What a foolish notion. What sound is that?
Mei Shi gasped, startled.
The empress and the other concubines exchanged confused glances. If the emperor had indeed admired a portrait, it could only belong to someone else. Mother, do not pay attention to this foolish girl. Soon, father will come and deal with her, Ruanruan declared, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Anyone who dares harm my mother and Aunt Liang will surely face misfortune. They will be struck by lightning. Mei Shi was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Ruanruan. Such audacity. Chun Fei admonished, "You dare not pay your respects to the little princess." Mei Shi scoffed, "I am soon to be a Guifei. Why should I pay homage to a mere child?" In her mind, she continued to ruminate on Ruanruan's words. The little princess claimed that the emperor was on his way. In the distance, a bright figure approached with purposeful strides. Mei Shi's eyes gleamed with calculation. The opportunity had arrived. She dropped to her knees before Chun Fei, repeatedly bowing her head. "Your Highness, I beseech you to forgive me. Liang Fei's fall into the water is entirely unconnected to me. The Empress and all the sisters have borne witness." Chun Fei, while appearing oblivious, understood Mei Shi's sudden display was for the Emperor's benefit. Glancing at the still recovering Liang Fei, and then at the pouting Ruanruan, Chun Fei stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Mei Shi's face. Mei Shi gasped in shock, yet inwardly she reveled in delight. Yes, strike her. Let His Majesty see the true nature of this venomous woman. If the Emperor witnessed Chun Fei's assault, he would surely sympathize with her plight. "You claim I wronged you? Then I shall not cease until you admit your fault," Chun Fei declared, disregarding any repercussions from the Emperor. Liang Fei could not suffer such indignity unavenged. The Empress and the other concubines watched with great excitement. A brawl had ensued. How splendid! Such displays of conflict were precisely what they relished. Who would the Emperor support upon his arrival? The Emperor has arrived. At last. Father is here, Ruanruan thought, unable to suppress her internal commentary on his slow entrance. One might think he was an old man, so sluggish was his approach. As the Emperor, dressed in an imposing aura, strode forth. He was informed, "Your Majesty, Liang Fei has awakened." Chun Fei rushed to Liang Fei's side to assist her. Yi Ruanruan was held in the embrace of Yi Jing. "Liang Fei, how do you fare?" Chun Fei inquired, guilt weighing heavily upon her. Had Liang Fei not intervened, she might have been the one lying there. Liang Fei shook her head, expelling the water that had accumulated in her lungs. "Sister, I am well. Do not fret." The emperor, while aware of Liang Fei's affections, recognized her as the mother of Yi Jing. Though their feelings may be dormant, a trace of familial bond lingered. Observing the once vibrant Liang Fei now in such a weakened state, the emperor's countenance darkened. What transpired here? Mei Shi, feigning tears, rushed toward the emperor. Yet he shot her a cold glare. "Stand still and speak properly. You nearly startled me. Be wary of your head." Mei Shi was taken aback. Why did the emperor appear so fierce? Yet, he was undeniably handsome, far more striking than the likes of other men. "Your Majesty, the situation is as follows. I was merely admiring the flowers when I witnessed Liang Fei falling into the water while trying to save Chun Fei. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Sister Chun Fei struck me across the face. She accused me of being the reason why Sister Liang Fei fell. Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice. I have done nothing." "Done nothing?" The emperor's brow furrowed as he gazed upon the kneeling Mei Shi. Her face streaked with tears resembling a weeping pear blossom. Had he not gleaned the true identity of this individual from the inner thoughts of Yi Yuan, he would never have fathomed that she was a woman of over 60 years. Chapter 103. The weight of this revelation is staggering. Sister Liang Fei has fallen into the water, and you merely stand here, idly observing the flowers, doing nothing? How utterly heartless, with a heart as venomous as a serpent. Mei Shi, no, that is not it. Does His Majesty suffer from some grave affliction? How is merely admiring flowers a crime against humanity? Your Majesty, it is not as you think. I am so sorry. If you enjoy weeping, then kneel to the side and weep. Speak only once you have finished. Mei Shi, Your Majesty. At that moment, Lord Fan entered the scene. Upon seeing him, Mei Shi was struck dumb. How had old Fan managed to enter the inner palace? "Ah, it is Lord Fan," Yi Yuan exclaimed, her voice dripping with familiarity. Does Lord Fan know that his old companion has impersonated their daughter to serve as a talent for a scoundrel? The Empress's expression shifted dramatically. What? Impersonating a daughter to enter the palace? What an explosive statement. The other consorts. They felt as though they had misheard. Even Chun Fei found it hard to believe. Lying on the ground, Sister Liang Fei, upon hearing Yi Yuan's thoughts, sprang to her feet, completely stimulated by the revelation. She glanced at Chun Fei, then at Mei Shi, her mind clouded, and collapsed back to the ground. The gravity of this information was overwhelming. The ministers and officials who had just arrived stood at a distance, ensuring they kept their space from the emperor while still able to hear Yi Yuan's thoughts. Their timing was impeccable. The show was about to commence, haha. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent. Mei Shi stared blankly at Yi Yuan, who was gnawing on a milk-flavored teething stick in Night Jing's embrace. The little princess's thoughts revealed her identity. That meant everyone present was now aware? After all, when the little princess had exposed her thoughts, all eyes had turned towards her. Mei Shi deduced that everyone must have been able to hear the little princess's thoughts. Mei Shi was nearly stupefied, unable to fathom how the little princess had come to know of this matter. The crucial question remained, would His Majesty believe it? If he did, she was finished. Feigning innocence, Mei Shi knelt before Lord Fan, clutching his leg. She resolved to deny everything. After all, even if His Majesty had doubts, they possessed no evidence. Lord Fan, pale-faced, looked at Mei Shi with trembling fingers, recognizing her face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter. It struck him with a heart-wrenching realization. He had never imagined that the woman he had risked his life to save was one who despised the poor and adored the rich. For all these years, he had failed to see the true nature of Mei Shi. He had always believed her to be a woman of kind heart. Mei Shi clung to Lord Fan's leg, casting him desperate glances. Lord Fan's head buzzed with anger, while Mei Shi wiped away her tears, calling out, "Father, why have you come to the palace? They are bullying your daughter." You must ask His Majesty to uphold justice for me. The way she repeatedly called him father made Lord Fan's heart ache. Nearby, the ministers and officials exchanged glances, murmuring in disbelief. The right minister sighed, realizing that old Fan, at his age, was facing such betrayal. Had it not been for the little princess and the revelation of thoughts, they might have believed that old Fan and Mei Shi were in cahoots. Yet old Fan was clearly the victim. Bai Mohan was witnessing this spectacle for the first time, whispering with Yi Kaiyuan, pondering how Lord Fan would respond. Given that she was his companion of many decades. Yi Kaiyuan remarked, but by Shitzi, the system said that if Mei Shi's heart has strayed, Lord Fan will perish. Now that it is evident that Mei Shi has betrayed him, Bai Mohan frowned. Indeed, this is dire. Will Lord Fan meet his demise at the hands of his own wife? The Emperor, remembering this detail, had granted Mei Shi a moment of respite. But he never anticipated her audacity. Shaking his head, he lamented that it would be a pity if old Fan were to die for such a woman. Lord Fan fixed his gaze upon Mei Shi. Fan Shuang?
Mei Shi nodded vigorously.
Of course. In front of so many witnesses. How could I possibly admit to being your wife? That would be tantamount to courting death. Now that I have become so young and beautiful, I surely have ample time ahead. If you wish to perish, do not drag me into it. I still have countless blessings to enjoy. Father, why do you look at me like that? I am your daughter. You cannot possibly have forgotten your own child. Lord Fan's expression darkened. Why did you harm Consort Chun? Father, what are you saying? I have told you, I did not harm Consort Chun. It was their own carelessness that led to this. What does it have to do with me? I am your daughter. Why do you persist in defending them? Look, His Majesty is watching us. You must plead on my behalf. Mei Shi understood Lord Fan's straightforward nature. He was honest to a fault and would not speak up for her. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered a suggestion. Lord Fan's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yi Yuan's curious eyes widened. System. What are Mei Shi and Lord Fan discussing so mysteriously? The system, digging through the juicy details, replied. She suggested that Lord Fan speak to His Majesty, urging him to grant Mei Shi more opportunities to serve him in bed.
Puffed.
So Mei Shi wants her husband to ask the scoundrel for a night of intimacy? She truly does not regard Lord Fan at all. I have seen wives who betray their husbands, but this is a new level. Her husband is being asked to don the green hat himself. Today I have truly gained insight. Mei Shi is something else. Mei Shi quickly lowered her head. Lord Fan, grinding his teeth in anger, replied, You go say it. I will not. Mei Shi shot him a glare. Father, why can't you bear to see your daughter thrive? Lord Fan. Lord Fan truly is a turtle of endurance. How can he tolerate this? He should simply lay everything bare and seek a divorce. Yi Yuan rolled her eyes. System. I recall you saying that if Mei Shi's affection for Lord Fan wanes, the rejuvenation pill will become ineffective. Given the current situation, does Mei Shi still harbor genuine love for him? System. That is certainly not the case. Thus, the rejuvenation pill will soon lose its potency, and Lord Fan will be in peril. Yi Yuan gazed sympathetically at Lord Fan. How tragic for him. A once great official reduced to such a state. The ministers and officials murmured in dismay. It's over. Old Fan truly may meet his end. To sacrifice one's life for such a woman is an utter waste. Mei Shi stared at Lord Fan, her expression incredulous. Chapter 104. The old witch is about to make her appearance. Lord Fan covered Mei Shi's mouth. If you utter a single word, the Emperor could annihilate your entire family. Tears streamed down Mei Shi's face in fear. What do you mean by saying that if I no longer care for old Fan, the rejuvenation pill will become ineffective? What is this rejuvenation pill? Is it merely an ordinary pill? Your Majesty, please save me. She cried desperately. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, crashing behind Mei. Startled, she let out a shrill scream. Surely, that lightning could not have been aimed at her, could it? It was indeed meant for you. Mei, no. It must be an auditory hallucination. Your Majesty, sobbing, how can you dare to demand my rescue? Mei, Your Majesty, I know you harbor affections for me. Do not heed the ramblings of others. My feelings for you are genuine. The Qianqing Emperor kicked Mei away, saying, I like you? If I were not fond of you, Why would I linger over your portrait? How arrogant. The only thing I noticed was a dark speck on it. My gaze was drawn to that, not you. May was as if struck by a thunderbolt.
What?
A dark speck? Am I not more appealing than that? Lord Fan covered his face, unable to bear the sight of May's humiliation. She had embarrassed herself beyond measure. May collapsed onto the ground, realizing that the Emperor did not truly care for her. But wait, Your Majesty, did you not say you would summon me to your chambers tonight? Who is the scoundrel spreading such rumors? May. It seems no one ever uttered such words. It was merely her own wishful thinking. Look quickly. Her hair has turned white, the Empress suddenly exclaimed, pointing at May. This single proclamation captured everyone's attention. Even Ruanruan was gleefully watching the spectacle. Wow. White hair. The old witch is making her appearance. Everyone will surely be astonished. As colleagues of Lord Fan, they had hardly seen the real May. May was known for her haughty demeanor, rarely engaging with others, believing herself to be superior, and isolating herself from other bureaucrats' wives. At the tender age of 16, her once lustrous locks appeared as if draped in a layer of snow, turning white at a visible pace. Her delicate skin had withered unrecognizably, marked by deep creases. Her slender hands lay on the ground, resembling bird claws. In an instant, the beautiful young maiden had transformed into a frail old crone of over 60. May, in disbelief, lifted her hand to touch her face, exclaiming, "How could this happen? Where is my lovely visage? My fair, taut skin? I refuse to grow old. I wish to be youthful and beautiful once more." Like a madwoman, she emitted a frantic scream. May pointed at Lord Fan. "Old Fan, hasten and provide me with another rejuvenation pill, quickly." Lord Fan sighed at her frantic demeanor. May slapped Lord Fan across the face, grasping his collar. "Old Fan, why do you torment me? I am your wife. If I thrive, so shall you. You profess to care for me, yet you only seek to drag me from paradise to hell. You are well aware of your own situation. Take a good look at yourself. Can you truly believe you are worthy of someone as radiant as I? I never anticipated that after all this time, you would deprive me of the rejuvenation pill to keep me by your side. You merely wished to threaten me with it. Now, you have succeeded. You have truly threatened me. For the sake of our marital bond, I implore you, Old Fan, grant me the pill." Lord Fan's eyes widened in anger. The woman before him, once gentle, now bore no resemblance to the wife he once knew. "You give me the rejuvenation pill. You must." May nearly strangled Lord Fan. Just as the Qianqing Emperor was about to issue a command to restrain May, he witnessed Lord Fan regain his composure and shove her away. May was evidently taken aback by Lord Fan's action. After all these years, she had dictated his every move, and he had never dared to raise a hand against her. Now, he had the audacity to push her away. Had the clay figure finally found its temper? "What do you mean by this, Lord Fan? There are no more rejuvenation pills. You have exhausted the one I had, and that pill was meant to cure your ailment. Its primary purpose was to restore your health, not to turn back the clock. May, I do not care. I demand the rejuvenation pill. I want to be young again. I want to be the Emperor's consort. I want to be the future Empress. Qianqing Emperor. May deserves to perish 1,000 times over." The court officials murmured, "Impressive." This May truly seemed to wish for her entire clan to suffer for her reckless desire to court death. Lord Fan hurriedly covered May's mouth. May showed no appreciation for Lord Fan's kindness, biting his hand. "If you do not grant me the rejuvenation pill today, I will kill you." Lord Fan stared at her in disbelief. "Alung, you threaten to murder me?" "Yes. If you dare to obstruct my path to beauty, I will end your life. You, old fool, are utterly repugnant and do not deserve to be with me." Lord Fan gazed at the deranged May. Suddenly, she trembled, collapsing to the ground, spewing blood, reminiscent of her recent illness. Once again, she was reduced to a state of weakness, bleeding profusely, and subsequently lay in bed for an extended period. At that moment, she felt as though her life was slipping away. "It is your fault, Lord Fan. You have harmed me." Lord Fan shook his head sorrowfully. "Alung, I have never wished you harm. I have told you that once the effects of the rejuvenation pill dissipate, you would revert to your former self. But I was healed. I had become young and beautiful. Lord Fan, The master has stated that only through genuine mutual affection will the rejuvenation pill's effects endure. Unbeknownst to May, Lord Fan had sacrificed 20 years of his life to ensure the pill's efficacy. In truth, Lord Fan was her savior. Without him, not only would she have remained unwell, but her beauty would have been unattainable. Ruanruan felt no sympathy for May. All of this was of May's own making. Had she remained true to her feelings and treated Lord Fan sincerely, she would not have ended up in this predicament. Ultimately, it was May's selfishness that led to her downfall. May stared blankly at Lord Fan. Now that the truth had been revealed, did she not feel regret? Just when everyone thought May would sincerely repent, she glared at Lord Fan with hatred. "You are so cruel, using the rejuvenation pill to threaten me." The court officials, the concubines. It is confirmed. This May is utterly lacking in self-awareness. Chapter 105. Do you believe it? Lord Fan remained silent, his gaze filled with disappointment. Watching May bleed, he felt utterly drained. Yet he inhaled deeply and gravely declared, "May, if that is how you perceive things, then consider my sincerity as having been offered to the dogs. From this day forth, let us part ways. We are no longer husband and wife, and our fates shall end here. May we not encounter one another in the next life." May was taken aback. "You dare to divorce me?" Lord Fan seemed resolute. "Why should I not?" May could hardly fathom that the man who had loved and protected her for so many years would choose to abandon her in her final moments. Suddenly, May felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She did not wish to be cast aside. May died, her eyes wide open in disbelief. As she lay lifeless, Lord Fan felt no sorrow, only a resigned sigh. Soon after, he too spat blood. "Call the imperial physician," commanded the Qianqing emperor, summoning the doctor. Concerned, the court officials rushed to inquire about Lord Fan's well-being. Closing his eyes, just before losing consciousness, Lord Fan uttered to the Qianqing emperor, "I wish to return home." The Qianqing emperor ordered that Lord Fan be taken back to the Fan residence, accompanied by several physicians. The court officials, momentarily forgetting their gossip, hurried to the Fan residence to pay their respects. Bai Mohan lamented, "Alas, Lord Fan's death is truly tragic. To die for such individuals is truly not worthwhile." Yi Kaiyuan wholeheartedly concurs with this sentiment. Who could argue otherwise? It is indeed a pity. The loss of a loyal minister weighs heavily on the heart of Emperor Qianqing. He promptly dismissed the concubines from the palace and made his way to the Fan residence. Naturally, he did not forget to take Ruanruan with him. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered that both Ruanruan and Yi Jing had vanished. Had they departed for the Fan residence ahead of him? The Mei family was left to be dealt with by her maternal relatives in the countryside. Fan Shuangshuang learned from the officials that her father had become aware of her and her mother's schemes, which left her in utter despair. With her mother deceased and her father gone as well, she found herself not merely stripped of her princess status, but now orphaned. The Fan residence soon draped itself in white mourning cloth. Fan Shuangshuang dared not show her face. It was said that the emperor had been present at the time of her mother's death, which implied that he was aware of her mother taking her place in the palace. This was a deceit against the emperor. If he were to pursue this matter,
Her own safety would be at stake.
Fan Daren's son, Fan Wenshuan, rushed back upon hearing of the family's misfortunes. Unlike Fan Shuangshuang, Fan Wenshuan was a man of loyalty and valor. Upon entering the residence, he knelt before the coffin of his father. All matters, great and small, now fell upon him, the eldest son. The wails of the servants and maids echoed throughout the house. Outside the hall, Ruanruan sat at the entrance, a diminutive figure gazing at the yellow paper igniting in the center of the hall. From her little pocket, she pulled out a few shelled peanuts and tossed them into the burning pile of yellow paper. The sizzling peanuts crackled as the flames roasted them. When Fan Wenjia noticed the small child, his gaze softened. It was the little princess. He immediately lost his irritation. The little princess was a good soul, a kind-hearted child. Were it not for her, given her mother's actions, the entire Fan family would have faced ruin. Not only were they conducting their father's funeral, but the whole family would have been unable to endure such a calamity. Fan Wenjia did not perceive the little princess's actions as disrespectful toward his father. After all, The little princess was of royal blood, while his father was but a minister. Feeling pity for the child, he retrieved the roasted peanuts from the fire, cradling the warm, tender morsels in his palm, and blew gently on them, fearful of burning Ruanruan. He then offered the peanuts to her outside. "Your Highness, would you care to join us inside? It is rather chilly out here." Ruanruan cheerfully accepted a few peanuts, but shook her head. "No need. I'm quite content sitting here." Fan Wenjia replied, "Very well, little princess. Later, there will be visitors to pay their respects to my father. I may not be able to attend to you, so if you feel hungry, please help yourself to some snacks inside." Ruanruan smiled and nodded. "Host, isn't it inappropriate to smile at a funeral? Look at everyone else, they are all weeping." Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "System, you wouldn't understand, would you? They cry because Lord Fan has died, but I smile because he is not truly dead." The system responded. "Wanbao, Lord Fan has indeed passed away. Even I, as a system, find his death to be most regrettable." Ruanruan blinked and popped a peanut into her mouth. If he doesn't experience death, how could his infatuation ever be cured? The system suddenly raised its voice. "Ruanruan, you wouldn't have a way to revive Lord Fan, would you? Reviving her father?" Fan Wenjia became agitated at the thought. Could the little princess truly restore his father's life? If so, he would surely erect a golden statue in her honor and worship her daily. Meanwhile, the officials gathered outside exchanged glances. They were prepared to believe anything, even that the little princess could pluck the stars from the heavens. However, Emperor Qianqing's thoughts diverged from those of the ministers. "Your Majesty, the little princess just claimed she could bring Lord Fan back to life." Song Xuanfu eagerly chimed in as he approached the emperor. Qianqing looked at him proudly. "Do you believe that?" Song Xuanfu slapped his thigh. "Of course, I do." The Right Chancellor tugged at Song Xuanfu's sleeve. "Minister Song, you may have misspoken." Song Xuanfu retorted. "The Right Chancellor no longer believes in the little princess? The sun must have risen in the west today." Typically, the Right Chancellor was the little princess's most loyal supporter. The Right Chancellor shot a glare at Minister Song. "The little princess said Lord Fan is not dead. If he is not dead, how can one speak of reviving him? His Majesty has hinted at this, yet you remain oblivious." Minister Song pondered. "It seems the little princess did indeed say that Lord Fan is not dead. Look at that." They all bore official seals and had eavesdropped on the little princess's heart, yet they failed to grasp her true meaning, while the Right Chancellor could discern the nuances. It is no wonder that individuals with such intellect could ascend to high positions. The system curiously inquired, "Host, how do you intend to revive Lord Fan?" Ruanruan playfully tapped the system's head. "Well, it's simple. Lord Fan lies there because he lost 20 years of his lifespan.
We just need to restore those 20 years to him."
The system replied, "That makes sense." The ministers exclaimed, "Huh? It can be done that way?" Chapter 106. The Old King of Hell Meets a Ghost. Ruanruan rolled her eyes and brushed the peanut shells from her hands before crawling into the hall. Fan Wenjia closed his eyes and began chanting scriptures. He was unaware of her presence. The host seems to be reciting sutras for Lord Fan. He doesn't even notice you crawling in. How amusing. This was precisely Ruanruan's intention. She crawled and crawled until she finally reached Lord Fan's coffin. With her tiny hand, she drew a small circle on the coffin, marking it. With this little circle, the Soul Reaper would not be able to take Lord Fan's spirit away, effectively binding his soul within his own body. Ruanruan was exhausted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The system asked, "Host, I don't recall you ever being this fatigued from drawing circles before." Ruanruan replied, "It's not the circle that tires me, it's the crawling over here." The system responded with silence. Ruanruan took a deep breath. "I've decided that I must drink more milk after returning to the palace." She had legs, yet she couldn't walk. It was infuriating. In the underworld, the name of Lord Fan flickered on the soul-reaping ledger. The two soul reapers, previously dozing, suddenly perked up. One nudged the other, who was swaying on a tree. "Wake up, brother. We've got work." The underworld was never short of soul reapers, each possessing their own ledger. In the current peaceful era of the Great Qian Dynasty, without wars, the number of souls was significantly reduced. With fewer souls to collect, the work was much easier. The two soul reapers had been looking forward to this respite, as they both preferred not to work more than necessary. In the past, they would have been delighted to see such a scene, humming tunes and playing cards. However, times had changed. Since they mistakenly collected Ruanruan's soul a few days ago, they had been inundated with 1,000 additional soul-reaping tasks. They had to get busy. Now, in the underworld, there were many soul reapers and few souls. Each deceased individual's name would randomly appear in the soul-reaping ledger. They hadn't worked for 2 days. But today, they finally had a new name on the list. The sooner they completed 1,000 souls, the sooner they could retire. They were now highly motivated to work. The elder brother woke up and exclaimed, "Finally, work has come after 2 days." Who is it this time? A person with the surname Fan. Hailing from the capital of the Great Qian. The soul-reaping elder brother responded. Not again. Once again, it is the Grand Qian Dynasty, and still the capital. The last time they ventured to this place, fortune did not favor them. What about this time? Brother, I do not wish to go to this place again. I am afraid, the soul-reaping younger brother confessed, clearly haunted by the psychological shadow of their previous encounter. The elder brother patted his sibling reassuringly. That is all in the past. There is nothing to fear. We cannot perpetually dwell on bygone events. We must look forward.
Besides,
the little Yama King is not yet 9 months old and cannot even walk. She surely cannot leave the palace. As long as we avoid the imperial palace, we shall not encounter her. Do not be afraid. Our long-awaited fortune is finally arriving. But brother, the younger sibling protested. Though the little Yama King may be too young to leave the palace, can she not be carried out? The elder brother replied, indeed she can, but a mere princess has no connection to someone with the surname Fan. Think about it. We have a staggering 9,999 tasks ahead of us. If we do not work, how shall we complete our duties? Do you aspire to retire in this lifetime? Of course, I wish to retire. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a leisurely life of retirement? The younger brother pondered, realizing the wisdom in his elder's words. The little Yama King, after all, would not be idly wandering outside the palace. Quickly, we must attend to our work, the elder brother urged, tugging his sibling along. At the Fan residence, the soul-reaping emissary was notably slow this time, largely due to the younger brother's lack of enthusiasm. Hovering above the Fan estate, he gazed intently at the surroundings. Did you hear that? It sounds like a wailing spirit, the elder brother remarked. Yes, I heard it, the younger brother confirmed. Hurry, get to work. Scout ahead. But wait. The younger brother hesitated. Last time, he was the one who reaped souls first. Why is it him again? Shaking his head, he said, Brother, I refuse to go. I am cowardly. The elder brother teased. When we return to the underworld, I shall introduce you to some timid souls. You will find them quite relatable. Such mockery for my brother. The younger sibling retorted. If you are so bold, then you go. With a haughty snort, the elder brother declared, Fine, I shall go. You stay here. The younger brother felt a rush of relief. His elder brother was indeed reliable. The elder brother descended upon the Fan estate, his soul-reaping rope in hand. A quick glance around revealed no sign of the Yama King, filling him with joy. I told you, the little Yama King is far too young to leave the palace. He cheerfully entered the hall, and as soon as the soul-reaping rope was drawn, a burst of golden light erupted from the coffin of Lord Fan, sealing it tightly and sending the rope flying back to the elder brother. What the? He gasped, trembling in fear, and fled. Meanwhile, the younger brother anxiously awaited his elder's return, only to see him appear with a twisted neck, drenched in blood. Brother, you've been reaped. As the soul-reaping rope passed through him, his own spirit became ensnared. Who has reaped your soul? The elder brother, trembling, pointed towards the Fan residence, stammering. It was the King of Hell's golden seal. It protects him. Who is protected by the golden seal? That person with a surname Fan? The younger brother was astounded. Heavens! Brother, you were right. The Fan residence has the golden seal of the little Yama King. How terrifying! Woe is me, it hurts so much. I shan't reap any longer. I want to go home. The younger brother's face grew paler. The little Yama King is at the Fan residence? Will we ever be able to work in the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty again? Is the little Yama King so free that we keep encountering her? I did not see her, but that golden seal is indeed hers. From beginning to end, the elder brother did not cease his lamentations. The younger brother patted him. Do not cry. Do not cry. I shall take you home. We shall not return to the capital. It is far too frightening, and this door will lead to naught. But brother, the elder sibling protested, we have yet to complete the tasks on our soul-reaping roster.
Ugh.
After each soul-reaping, we must report to the Yama King or the two Lords of Impermanence. We have already faced 2 consecutive failures. What shall we do? Let us seek the Yama King. The younger brother said anxiously, we must distance ourselves. Let us hope to never encounter the little Yama King again. Run. In the underworld, after placing the golden seal upon Lord Fan, Knight Yuan swiftly opened the gates of the netherworld. Grandpa. Her sweet voice resonated like a delicate strawberry cake. The elder Yama King, dozing in a pavilion, awoke unexpectedly at the sound of Grandpa. Casting a glance around the empty pavilion, he sighed. The red spider lilies swayed gently in the breeze, and he reminisced how the little girl once planted them. Now, the flowers bloomed, but the girl was gone. Truth be told, he felt a lingering sense of emptiness since the little girl had successfully reincarnated into the human realm. He even dreamt of her sweetly calling him Grandpa. However, upon recalling the mischief in her mind, the elder Yama King jolted upright, clasping his hands in prayer. Knight Yuan, you have achieved immortality. There is no need to return to the underworld. Enjoy your life as a little princess in the human realm, and allow me to revel in my remaining years.
Grandpa.
Open your eyes and see. I have come back to visit you. As the elder Yama King opened his eyes and looked down, he found a chubby little figure before him, her round face adorned with strikingly beautiful eyes.
Who are you?
Knight Yuan blinked her black grape-like eyes. Do you not recognize me? System, have we really been away for so long that the elder Yama King does not remember me? The system responded. He knows. He is pretending. Damn it. It truly is Knight Yuan. Ah, good news. He saw Knight Yuan return. Bad news. Knight Yuan had indeed returned. Knight Yuan rolled her eyes, no longer clutching the elder Yama King's clothing, and plopped down on the ground, huffing. This elder Yama King is pretending not to recognize me. Has he stumbled upon some new gossip lately? Pretending not to recognize her. She would feast on the elder Yama King's gossip. The system remarked. Wait a moment, let me check. Hey, you were right. The elder Yama King indeed has some gossip. Knight Yuan's eyes sparkled. What gossip? Hurry and tell me. Knight Yuan. The elder Yama King exclaimed. Knight Yuan was startled. Huh? Knight Yuan. Sob, you heartless little one. You do know to come back, right? Did you know I was nearly dying to see you? Knight Yuan retorted. System. Just a moment ago, the elder Yama King was pretending not to recognize me. Why is he now crying about missing me? The system replied while sifting through gossip. He probably just didn't process it right away. The elder Yama King felt fortunate for his quick thinking. He managed to appease the little girl before the system could divulge his gossip. After all, once the little girl got into gossip, she would not leave for a while.
Given her fondness for it.
Knight Yuan, did you miss Grandpa? The elder Yama King asked with a beaming smile. As long as Knight Yuan was happy, all the spirits would be happy. Of course, I missed you. That is why I returned, Knight Yuan replied, nodding her little head obediently. Humph, I know you well. You must have some business for returning, right? Knight Yuan giggled. There is a tiny little matter. What matter? The elder Yama King asked excitedly. Quickly tell me. Then hurry off. Knight Yuan's gaze wandered eagerly to the food laid out on the stone table. Old King Yen hastily summoned a few hungry spirits, rewarding them with delightful treats, urging them to take them away. Knight Yuan watched forlornly as the delectable snacks were whisked away. With a beaming smile, old King Yen remarked, Yuan, you are still too young. You mustn't indulge indiscriminately, lest you suffer from indigestion. This fellow, indulging in both food and drink while chatting, surely believed the girl would linger longer. When hunger struck, she would undoubtedly leave on her own. Ha ha. Old King Yen felt quite clever indeed. Knight Yuan patted her little belly, gritting her teeth, and resolutely declared, First, I must attend to important matters. Great King, save me. No, save the spirits. The soul-reaping emissaries. 2 brothers rushed over, weeping and kneeling before old King Yen, recounting their recent endeavor at the Fan family to collect souls in detail. Rarely silent, old King Yen listened intently. The brothers sensed something amiss and, upon glancing up, were met with old King Yan's inscrutable gaze. The soul-reaping emissaries were taken aback. Isn't the little king supposed to have been reincarnated? How is he back? They shared their confusion with old King Yen, who remained silent, not out of unwillingness, but rather due to the necessity of discretion in front of Knight Yuan. It was prudent to avoid being the most conspicuous presence, lest the little girl become curious and dig into his secrets, which would lead to a comical debacle. The vast pavilion fell into an unexpected silence. The soul-reaping emissaries exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Suddenly, one of them collided with a pillar and fainted. Old King Yen remarked dryly, "You two are truly something else." Now trembling, old King Yen wished he could also faint to evade the prospect of Knight Yuan uncovering his little secrets. "My dear, if you seek my guidance, is it concerning that Lord Fan?"
Exactly.
Old King Yen thought to himself that whatever the matter regarding Lord Fan was, he would agree to it all. "What is it?" "Lord Fan's death was unjust. I wish to restore the 20 years of life he lost." "What do you think?" Old King Yen smiled. "Absolutely. That is quite feasible." The little girl had just taken on the role of the new little king, and her word was law. With a grand gesture, old King Yen produced the Book of Life and Death. Knight Yuan suddenly noticed that this book appeared somewhat thinner. Why does it seem a bit off? A few pages seem to be missing, and now it is incomplete. Stunned, Knight Yuan exclaimed, "Huh? System, what happened to the Book of Life and Death? I recall it being perfectly fine before my reincarnation." The system replied, "Since your reincarnation, half of the Book of Life and Death has been lost." Knight Yuan inquired, "Where did that missing half go?" This question had also plagued old King Yen for the past 6 months. He had dispatched many spirits to search, but curiously, none had been found. Now, as Knight Yuan posed the question, old King Yen searched for Lord Fan's name in the book while attentively listening to the system. "It has gone to the mortal realm, but the specific location is unknown." Knight Yuan chose not to press further, recognizing that the little system was merely a spectator, not an omnipotent entity. This time, old King Yen did not suffer a loss, having gleaned some useful clues from the Book of Life and Death. With a serious demeanor, Knight Yuan asked, "Grandfather, what if Lord Fan's name is not in the Book of Life and Death?" Old King Yen chuckled. "Names that are lost cannot alter fate." Knight Yuan's eyes sparkled. "Is that so?" However, the little girl was not the least bit worried, for she knew Lord Fan's name certainly was not on the missing pages. Even if it were lost, she could still rectify it. Found it. The pages of the Book of Life and Death automatically turned, settling on a name. It was indeed Fan Guang's. At that moment, Fan Guang's name was nearly transparent. The instant his name vanished completely, he would enter the underworld, awaiting reincarnation. Knight Yuan craned her neck to see that the lifespan indicated beneath Lord Fan's name was a mere 0. Old King Yen furrowed his brow, noting, "This individual has been a kind soul in 3 lifetimes. His lifespan should exceed 80 years. He is only 60 this year. He should not be dead." Chapter 108. What a fruitful discovery. Indeed, a kind heart has succumbed to the folly of love, but now Lord Fan's mind is clear. Reflecting on the notion of love, old King Yen realized he had become somewhat enlightened, having frequently heard Knight Yuan and the system mention these terms. "Grandfather, please add to his lifespan." Knight Yuan pointed at Fan Guang's name. Old King Yen took out a pen but suddenly hesitated. "Well." Knight Yuan's small face grew stern. "Grandfather, you mustn't have second thoughts."
Not that he dared to.
He was eager to grant the surname Fan an extension, wishing for the girl to leave swiftly. However, as the King of Hell, he was bound by rules regarding lifespan extensions. One could only add to a lifespan once within 10 days. This rule was designed to prevent abuse of power by the reigning King of Hell. Of course, this rule held no weight with Knight Yuan, as she traversed heaven and earth with impunity. "Have you added to someone else's lifespan these past few days?" Knight Yuan's face blanched in astonishment. "Grandfather is the most fair and just. Throughout his reign, he has never acted out of bias." Old King Yen nodded.
"Who did you add to?"
He gazed at the little one before him, struggling to find the words. Knight Yuan scoffed, Grandfather must have other little treasures. Cold sweat trickled down old King Yan's back. You are my only little treasure. He could hardly manage one, let alone seek out another. Then I shall do it myself. Knight Yuan seized the vermilion brush and prepared to write Lord Fan's lifespan. But how much should she write? Old King Yan's eyelids twitched. Did you not say he lost 20 years? Yes, he did lose them, but I never stated I wanted to add 20 years. Let's add 40 instead. Let's round it off, ensuring Lord Fan lives to 100. Old King Yan was taken aback. You truly are generous. Adding lifespan on a whim could be considered favoritism. And if the higher-ups were to find out, it could invoke heavenly retribution. Knight Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heavenly retribution? Old King Yan suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. Just then, the dark-faced judge hurried over, whispering urgently, My lord, there is an anomaly with the spirit stones. Old King Yan barely had time to inform Knight Yuan before rushing off to inspect the spirit stones. What did he find? The spirit stones revealed a hint of impending heavenly retribution that suddenly receded. What a tempest of storms, lightning, and thunder. The mortal realm was now serene, basking in warm sunlight. Old King Yan wiped the sweat from his brow. That girl is formidable. Even heavenly retribution must take a detour around her. He mused that she was not to be trifled with, and it was imperative to find a way to send her away quickly. Upon returning, Old King Yan discovered that Knight Yuan had joyfully completed adding to Fan Guang's lifespan. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Grandfather, that's my name. Old King Yan recalled the last time he had filled Knight Yuan's lifespan, deliberately ensuring it was full. With a wave of his sleeve, he retrieved the Book of Life and Death. Rest assured, your name is absolutely safe. But I just saw that my displayed lifespan seemed to have changed. No change at all, Yuan. You must hurry back. Your parents in the mortal realm are worried sick. Go home quickly. Knight Yuan scratched her head, her two little pigtails nearly coming undone. Host, Great King has filled your lifespan to the maximum. Please check the main screen. The system proved to be remarkably efficient, timely unveiling the name of Yuan from the Book of Life and Death. Countless zeros danced before her eyes, leaving even the old Yama utterly astonished. Yuan was aware of the gravity of the situation. It was over. The realization struck her. With her big, sparkling eyes, she gazed up at old Yama, who was lost in thought, contemplating how to explain the moment he had kicked her into reincarnation. This was his grand secret. Oh, dear. Old Yama exclaimed, Why are you crying, Yuan? His heart softened instantly. The little girl was remarkably resilient. He had never seen her shed a tear before. Oh, old Yama, you have been so benevolent, bestowing upon me such a lengthy lifespan. I am truly moved. Yuan burst into tears, burying her face in old Yama's embrace. He sighed deeply. In truth, Yuan was the most adorable child he had ever encountered. Yet, her insatiable curiosity often led her to pry into matters that made him quite uncomfortable. However, that did not diminish his affection for her. No more tears, my dear. Grandpa cherishes you dearly, he gently reassured her. Yuan, wiping her tears, looked up at him and declared, In light of your kindness, I promise I will return often to visit you. Old Yama's eyelids fluttered in surprise. Oh, no need for that, dear. I am strong and healthy. You needn't worry about me while you are in the mortal realm. You don't have to come back constantly.
Juan insisted.
No. I must come back to see you. Old Yama felt a flush of embarrassment. System, what juicy gossip have you yet to share with me? The system replied, Time is of the essence. Let us first assist Lord Fan before indulging in gossip. Yuan conceded. Indeed, I shall return next time. She wiped her tears and bid farewell to old Yama, glancing back every few steps. Old Yama was nearly beside himself with urgency. Hurry along now, he urged, until she finally vanished from sight, leaving him to exhale in relief. Upon her return to the Fan residence, the air was thick with cries. Yuan dramatically patted Fan Wenjia, exclaiming, Look. Fan Wenjia glanced up, surprised to see Lord Fan sitting up from the coffin.
Ah!
Father, you've returned from the dead. Emperor Qianqing and the civil and military officials rushed into the courtyard upon hearing the commotion. Lord Fan quickly climbed out of the coffin to pay his respects to Emperor Qianqing. Yi Yuan sat cross-legged before a small fire pit, roasting peanuts. The emperor exchanged glances with the officials and Lord Fan, signaling them to feign ignorance about the recent events. Naturally, with the emperor's decree, they dared not utter a word. Later that evening, in the imperial study, Yi Yuan lay on her small bed, her little face drooping, devoid of her usual cheerfulness. The system sensed something amiss. "Host, what troubles you?" She had even tousled her cute little hair into disarray. When Emperor Qianqing arrived, he was met with this scene.
Wah!
Yi Yuan's eyes were red from crying. The system panicked. "Oh no! Yi Yuan, are you unwell? Today, I think I may have eaten too many peanuts. My tummy feels quite uncomfortable," she lamented. The emperor approached swiftly, cradling her in his arms. "Little one, why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling ill?" Yi Yuan, nestled against Emperor Qianqing's shoulder, whimpered softly. "It seems I've overindulged and now feel quite ill." The emperor called for the royal physician, who confirmed that Yi Yuan was suffering from bloating. Indeed, she had upset her stomach. The emperor was filled with self-reproach. The little girl had endured a great ordeal while in his company. The physician suggested a massage to alleviate her discomfort. The emperor learned the technique and personally administered it to his daughter. Yi Yuan, unbeknownst to him, drifted off to sleep while he held her closely, anxious about her condition. In a rare occurrence, she found herself dreaming. In her dream, she was transported back in time to when she had first arrived in the underworld, where her first encounter was with old Yama, who treated her with utmost kindness, akin to that of a beloved granddaughter. There was an air of reverence in his tone when he spoke to her. Yet, being young and naive, she pondered little about her origins or destination. One day, feeling bored in the underworld, she ventured out to play, long before she had assumed the mantle of the young Yama. She found herself in the mortal realm, where she faced a torrential downpour, seeking refuge in a dilapidated temple. Yi Yuan had an insatiable appetite and could not bear hunger. Cold and famished, she was on the verge of tears when a scholar, en route to take the imperial examination, entered the temple. The scholar was ragged, his shoes tattered with a gaping hole. Yi Yuan watched him with curiosity. The scholar built a fire and, upon noticing her, offered her the only half of a pancake he had with him. Before leaving, he even covered her with a clean piece of cloth. In the early hours of the morning, Yi Yuan's discomfort subsided, and she awakened to find Emperor Qianqing still holding her. With tears welling in her eyes, she whimpered, "Father, I want some milk. I'm so hungry." The emperor hesitated to offer her too much, considering her recent discomfort. As she lay on the dragon bed with a milk jug, she recalled her dream. "System, that scholar in my dream looked quite familiar," she remarked, her little feet swinging. The system responded, "That was Lord Fan's previous incarnation."
Ye Yuan gasped in surprise. "Ah,
"So it was him," the system explained, "in his past life. He offered you half a pancake and a cloth. In this life, you have granted him 40 additional years of life, thus completing this karmic cycle." Yi Yuan gleefully wiggled her little feet. "Now I understand. Host, look. Your intervention has altered Lord Fan's tragic fate, and your karma value has increased to 1,000. Yi Yuan calculated. A super detox pill costs 500 karma points, so I still have 500 left.
Ha ha ha."
The little girl laughed joyfully, her spirits lifted. Excess karma points can be saved to repair the dragon vein, thus altering the future of the great Qian dynasty. Yi Yuan cupped her face in delight, feeling as if she were dancing on clouds. However, Emperor Qianqing was left astonished. Repair the dragon vein? Could her presence truly restore the dragon vein? Years ago, a prophecy foretold that the great Qian dynasty's dragon vein was damaged, leading to a decline in national fortune and inevitable collapse unless a turning point emerged. Thus, the turning point was Yi Yuan. The emperor's eyes glistened with excitement. Yi Yuan noticed tears welling in his eyes. "Father, why are you crying?" Emperor Qianqing deliberately gazed out the window, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, what a windy night, it's making my eyes water." Yi Yuan tilted her head, relieved, seemingly convinced by his words. The emperor thought to himself, children are so easily fooled. Today was a day of rest, exempt from morning court. The emperor spent the day playing with Yi Yuan in the palace. They had a delightful time, but after a hearty meal, she began to fret, patting her round little belly. The system remarked dryly, "The old saying rings true. When one is hungry, there is but one worry. But once satisfied, worries multiply." "What troubles you now, host?" "It has been several days, yet there has been no news from Brother Liu. Is he alive or dead? Surely, I deserve some word." Seated in the pavilion, the emperor of the Qianqing listened intently, his ears perked up. After 2 days of waiting, he was astonished that the little girl had recalled her sixth brother so swiftly. He had anticipated it would take much longer. "The last time you mentioned the whereabouts of your sixth brother, you fainted from laughter. Where on earth is he? Is he truly that amusing?" The system mused internally. "Host, I have reason to believe you are trying to deceive me." Yi Yuan exclaimed. "Huh." The system, taken aback, realized it had been discovered. "So, are you brave enough to reveal where my sixth brother is?" The system replied, "I must be. However, I can't help but resist." As the system perused gossip about Yi Xianli, it erupted into laughter. Hiccup. "What on earth? Why have you fainted again?" The emperor's lips twitched in response. Where could the sixth brother possibly be? Later that evening in the study, the emperor was engaged in reviewing memorials, with eunuch Fu standing by. In a small corner, Yi Yuan was wrapped in her blanket, wriggling about.
Eunuch Fu watched in astonishment,
wondering what the little princess was up to. After finishing a memorial, the emperor cast a glance at Yi Yuan. It was still early in the summer, and the palace was not overly warm, yet the little girl insisted on keeping herself bundled up. She had been moving just a moment ago, but now lay still. Surely she hadn't suffocated under the covers? The emperor furrowed his brows and approached the small bed. As if sensing his presence, Yi Yuan poked her round head out from under the covers, exclaiming, "Why are you looking at me with such a gaze, father?" The emperor was not gazing at her, but rather at the small yellow chick nestled in her arms. Strangely, the chick appeared lifeless, its eyes shut and head drooping, devoid of any vitality. Where had it come from? He hadn't seen her holding a chick when he brought her into the palace. Moreover, it was particularly small, as if freshly hatched. The emperor glanced at eunuch Fu, who lowered his head, indicating it was not his doing. He too was perplexed. The little princess had inexplicably transformed into a yellow chick. System, wake up, wake up. When you regain your senses, claim that you flew in here by yourself, so I can explain to father why I'm holding a chick. Wake up. Yi Yuan shook the little yellow chick's head frantically. The emperor's lips twitched. Could this lifeless chick be the so-called system residing within Yi Yuan? Its true form was that of a chicken. A yellow one at that? Cough, cough, stop shaking me. I'm going to be sick. The system's voice came out weakly. Upon opening its eyes, it found itself transformed into a chick.
Ah!
Host, what have you done? Why have I become a chicken? Not red, not green, but yellow. The system was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, its head had been drooping, but now it was erect, eyes wide open. My true form is not a chicken. Chapter 110. The Court's Grave. Yi Yuan pursed her lips, her demeanor serious. The system deduced her thoughts. Yi Yuan, you're not thinking of eating chicken, are you? Its existence was formless and shapeless, capable of manifesting according to Yi Yuan's will. Recently, the little girl had been particularly eager for meat. System, you're finally awake. Quickly, fly around in front of father to prove that you can fly, and that you arrived here on your own. The system protested. Host, you've nearly choked me to death. The system fainted again. Yi Yuan gasped. What the heck? Good news. The system is awake. Bad news. The system has fainted again. Don't faint. If you don't fly, then wake up. I'm waiting for you to tell me about my sixth brother's big scoop. System. Yi Yuan's thoughts were in turmoil. If you don't wake up, I'll turn you into a meat bun. The emperor felt a buzzing in his ears. That night, Yi Yuan alternated between waking and crying. The little yellow chick beside her never awoke again. The following morning, as per his routine, the emperor carried Yi Yuan to court. Unlike the usual lively morning assembly, today, Yi Yuan was particularly quiet. Sitting on the steps beneath the dragon throne without uttering a word, even avoiding the gaze of the civil and military officials. This unusual behavior left the entire court perplexed. What was wrong with the little princess? Why did she appear so sorrowful? Had she been disturbed by something? They were aware that the emperor had been searching for the sixth prince, yet to no avail. Rumor had it that there was a juicy story involving the sixth prince. They had eagerly awaited today as assembly, hoping to glean some information, yet the little princess was sullen and silent. Even the usually chatty officials were unusually quiet. The emperor and his ministers proceeded to discuss state matters. Sighing, the little girl stealthily moved beneath the steps. Before long, as the emperor deliberated state affairs, an exceedingly discordant sound reached his ears, soft sobbing. It seemed someone was weeping. The emperor surveyed the officials in the hall, each standing straight with heads held high, none appearing to cry. The officials exchanged glances, puzzled. Ultimately, it was the top scholar, Liu, who spotted a small figure sitting on the steps, clearly shaking with quiet sobs. It was confirmed. The little princess was crying. The emperor frowned. A glance revealed that, while the officials could not see what Yuan was doing, she faced the emperor, allowing him to observe her every action. In front of the little bundle of joy lay a series of small mounds of earth. This scene resembled that of tiny graves. It wasn't merely the emperor's imagination. The little girl was indeed setting up a grave for the yellow chick. Right in the grand hall, the little princess solemnly wiped her tears, then took a handful of earth from her small bag, sprinkling it over the mounds. This was how the little hillocks were formed. The crucial question was, when had Yuan acquired the soil from her bag? The emperor recalled the smile she had bestowed upon Eunuch Fu earlier that morning. Eunuch Fu must have helped her gather it. System, may you journey well. This is a prime spot I've chosen for you. Look, your mound lies beneath the bright plaque, symbolizing a future filled with brilliance. Farewell, I shall miss you terribly. My poor sixth brother's big scoop. Why did you have to leave so untimely? You could have at least shared that juicy story before departing. Yuan felt a pang of sorrow for the system. She couldn't quite believe it was truly gone, especially since the system remained unresponsive no matter how much she shook it. Deciding to let it go, she thought, Suddenly, the eighth prince sprang up, grinning widely. By Mohun and Yi Kaiyuan, standing on either side of Yuan, each kicked at the eighth prince, prompting him to close his mouth.
Yuan?
The emperor was utterly speechless. What kind of child erects a grave in the court? And to conduct a memorial service before all the officials? Host, I'm still alive. Quickly pull me out so I can tell you about the whereabouts of the sixth prince. The usually composed system inexplicably felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that if it did not divulge the information soon, Yuan would undoubtedly bury it in obscurity. At that moment, Eunuch Fu, with a grave expression, reported to Emperor Qianqing about a pressing matter. Your Majesty, the emperor, having not yet heard of Yexuanli's whereabouts, decisively declared, dismissed, and swiftly exited. Originally intending to embrace Yue, he found her already surrounded by Yejing, by Mohun and others. Recalling the recent events in the harem, Emperor Qianqing commanded, Yejing, bring your sister to me shortly. Yejing readily complied. Upon reaching the harem, the emperor made a beeline for Fuhua Palace, with Eunuch Fu hurrying to keep up. Has an assassin infiltrated Fuhua Palace? Did the noble consort faint from fright? Eunuch Fu, equally incredulous, confirmed, Indeed, Your Majesty, the incident occurred just moments ago. The imperial physician is currently attending to the noble consort. And the assassin? Escaped. The emperor's fury ignited, a bunch of incompetent fools, unable to apprehend even a single assassin. Yet, as the emperor's thoughts settled, he began to ponder. But wait, why would an assassin target Fuhua Palace? The noble consort has always been innocent and unambitious. What motive could there be for an assassination attempt against her? When the emperor arrived, the noble consort had just regained consciousness. Your Majesty, why have you returned? Were you not in court? Although she harbored questions, she dared not inquire further. What transpired? Did you catch a glimpse of the assassin? The noble consort's complexion paled at the thought. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Who was the assassin? Tears welled in the noble consort's eyes. Your Majesty, I saw Xuanli. The emperor was taken aback. He was outside the window, standing silently, clad in black. When I turned my head, I was startled, and upon calling out to him, He vanished without a word. Your Majesty, we have yet to ascertain Xuanli's whereabouts these past few days. Could it be that he has perished? Perhaps he returned in spirit to check on me. I fainted because I called for him, and he fled. But how could Xuanli be dead? He is so dark. As if cloaked in shadows, with only the whites of his eyes visible. He vanished as suddenly as a ghost. The Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing the strangeness of the situation. Chapter 111. The system is lost. Father. Yejing rushed in, cradling a small chicken. The Emperor, bewildered, inquired, "Where is Yeyuan?" Yejing's face turned ashen. "Whoa, father." Yeyuan was taken by a shadowy figure. The Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say?" Cough, cough, it was not a shadow. It was Xuanli, the sixth prince. A timid voice emanated from the small yellow chicken. At that moment, Yejing was taken aback. The Emperor and the noble consort were equally stunned. What? Yeyuan has exited the palace, leaving behind the small barrel? Yejing appeared equally perplexed. He had simply intended to bring Yeyuan to their father, only to be interrupted midway by a shadow that swiftly abducted her. Though Yejing felt outmatched, he found the figure vaguely familiar. As he ran, he couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled his sixth elder brother. However, without evidence, he dared not speak. At that moment, the little yellow chicken, oh no, the system, spoke up. The situation before them was clear. The system was present, yet the host was lost. They could only hear the system's voice. Yejing and the noble consort dared not act rashly, as the system remained oblivious to their ability to hear its thoughts. The Emperor squinted at the small yellow chicken. The system retracted its head. Has Emperor Qianqing discovered my identity? It cannot be. I am merely a chicken. A fact apparent to any discerning eye. The system began to doubt itself. Should I pretend to be unconscious? However, it quickly dismissed the idea. No. They cannot hear my thoughts. If I am roasted before Yeyuan returns, what will become of us? Wu Yeyuan, why didn't you take me with you? The system was on the verge of tears. Who would allow their beloved host to venture outside the palace, leaving the system behind? Such an occurrence was unprecedented. After all, it had been bound to Yeyuan through a soul lock. Yet, crucially, it had fainted, causing Yeyuan to extract its true form from her body. Although still in a binding state, they were now two separate entities. Together in demise? The Emperor grasped the situation. The system and his daughter were intertwined. Their fates were linked. Thus, this little chick must be protected as carefully as he would his cherished daughter. However, despite the system's knowledge, its intellect paled in comparison to his daughter's cunning. In that moment, the Emperor discerned the course of action. Yejing, did you clearly see the appearance of that shadow? The Emperor inquired. Though Yejing was merely a teenager, he was astute enough to grasp the underlying meaning of the Emperor's words. I did not see clearly, but I observed that the shadow carried away my sister and fled towards the palace's exterior. Currently, it seems they have exited the palace. By estimating the time, the individual likely has not left the capital. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground. We must uncover that person. The system, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, yes. They surely have not left the capital. My readings indicate that the sixth prince remains within the city. Father, my sister is in that person's hands. We cannot openly dispatch too many people to search, lest we alert them and endanger her, Yejing advised. You are correct. We must conduct a discreet search, the Emperor concurred. The system nestled in Yejing's embrace, its eyes darting around. When you search, could you take me along? I don't wish to be left here alone, sobbing. The Emperor and Yejing exchanged glances at the system. Of course we will take you. However, I actually know where the sixth prince is, but I cannot communicate that. The Emperor. You know where he is, then speak. Yejing furrowed his brow. Father, the capital is vast. We cannot search recklessly. Even if we do so discreetly, we will need manpower. Where shall we begin our search? The Emperor found that Yejing's question was particularly timely. This was precisely how to coax the system into revealing information. After all, the system knew where the sixth prince was, or it would not have fainted twice. Though the capital is expansive, the sixth prince is not in the bustling city. He is in a grass hut on the outskirts of the southern suburbs. The Emperor. Yejing. Noble consort. Huh? What is the esteemed sixth prince doing in a grass hut? The system, resting its little head on Yejing's arm, sighed silently. You would laugh if I told you. Simultaneously, outside the palace, shrouded in darkness, Yexuanli dashed away, cradling Yuyuan. He had not entered the palace as an assassin. Rather, he had gained entry through his insignia. At that moment, Yexuanli was in a secluded corner of the capital, preparing Yuyuan for an adventure. Sister, you must be good and obedient. I am taking you to a new place. Though it may be somewhat dark, it is utterly safe. I have been hiding there these past few days. Yuyuan's eyes reflected the face of her pitch-black brother. Indeed, he was dark. Dark as coal. What on earth has my dashing yet foolish sixth brother done? How did his previously fair complexion become so dark? Yuyuan's small hand reached up to touch Yexuanli's face, only to find her fingers stained black.
So,
He had dyed his face black?
but why?
And where has he brought me? As Night Yuan cast her gaze around, she was enveloped by an overwhelming darkness, save for a flickering light not far ahead. Standing there, she could hear the rhythmic clanging of metal against metal. Her curiosity piqued, for she had assumed that her elder brother, sixth brother, had already encountered the resurrected Grand Master in recent days, and she feared he had fallen into the Grand Master's clutches. Little did she know, sixth brother was hiding in such a pitch-black place, having stealthily escaped the palace. Night Yuan was eager to inquire of Yi Xuanli what this place truly was. Just then, she felt Yi Xuanli embracing her as they moved forward, and soon they stumbled upon a group of individuals, all cloaked in black, their faces shrouded in darkness. They wielded shovels and other tools, some even carrying woven baskets upon their backs. Night Yuan's heart raced with shock. Could it be that her suspicions were correct? Sixth brother was working in the coal mines. Night Xuanli, what have you gotten yourself into? Night Yuan was utterly astonished, her thoughts racing wildly. Yi Xuanli, sensing her agitation, felt a chill run through him. Why are you forsaking your status as a prince to toil in the mines? In chapter 112, watch me show you. Night Yuan finally grasped the reason behind Yi Xuanli's soot-stained visage. Sixth brother, you haven't been mining coal here for the past few days, have you? Yi Xuanli pinched her cheek gently. Sister, this place may appear bleak, but it is my sanctuary for rejuvenation. Though the environment is less than ideal, it is, in fact, a treasure trove of good fortune. Night Yuan was at a loss for words, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Yi Xuanli, do you even hear yourself? How can you believe this is a site of fortune? Where is the fortune in this place? Yi Xuanli, cradling Night Yuan, gazed up at the stars, letting out a soft sigh as if he were sharing his thoughts with her, regardless of whether she could comprehend them. Sister, to be candid, I recently received a secret message. Uh-huh? He glanced around furtively, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The Grand Master of the Purple Kingdom has been resurrected.
Well,
It's about time you caught wind of this. Not only had he returned, but he was also hiding within the capital, though his exact whereabouts remained uncertain. What if he is concealed in my residence? Night Yuan exclaimed, there's no what if about it. He is indeed hiding in your estate.
so,
You haven't returned to the sixth prince's residence these past few days. Yi Xuanli lamented upon receiving this news. I was so frightened that I didn't dare return home. After all, I learned from Wu Liangyi that he intended to conspire with the Grand Master against me. I imprisoned my uncle, and I fear the Grand Master harbors resentment towards me. Thus, I resolved not to return until I uncover his whereabouts. But where could I go? That became a dilemma until, at this moment, a stroke of fortune emerged. Night Yuan shot him a puzzled look. What do you mean? I consulted a fortune-teller in the marketplace. Yi Xuanli recounted with glee, feeling quite clever. Night Yuan raised an eyebrow. So you're thrilled because you consulted a fortune-teller? Of course. You should see what I was told. He grinned. The fortune-teller mentioned that I was destined to encounter a calamity that could only be resolved through coal mining. Upon hearing that, I thought, this is remarkable. If I undertake the task of mining coal now, I can avert the foretold disaster. After all, whether I mine early or late, I must do it. So, I decided to start right away. However, after several days of toil, I found myself wondering when it would end. I thought of visiting Mother to assure her of my safety, but upon her seeing me, she fainted on the spot. Yi Xuanli found this quite unfortunate. So he sought out his sister. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ba fled in fright. Not giving it much thought, he pursued her. Ultimately, he managed to sneak his sister out of the palace, and now he planned to treat her to a delightful meal and some fun after finishing his work that night, while also subtly probing to see if the Grand Master had vacated his residence. Dear brother, you're being terribly deceived, both as a laborer and financially. Knight Yuan sighed inwardly.
Deceived?
Yi Xuanli was still chuckling until the laughter faded abruptly. Who had deceived him? Noticing his sister's sudden silence, he followed her gaze and spotted a figure sitting at a table not far away. The more he looked, the more familiar the person appeared. Unable to contain himself, Yi Xuanli carried Knight Yuan over. The figure, a short man sporting a handlebar mustache, lounged at the table, his legs crossed, perusing a ledger that recorded the number of coal miners currently at work. Mining coal was perilous labor, and most citizens in the capital were affluent and not in need of money. Hence, finding laborers for such grueling work was exceedingly difficult. Each name on that list was a testament to their struggle.
Xianren.
Yi Xuanli recognized him instantly. What a surprise. Isn't he the fortune teller from the street? The proprietor, known as Xianren, blinked at the darkly clad man before him, momentarily taken aback.
Who are you?
You appear to be dressed like a laborer. Why are you here holding a child? With a thud, Yi Xuanli slammed his hand on the table, pointing at himself. I'm the one who paid you 1,000 taels for your fortune. The proprietor didn't recognize Yi Xuanli, but he vividly remembered the man who had given him 1,000 taels. He was the biggest fool he had encountered in years. What are you doing here? He asked, puzzled. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Aren't you supposed to be a fortune teller? Why are you sitting here? My dear brother, he asked the boss here. The boss. You've been duped and are now working for someone else. Knight Yuan could hardly bear to look at her brother. My goodness, learning the truth has left me utterly astonished. She wanted to laugh so badly, it was almost unbearable. It was no wonder the system erupted in laughter whenever it mentioned Sixth Brother's whereabouts. Here he was tricked into working in the mines for 1,000 taels, wholeheartedly digging coal. After all, he had claimed this place was a treasure trove of fortune. Yi Xuanli felt a flush of embarrassment, confident that the proprietor could not hear his sister's thoughts. I work as a fortune teller by day and a boss by night. Is that a problem?
Ye Xuanli retorted.
Not that it's a problem, but you owe me money.
Ha!
You little rascal, this is my territory. You dare demand payment here? Are you out of your mind? Am I being threatened? Yi Xuanli felt indignant. You dare to say that in front of my sister? You think I'll let you off so easily? Knight Yuan ceased her laughter, realizing her brother was truly being bold. She could no longer find humor in the situation. With a crack of thunder, she fixed her gaze on the proprietor, as if to say that if he refused to return the money, she would unleash a storm of retribution upon him. Dare to bully my brother, and see if I won't strike you down. In that moment, Yi Xuanli straightened his back, feeling emboldened by his sister's support. The proprietor trembled inwardly, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Boss, I have come to report. A timid voice emerged from the shadows as Yi Xuanli and the proprietor faced off, tension thick in the air. Yi Xuanli's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He was utterly astonished.
Wow.
Isn't that the Grand Master from the Purple Kingdom? Has he been deceived too? In the corner, the Grand Master was clutching a small bundle, bearing the weary expression of one who has traveled a long distance. The old Grand Master cast a glance at Yi Xuanli, clearly failing to recognize him. Ruanruan was nearly convulsing with laughter. How marvelous. The old Grand Master didn't recognize my sixth brother. It seems he has become too dark. After all, he is so dark that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Yi Xuanli. But as the old Grand Master turned his head, he caught sight of Ruanruan. Oh no. Chapter 113 I'm dying of laughter. Yi Xuanli hurriedly coaxed Ruanruan like a concerned mother, urging her to turn away from the old Grand Master's gaze. The old Grand Master did not see Ruanruan's face. Phew. That was a close call. Boss, you are truly a paragon of benevolence. Chu Fei gave a thumbs up to the little boss. The little boss's eyelids twitched in response. Yi Ruanruan was trembling in Yi Xuanli's embrace, and the reason was laughter. Pfft. I'm dying of laughter. The little boss tricked the old Grand Master too. Ha ha ha, but the old Grand Master didn't recognize sixth brother. Nor did he recognize the boss. Ha ha ha. Yi Xuanli looked at the similarly dark and unkempt little boss. Indeed. If it weren't for listening to his sister's thoughts and taking a closer look at the boss, it would be quite challenging to recognize him. The little boss glanced at Yi Xuanli, then at the old Grand Master, Chu Fei. Ever since Yi Xuanli had flipped the little boss's table earlier, the little boss had developed a wariness towards him. This fellow had quite the temper, and he was certainly not to be trifled with. If his secret were to be exposed, it would be catastrophic. Yi Xuanli shot the little boss a warning look, signaling him to choose his words carefully. Otherwise, not only would he be kicked over, but his deceitful behavior would also be revealed. At that point, if Yi Xuanli teamed up with a few others to give the boss a good beating, the boss would be left with no recourse. The little boss had truly not anticipated encountering such a clever adversary today. To avoid unnecessary complications and to ensure his workers didn't flee, the little boss discreetly exchanged a glance with Yi Xuanli, instantly reaching a silent agreement. He beckoned the old Grand Master over. You, step forward and state your name. The old Grand Master wore a woeful expression. Yi Xuanli and Yi Ruanruan were exceedingly curious. The old Grand Master appeared somewhat pitiful. System, hurry out. See if this old Grand Master has any significant news. Yi Ruanruan was adept at discerning gossip, and upon seeing the Grand Master, she sensed something was amiss. System? Yi Ruanruan called out several times, but the system remained unresponsive. It was only then that she recalled that since her sixth brother had carried her out of the palace, the system had not uttered a word. Yi Ruanruan's little head suddenly perked up. Oh dear. I forgot. I left the system behind in the palace. Originally, the bond between a child and the system was quite close, and now, she had inadvertently extracted the system, and then forgotten to bring it along. Yi Xuanli was applying some powder to Yi Ruanruan's fair face, disguising her as a dark figure to ensure that Chu Fei would not recognize her. However, he hadn't expected to hear Yi Ruanruan mention that she had left the system behind in the palace. Well then, it seemed the old Grand Master's secrets would remain tantalizingly out of reach for now. At that moment, the old Grand Master had finished his introduction.
Boss.
May I make a request? He asked, his expression forlorn. The little boss shot him a glare, thinking, we're all workers here. Why are you the one with so many requests? Speak, what is it? The old Grand Master thought to himself. If it weren't for his severely depleted energy and his current state of recovery, he would have silenced the boss with a single slap. Once he regained some strength, he would draw a talisman to obliterate this boss. I request to be assigned to his team, the old Grand Master pointed at Yi Xuanli.
Yi Xuanli.
What the hell? Have you lost your mind? Do I even know you, and you want to be on the same team as me? Is this old Grand Master possibly infatuated with me? No way. I'm so dark right now. The little boss glanced at Yi Xuanli. He could ignore the old Grand Master, but he dare not provoke Yi Xuanli. After all, this lad truly had the audacity to flip his table. Yi Xuanli opened his mouth to protest. I disagree. If I were sixth brother, I would agree. After all, the old Grand Master is blind and hasn't recognized sixth brother yet. Being together would allow us to seize the opportunity and capture the old Grand Master. If the old Grand Master isn't here and he manages to escape, wouldn't that be a ticking time bomb? Yi Xuanli, sister is right. While the old Grand Master hasn't recognized him, he should take the opportunity to eliminate the old Grand Master, ensuring his own safety while also achieving merit. It's simply a win-win situation. However, the risk factor is rather high. What was that saying again? Let me think. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Yi Xuanli observed the old Grand Master's feeble demeanor. It was as though he was strong on the outside but drained within, as if something had sapped him of all vitality. The deceased Grand Master of the Deqian Empire had more spirit than Chu Fei. He suspected that Chu Fei must be ill. But do cultivators also fall ill? Yi Xuanli couldn't ponder that any longer. To unravel the situation, he needed to extract some information from Chu Fei. I agree. Boss, allow me to team up with this elder brother. He seems to be having a tough time. I'm young and strong, and together we can assist him more. Chu Fei. He found Yi Xuanli increasingly agreeable. Deep down, he liked this lad even more. Truly, he had encountered a kind soul upon venturing out. His rebirth had not been in vain. For the past few days, Yi Xuanli had been residing in a single room, which, although equipped with several beds, was lacking in workers at the coal yard. He had his meals covered and was living quite comfortably. As for coal mining, he considered it a means of physical exercise. To be honest, after these few days of training, he was running faster than ever. Otherwise, that fellow Yi Jing wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Once the old Grand Master arrived, Yi Xuanli shared a room with him. Yi Xuanli pondered how to uncover the old Grand Master's secrets and when to act decisively. You are truly a good person, the old Grand Master praised Yi Xuanli. Yi Xuanli, when the day comes that I eliminate you, you will know whether I am a good person or not. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the old Grand Master seemed somewhat unwell. He appeared unusually frail. What had transpired with the old Grand Master? Meanwhile, but why are you still holding a child?
Yi Xuanli asked.
This is my sister. My family is poor, and it's just the two of us relying on one another. If I don't bring her with me, she would starve to death, he explained. Me too, the old Grand Master exclaimed, shaking Yi Xuanli's hand with excitement.
Yi Xuanli.
You too, what? Come out. The little boss called as he lifted the curtain and entered, pointing at Yi Xuanli. After Yi Xuanli stepped outside, the little boss became more courteous. Young master, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Yi Xuanli thought. Just as he was about to ensnare the old Grand Master in a scheme, the little boss barged in. I just had 2 new arrivals. And we have no dormitory left. Yours is the only room with 2 beds. How about I move them in here? Yi Xuanli was about to refuse, thinking that more people would hinder his opportunity to deal with the old Grand Master. But then he raised his eyes and spotted 2 familiar figures. Yi Ruanruan was lazily resting on Yi Xuanli's shoulder and had also spotted those 2 individuals. Hiss. Isn't that our scoundrel father and 8th brother? Yi Xuanli's mouth twitched. Originally, Emperor Qianxing and Yi Jing had arrived in a daze, but upon hearing Yi Ruanruan's thoughts, they exchanged glances. Chapter 114. The 3 hearts of father and sons are in sync. Emperor Qianxing strode over excitedly. Xuanli. Yi Xuanli quickly hushed Emperor Qianxing with a gesture, indicating toward the room. The emperor understood immediately. He and Yi Jing had learned from the system's thoughts that Yi Xuanli was here, but of course, they were not here to find Yi Xuanli. They were searching for Yi Ruanruan. Host. I finally found you.
Come see me.
I'm right here. The little yellow chick in Yi Jing's arms was practically flapping its wings with eagerness. Yi Ruanruan widened her eyes in astonishment. As the night scene unfolded, the little yellow chick swiftly flew onto Yi Ruanruan's shoulder. Yi Ruanruan grinned and gently patted the chick. System, your timing is impeccable. The old national master is inside. Could you reveal to me what gossip he possesses? The system inquired. Who are you referring to? The old national master of the Z Kingdom. However, I have an inkling that something is amiss with him. He just arrived and chose my 6th brother as his roommate. My intuition tells me he must have some scandalous tidbits. The system flipped through its data. Hey, you are quite astute. He indeed possesses some. The others exchanged puzzled glances. How did the old national master end up here? Yi Xuanli, Qianxing Emperor, and Yi Jing looked at each other, bewildered. They had learned through the system's voice that the 6th prince and Yi Ruanruan were present, but how did the old national master also come to be here? Nearby, the young boss was still waiting for Yi Xuanli to nod and arrange for people. After Yi Xuanli consented, he began to apply black makeup on the faces of Qianxing Emperor and Yi Jing. Father, that person is inside, but he hasn't recognized me. If we disguise ourselves, he surely won't recognize you either. Qianxing Emperor glanced at him. It had been a few days since they last met, and his courage seemed to have grown. Yi Xuanli expressed that his primary concern was that the old national master might flee to the 6th prince's residence. The 3 entered the room. Yi Xuanli held Yi Ruanruan close. The old national master sat quietly, sighing, akin to a melancholic young wife. Upon noticing the entrance of Qianxing Emperor and Yi Jing, he merely cast a glance their way before averting his gaze, clearly failing to recognize them. Yi Xuanli hastily wiped the opposite bed with his sleeve. Brother, has he bullied you? The old national master abruptly pulled Yi Xuanli closer. Yi Xuanli, taken aback, replied, "No, he hasn't bullied me. Why are you cleaning the bed for him? Can't he do it himself? Go sit on your own bed and rest. If he dares to bully you, I will deal with him on your behalf." The old national master patted Yi Xuanli's shoulder. "You too, remember, do not bully him. If you dare, I will not let this matter rest." The old national master, struggling to maintain his composure, clenched his fists. The Qianqing emperor and Yi Xuanli exchanged silent glances, while Yi Jing stifled a laugh. Suddenly, the system burst into laughter. "Host, let me tell you, the gossip about this old national master is utterly fascinating. Are you not curious as to why he appears here? Indeed, I've pondered over it for quite some time. He is hungry." Yi Ruanruan inquired, "What do you mean?" The system chuckled joyously. During this period, the old national master has been hiding at the sixth prince's residence, but the sixth prince has never returned. Yi Ruanruan was aware of this fact, so the sixth prince's residence did not prepare any meals. The old national master was waiting there for the sixth prince to return, enduring hunger for several days. Yi Ruanruan exclaimed, "Doesn't the sixth prince's residence cook? Surely the other maids and servants need to eat as well?" The sixth prince's residence was on holiday during those days. The reason being, the day the sixth prince went missing, the servants were dismissed early, as he was concerned that the old national master might enter and cause unnecessary casualties. Thus, for those days, the residence was empty.
Yi Ruanruan interjected.
Could the old national master not have cooked for himself? Did he really endure hunger? The sixth prince's residence was entirely devoid of food. Not even a single vegetable or grain remained. Yi Ruanruan gasped, "So he has been hungry until now?" "Yes. It can be said he has not consumed a morsel in days." Yi Ruanruan gasped again, "But he must have some money, right? He is penniless. Furthermore, do you know why he cannot recognize the sixth prince and the others?" Yi Ruanruan's interest piqued. "Is it because he has gone silly from hunger?" The system sighed, "No. It is because the old national master is colorblind." Yi Ruanruan exclaimed, "He can't distinguish between black and white?" "Not quite. He can tell black from white. But he struggles to see dark objects clearly, as though a fog obscures his vision." Yi Ruanruan remarked, "Then why would he come to a coal yard?" The system replied, "Because here, meals and lodging are provided. He is too weak from hunger to work elsewhere, fearing he might be recognized by royal family members."
Yi Ruanruan pondered.
But isn't the old national master from the Z kingdom quite formidable? How could he be so susceptible to hunger? After all, the former national master of the Daqing Dynasty wielded considerable power with a mere talisman. He was also the master of the national master of the Daqing Dynasty. It seemed implausible for him to be reduced to such a state. If he had not died, he would indeed have been formidable. The crux of the matter is, after his resurrection, his vitality was severely diminished. Moreover, the individual you see is not the old national master's true self, but merely a projection. Yi Ruanruan was taken aback. The Qianqing emperor observed the old national master with a composed demeanor. A projection? This meant that defeating him would serve no purpose. They must eliminate the true form. The three of them shared a silent understanding. It seemed they would need to bide their time. They could not alarm the snake, lest the old national master escape, making it arduous to locate him again. But where is his true form? Don't tell me, you don't know. The system patted its chest, proudly declaring, I know. The whereabouts of his true form are concealed within his national master seal. Yi Ruanruan sat before Yi Xuanli, directly across from the old national master. She glanced around, wondering if the old national master carried his national master seal with him. How excessive! Suddenly, the old national master slammed his hand on the table. Yi Ruanruan's face turned pale. Oh no. System. Could it be that the old national master can hear our thoughts? The system replied, that is unlikely. Yi Ruanruan frowned. Then why did he slam the table right after we finished speaking? Not only did Yi Ruanruan think so, but even Qianqing Emperor, Yi Jing, and Yi Xuanli believed that the old national master had overheard Yi Ruanruan and the system's conversation. If that were the case, the old national master would undoubtedly recognize their identities. The proverbial snake was startled. Just as Yi Xuanli and Yi Jing exchanged glances, preparing to act preemptively against the old national master, they witnessed the old national master suddenly wipe away tears and embrace Yi Xuanli, sobbing, Brother, I can no longer contain my emotions. My heart feels suffocated. I am in great distress and yearn for someone to confide in. Brother, I must share something significant with you. Yi Xuanli was taken aback. What on earth? The old national master continued. I had intended to wait until nightfall to find you in private to discuss it, but upon seeing the food before me, I was reminded of my recent hardships. I could not hold back any longer. This matter must be revealed. Qianqing Emperor signaled to Yi Xuanli with his eyes. Play along. Play along. Yi Xuanli cooperatively patted the old national master's shoulder, offering comfort. What is it? Chapter 115. Eliminate the old national master. At your age, why cry?
Come, come.
We are fated to be under the same roof. We are all fellow workers here. Whatever you wish to share, please feel free to tell us. Who would have thought my sixth brother was so eloquent? Yi Ruanruan seated herself on the bed, prepared to indulge in gossip. But why does the old national master only prefer my sixth brother? There are two others present here. Yi Xuanli too found himself perplexed by this question. The old national master wiped his tears and confessed, to be honest, brother, I feel an inexplicable affinity towards you. At my age, I have witnessed the warmth and coldness of the world, yet only you, upon my arrival, offered to assist me. I am sincerely grateful to you, brother.
System.
Is this old national master really so soft-hearted? My sixth brother's single remark has managed to win him over? The system shook its head. It is because there exists a causal relationship between the two of them. Consider this. The sixth prince was originally destined to be harmed by the Grand Master. Yet now, the sixth prince has become a figure of significance in the eyes of the Grand Master. The moment the causality ceases, one of them must inevitably vanish. Are you suggesting that my sixth brother will eliminate the Grand Master? The system replied, this task appears to be quite challenging for the sixth prince. Yi Xuanli let out a heavy sigh. This was not merely challenging, it was akin to starting in a hellish scenario. By what means was he to rid himself of the Grand Master? He was no match in combat and lacked the skills for magical duels. He yearned to strangle the Grand Master there and then, but the latter was merely a projection. If the Grand Master were to reveal his true self, he would be obliterated in an instant. Yi Ruanruan clutched her little belly. I am quite curious as to how my sixth brother intends to deal with the Grand Master. The other three, including Yi Xuanli himself, were equally intrigued. The Grand Master, engrossed in lamentation, failed to notice the discontent among the group. Brother, do you know what my original purpose was? Yi Xuanli retorted, you are the Grand Master, specifically seeking your demise within the Qian dynasty. But could he express this thought aloud? Certainly not. The Grand Master sighed. I was originally an attendant in the sixth prince's residence.
Yekwani lafet heartily. Oh.
How you weave your tales. Were it not for the presence of the main subject here, I might have actually believed your fabrications. That must have been quite a position. Serving in a prince's residence. Yi Xuanli did not hesitate to boast about himself. What a load of nonsense. The Grand Master became irate at the mere mention of this matter, slamming the table. Do you even know? That sixth prince's residence is as impoverished as can be.
It truly is.
The group collectively responded. Is it truly that destitute? Yi Xuanli bristled at the implication. Though he was not wealthy, it was far from being so impoverished that it echoed. The Grand Master truly lacked the gift of speech. As he continued to vent his frustrations, it was as though a floodgate had opened. He could not contain himself. Can you fathom? The esteemed sixth prince, the sixth son of the emperor, has not even a single servant in his abode. He is a prince, for heaven's sake. Does he not require maids and attendants to cater to him? Not only that, but he lacks even a dog for protection. There is a dog. Yi Xuanli immediately countered. The Grand Master scoffed. Nonsense. I have seen none. Not even a single hair of a dog. Oh, I recall now, my sixth brother's dog, Snowball, is roaming about the palace. No wonder the old fellow hasn't seen it. Yi Ruanruan chirped, her little hands flailing. Wait, how do you know whether there are dogs in the sixth prince's residence? The Grand Master turned to Yi Xuanli. Yi Xuanli displayed no fear. He had realized that the Grand Master was currently lacking in intellect, likely due to hunger-induced delirium. Having worked in the capital for so long, I certainly have friends here. They have seen the sixth prince walking a pure white dog on the streets before. The Grand Master waved his hand dismissively. That was probably before I entered the residence. I certainly saw none after I arrived. Yi Xuanli replied, "You were merely an attendant there. What business is it of yours whether they have a dog or not?"
To eat.
The Grand Master blurted out, but fearing the thoughts of those present, he quickly changed the subject. The sixth prince's residence is so destitute that they could not even afford to light a fire. Do you know? During my days serving there, I was so starved that my stomach pressed against my back. But I refuse to believe that the sixth prince's residence is that impoverished. I am even more incredulous that that foolish prince has not returned, so I remained in the residence, waiting for him. I waited and waited for several days. Yet the sixth prince did not return. The Grand Master struggled to recall the painful experiences he endured during those days in the sixth prince's residence. A vast estate, yet it was devoid of even a single soul, let alone any food. The kitchen was bare, and even in the main hall, there was not a crumb of pastry or biscuit to be found. The plates were all empty. He was filled with rage, thinking, when the sixth prince returns, I will first satiate my hunger, then I will give him a good thrashing, and finally, I will have him torn to pieces. Were it not for the sixth prince sending Wu Liangyi to prison, which exposed his disciple in the palace, he would not have lost his beloved pupil. Are you foolish? If the sixth prince does not return, why not come out yourself? But I had no money to leave. Eventually, I became so weak with hunger that I could barely move. Then I encountered a fortune teller, and I simply sat there. The proprietor, seeing my silence, offered to tell my fortune for free. I thought, since it's free, I might as well let him do it. What did he predict? Yi Xuanli inquired, curious. The Grand Master candidly responded. He indicated a place that was both safe and plentiful in food. The prediction was remarkably accurate. Once I arrived here, I not only found shelter, but also ample food. Were it not for my weak projection, unable to divine, I would certainly have sought to uncover where that little brat Yi Xuanli was hiding. But there is no rush, once I am well fed and my strength is restored. Primarily, since I have been through death once and used my projection technique, I cannot casually reveal myself in the capital. If the emperor of the Qian dynasty were to learn of my presence, it would spell danger. Yi Xuanli had not anticipated that the Grand Master was lured here solely for sustenance. Yet, perhaps this was fate connecting him with the Grand Master? Whether in the sixth prince's residence or at the coal yard, their paths were destined to intertwine. Initially anxious, Yi Xuanli found solace upon seeing the emperor of Qianqing present. Meanwhile, upon finishing his tale, the Grand Master eagerly began to feast. A grand spread of food was swiftly devoured by the Grand Master. It must be said, a person is like iron and food is like steel. One cannot endure hunger for long. After satisfying his hunger, the Grand Master's complexion improved significantly within a short while. The four of them each reclined on their respective beds. The atmosphere turned particularly peculiar. The Emperor of Qianqing signaled to Yi Xuanli and Yi Jing to feign sleep with closed eyes. The Emperor himself also shut his eyes. After a considerable wait, the Grand Master, noticing the stillness in the room, quietly rose and slipped out. Chapter 116. Let the storm rage more fiercely. Before departing, he cast a glance at the little bed where Ruanruan was babbling. He paid her little heed. Ruanruan craned her neck to peer outside. At nearly 9 months old, she was yet unable to walk. She longed for a miraculous boost to immediately fly out. Ruanruan's tiny hand patted Yi Xuanli's face. Truth be told, during his pretense of sleep, he had genuinely dozed off. Today, with all the commotion in the palace,
He was more exhausted than a monkey.
Sister? Oh, dear brother, the Grand Master has mysteriously slipped away. The Emperor of Qianqing commanded, Yi Xuanli, go outside and see what the old fellow is up to. The Grand Master seemed to possess a peculiar fixation on Yi Xuanli among the group. Cradle me, brother. Yi Xuanli scooped up Ruanruan, and the pair stealthily ventured out. Not far into their journey, they spotted a flickering light nearby. Upon approaching, they discovered the Grand Master meditating under the moonlight. Yi Xuanli was puzzled. Did projections also require practice? If he were to launch a surprise attack on the Grand Master now, his odds of success would be quite favorable. However, if he were to slay the projection, how would he lure out the true form? Just as Yi Xuanli was at a loss, Ruanruan silently mused. If only the Grand Master would reveal his true self now. The Grand Master glanced around, then rubbed his belly. Then he unfastened his belt. Good heavens! Startled, Yi Xuanli hurriedly covered Yi Ruanruan's eyes. What on earth was the ancient Grand Master intending to do at this hour? As the Grand Master rummaged through his trousers, he stealthily produced a small, jade-green object resembling a stone. Was that the Grand Master's seal? The old fool had hidden the Grand Master's seal in his undergarments. Yi Xuanli could hardly fathom this revelation. Yi Ruanruan shoved aside Yi Xuanli's hand, brimming with joy. It's the Grand Master's seal. Within it lies the true essence of the old Grand Master. Ha, what a stroke of fortune. One need not toil for such a prize. The siblings were astonished at how swiftly they had uncovered the Grand Master's seal. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Your words are like those blessed by the heavens. Just a moment ago, you wished for the old Grand Master to reveal his true form, and lo and behold, he did indeed comply. You are nothing short of a lucky star. The old Grand Master, oblivious to the hidden siblings, continued to meditate, legs crossed in concentration. Quickly, I must exchange for a thunder talisman. Yi Ruanruan swiftly entered the marketplace, noting she still had 1,000 melon credits. Initially, she intended to reserve half for exchanging a super detox pill for Feng Qilua, but now her priority was to obtain the thunder talisman, blast the old fellow, and later replenish her credits with other melons. Yi Ruanruan exchanged for a thunder talisman. The system chimed in. Host, great news. There's another revelation regarding the old Grand Master. What? Speak quickly. The system continued. The old Grand Master plans to use a teleportation array to return to the Purple Kingdom once his health is restored. Currently, the altar in the Purple Kingdom has been activated, and the old Emperor awaits his return there. At that moment, the old Grand Master gazed towards the horizon, performing incantations with fervor. A crack echoed through the sky. A sudden gust of cold wind arose. He spread his arms wide, shouting in triumph. Let the storm come even fiercer. The teleportation array was on the verge of manifesting, and he would soon escape this wretched place. Once he returned to recuperate, he would take his revenge. A decade is but a fleeting moment. He was determined to obliterate the great Qian dynasty and siphon the imperial dragon energy from its emperor, forcing him to toil like a beast. Rumbling thunder reverberated as a dark purple lightning bolt struck from the sky. The old Grandmaster felt a surge of exhilaration as he welcomed the lightning, exclaiming, "Ha, I am returning." Suddenly, a crack of lightning struck him squarely on the head. He trembled violently, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Direct hit. The old Grandmaster has met his end, yay. Yi Ruanruan grinned widely. Yi Xuanli gulped in disbelief. Such a formidable old Grandmaster has perished just like that? How rash. Sister, hush. Let us go see if the old Grandmaster is truly dead. Yi Xuanli carried Yi Ruanruan over to find the old Grandmaster motionless on the ground. Remembering the lesson from the last time the old Grandmaster had hanged himself and then revived, Yi Xuanli felt compelled to verify this time. As he approached the old Grandmaster's nose to check for breath, the old Grandmaster's eyes suddenly shot open, seizing his hand. Yi Xuanli, what the? He froze, paralyzed with shock. The old Grandmaster was not dead, exhibiting an astonishing vitality. As Yi Xuanli's mind raced, he pondered how to extricate himself from this situation, aware that the old Grandmaster possessed profound abilities that the clueless prince could not fathom. The old Grandmaster pointed a finger at Yi Xuanli, summoning his courage. Yi Xuanli considered knocking the old Grandmaster unconscious, but he hesitated. You are truly a brother. The old Grandmaster clung to Yi Xuanli's thigh, imploring, help me up. Yi Xuanli? Initially reluctant to engage with the old Grandmaster, his hand moved of its own accord, lifting the old man. Nearby, Yi Ruanruan blinked her round eyes, her petite face wearing an expression of sage-like wisdom. Host, you were quite accurate when striking with lightning before. Why did you miss this time? Yi Ruanruan had to admit. The system understood her well. Did you see the golden thread between Sixth Brother and the old Grandmaster? Golden thread? Yi Xuanli was oblivious to its presence. Did he have a golden thread connecting him to the old Grandmaster? Where was it? The system replied, indeed, it binds their feet, one end for each. Yi Ruanruan queried. Do you know what that golden thread signifies? Isn't it the cause and effect of their life and death struggle? The connection between the sixth prince and the old grandmaster was undoubtedly a fated entanglement. Yi Ruanruan asserted, within the cause and effect lies opportunity. Watch closely. My sixth brother is about to become prosperous. Prosperous? The sixth prince's eyes sparkled with excitement. Abundant food and drink undoubtedly required silver. The reason he had disbanded his household was due to the financial burden of hiring help. He adored indulgence, but even more so, he cherished wealth. Lost in thought, Yi Xuanli failed to notice the old grandmaster had produced the grandmaster's seal, presenting it before him. Tilting his head, Yi Xuanli was rendered speechless upon seeing the seal. What are you doing? Brother, I truly see it now. Only you treat me with sincerity. Only you. The old grandmaster wept as he embraced Yi Xuanli, overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, I am nearing my end. Before I depart, I have a request, and you must promise me. Chapter 117. The succession was misplaced. Yi Xuanli wonderful. The old grandmaster of the Purple Kingdom is finally about to pass. He was so absorbed in his joy that he hardly listened to what the old grandmaster continued to say. The old grandmaster thrust the grandmaster's seal before Yi Xuanli, clutching his idle left hand and pressing it onto the seal. Brother, this is my most treasured possession, a gift to you. Please, you must accept it. Yi Xuanli winced at the corner of his mouth. What would I want with a mere broken seal? Earlier, his quest for the Grandmaster's seal was to locate the true form of the Grandmaster. Since the Grandmaster's avatar had already merged with his true form, the seal had lost its significance. I do not want it. Yi Xuanli attempted to withdraw his hand, reluctant to become entangled with the old Grandmaster of the Purple Kingdom. If he returned to the palace and someone accused him of harboring the Grandmaster's seal, he could face charges of treason. He wanted no part of it. No. You must take it. I said I do not want it. Whoever desires it may have it. I certainly do not. He fantasized about kicking the old grandmaster to death. Would that even be feasible? You must take it, or I shall die before your eyes. Yi Xuanli's eyes brightened. Then go ahead and die. I still do not want it. The old grandmaster gritted his teeth, mustering his final strength to press Yi Xuanli's palm back onto the seal. Do you feel anything now? Yi Xuanli, my palm feels like it's being pricked. The old grandmaster exclaimed, It hurts. Blood is flowing. Yi Xuanli noticed blood trickling from his palm and panicked, fearing the old grandmaster intended to kill him. Just as he was about to lift his foot to kick the old grandmaster, he heard a sinister chuckle escape the old man's lips. Yi Xuanli, are you insane? What are you laughing about at a time like this? The old grandmaster must have lost his mind. No, he had to flee with his sister immediately. If the old grandmaster discovered their identities, his sister would be in grave danger. Yet, this hard object beneath his palm would not budge. Brother, I have recognized you as the master of the Grandmaster's seal. From this moment forth, you shall inherit my status and identity. Do you know who I am? Just as Yi Xuanli contemplated whether to assert his authority and reveal the truth, the old Grandmaster proclaimed with great pride, I am the Grandmaster of the Purple Kingdom, second only to the Emperor. How impressive! You nearly frightened me to death. Indeed, from now on, you shall be the Grandmaster of the Purple Kingdom. The old Grandmaster declared grandly. Yi Xuanli. The Purple Kingdom? The Grandmaster of the Purple Kingdom? He pointed to himself, incredulous at the old Grandmaster's audacity. The old National Master nodded solemnly, affirming, Indeed. It is you, the newly enthroned Grand Master of the Purple Kingdom. 2 Grandmasters in the Purple Kingdom? The old master shook his head. No, there is only you. But you are still here. I am on the verge of death. Yi Xuanli, the old master continued, the seal of the Grand Master must pass only after the previous one has died completely. I am about to vanish. Yet I cannot die in peace. I have a great vendetta to avenge, but alas, my cultivation is insufficient, my path too humble, and I have fallen victim to treachery. My death is utterly unjust. From this moment forth, I hope you will, upon returning to the Purple Kingdom, seize the opportunity to avenge me. Soon, the teleportation array of the Purple Kingdom will illuminate once more, but I fear I will not last until then. My dear brother, You must promise me to seek vengeance. Will you?
Yi Xuanli stood there, dazed. Huh?
What grievances do you hold? The old master gritted his teeth. I want the Emperor of Deqian dead. I want Daoist Qingfeng dead. I want the 6th Prince of Deqian dead, and even more so, I want the 9th Princess dead. 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 All of them must die. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xuanli delivered a resounding slap to the old master. The old master was taken aback. What was that for? Having just passed on his title, being struck was not what he expected. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that he had chosen the wrong successor? Yet, his keen eye had never failed him. This brother before him was undeniably sincere. I am the 6th Prince of Deqian. The old master's eyes widened in shock.
What?
Then she. He pointed at Ruanruan. Surprised? I am indeed the 9th princess, haha. Yi Xuanli beamed with pride. You're foolish. She must be my 9th sister. With a sudden realization, the old master could not contain himself and stumbled back 3 steps, trembling. The 6th prince? The 9th princess? In an instant, it felt as though lightning had struck the old master, rendering him unable to think clearly. You are indeed the 6th prince. Why are you the 6th prince? I shall kill you, you rascal, and reclaim the Grand Master's seal. The old master was driven to the brink of madness. Before him stood the seemingly careless Yi Xuanli, the puppet emperor sought by his deceased disciple. Wasn't he supposed to be a simpleton, only indulging in pleasures? How could he be here laboring? He had deceived himself. Was this truly the demeanor of a dullard? He felt like a fool instead. Yi Xuanli was unperturbed by the old master's fury, for the old master could barely stand. A mere gentle poke caused the old master to collapse onto the ground. The Grand Master's seal. A flash of crimson flickered in the old master's eyes. How I loathe this. How I regret this. I never sought the seal. You insisted upon giving it to me. How could I refuse without appearing disrespectful? The old master, if you claim to be Yi Xuanli, I wonder if I would still give you the Grand Master's seal. I am not foolish, unlike you. The old master suddenly recalled something. Who are those 2 inside? Earlier, Yi Xuanli had been tending to the older man in the room. My father and my 8th brother. The old master's vision darkened. What? The Emperor of Deqian and the 8th prince have also arrived? What terrible luck! Are they so idle that they abandoned the royal palace to come to a coal yard? When the old master beheld the clever and adorable Ruanruan, everything became clear. Wasn't it obvious why Yi Xuanli was holding a child? Wasn't it evident why the Emperor of Deqian had come? Surely, they sought the 9th princess? Oh my! There's light! Yi Xuanli exclaimed as a glowing circle suddenly illuminated just a step away. The old master widened his eyes. Ah! Do not approach! Yi Xuanli tilted his head. If the old master forbade him from advancing, then he must surely go forth. But what was this thing? Ruanruan excitedly clung to Yi Xuanli's neck. 6th brother. 6th brother. Wealth is coming to you. This is the teleportation array from the altar of the Purple Kingdom. A teleportation array? Yi Xuanli recalled the old master mentioning it earlier, stating that this array could transport a person instantaneously. Chapter 118. The dastardly father is simply dashing. The old master had intended to use this teleportation array to return to the Purple Kingdom for recuperation as he merged his essence with his doppelganger. However, he was struck by a bolt of lightning from his sister. The teleportation array had just vanished, and now the Purple Kingdom had likely repaired it, sending forth the second array. Yi Xuanli stood at the edge of the teleportation array, the dazzling white light casting a refined and handsome glow upon his face. Emperor Qianqing and the 8th prince emerged from the room, having intended to come out earlier, but hesitated for fear of being discovered by the old master. With the old master on the brink of collapse, Emperor Qianqing had little concern left. Seize this man! Emperor Qianqing commanded, and from the shadows emerged several dark figures, the palace's secret guards. Ruanruan waved excitedly at Emperor Qianqing. Dastardly father, you are simply too dashing. You had everything prepared in advance. The system displayed a starry-eyed expression. Host, your father is so handsome. I absolutely adore him. Ruanruan proudly lifted her chin. Of course. He is my father. Emperor Qianqing, flattered by the praise, felt a swell of joy within. As the old master was subdued, the white light of the teleportation array surged, enveloping Yi Xuanli and Yi Ruanruan, who were observing the array. The light felt warm against their skin. Yi Xuanli sensed a gentle warmth surrounding them. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked him into the teleportation array. He gasped but held tightly onto Yi Ruanruan. "Do not fear, sister." When Yi Xuanli opened his eyes, all was quiet, shrouded in darkness. "Yi Xuanli, what just happened? Did the teleportation array malfunction?" "Grand Master, you have finally returned. We welcome you, Grand Master." "Welcome, Grand Master." The previously dark expanse burst into brilliant flames, illuminated by torches held aloft by the guards, forming a circle around them.
Ye Kuanli, Kretin Ye Ruanruan.
Stood upon a circular platform adorned with 4 towering torches at each corner. "Where is this?" Yi Xuanli held Yi Ruanruan with one arm while a small yellow chick perched on his shoulder. "Host, this is the altar of the Purple Kingdom. We were drawn into the teleportation array, arriving at the altar." "Yi Ruanruan, Yi Xuanli." Meanwhile, the old master watched helplessly as Yi Xuanli and Yi Ruanruan were drawn into the teleportation array. He pounded his chest in frustration. "Come back. That teleportation array was meant for me, not for you. Return at once." Emperor Qianqing delivered a swift kick. Silence. The old master was infuriated. "Emperor Qianqing, the Purple Kingdom and your Qian Dynasty are irreconcilable. Prepare for your downfall." His words were nothing but boastful bluster. Yi Jing scoffed from the sidelines. The old master glared at him. Yi Jing made a face at the old master. "The Purple Kingdom has long been dependent on our Qian. You, an old master, are dying in Qian, yet you dare to dream of extinguishing us? How naive!" "Humph. Alone, the Purple Kingdom cannot achieve this. However, we have allies. Yi Jing, name your allies if you dare. Do you think I am foolish enough to fall for your provocations? In this age of competing nations, if Qian wishes to be secure, it must grow stronger. The Purple Kingdom has found allies, and spies have infiltrated the palace of your Qian Dynasty. Ha ha ha. Emperor Qianqing, even with your cleverness, you will never guess who they are. Just wait, your Qian Dynasty's demise is nigh." Emperor Qianqing's phoenix eyes darkened. "Indeed, I had not considered that, but do not forget, my son is now the Grand Master of the Purple Kingdom, a position you bestowed upon him. How do you think he will fare before the old Emperor of the Purple Kingdom?" The old master suddenly froze. The old Emperor of the Purple Kingdom relied heavily on him. The reason lies in the deteriorating health of the old Emperor over the past few years. With no one to rely on, all hopes rested upon him to lead the Purple Kingdom to greater heights. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. His disciple perished within the palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, and now, he himself was on the brink of death in the capital of Great Qian. To his surprise, he had chosen his next successor, and it was none other than the 6th Prince of Great Qian. As the old national teacher contemplated this, a sharp pang gripped his heart, and he spat several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes widening in shock. With a final convulsion of his legs, he succumbed to death. "Father, the old national teacher has passed away." The Emperor of Qianqing snorted coldly, gazing at the now-vanished teleportation array, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Although he had unintentionally frightened the old national teacher to death with his words, he was concerned that the 6th prince, rather dim-witted and simple, could truly gain favor in the eyes of the old Emperor of the Purple Kingdom. The Emperor of Qianqing felt a sense of unease. Most importantly, the 6th prince was currently cradling his precious daughter. Little Ruanruan was yet to utter her first words, incapable of even walking. A simple-minded prince accompanied by a mere infant, this was indeed a cause for concern. Taoist Qingfeng entered the palace, determined to devise a plan to rescue the 2 children. At the altar of the Purple Kingdom, Knight Xuanli was taken aback by the kneeling throngs who worshipped and called out in reverence. "What in the world is happening here?" he exclaimed inwardly. Yet, he could not deny the remarkable efficacy of the teleportation array, which had whisked him, a mere coal-yard prince, to the altar of the Purple Kingdom in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by a sea of dark heads, he felt the wave of trepidation wash over him. Clutching Knight Ruanruan tightly, he feared she might slip from his grasp. Sister, standing there with her hands behind her back, wearing a grand dragon robe, That must be the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom. Knight Ruanruan nodded her little head. Brother, you are absolutely right. Knight Xuanli felt a twinge of annoyance. Sister, I seem to recall hearing officials in the palace mention that the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom had suffered a stroke and was bedridden. How can he appear to be well now? He had gleaned this information from the system while listening to gossip with his sister. Oh, my foolish brother. It was a stroke, not a lost limb. The old emperor will surely rise again one day. However, with the national teacher replaced, I wonder if the old emperor will recognize this as sixth brother. If he does, the altar may very well become our final resting place. Knight Xuanli resolved to remain still. In the great Qian dynasty, the literati and martial officials could hear his sister's thoughts, yet here, in the Purple Kingdom, it appeared that the old emperor and his court could not. If they could hear, they would have sent someone forth by now. The national teacher approached, scrutinizing Knight Xuanli from head to toe. Standing tall, Knight Xuanli feigned calmness. What are you staring at? The old emperor began to converse with the attendant beside him. Young Detzi, do you find it curious that this newly appointed national teacher appears rather youthful? He seems no older than 17 or 18. Is it possible for someone so young to possess profound Taoist skills? The old emperor was skeptical. Your Majesty, it is said that those with profound mastery of the Tao possess secret techniques for eternal youth. Perhaps our new national teacher has employed such methods to preserve his youthful visage. Chapter 119. To embellish one's own countenance. The old emperor found this reasoning quite agreeable. Yet, he could not help but notice that the new national teacher was exceedingly dark-skinned, so much so that he had never seen anyone so dark before. Had it not been for the flare of the firelight, he might not have even noticed the figure standing on the altar. One could overlook the new national teacher's complexion. But why is he holding a child? The child appeared to be merely 8 or 9 months old, and, astonishingly, was just as dark as he. Young Detzi. He found himself at a loss for words, feeling that the old emperor's skepticism was not without merit. Remembering something of importance, the old emperor hastily set aside his inquiries about Knight Xuanli. After all, the national teacher's seal was firmly in his grasp. He was indeed the new national teacher of the Purple Kingdom. Although the passing of the old national teacher was regrettable, it was fortunate that, even in his last moments, he had managed to find a suitable successor. New national teacher, I have a matter to inquire of you. Just as Knight Xuanli steadied himself, he heard the old emperor pose a question. Is it true that your technique for eternal youth can make one appear so young? Knight Xuanli recognized the old emperor's curiosity. He too wished to reclaim his youth. Naturally, the power of such techniques is beyond the comprehension of those who have not delved into the arts. And who, pray tell, is the child in your arms? Knight Xuanli furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by inspiration. This is my master. The old emperor was taken aback.
What?
Knight Ruanruan, who had been curiously observing her surroundings, was also momentarily stunned.
Ha!
My brother dares to speak such nonsense. The national teacher jested. Your master, at such a young age? This child can barely walk or talk. Your Majesty, you may not understand. The technique for eternal youth my master imparted to me has resulted in my youthful appearance. However, my master has also utilized the same technique, albeit with a tad too much vigor, rendering her somewhat small. Nevertheless, this does not change the fact that she is my master. One could only conclude that her mastery of the technique surpasses my own. Knight Ruanruan nearly burst into laughter. Who would have thought my sixth brother had such a talent for spinning tales? It would be a shame if he did not write stories. The system chuckled. I too find it amusing how the sixth prince's convoluted reasoning leads to such creative concoctions. Flattered by the praise, Knight Xuanli felt a surge of happiness. Yet the old emperor regarded the siblings with astonishment. Incredible, truly incredible. A mere child. Yet the master of the new national teacher, she must be even more formidable than he. It was no wonder the new national teacher cherished her as if she were a treasure. It seemed the old national teacher had chosen wisely, and his master had undoubtedly played a significant role in this election. New national teacher, follow me. The old emperor beckoned, leading the way. Knight Xuanli furrowed his brow. Should he follow? The old emperor's demeanor suggested he intended to bring him into the palace. Would he be recognized once inside? Sister, What should we do now? Offer me some advice. If it was necessary for him to accompany the old emperor, she should give him a signal. Knight Ruanruan tapped Knight Xuanli twice. What does 2 taps mean? Brother, hurry and follow. Knight Xuanli pondered. Wasn't that 2 taps? Oh dear, I was a bit hasty just then. Quickly, follow the old emperor into the palace. Knight Xuanli promptly complied. He mused that his sister's urging to enter the palace must be a good sign. However, as they reached the palace gates, he overheard Knight Ruanruan chatting with the system.
System.
Quickly check if there are any juicy tidbits about the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom. I want to savor some gossip. Indeed, there are. A particularly large piece of juicy gossip. Knight Ruanruan rubbed her little hands together in excitement. Just wait until my brother finds his footing. I'll have a delightful time uncovering the old emperor's secrets. Knight Xuanli's lips twitched. Little did he know that his sister's excitement about entering the palace stemmed from her desire to hunt for the old emperor's gossip. Yet, he thought it quite delightful. He never anticipated he would have the chance to indulge in the old emperor's tales. Upon entering the National Teachers' Hall, Knight Xuanli was struck by the resplendence within. The tables were gilded, the walls adorned in gold, and even the grand columns were painted in shimmering gold. Most astonishingly, the utensils laid upon the table were crafted entirely of gold. Knight Xuanli stood in awe. What a dazzling spectacle! The life of the old national teacher was indeed radiant, filled with pure gold. Delightedly anticipating the unfolding drama, Yi Yuan's eyes sparkled with golden bubbles.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. The system was taken aback. Host looked quickly gold. It's all gold. Yi Yuan remarked, I see it, I see it. Although the old national master is somewhat reckless, this grand hall is undeniably valuable. If only it could be moved to replenish the national treasury for that scoundrel father, then he wouldn't have to worry about military expenses anymore. The system gave a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. You truly are a dutiful little darling. Yi Yuan inquired, system. Why does the old national master possess so much gold? Her eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy. Yi Xianli had already set her down, and Yi Yuan plopped onto the golden floor. Indeed, even the floor was paved with gold. Just this palace alone must have consumed at least half a gold mine. It must be taken. It absolutely must. Before the system could respond, the old emperor spoke first. New national master, please take a seat. This will be your office and residence for the foreseeable future. Of course, there is also a residence outside the palace for you.
Yvonne Diasket.
Is it also made of pure gold? Not exactly, but it is certainly abundant in jade and jewels, the emperor replied. Why is this palace constructed entirely of gold? The old emperor chuckled, stroking his beard. These are offerings made to the national master by the Purple Kingdom on the 1st and 15th of each month, collected from dozens of cities across the nation, all belonging to you. The gold and silver tributes can be freely allocated by the national master. Many years ago, the old national master proposed that I build a palace adjacent to me, believing that the golden energy would nourish the dragon's energy. Over time, I could possess the aura of the golden dragon. Among emperors, the golden dragon's aura is the most esteemed. I found the old national master's suggestion quite astute, and thus consented. Though I am only in my 50s, I still feel vigorous and full of vitality. I believe this palace's blessings contribute significantly, but primarily, it is the old national master's profound abilities that protect the Purple Kingdom. Yi Xianli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The old emperor is only in his 50s? One might assume he was nearing 70. Vigorous? The old emperor had the audacity to utter such a claim. He was clearly unsteady on his feet, barely able to move, yet he proclaimed himself strong. The old emperor truly knew how to embellish his own image. Chapter 120. My master is hungry. However, Yi Xianli certainly could not engage in a dispute with the old emperor. Whatever the old emperor wished to say was his prerogative, as long as he could peacefully savor the unfolding drama and perhaps devise a way to extract some benefits from the Purple Kingdom. It would not be in vain for him to bring his sister along on this journey.
Ah.
A spatial artifact. System, there are spatial artifacts in the marketplace, haha. Yi Yuan browsed the marketplace, preparing to exchange for a sharp little hoe to excavate all the gold here. However, while perusing various treasures, she stumbled upon a blood-red ring, a small spatial artifact. If it could hold items, it could also collect them. Yuan saw she only had 500 melon points left, yet the spatial artifact required 2,000. How impoverished. She needed to consume more melons. She must move this grand hall, haha. Meanwhile, Yi Xianli had already seated himself on a chair made of pure gold, envisioning the splendid scene of relocating this palace back to the Qian Empire. In the deep of night, many ministers, having heard of the national master's return, requested an audience. Yi Xianli furrowed his brows. Not now, not now. Tomorrow will suffice. His sister had been through quite a day. The little one was only 9 months old, and such exertion was too much for her delicate frame. She surely needed a good night's rest. Also, Your Majesty, does the palace have cow's milk or goat's milk? My master is quite hungry. Yes. The old emperor commanded a personal eunuch to prepare cow's and goat's milk for the little girl, along with other supplementary snacks. Anything nourishing for a child was to be provided. After all, she was the master's master, akin to a princess in the palace. In this vast purple kingdom, her future well-being would rely on the national master's profound abilities. Where is the national master from? Yi Xianli looked at the old emperor, pursing his lips, and casually fabricated a response. It cannot be disclosed. The old emperor responded, so mysterious? When did the national master meet the old national master? Since childhood. Let the old emperor think whatever he wished. I see. The old emperor sighed in relief. It appeared this individual was the new national master meticulously chosen by the old national master. If he were not exceptionally talented, he would never have passed the old national master's scrutiny. He believed that a student could surpass the teacher. Yuan was genuinely hungry. Clutching the cow's milk presented to her, she gulped down more than half a jug. Yi Xianli, observing his sister, couldn't help but smile. National master, there is something I do not understand. I seek your enlightenment. Yi Xianli internally sighed heavily. Why did the old emperor have so many inquiries? Where did all these questions come from? The old emperor, noticing Yi Xianli's displeasure, realized it was getting late and decided to let it be. He would inquire tomorrow when there was more time. After all, the national master was new and still adjusting to many things. The old emperor exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Yi Xianli, stating any further discussions could wait until tomorrow, before taking his leave. Yi Xianli breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were gone. Meanwhile, Yuan had crawled from her chair to a golden pillar and, unbeknownst to her, had exchanged for a small axe from the marketplace, now enthusiastically striking the golden pillar. Bits of gold dust cascaded down, all turning out to be gold nuggets. Yuan picked one up and bit into it. It's real gold. Yi Xianli scooped her up. Sister, it's getting late. You should go to sleep. You haven't rested all day, and if you keep this up, you might not grow tall. Although Yuan was excited, she was indeed weary. Once held by Yi Xianli, she promptly drifted into a sleepy state. In the morning, Yi Xianli was awakened by the rustling sounds. Yuan had not yet stirred, having slept soundly since yesterday. She was truly exhausted. Upon stepping out of the inner chamber, Yi Xianli was greeted by the sight of 10 palace maidens standing in the grand hall. Each maiden bowed her head, holding golden trays laden with gold and silver treasures. Yi Xianli thought he must be seeing things. Approaching the first maiden, he examined the contents closely. In addition to several large gold ingots, there were numerous silver ingots, agate bracelets, and ruby necklaces. Yi Xianli was taken aback. Gazing at the second maiden, he saw a stack of silver notes. There must have been over 100, each worth 1,000 taels. The more he examined, the more horrified he became, especially when he noticed the small vases encrusted with jewels. The earlier treasures had lost their shock value upon seeing the vases, golden seeds, and golden leaves. Yet, his heart continued to race. What was all this? Yi Xianli's face remained grim. He had not washed his face that day, and it was certainly not the time for that. Not only was he unwashed, but he had also deliberately applied ink from the golden inkstone in the hall. If the old emperor or any ministers looked into his true appearance, they would easily uncover his identity. Once his identity was exposed, it would be fatal for him. The 10 palace maidens continued to bow their heads in silence. The emperor had only instructed them to bring the treasures over, not to answer the new national master's questions. Yi Yuan awoke and, not seeing Yi Xianli, climbed down from the bed, crawling her way to the hall. Upon seeing the dazzling array of treasures, she rolled on the ground, giggling. This is so hilarious. System. These are all tributes from various regions of the Purple Kingdom to the new national master. All treasures. I told you my brother struck it rich. This isn't just wealth. It's sheer extravagance. Yi Xianli was left speechless. So all of this was intended for him? Previously, the old emperor proclaimed that on the 1st and 15th days of each month, offerings would be made to the national master by the common folk. He had thought that one could only behold gold and silver treasures on those specific days, but to his astonishment, he encountered them on his very first day in the Purple Kingdom. The system remarked, as the new national master assumes his position. It is only fitting that gifts are presented. Affluent disciples tend to offer more, while those from humble backgrounds contribute less. Yet all are eager to please the new national master, hoping to invite him to perform rituals and enhance their fortunes in the future. Did the former national master frequently conduct rituals for the common people? Knight Yuan inquired, to which the system nodded, indeed. This approach not only helped to swiftly establish a reputation but also allowed for a rapid accumulation of wealth. This splendid golden hall is a testament to that. Knight Yuan blinked. I never imagined the former national master's mystical arts were quite profound. The system reassured her, no matter how profound. He was ultimately struck down by your lightning. However, there's a saying, the trees planted by our predecessors provide shade for future generations. The golden path to prosperity laid out by the former national master now belongs to the 6th prince. Knight Yuan joyfully slapped her thigh. The fortune amassed by Knight Xianli brought him greater joy than her own. Having a wealthy brother as a sibling was undeniably a source of happiness. Knight Xianli, unceremoniously, instructed 10 palace maids to set down the treasures and then dismissed them. Chapter 121. Collect, collect, collect. Oh, I must find a bag. Knight Xianli declared with earnestness as he stepped into the inner hall. The system urged host. Now is the time. Quickly, exchange for the spatial ring. When your 6th brother emerges, he will surely stumble upon it. Knight Yuan shared this sentiment. The worth of the melons is slightly lacking. The system exclaimed, couldn't you choose a smaller spatial ring? In her excitement, Knight Yuan had overlooked the smaller finger ring. A swift motion sent the ring flying 2 steps away from her. Before tossing it, she had activated the spatial ring's mechanism. Once 6th brother touched the ring, he would be transported into the space within. With both siblings thriving, they anticipated a life of abundance and merriment. Knight Yuan calculated the benefits with clarity. After a discussion among the group, Knight Xianli emerged from the inner hall and inadvertently kicked the ring, which he perceived as a stroke of luck. Where did this curious trinket come from? He mused. The moment he picked it up, he vanished in an instant. Knight Xianli was taken aback by the extraordinary capabilities of the spatial artifact gifted by his sister. A mere touch had transported him into the space. Upon entering, he discovered not only a vast expanse but also a fully equipped kitchen. Indeed, all manner of stoves, pots, and utensils were present, yet there was no one around. Did this mean that when he ventured into the wilderness with this spatial artifact, he could prepare a meal in the kitchen without fear of starvation? What an incredible treasure! This was more astonishing than the golden hall itself. Sister, we've struck it rich. This ring contains an immense space, complete with a kitchen. Knight Xianli exuberantly relayed the marvels he had encountered. In truth, Knight Yuan had never ventured within. However, upon hearing Knight Xianli's enthusiastic description, it was evident that the spatial artifact was indeed remarkable. She waved her little hands, pointing at the 10 plates of gold and silver treasures. Knight Xianli slapped his forehead, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. Let us gather all of this wealth into the spatial ring. Leave not a single strand for the old emperor. This old emperor was no benevolent ruler. He had been increasingly troublesome as of late and harbored intentions of conflict with the great Qian dynasty. It was natural for friction to arise between 2 nations. But this emperor was particularly irksome, constantly breaking treaties and seeking reasons for war. The great Qian dynasty had no fear of the Purple Kingdom, however. War would only serve to harm the common folk, while the emperor and his officials would continue their lives unscathed. Knight Xianli abhorred warfare. By seizing all this wealth, the old emperor would lack the funds for soldiers and provisions, thus rendering war impossible. The old emperor, a tyrant, shall ultimately lead the Purple Kingdom to ruin. The older he becomes, the more senile he grows. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to empty the national treasury of the Purple Kingdom, Knight Yuan mused, her thoughts already drifting far beyond the treasures before her. Knight Xianli's expression shifted. His sister certainly had audacious ideas. However, it was not entirely unfeasible. What if the opportunity arose? After all, if it could prevent the old emperor from waging war, it was worth attempting. His sister was indeed a harbinger of good fortune. Knight Xianli swiftly gathered all 10 plates of treasures into the spatial ring while casting a glance at the opulent national master as hall. Although this place was spacious and comfortable, it could never replace the warmth of home. Never mind, sister. Let us also collect everything in this grand hall into the spatial ring. Collect, collect, collect. Drive the old emperor to despair. The siblings were in perfect accord with their intentions. Knight Xianli wasted no time, gathering the golden tables, chairs, stools, and even the gilded screens. As he collected, he marveled. This truly is a golden nest. How extravagant. The old emperor shows no consideration for his subjects. All this wealth belongs to the people. Yet, what could Knight Xianli do? If the old emperor cared little for his own people, then Knight Xianli's concern was futile. They needed to finish collecting first. Knight Xianli began to store the golden furniture, even taking the golden bed from the inner chamber. Golden teacups, golden kettles, golden bowls, golden chopsticks, golden platters, everything was swiftly gathered. This effort left Knight Xianli feeling quite exhausted. While he hadn't physically lifted anything, just the thought of it was tiring. The siblings sat on the ground, and Knight Xianli fanned himself a couple of times. The system inquired, Knight Yuan, what are you gazing at? Knight Yuan cupped her chin in her hands. That large golden pillar. It's pure gold. I just verified it. How regrettable it would be not to collect it. The system replied with exasperation, while that may be true, how do you plan to collect the large golden pillar and the floor? Surely you don't expect the 6th prince to start chopping with an axe right now. Such noise would undoubtedly attract the old emperor's attention. Knight Yuan's eyes sparkled with inspiration. You're right. We can indeed use an axe. After all, we've gathered so many things already. What a golden pillar and a few bricks.
Chop.
She tugged at Knight Xianli's sleeve, urging him to collect more. She scampered towards the grand pillar, clinging to it like a koala, her eyes shining with excitement. Knight Xianli was taken aback. Did his sister truly intend to collect the golden pillar as well? Knight Yuan nodded vigorously. She believed her intentions were abundantly clear, and 6th brother would surely understand. In fact, Knight Yuan's thoughts mirrored Knight Xianli's own. Not wishing for Knight Yuan to prepare the axe, he approached the entrance of the grand hall and called out, Bring me someone. A young palace maid hurried over. Not daring to glance inside, What are your orders, National Master? Go and fetch 10 axes, he commanded. The palace maid hesitated but made no objections. After all, she was merely a maidservant, and the new National Master might not adhere to conventional norms. Thus, she obediently went to make the preparations. Before long, the palace maid returned, carrying 10 axes, which she placed in a large burlap sack. Knight Xianli did not permit her to enter the hall, should she step inside and see it empty. That would be quite a surprise. Taking the axes, he closed the hall doors and began his work. My 6th brother is truly clever, preparing several axes in case one should prove insufficient. Gold is relatively malleable, and Knight Xianli is unperturbed by the prospect of an axe potentially damaging it. After all, he is merely intent on striking it. Throughout the morning, the resounding clangs echoed within the National Master's hall, piquing the curiosity of passing palace maids and guards alike. What could the new National Master be engaged in? Even the passing concubines were perplexed, yet none dared to venture inside. It wasn't until this news reached the ears of the old emperor that the intrigue deepened. Chapter 122, The Melon of the Enemy Kingdom's Emperor. Meanwhile, in the Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qianqing summoned Daoist Qingfeng. With a series of sighs, Daoist Qingfeng lamented, Your Majesty, I do not possess a teleportation talisman. Such a talisman is both formidable and intricate. Despite my years of cultivation, I am not yet adept enough to draw one at will. Emperor Qianqing's brows furrowed slightly, implying that the two children could not be retrieved. The Taoist, aware of the emperor's concerns, reassured him, though I lack a teleportation talisman, I do possess a communication talisman. The emperor fell silent. After all, a communication talisman could not bring the children back. Yet, while it could not facilitate their return, it could still enable communication. The Right Chancellor was also present in the imperial study. Taoist, I have heard that a communication talisman requires both parties to possess one for it to be effective. Is that not so? Half a year prior, the sixth prince had fortuitously encountered the Taoist and received a communication talisman from him. I shall give it a try, the Taoist declared, initiating contact with Knight Xuanli. At that moment, Knight Xuanli was busy with his tasks in the Grand Hall, while Knight Ruanruan sat on the floor, indulging in roasted sweet potatoes. Suddenly, Knight Xuanli seemed to hear someone calling his name. In the imperial study, Emperor Qianqing awaited the sound of Knight Ruanruan's voice, but instead, he was met with the persistent clangs. Knight Xuanli, what are you doing? Where is your sister? As Knight Xuanli searched around, he discovered that the communication talisman he had always carried had fallen out of his pocket, its glow capturing Knight Ruanruan's attention. My brother has a communication talisman, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation as she watched Knight Xuanli converse with Emperor Qianqing. Upon hearing Knight Ruanruan's thoughts, the emperor felt a wave of relief. Father, Knight Xuanli exclaimed excitedly, clutching the communication talisman, and relayed the current situation. A silence enveloped the room as the Right Chancellor, usually composed, nearly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The sixth prince has inadvertently become the new national master of the Purple Kingdom. His future is indeed bright. Father, I must take my leave. Someone approaches. Do not worry about me and my sister. We are quite well. I shall contact you again when I have the chance, Knight Xuanli hastily declared, shoving the talisman back into his chest. Just as the talisman was deactivated, Knight Ruanruan had already crawled to the Grand Hall's entrance, pondering. How should I tell my sixth brother that we are heading to the Purple Kingdom's court to savor the old emperor's grand melon? Melon? Knight Xuanli, hammering away at the golden column, suddenly found the allure of the gold diminished. Your Majesty, it seems I just heard the little princess mention that the Right Chancellor is observing Taoist Qingfeng's now-dim communication talisman. Emperor Qianqing replied earnestly, Ah. The ninth princess merely wishes to hear the gossip of the Purple Kingdom's emperor. Indeed, the sixth prince is quite fortunate this time, the Right Chancellor remarked. Who could have anticipated that the sixth prince, who has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, is now faring so splendidly? What was that saying? When heaven closes a door, it opens a window, the Right Chancellor mused. While he was unsure if that window had indeed opened, it was evident that the sixth prince had kicked down the door that had been shut. If the sixth prince can indulge in gossip, why can we not? The Right Chancellor exclaimed, thumping his thigh. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Emperor Qianqing inquired. Taoist Qingfeng responded, I understand. I shall reopen the communication talisman shortly. For the talisman to endure, it required the infusion of Taoist magic. Taoist Qingfeng perceived the forthcoming communication as particularly significant, vowing not to sever it midway. He began to cast a spell on the communication talisman. Meanwhile, in the Purple Kingdom, the emperor was engaged in a morning court session with his civil and military officials. As soon as eunuch Detzi received word, he promptly reported it to the old emperor. Could the national master be practicing in the hall and has fallen into madness? The old emperor mused. He had heard that those who fell into madness were prone to crashing into walls. However, the sound did not seem right. It should have been a thudding sound, not a clanging one. Your Majesty, the new national master requests an audience in court. As the old emperor hesitated, contemplating whether to check on the new national master, he heard the report. Let him in. Knight Xuanli entered the Grand Hall, cradling Knight Ruanruan in his arms. Instantly, the court fell into a profound silence. All officials turned to gaze at the pair, a large and a small figure, wondering about the origin of these two peculiar dark dumplings. While others appeared as simpletons, this pair was distinctly dark, one larger than the other, both so dark that only the whites of their eyes were visible. In this world, such dark individuals were rare. One might mistake them for emerging from a coal yard. The Purple Kingdom's emperor, having seen many oddities, promptly instructed Knight Xuanli to stand in the front row, the designated position for the national master. "How shall we address the new national master?" he inquired, having forgotten to ask in his haste the previous day. "Xian," Knight Xuanli replied. The old emperor thought little of it and decided to address him as National Master Xian. The name sounded both mysterious and illustrious. After all, he was chosen by Chu Fei, and the old emperor had faith in both Chu Fei and the Knight Xuanli before him. Previously, I considered introducing National Master Xian to the court, as many do not recognize him. However, it seems that is no longer necessary, the old emperor chuckled. Though Knight Xuanli maintained a calm facade, a tempest raged within him. Previously, the Purple Kingdom had dispatched 3 envoys to Deqian, resulting in 1 death and 2 escapes. He had been anxious about potentially encountering those 2 envoys in the court. On their way, he had overheard Knight Ruanruan mutter, "If we meet, we meet. After all, those 2 envoys have never seen my 6th brother." Instantly, Knight Xuanli felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, they had never met. Why should he be anxious? Fortunately, he was not one to seek the limelight in Deqian, often preferring to remain within his estate, feasting and drinking. Thus few from other kingdoms had laid eyes upon him, who would go out of their way to investigate a lazy, unambitious prince. The little yellow chicken had vanished, having merged into Knight Ruanruan's being. She did not disclose this to Knight Xuanli, instead pointing outside and claiming the little yellow chicken had fled. Knight Xuanli chose to ignore it. However, while he was busy hammering away at the golden column, he heard his sister and the system murmur about going to the court to savor the old emperor's grand melon. Though gold lay before him, the prospect of gossip was equally enticing to Knight Xuanli, prompting him to bring his sister to court. "Father, mother, your son has truly achieved something, having secured a place in the court of an enemy nation. System, did you catch wind of the old emperor's gossip?" Knight Ruanruan chirped sweetly, perched on Knight Xuanli's shoulder, resembling an innocent little sprite. As her words escaped her lips, gasps of astonishment filled the previously quiet grand hall. Knight Xuanli questioned, "Did these ministers hear my sister's thoughts?" Surely they must have, for their expressions betrayed their shock. Even the old emperor seated upon the dragon throne bore a similar countenance.
Yet,
Just yesterday in the National Master's Hall, the old emperor had been unable to hear Knight Ruanruan's thoughts. How now could he suddenly perceive them? Could it be that while they could not hear her musings, they could only catch wind of her thoughts regarding gossip? Chapter 123. What peculiar taste. Uncertain of the current situation, Knight Xuanli resolved to observe discreetly. If it were indeed as he suspected, there would be no harm, as the entire court would remain oblivious to their true identities. However, should they begin to hear every thought shared between his sister and the system from this moment forth, he would swiftly flee with her in tow. The court officials exchanged glances, each mirroring the other's bewilderment. The inaugural court session was extraordinarily thrilling. Who was speaking there? Was someone gossiping about the old emperor? Such audacity equates to a grave offense against the divine favor. System. I noticed it too. This time, it was particularly clear. Host. You wouldn't believe it. Though the old emperor appears dignified while seated on the dragon throne, he harbors a peculiar, undisclosed penchant. Emperor of the Purple Nation, with a resounding slap on the table. Who dares to utter such insolence? Who dares to say, I am merely a fodder? Such words should never reach my ears. Do they seek death? Knight Ruanruan's voice rose in pitch. Are you suggesting that this peculiar penchant involves nothing more than mindlessly banging the table? The system shook its head. Certainly not. That penchant is beyond your imagination. Knight Ruanruan inquired, Oh, so the old emperor has lost his mind. Who is he venting his frustrations upon by banging the table? Who knows? Perhaps age has rendered his hands twitchy. The old emperor pondered. Is he truly aged? He surveyed the room, perplexed as to the origin of the voice. The entire court was now in shock, for someone dared to discuss the emperor's age in private. Knight Ruanruan remarked, Let him bang away. First, tell me about the emperor's undisclosed penchant. 2 voices continued their banter. The emperor scanned the crowd, attempting to identify the speaker. Yet, he found that no one had uttered a word. His gaze settled on Knight Ruanruan. In the assembly, only this cherubic figure nestled in the arms of the national master of Xian could possibly produce such a childish voice. Just as the emperor contemplated how to silence Knight Ruanruan, he heard the system state, "To understand this penchant, we must begin with a certain favored concubine in the emperor's harem." Knight Ruanruan grew increasingly intrigued. This penchant has something to do with a favored concubine? The harem was never short of concubines. Originally, a few ministers had intended to discuss matters concerning the return of the new national master. Before they could engage, they heard someone mention the emperor's peculiar inclinations. Their curiosity piqued. Speaking of this favored concubine, it becomes quite interesting. After recovering from a stroke, the old emperor took in a new concubine, who was the favored one. Even the empress and the noble consort loathed her to the point of grinding their teeth in envy each night. Upon hearing the term favored concubine, the old emperor surprisingly fell silent. Who dared to disclose his affairs? If utilized wisely, this information could potentially aid in the downfall of the Qian dynasty. The old emperor straightened in his throne, ready to absorb the forthcoming revelations. And then, system. 2 days ago, the favored concubine went missing, plunging the old emperor into a deep melancholy. He has been yearning for her each night, unable to find solace in sleep. Furthermore, he has conducted a thorough search of the harem for 2 consecutive days, yet there remains no news of the favored concubine. Knight Ruanruan gasped. No wonder the old emperor has such dark circles. I thought it was due to reviewing documents, but it turns out he is pining for the favored concubine. But if the favored concubine is indeed missing, could it be that the empress conspired with other concubines to eliminate her? The old emperor frowned. The tasks of document review and longing for his concubine were not mutually exclusive. Moreover, the child's sentiments coincided with his own thoughts over the past few days. He too suspected that jealousy among the harem had led to the favored concubine's concealment. The ministers, the emperor's expression had shifted. Recently, tensions between the Purple Nation and the Qian Dynasty had escalated. Instead of focusing on resolving this pressing matter, the emperor was preoccupied with thoughts of the favored concubine. Alas, the emperor must be aging, succumbing to folly. System. The favored concubine's disappearance is unrelated to the harem. Knight Ruanruan. Then whose matter is it? It pertains to the old emperor. Knight Ruanruan. What do you mean? Did the old emperor hide the favored concubine himself? That doesn't add up. If he did, how could he lose sleep over her absence? System. Do you understand why, among the 3,000 beauties of the harem, the old emperor singularly favors the favored concubine? It must be due to her youthful beauty. The system acknowledged the host's words. That is indeed one reason. But more importantly, the old emperor shares a similar penchant with a favored concubine. The ministers leaned in, eager to hear more. What peculiar penchant could it be? Chapter 124, Roleplay. Knight Ruanruan was exceedingly curious when she suddenly heard the system declare, the emperor enjoys engaging in roleplay with a favored concubine. Knight Ruanruan's eyes sparkled. Do elaborate. In the entire harem, no one comprehended this penchant of his. Whenever the empress, noble consort, and other concubines attended to him, they all feigned fragility and desperation in hopes of winning his favor, oblivious to the fact that the old emperor despises such antics. For he yearns to be the woman. The moment he first summoned the favored concubine, he was elated to discover that she proposed a game, a role-playing scenario. That night, the old emperor was nearly brought to tears with joy. Having one foot in the grave, he finally found a kindred spirit. That evening, the favored concubine played the role of a man while the emperor took on the role of a woman. Knight Ruanruan was astounded. Heavens! This is no mere penchant. It's utterly bizarre.
Gasp.
The entire assembly gasped in shock. The emperor is a lovesick fool?
Puffed.
Knight Xianli couldn't contain his laughter. The first to break the silence. It was utterly inconceivable that such an aged and decrepit figure harbored such peculiar inclinations in private. Only the emperor of the Purple Nation began to fidget uncomfortably on his throne, casting a cold glare at Knight Ruanruan. At that moment, she was too engrossed in the drama to notice the emperor's gaze. However, the old emperor, recalling that Knight Ruanruan was the master of the national master of Xian, was reluctant to escalate the matter. Yet this child, knowing of his penchant and choosing to voice it, was truly audacious.
Now.
The ministers were all aware of his nighttime escapades with the favored concubine. Nevertheless, the old emperor possessed a thick skin. Since it was already out in the open,
So be it.
this penchant was one he was certain he would never abandon. In fact, he found it rather delightful, so unique that others might envy it. The ministers involuntarily glanced at the emperor seated on the dragon throne. The emperor of the Purple Nation appeared puzzled. Why do you all look at me as if I am peculiar? Everyone possesses their own little quirks. What is with this display of shock? The system wholeheartedly agreed with its host's perspective. Indeed, a perverse masochist. It is merely due to their shared penchant that he favors the favored concubine. The other concubines in the harem are utterly baffled, constantly speculating what the favored concubine could possibly do to earn such affection from the emperor. Knight Yuan laughed heartily. They certainly would never guess that the favored concubine whips the old emperor each night. Ha! The ministers, not only the concubines, but even they were taken aback. Yet, this was the emperor's private matter, a matter of personal morality that they could not interfere with. Nevertheless, today's court session proved quite entertaining, revealing such scandalous gossip about the emperor. Wait a moment, you still haven't explained why the favored concubine has gone missing? System. Because the old emperor and the favored concubine engaged in an exceptionally thrilling role play. Knight Yuan. How thrilling! System. The old emperor and the favored concubine found joy in discovering each other as kindred spirits. However, after a few days of ordinary role play, they both grew weary. And thus, the favored concubine proposed a new suggestion. Knight Yuan chuckled. One must admit, the favored concubine has quite the imaginative proposals. The system remarked, who would disagree? However, the suggestion put forth by the favored consort is indeed peculiar. She has proposed to elevate the complexity of their role-playing game with the old emperor. This entails a hide-and-seek style of role-play. The favored consort declared that she would disguise herself as an unexpected character, concealing herself until the old emperor finds her. Naturally, the specifics of her character will only be revealed once she is discovered. Should the old emperor succeed in locating her, it would signify his victory. And in the evenings to follow, the favored consort would administer several lashes to him. Conversely, if he fails to find her, it would be deemed her triumph. Knight Yuan exclaimed, how utterly bizarre. This is beyond bizarre. The assembled ministers and officials echoed, indeed. It's simply perverse. Who would have imagined that our sovereign's private inclinations were so unconventional? The system noted, the old emperor has been searching for the favored consort for 2 days without success. And he is currently quite vexed. He no longer wishes to play. He merely longs for her swift return, especially since he has gone 2 nights without being lashed, which leaves him feeling rather uncomfortable. Yet, in hopes of enticing her to administer more lashes, the old emperor is reluctant to concede defeat. Knight Yuan remarked, this is downright insane. The system nodded in agreement. Indeed, the old emperor is quite afflicted. I am truly curious to see what this favored consort looks like, as she shares such peculiar tastes with the old emperor. It has been 2 days, and he is yet to find her in the palace. She must possess exceptional hiding skills. System. Where could that favored consort possibly be? This very question perplexed the old emperor. After listening to the gossip for so long, he finally grasped the most crucial point. Chapter 125. A rush of joy leading to a demise. The system was evidently sifting through the gossip. The favored consort is not concealed within the palace at all. Hence, the old emperor cannot find her. Ah! The favored consort has such prowess that she can hide outside the palace? The old emperor pondered. Indeed, how had he not considered that after searching the palace thoroughly, she could very well be hidden beyond its walls? However, Gigi had not mentioned that she could hide outside the palace. Was this not a clever trick on her part? Originally, it was not permitted, and the old emperor never anticipated that the favored consort would venture outside the palace. After all, he believed that if she left the palace, it would be deemed a violation of rules. However, as a favored consort, she surely possesses the emperor's token, allowing her unrestricted access outside. Thus, she went beyond the palace to indulge in her role-playing. To win, the favored consort is truly risking everything. One could hardly guess what character she has chosen to embody. Knight Yuan urged, quick, tell us.
What is it?
Knight Xianli was equally intrigued. The system surveyed the assembly of ministers and, with an air of mystery, inquired, "Host, did you not hear someone weeping below?" Knight Yuan looked around. Among the throng of officials, there was indeed someone sobbing. It was the aged Li Shoufu, a venerable figure, weeping and wiping his tears. The old emperor, eager to learn of the favored consort's whereabouts, was perplexed as to why the bucket had suddenly pointed towards the imperial tutor. Knight Yuan exclaimed, "Wait, is that weeping old man the favored consort in disguise?" The system broke into a sweat. The ministers trembled in fear. Could it be? How could a delicate woman possibly masquerade as an elderly man? If this was a false Li Shoufu, what of the real one? Just as the assembly was left bewildered, the system provided clarity. It certainly cannot be the favored consort in disguise. Knight Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then why are you watching him? The previously sobbing Li Shoufu, sensing he was being observed, composed himself and ceased his weeping. However, the old emperor's expression darkened. He had been engrossed in the gossip, only to be distracted by his tutor's lamentations. The old emperor was somewhat displeased. "Teacher, why do you weep? Is there a significant matter you wish to report?" Li Shoufu replied, "Your Majesty, there is nothing of import to report. I merely feel that my tenure in this court is drawing to a close, and I wish to return home." The old emperor was intrigued. What brings this about? He suspected that Li Shoufu's plight was somehow linked to his favored consort. After all, the bucket had chosen no one else but the tutor. "Your Majesty, my only son passed away last night." The old emperor furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by passed away? Is he deceased, or is he lost like your favored consort?" Li Shoufu's words were too ambiguous, prompting the old emperor to inquire further. Li Shoufu lamented, "He has died. Woe is me." The old emperor consoled him. "Teacher, I recall you have but one son, your sole heir?" "Indeed. I also heard that your son has been in poor health for several years, often bedridden. Is that not so?" The old emperor had gathered quite a bit of information. Li Shoufu nodded, his face a mask of sorrow. "Without a son, does this not mean the Li family will lose its lineage?" Li Shoufu wept. "Woe is me." The old emperor sighed. It did sound quite tragic. He had a penchant for gossip. Li Shoufu wiped his tears, perhaps due to his advanced age. He found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Knight Yuan sensed there was more to the story system. "We were just indulging in the tales of the old emperor and the favored consort. Why have you suddenly shifted to the old tutor? Does the Li family harbor some secrets?" "Indeed, it is you, my host, who draws the right conclusions. I never point to irrelevant individuals. Thus, it must be that the Li family has a connection to the whereabouts of the favored consort." Knight Yuan shook her head, resting her chin on Knight Xianli's shoulder. "How does the Li family relate to the favored consort?" The system explained. "The Li family's only son has been gravely ill for years, desperately seeking a remedy for his condition. However, despite their efforts, his health only deteriorated further.
Consequently,
The Li family convened and sought the counsel of a Taoist priest who suggested that they perform a ritual to bring joy to the ailing son." Knight Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that the favored consort snuck out of the palace to serve as the joyful bride for the Li family son? The system affirmed, "Well done, host. You have guessed correctly. However, unlike others who bring joy, the favored consort inadvertently brought about his demise." The ministers were left dumbfounded.
what?
The emperor's favored consort has become the joyful bride for the Li family's only son? What sort of scandal is this? The expression on the old emperor's face was the most entertaining of all. His eyes widened as if struck by lightning. Knight Yuan exclaimed, "What? To bring about death? What an audacious maneuver." The system elucidated. Initially, after leaving the palace, the favored consort intended to indulge in luxury with gold and silver outside the palace for a few days, so that when she returned, she could declare to the old emperor that he had lost. However, unexpectedly, she spent a day reveling and exhausted her funds. Without any maids or attendants by her side, while wandering the streets, she was selected by the Li family to serve as the joyful bride. Naturally, before taking her away, they inquired about her birth date and fortune. It turned out that her fortune matched perfectly with that of the Li family's only son. The favored consort, unwilling to return to the palace yet lacking funds, and with no family in the capital, negotiated a price with the Li family's steward. To bring joy to the ailing son, she charged 1,000 taels. The favored consort figured it was merely a matter of one night, and once the groom awoke the next day, she would take her money and flee. Knight Yuan interjected, 1,000 taels. How audacious. This is nothing short of a sham marriage. The system nodded, precisely. The favored consort's initial intent was to perpetrate a sham marriage, yet it turned out that both parties were willing participants. The Li family, believing that their young concubine's destiny was well suited to their son, decided to overlook any concerns. After all, the Li family held a prestigious position, well known throughout the capital, and they thought that no one would dare to scheme against them for monetary gain. However, as the old emperor listened, his expression darkened. His favored concubine had chosen to marry into the Li family for a mere handful of silver coins. The prime minister was so taken aback that he could scarcely mourn. He had thought his son's demise was simply fate's cruel hand. Yet, upon hearing the system and the child's thoughts, it became clear that was not the case. What truly transpired required further investigation. The system revealed that very night, the young concubine dressed herself up and was invited into the Li household. And how did the Li family's son meet his end? Interestingly, upon encountering the Li's son in the bridal chamber, he miraculously awoke from his serious illness. Much to everyone's delight, who believed the auspicious visit had worked wonders. However, unexpectedly, the young concubine succumbed to her peculiar habits once more. Chapter 126, An Unyielding Concubine and a Flowing Bride. Ruanruan suddenly grasped the situation. Wait, could it be that the Li's son was meant to survive? And yet the young concubine inadvertently caused his death that very night? The system nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Ruanruan was taken aback. Good heavens! Truly astonishing. The young concubine has killed the Li's son. Who would have anticipated such a twist? The prime minister, upon hearing this revelation, collapsed onto the ground. His son had not perished from illness. Rather, he had met his end in this shocking manner. Cursed be that woman. He vowed to never reconcile with her. The old emperor was equally stunned, his mind racing with the horrifying truth that his beloved concubine had caused the death of the prime minister's son. After the young concubine took the Li's son's life, she feigned innocence, weeping in the bridal chamber. Ruanruan's eyes lit up with realization. Wait a moment. Did the Li family not suspect anything? Did they not examine the body? The system sighed. Surprisingly, they did not. They simply attributed it to a failed auspicious visit, considering he was already a frail being. And what became of the young concubine? The system exclaimed, You would not believe it. The Li family imprisoned her. The old emperor was fuming, his blood boiling at the thought of his cherished concubine being confined. She was his beloved, a woman who shared his unique inclinations. Ruanruan questioned, Why imprison her? The Li family had no evidence of her wrongdoing. The system shook its head. Consider the situation from another angle. The more explosive, the better. Ruanruan, with excitement, poked her finger in the air. What had the young concubine done that was so explosive? Whenever the system used the word explosive, it indicated that the situation was particularly juicy. The emperor of the Purple Nation was equally curious, eager for the prime minister to reveal the truth. The prime minister scoffed. What would I say? I am still seething with anger. My son did not die from illness. He had shown signs of recovery, only to be killed by the emperor's concubine. How can I not be furious? He felt as though he might faint from rage. He would not let that young concubine escape unscathed. In a hushed tone, the system revealed the Li family had confined the young concubine in the basement, but she never actually entered. Ruanruan asked, Then where did she go? The system explained, The prime minister has a younger brother, 50 years old, in poor health and somewhat mentally unstable. The Li family, seeing the young concubine as a delicate and charming girl, thought she would serve as an auspicious bride for him. Thus she was brought in. So, the young concubine went to bring auspiciousness to the prime minister's brother? The system confirmed, Indeed. Ruanruan found the situation utterly bewildering. Truly, an unyielding concubine and a flowing bride. But wait, this doesn't add up. After bringing auspiciousness to her nephew, she then went to bring auspiciousness to herself? Doesn't that create a tangled lineage? Despite her occasional lapses in logic, Ruanruan was able to untangle the relationships within this scandalous narrative. The court officials exchanged glances, pondering the implications. How could it be that the young concubine, by lineage, would need to address Li heir as second uncle? Furthermore, having caused the death of the prime minister's son, did they not fear she might also bring harm to Li heir? The system replied, the tangled lineage is not the most shocking aspect. That is not what makes this situation truly explosive. Ruanruan inhaled sharply. If this is not explosive, then what could possibly be? The system, with an air of calmness, declared, you are unaware that after marrying Li heir last night, the young concubine subsequently caused his demise as well.
Ruanruan puffet hercheks, desperately suppressin lauktar.
Could it be that she killed him as well? Indeed. The Li family seemed doomed to their fate, hung upon the twisted branch of the young concubine's influence. The emperor of the Purple Nation, who had been relieved that his beloved concubine was unharmed, now felt a twinge of concern for himself. With such a ruthless young concubine, each encounter resulted in death. In just a few days, she had taken the lives of 2 men. If he summoned her to his bedchamber, would she not turn her lethal tendencies upon him one day? The ministers were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that they had witnessed something extraordinary. The Li family appeared as if afflicted by a great calamity, desperately fixating on the young concubine as their sole source of auspiciousness. Surely, they could not find a more suitable candidate? Perhaps one less appealing, who would at least refrain from bringing death upon their household. Your Majesty, you must intercede for the Li family. With a thud, the Prime Minister knelt in the court. An elder minister recalled the recent strange occurrences within the Li family. First, the inexplicable death of his son, and now news of his brother's sudden demise. Your Majesty, I suspect the Li family is plagued by some malevolent force. Remarkable. This old Prime Minister is not entirely foolish. He has discerned that a sinister presence lurks within the Li family.
System.
What do you suppose will happen when the emperor realizes that the evil is none other than the young concubine? On one side, we have the venerable mentor, and on the other his own beloved. Where will the old emperor's loyalties lie? Ruanruan reveled in the unfolding drama, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This dilemma not only perplexed the system but also confounded the emperor of the Purple Nation. In the grand scheme of things, a mere concubine seemed inconsequential. After all, there were thousands in the imperial harem. One more or one less made no difference. Yet this concubine was different. She was the only one who shared his peculiar tastes and cooperated with him. As Ruanruan eagerly anticipated the spectacle, she suddenly noticed a scene unfolding on the system panel. Is the young concubine about to be killed by Li heir's rightful wife? The emperor sprang to his feet, declaring, I must leave the court. He hastily departed. Yi Xuanli, bewildered, thought, has the emperor left before the climax has been reached? What will happen next? In his moment of distraction, the entire court dispersed. The one who bolted fastest was none other than the Prime Minister. Returning to the National Teachers' Hall, Yi Xuanli remained intrigued, still uncertain of the emperor's stance. He spotted Ruanruan munching on cookies, giggling with a milk jug in hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an image hovering above her head.
Oh?
System. Why has the old emperor gone to the Li family? The system replied, surely, the old emperor has received news of the young concubine's whereabouts.
Ah.
That explains it. No wonder the old emperor rushed out so hastily.
But now,
we are about to witness a splendid performance as he reaches the moment of decision. How thrilling! In truth, the matter of choosing between 2 parties was not particularly significant. The true essence of the matter lies in the extraordinary stature of Li Shofu. While it might be inconsequential if it pertained to other officials, the fact remains that he is the imperial teacher and a venerable figure across 3 dynasties. Chapter 127 reveals an outcome that will undoubtedly drive you to madness. Ruanruan. It is rumored that the Li family possesses the dragon whipping staff, bestowed by the late emperor. Though it is not intended for slaying dragons but rather for disciplining the emperor himself, the system whispered conspiratorially. Thus, the old emperor is surely embroiled in trouble due to his favored concubine. Ruanruan, sitting cross-legged, remarked, this forthcoming spectacle is bound to be thrilling. Behind her, Yi Xianli, diligently working on his goldsmithing, watched with rapt attention. Meanwhile, the Li household was in utter turmoil. Just 2 days prior, The only son of the Li family had perished, and last night, Li Er had also met his end. Originally, Li Er resided mere walls apart from Li Shofu, essentially living as neighbors. Due to Li Er's lack of intellect, being somewhat simple-minded, Li Shofu, as an elder brother, could not bear to have his sibling live separately. Thus the peculiar arrangement. At the age of 50, Li Hanin married a primary wife when he was 30. His wife, plump and boisterous, was illiterate but nonetheless accepted him wholeheartedly. Though she possessed few virtues, she did not disdain Li Hanin. At the time of their union, Li Hanin was 30, while Zhao Kaihua was a mere 15, embodying the trope of an older man marrying a younger woman. After a decade of marriage, when Li Hanin turned 40 and Zhao Kaihua reached 25, their only daughter was born. This event elevated Zhao Caihua's standing in Li Shofu's eyes, as he regarded her. Despite her lack of beauty, as a practical partner, Li Shofu consistently provided for Li Hanin's family. Regarding the matter of invigorating joy, Li Shofu was entirely unaware. How could he allow his daughter-in-law to invigorate joy for his brother? It was Li Hanin in a moment of folly, who became infatuated with a favored concubine after shedding tears all night, demanding a new wife. Zhao Kaihua, exasperated yet sympathetic to her husband's foolishness, thought that perhaps if she found someone to invigorate joy, it might bring some wisdom to her husband. Living with a simpleton had begun to wear her patience thin. Little did she know that upon waking this morning, Li Hanin had died. Li Shofu hastily cut short his morning audience and rushed back, only to find the emperor already at the gates of the Li residence. Upon their arrival, the favored concubine was curled up in a corner, trembling with fear, while Zhao Kaihua stood with hands on her hips, accusing her, "You vile creature! Did you bring about my husband's demise? Mark my words, I shall not spare you." The concubine, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, protested, "I am a lady from the palace, not the wretched creature you claim me to be."
Oh,
You fancy yourself a lady? Why not declare yourself a celestial fairy while you're at it? Have you ever seen a lady from the palace who could slay her husband on their wedding night? He insisted on playing games with me. I merely acquiesced. And in the midst of our play, he perished. Who could have known he was so fragile? The concubine retorted defiantly, still feeling wronged. It was merely a few lashes. I've done the same to the emperor nightly, and he is still alive. Zhao Kaihua, rolling up her sleeves, advanced and landed 2 resounding slaps on the concubine, leaving her momentarily dazed. Cease this at once. The emperor of the Purple Kingdom has arrived. Upon seeing the emperor, the concubine rushed to him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, save me." The emperor of the Purple Kingdom embraced her, soothing her, "Fear not, I am here." As tears streamed down her face, she whispered, "Your Majesty, does this mean I have won?" System. Why do I sense that this favored concubine is not as innocent as she appears? Even at such a critical moment, she still seems preoccupied with her wager with the old emperor. The system quietly offered Yi Ruanruan a small vial of spiritual spring water, which she eagerly drank. The system, akin to a caretaker, reassured her, "I never claimed that the favored concubine was innocent, did I?" "What do you mean? Does this imply that the favored concubine?" The system interjected, "Host, consider this. Do not underestimate her delicate facade. She managed to slay the only son of the Li family. And as for Li Hanin, despite his simplicity, he is quite robust. To bring him to his end requires more than mere chance." Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with surprise. This favored concubine has her own secrets. Yi Xianli, momentarily distracted from his goldsmithing, pondered the implications. Could it be that this concubine harbored deeper connections with the old emperor? The system's assertion rang true. It was implausible that a seemingly frail woman could single-handedly bring down 2 adult men without some degree of skill. Thus, the favored concubine must have acted with intent. Yi Xianli found himself bewildered. Why would she deliberately commit murder, particularly targeting Li Shofu, the emperor's mentor? This situation seemed increasingly dubious. To avoid revealing his own prying eyes to his sister, he held his breath. Meanwhile, within the court of the great Qian dynasty, although they could not see the unfolding drama, the officials were well aware of the appearance of the old emperor of the Purple Kingdom. The court was enveloped in an unusual silence, every ear straining to hear the flickering sounds of the transmission talisman on the emperor's desk. which conveyed the thoughts of the system and the little princess, alongside those of the sixth prince, who was currently gasping for breath. The transmission talisman was under the control of Daoist Qingfeng, allowing for its activation and deactivation at will. The officials, who had previously stood, were now seated on the ground, having abandoned all matters of state. Even if there were pressing issues to address, they could wait until tomorrow. Today was too sensational, as they had stumbled upon the intrigue surrounding the emperor of the Purple Kingdom. Moreover, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. This favored concubine was no ordinary woman. System. Indeed, this favored concubine is a spy from the Red Kingdom. Ruanruan remarked. Ah. So this favored concubine orchestrated all of this for a reason. System. Just observe closely. The outcome will undoubtedly astonish you. Ruanruan munched eagerly on her metaphorical popcorn. The favored concubine. An apparent spy capable of slaying the old emperor. Why had she refrained from acting? At that moment, the favored concubine resembled a cunning enchantress, claiming, "Your Majesty, you have triumphed, and I concede. Henceforth, I shall adhere to your wishes and treat you well." The last word sent a shiver down Li Shofu's spine. "Your Majesty, this woman is undoubtedly a seductress. She has brought harm upon my son and brother. This matter cannot be overlooked. She must provide an explanation to the Li family," Li Shofu declared resolutely. "But, teacher, do consider that Rong Pin was not acting with malice. Furthermore, it was you who chose her for this purpose. Technically, she is also a victim," the emperor countered. Li Shofu insisted. "What do you mean by this? Your Majesty, there can be no leniency. This enchantress must pay with her life." The emperor's expression darkened. "Teacher, you must understand the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, if you do not acquiesce, I shall resort to force. Today, this enchantress must die. Here it comes." Given the circumstances, the old emperor has evidently chosen the favored concubine. Truly a foolish monarch, prioritizing beauty over the throne. Ruanruan clicked her tongue disapprovingly, shaking her head at the unfolding scene. This beauty harbors thorns. The old emperor is unable to enjoy himself. The system chuckles mischievously. "There's insider information. Quickly tell me, what is the situation? As for this favored concubine, her identity is far from that of an ordinary woman from outside the palace," the system elaborates. Ruanruan concurs with this assessment. "I also perceive that this favored concubine is not as simple as she appears." The system engages Ruanruan in conversation. "How did you discern that?"
Ruanruan scoffs slightly.
"Just now, when the prime minister barged into the backyard of the Li family, the favored concubine was initially cowering in a corner like a timid little rabbit, trembling in fear. However, when the prime minister and the emperor stormed in, she leapt into the emperor's embrace and even managed to smile, as if she had successfully schemed something. Did you observe that so closely?" Yi Xuanli thought he was the only one who had noticed, almost doubting his own sight.
Yet,
the images provided by the system were unmistakably clear, and Yi Xuanli couldn't help but ponder what this favored concubine was truly after. Despite being on the verge of being harmed, she still managed to smile. On the other side, within the grand court of the Qian Dynasty, the Qianqing emperor scrutinized the attendees, who were seated in the court with an air of nonchalance. He too dared not make a sound, fearful that any transmission might reach Yi Xuanli and be discovered by Ruanruan and the system. However, one must wonder, does this resemble a formal court assembly? The prime minister was the first to rise, dusting off his clothes as he approached the Qianqing emperor. The likes of Song Xuangu and the minister of personnel looked up and realized, the prime minister was once again shamelessly acting out. The disparity between individuals was stark. While they all were present to witness the events, the prime minister seemed preoccupied with other matters, possessing the capability to resolve them. One must ponder, if he is not fit for the position of prime minister, who else could possibly be? Though everyone possesses a single head, he is undeniably the most astute among them. Your Majesty, you need not fret. Today is merely a rest day. The officials have come to court solely because they received wind of the news and wished to be spectators, not out of laziness. In essence, consider today as a day of respite within the court. Observing their demeanor, it was as though they treated the court as their own home. Nay, it felt even more comfortable than home. The Qianqing emperor raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. At home, one must endure the incessant nagging of their spouse, either tending to household duties or accompanying their wives, leaving virtually no leisure time. Yet today, on this day of rest, they were relaxed, some seated, others standing, embodying a state of utter relaxation, as if they were enjoying their own free time, their spirits liberated. Such an atmosphere of ease was distinctly different from that at home. Human beings, much like a slingshot, require a balance of relaxation. The Qianqing emperor furrowed his brow. I fear they may relax too much. The emperor worried that in the future, the officials would prioritize mere entertainment over the seriousness of court proceedings. However, such concerns were unfounded. The officials' recent performances have been markedly more proactive than before. Although they occasionally indulge in gossip during court, it does not impede their efficiency in handling affairs. In fact, they seem even more diligent than previously. Those with ulterior motives dared not act recklessly, fearing exposure by the little princess. The prime minister was indeed a source of reassurance. Reflecting on the officials' recent conduct, the Qianqing emperor recognized that aside from their gossip, their efficiency had improved. The little princess was a fortuitous star for the Qian dynasty, and the officials held her in great esteem. Even when consuming unwholesome gossip, their trepidation regarding the little princess prevented them from any ill intentions. Your Majesty can rest assured. If you doubt this, observe the officials' conduct tomorrow, when the little princess is absent from court. The Qianqing emperor cast an appreciative glance at the prime minister. Witnessing the emperor and the prime minister exchanging smiles, the officials were left perplexed. This was hardly the time to focus on the prime minister's actions. The primary matter at hand was the gossip regarding the little princess and the system. The Qianqing emperor, intrigued, leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Let me indulge in some gossip. What do you think the system meant about that favored concubine's true identity? The prime minister, while astute, knew no more than the system. This old minister cannot fathom it. Perhaps we should listen further? Ruanruan interjected, System. What schemes does the favored concubine possess? The system trembled with mirth. Didn't he, the emperor of the Purple Kingdom, mention that your sixth brother employed the technique of eternal youth? Ruanruan was taken aback. Ah? Is it possible that this favored concubine? The system nodded, precisely. While your sixth brother, and you certainly did not utilize the eternal youth technique. This favored concubine has indeed availed herself of it. Ruanruan became so animated that she momentarily forgot about the roasted sweet potato in her hand. Then she is actually... The system replied, the favored concubine is 17 this year, but in reality, she is 70. Aha! Does that not mean she is older than the emperor of the Purple Kingdom? She could very well be his mother. Ha ha! This is no mere favored concubine. She is clearly an old favored concubine. Ruanruan erupted into uncontrollable laughter, nearly losing her balance as she doubled over with mirth. As she laughed, she noticed Yi Xuanli staring at her with wide eyes. The system quickly cautioned, Host, your sudden outburst of laughter makes the sixth prince regard you as a simpleton. You must cease. Ruanruan immediately stifled her laughter, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to contain her amusement. Yi Xuanli, observing her puffed cheeks, akin to a child who has just tasted candy, smiled gently. Sister, what delightful thoughts have you conjured? He affectionately patted her head. Ruanruan gazed up with wide, innocent eyes. The system added, Do not laugh just yet. I have not finished revealing the gossip. This revelation is merely the tip of the iceberg. The truly explosive part lies ahead. Ah? The transformation from favored concubine to old favored concubine is not the climax? What else could there possibly be? The old favored concubine's transformation is indeed remarkable, but her true identity, should I reveal it, would cause an uproar throughout the entire Purple Kingdom. Chapter 129. The Old Favored Concubine is. Ruanruan's curiosity piqued. Surely the old favored concubine cannot be the emperor's biological mother? The system shook its head. That cannot be. The truth is even more shocking. Ah? Ruanruan gazed at the scene featuring the emperor of the Purple Kingdom and the favored concubine, her mind swirling with questions. Could there be an identity that surpasses that of a biological mother? The system's cryptic words piqued everyone's interest. The true identity of the favored concubine was bound to be unexpected. The system chuckled. Host, I shall discreetly share this with you. Ruanruan scoffed. Our shared thoughts are meant for only us. What need is there for secrecy? Considering the unusual nature of this truth, I must present it with a sense of grandeur and mystery. The true identity of the old favored concubine is. Suddenly, the system's voice dwindled to a whisper. The Qianqing emperor and the officials leaned in, straining to hear. What is it? What is it? The old favored concubine is. Ruanruan could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground in fits of laughter. I can't breathe. This is utterly unbelievable, simply unimaginable. Yi Xuanli looked on, puzzled. Sister, why are you pounding the ground? Deprived of the full story, he could only watch as Yi Ruanruan laughed uncontrollably. In an effort to hear more clearly, Yi Xuanli set aside his work and lifted Yi Ruanruan into his arms. As she continued to giggle uncontrollably, her little mind raced with thoughts. She tilted her head, resting it on her hands, feigning a dreamy slumber. The system rolled its eyes. Host, you foolish child. You were clearly sitting right here just now. It's one thing to be foolish yourself, but to think the sixth prince is a fool? What a simpleton. Yi Yuan chirped in her sweet, childlike voice. But you don't understand. Did you not see my sixth brother hammering the golden pillar just now? He surely didn't he know I was sitting here awake. My sixth brother dotes on me. He would definitely believe my words. The system replied, Host, although you possess an endearing naivety, that is hardly a justification for your unwarranted confidence. The little girl had just been dreaming.
Ye vuan li affektionateli pinchet ye yuan smalnose. Ye yuan grinnet.
Revealing her 4 tiny milk teeth.
Wow.
The sixth prince actually believes you. Yi Yuan proudly lifted her chin. Of course. He is my sixth brother after all. Yi Xianli felt a surge of emotion within him. His relationships were not particularly strong, and he often felt a sense of inferiority in front of his brothers. Yet, in his sister's eyes, he was a wonderful brother. Suddenly, Yi Xianli felt a renewed sense of greatness in his role as an elder brother. No matter what, he vowed to protect his sister from now on. Host, quick, look. A fight has erupted. The system's exclamation made Yi Xianli sit up straight, and upon glancing at the scene, he saw the emperor of the Purple Kingdom grappling with the prime minister Li, while cradling his favored concubine. Incredible chaos. At that moment, within the Li residence, the emperor of the Purple Kingdom shielded his beloved concubine, while Prime Minister Li had, unbeknownst to anyone, retrieved a dragon-hitting staff from inside the room. With a face ashen with fury, he pointed the staff at the emperor, declaring, Your Majesty, this demoness must be handed over today. She will bring ruin to the Purple Kingdom. The emperor dismissed his words, saying, Teacher, you may speak freely, but could you kindly lower the dragon-hitting staff? To which the prime minister retorted, I cannot comply. If your majesty does not surrender this demoness, I shall be left with no choice but to wield the staff. The emperor, displeased, responded, Are you threatening me, teacher? The old man, though reluctant, replied, Your majesty, you have gone too far in this matter. She is merely a demoness. There are many women in this world. The emperor huffed, yet none understand or cooperate with me like Rongpin does. She is my true love. My feelings for her are indeed different. Since you have recognized this, please cease your relentless pursuit of Rongpin. Prime Minister Li, nearly hopping with rage, exclaimed, Your Majesty, how can you say such things? Rongpin has caused the death of my son and brother. Even a sovereign is not above the law, let alone a demoness. Your Majesty, oh, dear, I am so frightened. The favored concubine nestled deeper into the emperor's embrace. The emperor comforted her, Do not fear, for I am here. Witnessing this scene, Prime Minister Li's eyes bulged with indignation. Your Majesty. All right. Enough of your shouting. I can hear you. Look at how frightened you have made Rongpin, the emperor replied. Teacher, consider this. Even if I surrender Rongpin to you, your son and brother will still not return. You would only serve to upset me further. The deaths of your son and brother are indeed a grievance against the Li family by the royal family, so let me apologize on their behalf. The emperor added, What do you think? Your Majesty, this is not merely a matter of apologies. Besides, the troubles of the Li family have nothing to do with the royal family. They pertain solely to Rongpin. Justice has a rightful owner. Your Majesty, this debt cannot be placed upon your shoulders. I shall only seek retribution from Rongpin. Prime Minister Li's beard bristled with fury. Furthermore, even without the Li family incident, I intended to hold Rongpin accountable. The emperor was displeased. Rongpin is but a woman of the harem, merely a small girl. How can a venerable official like you persistently pursue a young girl? Prime Minister Li realized that no matter how he argued, it was futile against the emperor. He resolved to brandish the dragon-hitting staff. Naturally, the emperor would not allow that. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Only Prime Minister Li would dare to confront the emperor in such a manner. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Li residence. The favored concubine, having retreated to the side at some point, was utterly astonished. Are they really fighting? This Prime Minister Li is quite bold. A faint smile played on the lips of the favored concubine. As news reached the ears of the officials, a swarm of ministers rushed into the Li residence. Yi Yuan observed the bustling scene and exclaimed, "Quickly summon the national teacher. The teacher has been possessed." The emperor of the Purple Kingdom shouted. Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian Li had already been waiting at the national teacher's hall. When eunuch Da entered the palace to report, he found Yi Xian Li standing at the entrance. "National teacher, His Majesty requests your presence at the Li residence." Yi Xian Li feigned profundity. "Lead the way." Eunuch Da complied, casting a glance back at Yi Xian Li, pondering to himself how remarkably amiable this new national teacher was. He bore none of the airs typically associated with such a position. He was ready to leave at a moment's notice, and it seemed he had anticipated the matters concerning the Li family and His Majesty. Waiting outside the national teacher's hall, truly splendid. Unlike the previous national teacher, who would scold them for merely looking.